Chapter 1. The Encounter of Fate. Medicinal pill. Medicinal pill. Medicinal pill. Ah! Su Yunfeng's throat emitted a series of muffled groans, his mind frantically lamenting his dire predicament. He clenched his teeth tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably. A sharp stone, the size of a fist, pressed against his back, causing his skin to break and blood to seep out due to the relentless friction. The pain was so intense that he could not suppress the urge to scream, yet he found himself immobilized, deprived of even the ability to utter a word. Thus, the torment of this incessant friction continued for an excruciating 3 hours. Was this what it truly meant to experience pain and pleasure simultaneously? He pondered. He was a denizen of the Blue Star, a traveler through realms. 3 hours prior, he had inexplicably found himself inhabiting the body of a man who bore his same name. Having perished from grievous wounds in his previous life, he had fortuitously usurped the remnants of this severely injured form. However, before he could fully assimilate the memories of his predecessor, a stunning woman plummeted from the heavens, landing squarely upon him. No, wait. She wore a veil, obscuring her visage. Yet, based on her silhouette and voice, Su Yunfeng could ascertain that she was undoubtedly a great beauty. The tips of her ears flushed crimson, suggesting that something was amiss. Just as he prepared to deliver an awkward greeting of hello, beauty, her delicate hand struck him with the swiftness of lightning. In that instant, Su Yunfeng was rendered utterly bewildered, the words caught in his throat. He was ensnared, stripped of all capacity for movement. Just as he believed his journey as a traveler was about to come to an abrupt end, she seized him and swiftly flew into a distant cave. Then, a farcical scene unfolded. For a full 3 hours, 6 hours in total, who could fathom how he endured that ordeal? At present, the woman stood before him, looking down with an icy gaze filled with malice and intent to kill. Gulp! As he beheld her murderous expression, an ominous premonition surged within Su Yunfeng. Indeed, in the next moment, she unsheathed a gleaming sword. With a resounding clang, the blade sliced through the air, its cold light instantly resting against Su Yunfeng's throat. A chilling sensation coursed through him as the edge of the sword grazed his skin, overwhelming fear causing his scalp to tingle. With the slightest exertion, she could end his life. Su Yunfeng's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, his thoughts spiraling into chaos. He had witnessed abandonment in relationships, but never had he encountered someone who would resort to murder to silence him afterward. After finally becoming a traveler, he was to be snuffed out before he could even make his mark. Was there no justice left in the world? Was there no law? In this unfamiliar realm, he had yet to utter a single word. Could there be a more unfortunate traveler than he? Damn it! A glint of icy determination flashed in the woman's starry eyes as she tightened her grip slightly. In that moment, Su Yunfeng's body erupted in a cold sweat. His heart raced like a frantic engine, unable to slow down, as he felt the palpable presence of death looming near. Yet, in this dire situation, he found himself utterly powerless. Damn it, he'll fight back. If I must die, let it be with my face to the heavens. 18 years from now, I shall rise again. Defiance surged within Su Yunfeng, and he steeled himself, unwilling to cower. He fixed his gaze upon the woman, his eyes brimming with a myriad of emotions: anger, grievance, and an unwavering resolve to resist. The woman's exquisite brows arched slightly, and her grip tightened a fraction more. You appear to be suffering greatly, yearning for death. Are you? Very well, I shall grant your wish. Her voice was melodious yet chilling, as if forged from the icy depths of eternity, devoid of warmth. Seeing Su Yunfeng's expression, the woman was instantly filled with ire. She, Shenao Xue, the esteemed leader of the Lingxiao sect, a formidable warrior of the martial emperor realm, felt utterly wronged. She had vanquished the nefarious foe who had laid a trap for her. Yet here she was, the one enduring this humiliation. The man who had stolen her first experience was now showing a countenance of anger and grievance. How audacious to gain benefits while feigning victimhood. In that moment, her murderous intent surged. Instantly, the temperature within the cave plummeted as if winter had descended. Su Yunfeng's heart raced uncontrollably, a profound sense of dread enveloping him, as if the specters of fate were beckoning him to join them in a game of chance. Though he could not discern Shin Aox's features, He was certain that her expression was one of bitter coldness. Despair washed over him. There was no hope left, was doomed. He could distinctly feel the sword's edge piercing his skin, poised to sever his life's thread. Medicinal pill. Medicinal pill. Su Yunfeng's mind screamed, convinced that death was imminent. Just as he braced himself for the end, Shen Aoshue unexpectedly withdrew her sword. Holy hell, this woman is terrifying. I nearly lost control and wet myself. Su Yunfeng's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he gasped for air, his heart shattering into pieces. Shen Aoxue's gaze shifted slightly, landing on Su Yunfeng's thigh. There, a blooming rose stood out vividly. In that moment, her expression grew increasingly intricate, a tapestry of emotions intertwining within her. With a soft thud, a small porcelain vial fell to the ground beside Su Yunfeng. These medicinal pills can heal your injuries, she declared, ultimately unable to carry out her lethal intent. Yet, she coldly warned, should you utter a single word of today's events, I will ensure your demise. Upon hearing this, Su Yunfeng's heart soared with elation. Though her tone was frigid, the meaning was crystal clear. She had no intention of killing him, at least not at this moment. Thank heavens my life is spared. Relief flooded Su Yunfeng, his once bristling resolve now slackening. Rendered speechless, he could only fervently blink, signaling his unwavering commitment to silence. With a wave of her hand, Shen Aoshue released some of his restraints, allowing him to speak. I swear, I promise not to disclose a single word. The moment he could speak, Su Yunfeng fervently pledged, nearly swearing an oath to the heavens. I hope you keep your promise. With that, Shen Aoshue turned to leave. Yet, Su Yunfeng called out to her. Miss, I am Su Yunfeng, residing in Xinyang City, with a home, fields, and considerable savings. What is your name, and where do you hail from? I shall personally come to propose once I return. Su Yunfeng took responsibility for his actions. Though he had been thrust into this situation, this woman had now become his. He felt compelled to bestow upon her a title. In truth, he harbored another motive, to seek a formidable ally. Shen Aoshue paused, her foot barely lifting. She turned to regard Su Yunfeng, her voice icy as she replied, Inquire again, when you have become powerful. She had clearly discerned Su Yunfeng's lack of aptitude. To say he was unremarkable would be an understatement. He was utterly devoid of potential, classified as waste. For someone of such caliber, the prospect of rising to greatness was utterly impossible. Thus, their paths were fated never to cross again, let alone for him to seek her hand. Su Yunfeng blinked, well aware that she was rebuffing him. Yet he refused to concede defeat and pressed on. Rest assured, I will grow stronger, but you must at least provide me with an address. Lingxiao Sect. Shen Aoshue uttered the name of her sect, convinced that Su Yunfeng, with his lack of talent, would never gain entry, rendering the disclosure of her location inconsequential. Su Yunfeng silently repeated the name, committing it to memory. Miss, I will certainly seek you out at the Lingxiao Sect. Please await my arrival. He reasoned that it was merely a sect. How formidable could it truly be? As a traveler, with his potential, surely he could gain admission to such a place? At this moment, he had yet to fully absorb his previous lives' memories, remaining blissfully ignorant of the depths of his inadequacy. Shen Aoxue's eyes flickered slightly, though her tone remained unyielding as she declared, We shall speak of this when you have entered the Lingxiao Sect. Just as she prepared to depart, Su Yunfeng called out once more. Miss, I didn't showcase my true abilities earlier. I can certainly do better. Chapter 2. The Destiny Restoration System. Shen Aoxue's eyes widened in astonishment. With a cold huff, she denied him any further opportunity to speak, her figure vanishing as she flew from the cave. Upon emerging outside, she hovered in the air, casting a glance back at the cave. The veil upon her face billowed, obscuring her features. Yet, her eyes sparkled with a complex and inexplicable light. As the leader of the Lingxiao Sect, she had been ensnared by a plot while pursuing a malevolent cultivator, ultimately succumbing to the effects of a lust-inducing poison. Though she had successfully slain the villain, she found herself poisoned. In the desolate wilderness, where could she find someone to antidote her? Moreover, she had an aversion to men. To seek out a man for an antidote was a fate worse than death. She had prepared herself for a lethal explosion, only to unexpectedly discover the gravely injured Su Yunfeng. Su Yunfeng possessed a strikingly handsome visage that rivaled the likes of Pan and and in an instant, Xianao Xue found herself reconsidering her intentions. Perhaps it was not entirely unfeasible after all. Thus, she confined Su Yunfeng, dragging him into a cave and neutralizing the poison. Casting a lingering glance at the cave, she ultimately transformed into a radiant arc and vanished into the horizon. Inside the cave, Su Yunfeng was left in a state of bewilderment. "Beautiful lady, if you wish to leave, at least lift the confinement from me." Damn, a woman who forgets her allies the moment she raises her skirt. Su Yunfeng silently scoffed. Nevertheless, this woman seemed formidable. If he could secure her as a supporter, it would likely spare him decades of arduous struggle. Before he could fully comprehend the nature of this world, Su Yunfeng had already resolved to embark on the path of living off the fruits of another's labor. Ding, system binding successful. At that moment, an electronic voice of a girl resonated in his mind. Upon hearing the term system, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and his heart raced vigorously. The golden finger of the transmigrator has finally arrived. Su Yunfeng rejoiced internally. He eagerly examined the details of the system. The system was named the Destiny Reversal System. It could bind individuals of fate, allowing the bound individuals to enhance their cultivation or obtain items, with rewards returned to the host at a minimum of 10-fold and a maximum of 100-fold. In other words, the destined individuals would serve as his tools. A system akin to a livestock system? I like it. Su Yunfeng chuckled inwardly. With a system in hand, who needs to cultivate? Cultivation was merely the task of tools. He only needed to lie back and relax. However, where does one find such a destined individual? Su Yunfeng pondered, furrowing his brow as he contemplated his future plans. Ding, beginner's gift package has arrived. Would you like to open it? As Su Yunfeng mulled over his thoughts, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more, igniting a spark of joy within him. Open it. Ding, the beginner's gift package has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a breaking boundary pill. Does the host wish to consume the breaking boundary pill? Consume. After uttering these two words, he opened his mouth, and a pill imbued with a rich medicinal aroma slipped into it. The pill melted upon contact, transforming into a vast surge of spiritual energy that flowed into his dantian. Boom, boom, boom. Martial Artist second layer. Martial Artist third layer. Division of realms. Martial Artist, Martial Master, Martial Spirit, Martial Sect, Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial Venerable, Martial Saint, Martial Sovereign, Martial God, Divine King, Divine Emperor, Divine Sovereign, Quasi-Emperor, and Great Emperor, each realm divided into 9 layers. Su Yunfeng's cultivation skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket, swiftly ascending to the martial artist's 9th layer. He slowly opened his eyes, his face reflecting both shock and joy. An hour later, the constraints upon him automatically lifted, and during this time, he had completely merged with his past lives' memories. From these memories, he learned that he was the young master of the Qianyang Su family, spoiled and uneducated from a young age, indulging in all vices with a notorious reputation. He was a well-known, good-for-nothing scion in Qianyang City. Having practiced cultivation since the age of 3 for 15 years, he was now 18, but remained at the martial artist's first layer, a veritable waste among wastes. To his astonishment, in a mere half-day, he had surged directly from martial artist's first layer to martial artist's 9th layer. The corners of his mouth curled upwards slightly. Now, who dares to call me a waste? I will smash their dog head with a single punch. He clenched his fist, filled with explosive power, while an unprecedented confidence surged within him. Brother, rest assured, I will avenge you, and I shall take care of your fiancé. From his previous lives' memories, he learned of his fiancé, Tang Shuyuan. He found himself somewhat eager to meet this beautiful betrothed. According to the typical narrative, this fiancé was likely the destined individual. After all, isn't that how the template goes? Having integrated his past lives' memories, he also grasped the events that transpired. It turned out that someone had deceived him into believing there was a divine herb on Pingwu Mountain that could purify his veins and improve his aptitude. Thus, the man who had been ridiculed for 15 years hurriedly made his way to Pingwu Mountain with a few guards. However, upon their enthusiastic arrival, they were ambushed by powerful assailants clad in black. Several of his attendants perished on the spot, and he was struck in the chest by one of the attackers. After losing consciousness, the black-clad assailants discarded him into an unfathomable gorge, leaving him to die. Though he never saw the faces of the assailants, he distinctly remembered their sinister eyes. He was confident that if he encountered those eyes again, he would recognize them immediately. Struggling to sit up, the searing pain in his back made him wince involuntarily. Without hesitation, he grabbed a healing pill nearby and swallowed it whole. He harbored no concerns about the pill's safety. If that woman intended to kill him, she would have acted decisively earlier. Why would she bother to tamper with the pill? The pill dissolved instantly, releasing pure spiritual energy that circulated throughout his body. Su Yunfeng was pleasantly surprised the healing effects of this pill were exceptionally potent. In mere moments, he felt no pain, and his broken bones began to mend. 15 minutes later, he stood up and stretched his body, fully restored to his former self. Wow, that woman's identity must be extraordinary, otherwise she wouldn't possess such formidable pills. Su Yunfeng mused cheerfully. The greater her background and strength, the more valuable his dependence on her would be. At this moment, he was disheveled and in tatters, utterly disheveled. After finding a place to wash up, he realized that the black-clad assailants had taken his storage ring. Leaving him unable to change into proper attire, he could only continue wearing his tattered clothing. 3 days later, an imposing and grand city emerged in his view. The towering walls stood strong and formidable, reminiscent of a colossal steel dragon soaring high. Standing beneath the walls elicited a profound sense of pressure. Passing through the heavy city gates, he entered the city with ease. As he surveyed the surroundings, Su Yunfeng's eyes brimmed with wonder. Pavilions and towers, intricately carved beams and painted rafters, the beauty was overwhelming, exuding an ancient charm that surpassed even the grandest of historical dramas he had seen on television. He inhaled deeply, a wave of long-lost contentment washing over him. Finally, I'm free from the drudgery of a 996 work life from now on. I am liberated. In his heart, he celebrated. Hey, isn't that the good-for-nothing Su Yunfeng? At that moment, a voice filled with provocation and mockery echoed from behind him. Chapter 3. The fiancé approaches. He turned to look, his eyes narrowing into slits. Before him stood a man clad in luxurious brocade, exuding an extraordinary aura, striding towards him with an air of disdain. Flanked by a throng of admirers, the man casually waved a folding fan in his hand, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he exclaimed, well, if it isn't the useless Su," feigning surprise, yet brimming with amusement. The man shook his head in derision, taunting, "Useless Su. I see you've been expelled from the Su residence, reduced to a beggar. Come now, bark like a dog, and I shall reward you with a coin." With that, he tossed a copper coin, which struck Su Yunfeng, clinking as it fell to the ground. Su Yunfeng's gaze flickered momentarily as he swiftly retrieved memories of this individual from his past life. A cold smile crept across his face as he retorted, "I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's the pitiful young Wei in Qianyang. There were 4 prominent families, the Su, the Yang, the Zhao, and the Tang, collectively known as the 4 dragons of Qianyang, the epitome of noble lineage. Among them, the Yang family wielded the greatest power. As the second son of the Yang family, Yang Wei had often delighted in humiliating Su Yunfeng, particularly resenting any reference to his own lack of prowess. Yet today, the infamous waste of Qianyang, Su Yunfeng, dared to mock his name in public. Could he endure such an affront? His arrogance would not allow it. For he was merely facing a martial artist of the first realm. Yang Wei's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with malice as he growled, "Useless. You're courting death. Today, Su Yunfeng has the audacity to laugh at me? Who gave you the gall? You truly know not your own mortality. Anyone who dares mock me must die." With a fierce glare, he commanded his guards, "Break his limbs for me. I shall personally castrate him today." Determined to ensure Su Yunfeng was rendered utterly impotent, both in cultivation and physically, Yang Wei's guards swiftly surrounded him. In an instant, 5 or 6 men had encircled Su Yunfeng. The commotion had already drawn the attention of passers-by, and the crowd buzzed with excitement, eager to witness a confrontation between the 2 notorious figures. Yet, Su Yunfeng remained unfazed, a cold smile playing on his lips as he regarded the encroaching throng. "You think you worthless fools can lay a hand on me?" the crowd scoffed inwardly. How audacious for Su Yunfeng to call anyone else worthless when he was the very definition of it. However, the next moment, their eyes widened in disbelief. jaws nearly dropping to the ground in astonishment. Su Yunfeng raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap, sending one guard flying into the crowd, where he crumpled, twitching before falling unconscious. In quick succession, a series of sharp cracks echoed as Su Yunfeng swiftly dispatched all of the Yang family's guards. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Was this truly the timid, defenseless waste of the Su family? How had he suddenly become so formidable? Yang Wei's brows knitted in disbelief. He had never anticipated that the so-called waste of Su Yunfeng would dare to retaliate, let alone exhibit such strength. Yet, he felt no concern. He would personally ensure Su Yunfeng's limbs were broken. With a thunderous roar, the energy of a martial artist at the fifth realm erupted from Yang Wei. His formidable presence radiating outward, an ostentatious display of power, he glared at Su Yunfeng, seething, "A waste will forever remain a waste. You shall not escape my grasp today." As his words fell, he lunged at Su Yunfeng with a fury-laden palm. In the past, Su Yunfeng, a mere first-realm martial artist, would have found himself unable to evade such an attack, destined only to suffer. But now, Su Yunfeng's cultivation had far surpassed Yang Wei's, rendering the latter's assault trivial. With a flash of determination in his eyes, Su Yunfeng moved swiftly, seizing Yang Wei by the back of his head and forcefully driving him down. A dull thud echoed as Yang Wei's head collided with the ground. And without hesitation, Su Yunfeng delivered a brutal kick to his groin. The crowd heard two sharp cracks, akin to eggshell shattering, followed by Yang Wei's wretched screams. Su Yunfeng, unyielding, pressed down on Yang Wei's back, coldly stating, "You still wish to break my limbs?" Having once been bullied due to his lack of strength, Su Yunfeng was now no longer that man. His cultivation exceeded Yang Wei's, and he would no longer tolerate such indignities. Yang Wei's face contorted with rage as he bellowed, filled with murderous intent, "You waste, I shall not spare you. I will annihilate your entire Su family." Su Yunfeng, amused, pressed his foot firmly against Yang Wei's knee, ruthlessly applying pressure. With a snap, Yang Wei's anguished cries filled the air, his forehead vein bulging, and his face contorted in pain as his legs were shattered beneath Su Yunfeng's relentless assault. Ignorant of his own peril, Yang Wei continued to threaten, "A true fool." Once more, the sound of bone fracturing resonated through the air. Yang Wei wailed in agony, the pain rendering him nearly unconscious as Su Yunfeng showed no mercy, breaking both of Yang Wei's arms. Thus, he had successfully rendered Yang Wei limb from limb, a fitting reminder to heed caution in the future. With one final stomp on Yang Wei's head, the latter's face was once again buried in the dirt, leaving him to emit impotent howls of fury. What had begun as a mere amusement turned into a complete humiliation, with Yang Wei's limbs and pride laid to waste. Consumed by hatred and resentment, he silently vowed to return the torment 1,000-fold. Meanwhile, Su Yunfeng paid no mind to Yang Wei's fate, sweeping away with a flourish of his sleeve. How did Su Yunfeng become so formidable? As Su Yunfeng vanished from sight, the spectators finally regained their senses. His display had shattered the image of a waste they had long held. At that moment, Tang Shuiyuan and her father, Tang Jinyuan, were en route to the Su residence. Tang Shuiyuan wore an aloof expression, resembling an icy and sacred white lotus, dismissing all others. Upon returning to the Su manor, Su Yunfeng indulged in a warm bath. Changing into a pristine white brocade robe, he stroked his chin, admiring his reflection in the mirror, quite pleased with his appearance. "Young master, the head of the family requests your presence in the reception hall." At that moment, a maid's voice interrupted his reverie. Su Yunfeng furrowed his brow slightly. He had just returned, and someone was already seeking him out. Was there a distinguished guest? He opened the door and inquired of the maid. She promptly bowed her head, respectfully responding, "Young master, it is Tang the Elder and Miss Tang who have arrived." Su Yunfeng's brow arched, a smile tugging at his lips. He had intended to seek an opportunity to meet his fiancée, and here she was, coming to him unbidden. He wondered what rank of destined individual Tang Shuiyuan might be. Anticipation stirred within him. Chapter 4. The annulment of engagement from the system. He learned that destined individuals were categorized into various ranks. The system endowed him with the ability to observe the fates of others. Each person's fortune differed, marked by distinct colors within the system: black, white, orange, cyan, blue, purple, red, and gold. Among these, white represented the ordinary, with most individuals falling within this category. Red destined individuals could navigate perilous situations unscathed, destined for greatness, often rising to become regional powerhouses. As for gold, they transcended all, effortlessly overcoming obstacles in their path, ultimately destined to become the strongest in the world. Such individuals were the finest of their era, rare and exceptional. Su Yunfeng discovered that the system could only bind 5 destined individuals, necessitating caution. He could not bind recklessly. His goal was to secure red or even gold-destined individuals. While anything below red was not worth his consideration for the time being, in the reception hall, Su Yunfeng's father, Su Tianqing, wore a grim expression. "Brother Su, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Tang Jinyuan inquired. A hint of a smile gracing his features, Su Tianqing cast a brief glance at Tang Shuiyuan. He was quite pleased with this prospective daughter-in-law, as the relationship between their families had always been amicable. However, he had never anticipated that the Tang family would come to annul the engagement today. In a few days, the disciples of Lingxiao sect would arrive in Qianyang City for selections. Given Tang Shuiyuan's talent and cultivation, she was likely to be chosen. Once she entered the Lingxiao sect, her prospects would soar. Yet, her betrothed, Su Yunfeng, was a veritable waste, dragging her down. It was clear they belonged to entirely different worlds. Tang Jinyuan has a brighter future ahead. Why should she tie herself to the useless Su Yunfeng? Moreover, she never harbored much affection for him. For a woman of her stature to marry a man of such little worth would be akin to a death sentence. Thus, she persuaded her father to withdraw from the engagement with the Su family. Su Tianqing replied calmly, "As long as Yunfeng agrees, I have no objections to at." That moment, a figure appeared at the door. It was Su Yunfeng. The group turned to look. Tang Shuiyuan furrowed her brows slightly. Su Yunfeng seemed to give her a different impression now. However, she could not pinpoint what exactly had changed. While she scrutinized him, Su Yunfeng's gaze was immediately fixed on her. But he soon averted his eyes. This caused Tang Shuiyuan's frown to deepen. In the past, whenever she was present, his eyes would never stray from her. Yet today, his gaze lingered for merely 3 seconds, and she noticed a flicker of disdain and disappointment in his eyes. This attitude unsettled her. Su Yunfeng's gaze had shifted away because he felt a profound disappointment. He had once believed that Tang Shuiyuan, as his former fiancée, was destined for greatness. Coming with hope, he was met with disillusionment. Tang Shuiyuan was merely a person of moderate fortune, slightly better than an ordinary individual, yet vastly distant from the extraordinary companion he sought. He lost interest at a mere glance. "Father, Uncle Tang." Su Yunfeng respectfully greeted the 2 elders before turning to Tang Shuiyuan with a faint smile, saying, "Shuiyuan, it's been a while." Although she was not the destined person he wished to bind himself to, she was still his former fiancée, beautiful in appearance, and there was no need for excessive distance between them. After all, he had sworn to look after his fiancée from his past life. Tang Shuiyuan nodded slightly without speaking, and Su Yunfeng paid no mind to her silence. "Father, what did you call me here for?" he inquired of his father. Su Tianqing sighed softly. "Perhaps it's best if Uncle Tang explains." At that moment, Tang Jinyuan stood up and chuckled. "Nephew, I shall be straightforward. We are here to annul the engagement." "Annul the engagement?" Su Yunfeng was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Tang Shuiyuan. She spoke. "Having grown up together, we might be considered childhood sweethearts, but I truly do not possess romantic feelings for you. If we were to force a union, neither of us would find happiness." She then looked directly at Su Yunfeng, her tone resolute. "Therefore, let us dissolve our engagement. It would be better for both of us and everyone involved." Tang Jinyuan chimed in, "Indeed, nephew, a forcibly bound fruit is never sweet. I believe you will surely find a better partner than Shuiyuan." Su Yunfeng silently scoffed. What nonsense about a forcibly bound fruit not being sweet? It was merely an acknowledgement of his perceived inadequacy and worthlessness in comparison to Tang Shuiyuan. Such petty thoughts were transparent to anyone with eyes. Since both Uncle Tang and Miss Tang have expressed this sentiment, I too believe that matters of the heart cannot be forced. Let us proceed with the dissolution of the engagement. Upon uttering this, the 3 were rendered speechless. Tang Shuiyuan could hardly believe that Su Yunfeng had so readily acquiesced, devoid of any emotional upheaval. This was entirely contrary to her expectations. From childhood, Su Yunfeng had invested considerable effort in her, acting as her most devoted admirer. Yet, when he spoke those words, there was not a trace of excess emotion on his face. At that moment, Tang Shuiyuan felt a deep discomfort. It should not be this way. Upon hearing of the annulment, Su Yunfeng ought to be in despair, protesting vehemently against it. How could he so nonchalantly agree? Su Yunfeng, on the other hand, sought to seize the opportunity to rid himself of this fiancée. She was not the destined person he desired. What use was beauty if she was not the right fit? He desired not a mere decorative vase, but a functional ally. A worthless vase would be of no interest to anyone. Brother, it is not that I do not wish to care for your fiancée, but rather that your fiancée desires to annul the engagement. It is not I who break my word, Su Yunfeng thought to himself, feeling no sense of guilt. With the engagement dissolved, he was free from the obligation of care, allowing him to redirect his energy towards finding his destined partner. Nephew, you truly are reasonable. Tang Jinyuan laughed heartily. He had initially anticipated a lengthy debate and considerable effort, yet unexpectedly, the agreement came so easily. He clasped his fists towards Su Tianqing, smiling, Brother Su, since both young people have no objections, let this matter conclude here. Su Tianqing was equally astonished at how readily his son agreed. He knew well that Su Yunfeng had harbored deep feelings for Tang Jinyuan. However, since his son had already consented, there was little left to say. If that is the case, then let it be so. Thank you, Uncle Su. Tang Shuan offered a slight bow, a faint smile gracing her lips. Regardless of the circumstances, their objective for today had been achieved, and the weight on her heart had finally lifted. From this moment on, she would have no further ties to the worthless Su Yunfeng. Tang Shuyan could pursue a better life. Brother Su, since this matter is settled, we shall not intrude further. We bid you farewell. Tang Jinyuan and his daughter prepared to leave. Wait. At that moment, Su Yunfeng languidly called out to the father and daughter duo. Chapter 5. I, Tang Shuayuan, shall ensure you regret this. Wait. Su Yunfeng suddenly called out lazily, halting the father and daughter. The three exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of his intent. Fearing he might backtrack, Tang Shuyan furrowed her brows and said with discontent, You have already agreed to the annulment. Do you intend to go back on your word? Su Yunfeng replied with a faint smile. Go back? How could that be? He approached Tang Shuyan, extending his hand, and said nonchalantly, Since we have already annulled the engagement, you ought to return the items I gifted you. The three exchanged frowns. Tang Shuyan, in disbelief, looked up at Su Yunfeng, her eyes blazing with fury as she exclaimed, Su Yunfeng, are you even a man? How can you ask for back what you have given? Su Yunfeng remained composed, a hint of coldness gracing his demeanor. I can forego other items, but the Qing Shuang sword and the 1,000-year blood spirit mushroom must be returned to me. The Qing Shuang sword was something he had purchased at great expense to please Tang Shuayuan. If he were to gift it to his destined partner, the returns would be far greater. The same logic applied to the blood spirit mushroom. He lowered his gaze to Tang Shuayuan, speaking at a measured pace. These two items were gifts to my fiancée, since we have dissolved our engagement. You must return them. Tang Shuyan trembled with anger, glaring at Su Yunfeng as if flames would burst from her eyes. This man, so devoted to her, dared to treat her thus. A surge of irritation boiled within her. Tang Jinyuan, too, was taken aback by Su Yunfeng's audacity. With a hint of anger, he said sternly, Nephew, a man should possess the dignity of a man. How can one ask for back what has been given? How will our two families coexist in the future if you act this way? Su Yunfeng let out a soft laugh. Uncle Tang, your words are misguided. The engagement was established between you and my father, and now you choose to annul it at will. Are you not contradicting yourself? Where has your dignity gone? Furthermore, did you consider how our two families would interact after this annulment? I merely wish to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. Is that wrong? This retort left Tang Jinyuan momentarily speechless. I stand by my statement. I can forego other items, but these two must be returned to me. Su Yunfeng's tone turned icy. Since they had shown him no courtesy, why should he concern himself with their feelings? Tang Jinyuan's expression darkened slightly. He had anticipated that the annulment would not proceed smoothly. It appeared that Su Yunfeng had already formulated a strategy. However, upon reflection, compared to his daughter's future, these two material possessions were inconsequential. He snorted internally and then said, Shuiyuan, return the Qing Shuang sword and the 1,000-year blood spirit mushroom to him. From this moment on, the Su and Tang families shall have no further ties. If his daughter entered Lingxiao sect, she would soar to great heights, and the status of the Tang family would rise accordingly. The Su family would likely have to come groveling to curry favor. and they would surely pay for their actions today. Tang Shuan's expression darkened significantly. The blood spirit mushroom was manageable. She had yet to use it and could return it. However, the Qing Shuang sword had already been refined into her life weapon. If she were to separate it, her cultivation would undoubtedly suffer. With the recruitment of disciples for Lingxiao sect just days away, any damage to her cultivation at this critical moment would be detrimental. What? Don't you wish to return them? Su Yunfeng scoffed, his words laced with mockery. Hearing his derision ignited Tang Jinyuan's fury. Shu Yuan, what are you waiting for? Return the items to him. Once you enter Lingxiao sect, they will realize how foolish their actions today were. Upon hearing the name Lingxiao sect, a figure flickered in the depths of Su Yunfeng's eyes. Wasn't he that the sect of that mysterious woman? He rummaged through the memories of his past life and knew only that Lingxiao sect was the foremost sect within a radius of 10,000 miles, with no other information available. He planned to inquire further with his father later. At this moment, Tang Xuan bit her lower lip tightly, her gaze towards Su Yunfeng filled with icy disdain and resentment. Gritting her teeth, Tang Xuan forcefully declared, "Are you truly intent on proceeding this way?" In response to Tang Xuan's seething fury, Su Yunfeng shrugged nonchalantly, sneering, "Do you honestly think I am jesting? Very well. Remember the humiliation you have inflicted upon me today. In the future, I, Tang Shuiyuan, shall ensure that you regret it." Tang Shuiyuan was consumed by a fiery rage, nearly bursting from her eyes. She vowed to retain the memory of today's disgrace and, once she entered the Lingxiao sect, she would make Su Yunfeng and the entire Su family rue their actions. Su Yunfeng, however, maintained a demeanor of carefree indifference, unperturbed by Tang Xuan's words. While she possessed a certain degree of fortune, it was improbable that she could make a mark within the formidable Lingxiao sect. Moreover, whether she could even gain entry remained uncertain. Do you think she could make him regret it? Ha! Such delusions. Subsequently, Tang Xuan channeled her energy and forcibly extracted the Qing sword. However, her aura diminished considerably in the process. Only then did Tang Jinyuan awaken to the realization that had he known his daughter had refined the Qing sword into her life weapon, he would have never allowed her to return it. Unfortunately, it was too late now. With Tang Shuiyuan's aura significantly weakened and her cultivation diminished, he began to worry about the upcoming selection in a few days. Simultaneously, his hatred towards Su Yunfeng and the Su family intensified. "Mark my words, I will remember everything your family has done today, and one day, you will pay 100-fold. With a final, fierce remark, Tang Jinyuan supported the pale-faced Tang Shuiyuan as they departed from the Su family residence. After securing the Qing sword and the Millennium Blood Spirit Grass, Su Yunfeng was in high spirits. He felt no concern over Tang Jinyuan's threats, dismissing them entirely. Once the Tang father-daughter duo had left, he inquired, "Father, what is the situation regarding the selection of disciples in the Lingxiao sect?" Su Tianqing felt a sense of pride in his son's actions, believing that his son had finally matured. With a smile, he replied, 3 days ago, an envoy from the Lingxiao sect arrived to announce that they will be selecting a batch of disciples in Qinyang City. Through Su Tianqing's explanation, Su Yunfeng quickly grasped the situation, though his brow furrowed slightly. 3 days ago? What a coincidence, he silently pondered. The Lingxiao sect had never previously selected disciples in Qinyang City. Why the sudden visit? Meanwhile, just as the Tang father-daughter duo exited the Su residence, they encountered the large contingent of the Yang family. "Brother Yang, what brings you here?" Tang Jinyuan inquired, puzzled. The 4 major families rarely mobilized their forces, yet the Yang family had appeared with a formidable presence of hundreds, signaling that something significant was afoot. Yang Lin, the head of the Yang family, spoke with a frigid countenance. "Su Yunfeng has severely injured my son, and I am here to seek an explanation from the Su family." Upon hearing this, the Tang father-daughter duo was momentarily stunned. Su Yunfeng had injured Yang Wei? How could that be? They were acutely aware of Yang Wei's cultivation level, being at the 5th realm of martial arts, while Su Yunfeng was merely at the 1st realm. How could Su Yunfeng possibly injure Yang Wei, who was 4 minor realms above him? Tang Xuan exclaimed in disbelief, "Uncle Yang, could there be a mistake? Su Yunfeng is but a waste. How could he injure Yang Wei?" Yang Lin's expression turned even colder at her words. While it was true that Su Yunfeng was considered a waste, it was also true that his son had been injured by him. Did that not imply that his son was even inferior to a waste? "Humph, do you think I would be mistaken?" With that, He ignored the Tang father-daughter duo and led his men to block the entrance of the Su family. The Tang father-daughter pair, bewildered, decided to remain and observe the unfolding events, unwilling to believe that Su Yunfeng, that waste, could have severely injured Yang Wei. Su Yunfeng, come out, Yang Lin bellowed in front of the Su family gate. His voice booming and amplified by his spiritual power, resonating throughout the Su residence. Su Yunfeng, who was in the reception hall, naturally heard it. He raised an eyebrow, recognizing that someone had come to hold him accountable. Su Tianqing, appearing perplexed, remarked, Yunfeng, have you offended someone from the Yang family? Su Yunfeng nodded in response and briefly recounted the events. Su Tianqing stared incredulously at his son before asking, be honest, what is your current cultivation level? The 9th realm of martial arts. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Well done, my son. Su Tianqing laughed heartily, the wrinkles on his face momentarily vanishing, as if he had regained his youth. Everyone had deemed his son a waste, yet he had not anticipated that Su Yunfeng was merely developing in secret, playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. Elated, he rose from his seat as the head of the family, sweeping his sleeve with authority and declaring, let us go meet the Yang family. Soon, Su Yunfeng and his father arrived at the entrance. By now, the Su family's gate was surrounded tightly by hundreds of Yang family members, as if fearing Su Yunfeng might flee. Yang Lin stood at the forefront, his face a mask of cold fury, his eyes blazing with rage. While Yang Wei's limbs could eventually heal, Su Yunfeng had ruthlessly rendered him incapable of carrying on the family line. This was a humiliation that Yang Lin could not swallow. Today, he was determined to cripple Su Yunfeng and avenge his son. Upon seeing Su Yunfeng appear, Yang Lin's gaze hardened, his murderous intent flaring, unable to restrain himself from taking action. Su Yunfeng. Yang Lin ground his teeth as he spat out Su Yunfeng's name. Su Yunfeng appeared unfazed, smiling lightly as he greeted, Uncle Yang. It has been a while. Yang Lin let out a heavy snort. Who is your uncle? I am here today to avenge Yang Wei. You should take your own life to avoid forcing my hand. Ha ha, what a grandiose claim, Su Tianqing retorted coldly, his gaze towards Yang Lin icy, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Yang Lin, do you believe I am unaware that your son often bullied Yunfeng? I have yet to settle that score with you, yet you dare to come seeking justice? Who gave you such audacity? As he spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being. If you wish to settle the score, then let us thoroughly examine how your son has tormented Yunfeng over the years and see who truly owes him an explanation. Yang Lin's brow furrowed. He was indeed aware of Yang Wei's bullying towards Su Yunfeng. He had learned the details of today's incident. It was still his son trying to toy with Su Yunfeng, only to end up being crippled in return. However, what of it? Yang Wei was his son. What harm was there in him bullying others? That was simply a matter of the other party's insufficient strength. But for someone to dare bully his son was entirely unacceptable. The key was that his son had been rendered disabled, making it all the more difficult for him to swallow this humiliation. The underlying principle was simple. My son can bully you, but you cannot bully my son. Su Tianqing, are you trying to provoke a feud between our families? Yang Lin shouted. He merely sought to avenge his son and had no desire to instigate conflict between their clans. If a battle were to ensue, regardless of who emerged victorious, both sides would suffer losses, allowing the other two families to seize the opportunity to grow stronger. This was not advantageous for him at all. Su Tianqing snorted coldly, declaring with authority, and if so, who dares to lay a finger on my son today? I, Su Tianqing, will annihilate them. You? Yang Lin was taken aback by Su Tianqing's resolute stance, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, two figures pierced through the sky. Approaching swiftly, Su Yunfeng looked up, his gaze locking onto a woman in white. The woman had long hair cascading over her shoulders, her figure statuesque. Although a thin veil obscured her features, it could not conceal her air of icy nobility. The corners of her eyes arched slightly, reminiscent of two blooming peach blossoms, evoking an exquisite beauty. Her eyes shimmered with a captivating brilliance, drawing one in so deeply that it seemed impossible to escape. Su Yunfeng's heart soared with joy. It was not merely because of the woman's graceful figure and enchanting gaze, but rather the revelation that she was a destined individual with a golden aura, finding a needle in a haystack. Yet here she was before him, effortlessly. Originally troubled by how to locate a fated person, he never expected to encounter a golden aura individual so soon. System, bind this person. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yunfeng issued the command to the system to bind this woman. Ding! Binding successful. Soon, the system's notification echoed in his mind, and the woman's information simultaneously surfaced in his consciousness. Name: Qiu Hanju. Cultivation level: Martial Sect 5th level. Physique: Heavenly Demon Holy Body. Awakening unachieved. The Heavenly Demon Holy Body. Su Yunfeng slightly furrowed his brows, the subtle indication of concern evident on his countenance. This physique seemed to carry an ominous connotation. However, the aura surrounding the individual was of the highest golden caliber. Moreover, Qiu Hanju's demeanor bore no semblance to anything demonic. Yet, what did it matter if her physique was peculiar? Su Yunfeng remained indifferent, his focus solely on the potential benefits she might bring him. Fairy Qiu? Messenger Shun! The crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. Eye in the void, Qiu Hanju stood alongside Shin Aiqing, their figures enveloped in a radiant glow, an overwhelming presence emanating from them. We have witnessed Fairy Qiu and Messenger Shun. The assembly dared not show any disrespect, and even Yang Lin, in the throes of fury, reined in his emotions, clasping his hands in a gesture of deference. Su Yunfeng merely feigned a semblance of respect. His intention was to patiently await the enhancement of the other's cultivation, which would subsequently reflect upon himself. As for everything else, he paid it no heed. Qiu Hanju surveyed the crowd with a serene gaze and spoke lightly. What is the meaning of this? Chapter 7. Presenting gifts to the daughter of destiny. Qiu Hanju surveyed the crowd once more and repeated her inquiry. What is the meaning of this? Her voice was melodious, akin to celestial music, light and graceful, yet it carried an icy chill reminiscent of winter's frost. Lacking the warmth of the mortal realm, Su Tianqing cupped his fists and replied, Fairy Qiu, the situation is as follows. As Su Tianqing recounted the events, the crowd grasped the reasons behind the Yang family's mobilization. Qiu Hanju's brows knit slightly upon hearing this, and her aloof voice soon followed. To be outmatched and injured is to be expected, especially given the prior humiliations inflicted upon young master Su Yunfeng. Thus, Yang Wei's fate is indeed deserved. Her words unequivocally declared Su Yunfeng's innocence before the assembly. Yang Lin's fury ignited instantly upon hearing this. After all this, was his son merely deserving of his fate? His fingers cracked ominously as he clenched them tightly, knuckles whitening under the pressure. Qiu Hanju's gaze fell upon Yang Lin as she asked coolly, Are you convinced? Yang Lin suppressed his rage, gritting his teeth as he responded, I am convinced. How could he not be? Although he belonged to the Yang family, the foremost clan in Xinyang City, their strength was formidable only within that locale. In comparison to the colossal presence of the Lingxiao sect, the Yang family was insignificant. Did he dare to retort or utter a single word of dissent? No, he did not. In that case, you shall withdraw and prepare for the selection competition in 3 days. Qiu Hanju stated coldly, her tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yes. Yang Lin cast a lingering glance at Su Yunfeng before departing with his entourage. Heads hung low'd. It was evident to all that Qiu Hanju favored Su Yunfeng. Yet none were foolish enough to voice their thoughts aloud. Among the crowd, the Tang father and daughter were utterly stunned. Especially Tang Shuiyuan, who could hardly believe that the fairy of the Lingxiao sect would speak in Su Yunfeng's favor. When did they form any connection? Tang Shuiyuan held a high regard for her own beauty, yet in the presence of the exalted Qiu Hanju, she felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Though she had not seen Qiu Hanju's true visage, the aura surrounding her was entirely overwhelming. At this moment, her heart swelled with indignation. So, Su Yunfeng had concealed so much from her. Damn him. How deeply he had hidden his secrets. Once the crowd dispersed, Su Tianyun again clasped his fists, speaking earnestly, Thank you, Fairy, for your intervention. Su Yunfeng mirrored the gesture. Expressing his gratitude, he found himself bewildered. It was clear that Qiu Hanju was assisting him. Yet, why would she do so? They had never met before, and what qualities did he possess that warranted her assistance? Initially, he speculated that it was due to the system binding, but he soon dismissed that idea. The system only facilitated binding and feedback, lacking the ability to influence others' emotions or judgments. If not due to binding, then what could it be? Su Yunfeng was left in perplexity. Nonetheless, it was a positive sign. At the very least, it indicated that Qiu Hanju did not harbor any aversion towards him. In the future, there would be opportunities for interaction, and benefits could be maximized as much as possible. I merely acted in accordance with the facts and handled matters impartially. There is no need for thanks. Qiu Hanju said mildly, her gaze briefly sweeping over Su Yunfeng, her brow arching slightly in curiosity. Was this the individual her master had instructed her to pay special attention to? Aside from his striking appearance, his aptitude was regrettably lackluster. Qiu Hanju had already formed a judgment of Su Yunfeng in her heart. 3 days prior, upon returning to the sect, her master had instructed her to increase the recruitment efforts in Qinyang City. Furthermore, she was specifically directed to pay particular attention to an individual named Su Yunfeng, though to this day, she remained baffled as to why her master would take such an interest in someone with such mediocre talent. She had even entertained the notion that Su Yunfeng might be her master's illegitimate child. At that moment, Su Yunfeng sincerely invited, esteemed messengers, why not take refuge at my Su family for the next 3 days? Just as Qiu Hanju was about to decline, Shen Yiqing readily accepted. He whispered to Qiu Hanju, Sister Qiu, it has been quite tiresome staying in the remote mountains these past few days. It would be refreshing to rest here. You wouldn't want to remain in a desolate place day in and day out, would you? Their status within the sect was quite elevated, and they typically resided in their own courtyards. After spending several days in the wilderness, Shen Yiqing had grown impatient. Su Yunfeng's proposal struck a chord with him, and without hesitation, he agreed. Very well then, Qiu Hanju relented and ultimately acquiesced. Please, follow me. Su Yunfeng led the way, guiding them into the estate and instructing the servants to serve the finest food and drink. Before long, a lavish banquet was prepared. I humbly apologize for the mundane fare, Su Yunfeng explained, promptly filling the cups of Shen Yiqing and Qiu Hanju with wine. Shen Yiqing lifted his cup and drank it down in one go. Ah ha ha, it has been ages since I tasted earthly delights. A change is indeed refreshing, he laughed heartily. Qiu Hanju shook her head slightly, lifting her cup to sip delicately from the edge of her veil. Su Yunfeng smiled and remarked, I am glad that both messengers are satisfied. Additionally, I have prepared a humble gift for you. With that, he produced 2 meticulously wrapped gift boxes. Shen Yiqing's eyes sparkled with interest. The moment the gift boxes appeared, he sensed a surge of spiritual energy emanating from them. Though eager, he maintained a facade of righteous composure. Are you attempting to bribe us? He questioned. That is an injustice. Messenger Shen, Su Yunfeng exclaimed in protest. He quickly elaborated. I would never dream of such a thing. That would tarnish the esteemed reputation of both messengers. I express gratitude on behalf of the Su and Yang families, as they represent hundreds of lives. Upon hearing this, Shen Yiqing raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, Su Yunfeng continued. If the 2 families were to truly clash, countless lives would be lost. Your intervention has averted a bloodbath, saving the lives of hundreds. Your merits are immeasurable. This gratitude is not merely from me, Su Yunfeng, but from hundreds of individuals. I implore you to accept it. Otherwise, the Su and Yang families would surely bear a sense of guilt. Su Yunfeng then opened the boxes, revealing 2,000-year-old blood spirit mushrooms. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Shen Yiqing's eyes. The 1,000-year-old blood spirit mushroom held considerable allure for him. Ha, very well, I shall reluctantly accept the goodwill of those people, he declared without reservation, reaching out to claim the mushroom. Qiu Hanju, however, felt a wave of exasperation. She had gained a deeper understanding of Su Yunfeng. This individual might possess mediocre talent, yet his wit and eloquence were commendable. Fairy Qiu, please accept this, Su Yunfeng urged, approaching her with the gift box in hand. Qiu Hanju glanced at Su Yunfeng, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her features. Chapter 8. A Hundredfold Return. Rapid Ascension. Qiu Hanju regarded Su Yunfeng closely, her eyes revealing a hint of perplexity. This individual stood so near her, his gaze remarkably clear, devoid of any ulterior motives, which genuinely took her by surprise. It was well known that even with her veil, her allure was substantial. Take Shen Yiqing, for instance. When he gazed at her, a deep-seated desire would inevitably surface in his eyes. Though he concealed it well, it was not lost on her. Within the sect, there were many like Shen Yiqing, and their gazes often left her feeling uncomfortable. Yet today, this individual, with his seemingly poor aptitude, regarded her without a hint of fluctuation in his expression, which was indeed unexpected. Fairy Qiu, please accept this. It is the heartfelt gratitude of hundreds, Su Yunfeng reiterated when he noticed her hesitation. Thank you, Hanju replied softly as she accepted the gift box. Su Yunfeng beamed, saying, Fairy Qiu need not be overly courteous. You have saved the lives of hundreds, and this small token is hardly worth mentioning. It is unfortunate that in our mundane world, we possess nothing of greater value to present to a fairy such as yourself. In comparison to the cultivation realm, the offerings of the mortal world were, naturally, of a lower caliber. The 1,000-year-old blood spirit mushroom was a rarity in the ordinary world, yet it held no price in the realm of cultivation. Yet, in the eyes of a cultivator, it was merely a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. Ding. Hanju has obtained a 1,000-year blood spirit mushroom, with a 100-fold return, and the host gains a 100,000-year blood spirit mushroom. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Su Yunfeng couldn't help but smile, a genuine expression of joy lighting up his face. A 100-fold return. Hadn't it come just in time? Although the 1,000-year blood spirit mushroom was precious, 100,000-year one would surely make even the titans of the cultivation world envious. After the meal, he personally guided the two individuals to a luxurious guest room, thoughtfully instructing the staff to prepare hot water for them. Once back in his own chamber, he began to contemplate his future plans. The system had rules that restricted the return of items sent out, but there was no explicit regulation against derivative products triggering the return effect. He decided to refine the 100,000-year blood spirit mushroom with other herbs into a pill and then present it to Hanju to test the outcome. Truly, he thought to himself, I am a genius. If the system's return effect could be triggered, it would be nothing short of perfection. The principle of snowballing, maximizing benefits, had never been clearer to him. Meanwhile, after her bath, Hanju took out the 1,000-year blood spirit mushroom and began to refine and absorb it. Her cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the 5th realm of the martial grandmaster, and she merely needed a final push to break through to a higher level. She had originally planned to wait until the disciple selection concluded before returning to the sect to make her breakthrough. However, having obtained the 1,000-year blood spirit mushroom today, it was the perfect opportunity to assist her advancement. Boom! An hour later, a powerful aura erupted from her, signaling her breakthrough to the 6th realm of the martial grandmaster. Ding! Hanju has broken through to the 6th realm of the martial grandmaster, 50-fold return, and the host's cultivation has risen to the 5th realm of the martial spirit. Su Yunfeng sprang up in shock. Instantly wide awake, he felt a surge of powerful energy within him. Amazingly, he had leaped directly from the 9th realm of the martial artist to the 5th realm of the martial spirit. Transcending 2 major levels, the sensation of lying back was simply euphoric. The plan must be accelerated. Having tasted success, Su Yunfeng was resolute in his determination. The next day, he set out early for Wanbao Pavilion. Although he was not versed in pill refining, there were those at Wanbao Pavilion who were. Soon, he arrived at the establishment. Young Master Su, it has been quite some time. The store manager, a charming middle-aged woman, greeted him with a warm smile upon his entrance. Word of yesterday's events had spread throughout the city, and no one dared to underestimate Su Yunfeng any longer. The manager's demeanor was far more respectful than before. Su Yunfeng nodded and got straight to the point. I wish to refine some pills and require the best alchemist available. The manager chuckled. Rest assured, our alchemists here are all highly skilled. I guarantee your satisfaction. Lead me to them, he replied, uninterested in further pleasantries. The manager promptly escorted him to the alchemy hall of Wanbao Pavilion, where she called upon an elderly man, introducing him as this is our 4th-grade alchemist. Danshin Su Yunfeng raised an eyebrow. Wanbao Pavilion was indeed a place of hidden talents, boasting even a 4th-grade alchemist. It was known that alchemists were highly esteemed across the continent, and a 4th-grade alchemist could command exceptional treatment in any sect. What pill do you seek to refine, young master? Danshin inquired, his status as the highest-ranking alchemist in the pavilion making his interest evident. I possess a 100,000-year blood spirit mushroom that requires refining into a pill. Before Su Yunfeng could finish, Danshin's eyes lit up, his excitement palpable. Young master, do you truly possess a 100,000-year blood spirit mushroom? 1,000-year blood spirit mushrooms were already rare, while 10,000-year ones were even more elusive. A 100,000-year specimen was nearly impossible to find. Danshin's exhilaration stemmed from the fact that he had long sought such a mushroom for his own alchemical endeavors, only to abandon his search and join Wanbao Pavilion to enjoy his twilight years. Never had he anticipated that this young man would claim to have a 100,000-year blood spirit mushroom. How could he not be thrilled? Su Yunfeng keenly sensed Danchen's shift in emotion and realized an opportunity for gain had arisen. Let us discuss this elsewhere, where we can speak freely. Danchen nodded eagerly. Yes, young master, you are absolutely right. Please follow me. He led Su Yunfeng to a secluded room. As soon as they sat down, Danchen couldn't contain himself and asked again, Young master, do you truly have 100,000-year blood spirit mushroom? Without further ado, Su Yunfeng produced the mushroom. Indeed, Danchen exclaimed, trembling with excitement as he held the mushroom. The deep wrinkles on his face seemed to fade momentarily. His spirit revitalized. Young master, would you consider selling this precious blood spirit mushroom to an old man? Su Yunfeng chuckled inwardly at Danchen's directness. With a flick of his wrist, he returned the mushroom to his system's space. Danchen grew anxious. Young master, I truly require this 100,000-year blood spirit mushroom. Please name your price. I want your alchemical manuals, insights, and recipes, Su Yunfeng stated bluntly, making a lion's share demand. Danchen frowned slightly, hesitation creeping onto his face. If you wish to learn alchemy, you may take me as your master. I will impart all my knowledge without reservation. Su Yunfeng merely smiled faintly and rose to his feet. If you lack sincerity, then let us consider this conversation null and void. I believe many would be eager to engage in such a transaction with me. What a joke, to take him on as a disciple. Given his lackluster aptitude, even 100 years of refining would likely yield no more than a second-grade achievement. What a waste of time. He could find far more enjoyment in other pursuits. Young master, please do not leave. Danchen, realizing Su Yunfeng was serious about departing, quickly positioned himself in front of him. What, do you intend to resort to force? Su Yunfeng glanced at Danchen dismissively. Let me make this clear. I have connections with the Lingxiao sect, and currently, there are 2 emissaries from the Lingxiao sect in the mansion. Should you act against me, you can imagine the consequences. Danchen's heart raced. If Su Yunfeng was determined to leave, he had indeed considered resorting to force. However, hearing this, such thoughts were swiftly extinguished. His current abilities were insufficient to contend with the Lingxiao sect. Very well, I agree. After much consideration, Danchen finally gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Yet, Su Yunfeng merely replied, You may agree. But I reserve the right to change my mind. What? Danchen exclaimed, bewildered, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Despite having summoned immense resolve to yield, the other party was now reneging. Su Yunfeng observed Danchen's every reaction and couldn't help but smirk slightly. He then added, I believe your offerings do not equate to 100,000-year blood spirit mushroom. What do you propose? Danchen was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. After all, he had waited far too long, and his lifespan was dwindling. If he missed this chance, he might never encounter 100,000-year blood spirit mushroom again. 1/3 of the mushroom, Su Yunfeng stated flatly, presenting his price. Impossible, Danchen nearly leaped from his seat. 1/3 was simply insufficient to refine the desired pill. Half a mushroom. This is my bottom line. He wasted no time in laying down his final offer. Su Yunfeng declined to haggle further and promptly agreed, adding a note of subtle threat. What you provide must be flawless. I intend to present this to an elder of the Lingxiao sect, and should there be any discrepancies, no matter where you hide, the Lingxiao sect will pursue you relentlessly. Naturally, I would never stoop to such despicable acts, Danchen replied. Subsequently, Su Yunfeng retrieved the 100,000-year blood spirit mushroom once more, casually tossing it to Danchen. I require a breaking boundary pill. Use as much of the blood spirit mushroom as necessary. At the same time, Danchen handed over a jade slip containing a wealth of his alchemical knowledge and numerous recipes. No problem. While the breaking boundary pill is challenging to refine, I possess ample experience. Danchen cradled the blood spirit mushroom, his face beaming with satisfaction as he readily agreed. Just a note. I only have the blood spirit mushroom. You'll need to procure the other herbs on your own. I will return tomorrow to collect the pills. What the hell? Danchen was left dumbfounded. This young man had taken advantage of him, giving just half a mushroom while expecting him to source everything else himself. He felt he had come out on the losing end of the deal. Meanwhile, Su Yunfeng was in high spirits, having scored a significant win. Even if the refined pills ultimately failed to trigger the system's return effect, he still possessed Danchen's alchemical manual. Deliver these items to Qiu Hanju. As long as she acquires even a modicum of knowledge, she will amass a wealth of alchemical experience and skills. At that point, She can engage in alchemy herself, ensuring abundance and self-sufficiency, eliminating the need to seek out an alchemist. Shopkeeper, present me with your finest spiritual herb, for I am prepared to make a purchase. Upon exiting the alchemy hall, Su Yunfeng directly approached the alluring shopkeeper. Upon hearing his request, the shopkeeper complimented, "Young Master Su, your fortune is truly remarkable. We have just received a millennium-old qi gathering grass." "Oh, is that so?" Su Yunfeng could not help but marvel at his own extraordinary luck. The shopkeeper swiftly procured the qi gathering grass, and instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy thickened. The qi gathering grass contained an abundance of spiritual power, greatly beneficial to practitioners, especially those whose realms had diminished due to external factors. "Young Master Su, as we are old acquaintances, I shall not profit from you. A mere 50,000 gold coins will suffice." The shopkeeper's laughter was vibrant, reminiscent of a playful encounter. Just as Su Yunfeng was about to negotiate, two figures approached from outside, one being his former fiancée, Tang Xuan, and the other, Zhao Hao, the second son of the Zhao family. Su Yunfeng snorted softly, swallowing the words that had nearly escaped his lips, and handed the shopkeeper 50,000 gold coins. As he received the qi gathering grass, a gasp erupted from the doorway. Tang Xuan gazed at the qi gathering grass with fervent eyes and exclaimed, "Su Yunfeng, may I have that qi gathering grass? It is of utmost importance to me. Yesterday, due to forcibly separating from the Qing Shuang sword, her realm had diminished. Today, she had come to Wanbao Pavilion to try her luck, seeking any elixirs or spiritual herbs that might swiftly restore her cultivation. However, upon arriving, she was immediately drawn to the qi gathering grass in Su Yunfeng's possession, whose surrounding spiritual energy was far more potent than any she had ever encountered. She deduced that this particular qi gathering grass was at least a millennium old. If she could obtain it, her injuries would heal completely, and her cultivation might even advance further. Su Yunfeng coldly chuckled inwardly and, without any hesitation, replied, "I'm afraid I also have a pressing need for this qi gathering grass." Su Yunfeng harbored no fondness for Tang Shuiyi in his previous life. He had poured his heart into her, only to receive a marriage annulment in return, during which she even threatened him with regret. Such a woman, regardless of her beauty, was far from Su Yunfeng's preference. He felt no affection for Tang Shuiyi whatsoever. Tang Shuiyi opened her mouth, astonished that Su Yunfeng had actually rejected her in the past. With just a word from her, he would have eagerly complied, striving to please her. Yet now, everything had changed. Su Yunfeng had become distant, unapproachable, and no longer subservient to her whims. This stark contrast caused her brows to knit in displeasure, leaving her feeling deeply unsettled. "Su Yunfeng, name your price. I demand that qi gathering grass." Zhao Hao, witnessing Su Yunfeng's refusal, stepped forward arrogantly and declared. His talents far surpassed Su Yunfeng's, marking him as a renowned genius in Qinyuan City. Were it not for their shared status as members of the four great families, he would likely never have crossed paths with a waste like Su Yunfeng. In his eyes, Su Yunfeng was nothing but trash, utterly unworthy of his attention. If it weren't for Tang Shuiyi's presence, he wouldn't even spare Su Yunfeng a glance. Su Yunfeng smirked mockingly, "Very well. My qi gathering grass is priced at 1 million gold coins for a millennium. Present the funds, and I shall gladly hand it over." The shopkeeper nearby felt a sheen of sweat form on her brow. Though she was a cunning merchant herself, compared to Su Yunfeng, she felt like an amateur. To boldly demand 1 million gold coins was beyond her comprehension. "Su Yunfeng, are you deliberately toying with me? 1 million gold coins? Why don't you go rob a bank?" Zhao Hao seethed with fury, his anger flaring. 1 million gold coins was a sum that even the entire Zhao family could not muster. It was evident that Su Yunfeng had no intention of selling to him. "And what if I am? Can you do anything about it?" Su Yunfeng exhibited no fear, a hint of derision playing on his lips as he conceded. Zhao Hao's blood pressure soared in indignation, his eyes blazing with fury. Tang Xuan looked at Su Yunfeng in disbelief, wondering how he dared to mock Zhao Hao. After all, Zhao Hao and Yang Wei were not on the same level. Su Yunfeng's ability to severely injure Yang Wei did not grant him the right to provoke Zhao Hao, whose cultivation had long reached the 9th level of martial artists, placing him among the elite of his generation. How could Su Yunfeng dare? "Su Yunfeng, you are courting death." Zhao Hao unleashed his formidable cultivation without restraint. Chapter 10. What are you pretending to be without strength? "Su Yunfeng, you are seeking death." Zhao Hao's powerful aura surged, his gaze fixated on Su Yunfeng, filled with unbridled rage as he coldly stated, "I shall grant you one final opportunity. Hand over the qi gathering grass and kneel to apologize. For the sake of the Su family, I shall not make things difficult for you. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless." Su Yunfeng scoffed dismissively, extending a finger towards Zhao Hao and taunting, "You, come here." Zhao Hao's anger boiled over, his breath reaching a fever pitch as he struggled to contain the impulse to strike Su Yunfeng. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Tang Shuyan stepped forward, saying, "Su Yunfeng, if you sell me the qi gathering grass, I am willing to pay double the price. I truly need it." Su Yunfeng shot her a cold glance, retorting, "Hmph, foolish woman, do you think I, the young master of the Su family, lack your paltry sum? Your needs are of no concern to me, you." Tang Shuyan was left speechless, her beautiful eyes seething with anger as she glared at Su Yunfeng. His attitude towards her had drastically shifted. Once a devoted admirer, he now offered her no respect, let alone deference. The stark contrast left her feeling increasingly irritable and furious. "Shuyan, why waste your breath on a waste? Once I subdue him, he will submit willingly." Zhao Hao brimmed with confidence in his own strength. As a 9th-level martial artist, a standout among his peers, how could he possibly fail to subdue a mere waste from the Su family? Absolutely impossible. Thus, he refrained from further words, swiftly launching into action, aiming a powerful palm strike at Su Yunfeng, intent on subduing him with overwhelming force. Su Yunfeng wore a mocking expression, deriding, "What's the matter? Unable to gather 1,000,000 gold coins. And now resorting to theft." His words pierced Zhao Hao's heart like a dagger. Who would be foolish enough to spend 1,000,000 gold coins on a single qi gathering grass? Besides, he truly lacked the funds. Zhao Hao channeled his fury into his strength, this strike encompassing his full power. He aimed to suppress Su Yunfeng, partly to showcase his prowess before Tang Shuyan, and partly to teach a lesson to the waste who dared to humiliate him publicly. Just as the shopkeeper's face turned pale at the thought of a brawl within her store, potentially incurring great losses, someone moved faster. Su Yunfeng's figure flickered, and with a swift kick, he struck Zhao Hao in the abdomen. Zhao Hao was launched backward by an immense force, crashing heavily onto the street outside the shop. What just happened? Zhao Hao was incredulous. How could he, a 9th-level martial artist, be sent flying by a mere waste? He could not accept it. How could he be defeated by a waste? Tang Shuyan's mouth fell open in disbelief as she watched Su Yunfeng stride out of the shop. It all felt surreal, as if she were dreaming. When had the waste Su Yunfeng become so formidable? One kick had felled Zhao Hao, who had been at full strength. It was beyond her comprehension. Su Yunfeng passed by Tang Shuyan without a glance, treating her as though she were invisible, which deeply humiliated her. Zhao Hao struggled to rise, his body swaying as he glared at Su Yunfeng, filled with hatred and resentment. "Su Yunfeng, you are courting death." In that moment, Zhao Hao resembled a frenzied lion, ready to pounce on anyone in his path. He was a genius of Qianyuan, destined to become a disciple of Ling Shao's sect. How could he be defeated by a waste? Though reality was undeniable, he refused to believe it. His anger erupted like a volcano, surging violently. At that moment, he harbored a singular thought: to crush Su Yunfeng into the ground and erase the stain of his previous humiliation. With a sharp crack, he unleashed a rapid strike that took everyone by surprise. Su Yunfeng's figure flickered again, appearing before Zhao Hao, and with a swift swing, he slapped him hard. The blow left Zhao Hao dazed, his mind swirling as he struggled to regain his bearings. He was sent crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his front teeth shattered. At that moment, he was utterly bewildered. If that previous kick was merely a result of his underestimation, leading to an unforeseen setback, how then shall we interpret this slap? He had clearly prepared his defenses, yet his opponent nonchalantly delivered a strike that caught him off guard. He barely had time to evade. "Su Yunhong, you seek your own demise." Zhao Hao, now missing a tooth, spoke with a lisp, his words escaping like air from a punctured tire. He turned and glared fiercely at Su Yunfeng, his eyes ablaze with uncontainable fury. Su Yunfeng chuckled derisively, then placed his foot squarely on Zhao Hao's face. With a resounding thud, he pressed Zhao Hao's face into the dirt. "Are you out of your mind? Even after being turned into a pig's head, you dare threaten me? Do you believe I would not reduce you to a second Yongwei?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao immediately fell silent. He was aware of Yang Wei's fate, crippled for provoking Su Yunfeng. He certainly did not wish to meet a similar grim end. Humph, you might as well have been obedient from the outset. Su Yunfeng contemptuously stepped on Zhao Hao's head, looking down with disdain as he mocked. Even if you wish to show off, you ought to possess the capability to do so. Lacking ability, what right have you to flaunt? You foolish dog. Zhao Hao's heart felt as though it might explode from anger. Yet he refrained from uttering a single retort, fearing Su Yunfeng might indeed take drastic measures against him. It was then that Tang Xuan finally reacted, hastily approaching Su Yunfeng, with a voice tinged with indignation. She demanded, Su Yunfeng, what are you doing? Release Zhao Hao at once. Su Yunfeng cast a glance at her, his expression one of incredulity, and scoffed, Fool! This woman seemed to have delusions of grandeur, daring to speak to him in such a tone, truly absurd. I no longer have any inclination to flatter you, fool. What grounds do you have to act so arrogantly before me? Tang Xuan's complexion paled in an instant, utterly unprepared for Su Yunfeng's public insult. The flames of her anger ignited fiercely within her. Unable to tolerate it any longer, she exclaimed, Su Yunfeng, do you dare insult me? Su Yunfeng laughed dismissively, then swiftly delivered a slap across her face. What of it? I can strike you if I wish, woman, recognize your place. You're no longer my fiancé. I can hit you whenever I please. What will you do about it? Tang Xuan pressed her palm against her stinging cheek, her heart brimming with resentment and humiliation. Every word Su Yunfeng uttered struck her heart like a hammer, nearly halting her breath. Two fools. Su Yunfeng grunted, then turned on his heel and walked away, uninterested in casting another glance at the two of them. Su Yunfeng, the humiliation of today shall be repaid 100-fold by me. Tang Xuan. She glared at Su Yunfeng's retreating figure, her teeth clenched in determination, silently vowing revenge. Zhao Hao, too, harbored thoughts of vengeance, secretly swearing to carve Su Yunfeng into 1,000 pieces, to trample him underfoot. Upon returning to the Su residence, Su Yunfeng soon knocked on the door of Qiu Hongyue's room. Who is it? A cold voice echoed from within. Unperturbed by Qiu Hongyue's demeanor, Su Yunfeng thought, what does it matter if she is a bit aloof? Patience will warm her up to me, Fairy Qiu. It is I, Su Yunfeng. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing Qiu Hongyue, veiled and questioning. Does young Master Su require something? Su Yunfeng smiled gently, apologizing. I beg your pardon for intruding, Fairy. As he spoke, he produced a jade slip and presented it to her. Fairy Qiu, this is a jade slip passed down from my ancestors, containing some methods of alchemical cultivation. As he spoke, he discreetly observed Qiu Hongyue's reactions. Upon mentioning the term alchemical, he distinctly noticed her brow twitch slightly. Though subtle, it did not escape his keen perception. He sensed an opportunity, his heart soaring with joy. We mortals lack the innate talent and perseverance. Rather than allow this gem to gather dust, it is better to present it to the fairy. I implore you, do not refuse it. This is a small token of appreciation from the Su family for your assistance yesterday. Qiu Hongyue appeared momentarily taken aback, her voice softening. This gift is far too extravagant. Especially since I already received thanks yesterday. Su Yunfeng promptly interrupted her, earnestly stating that was a collective token of appreciation from the Su and Yang families. This, however, is a personal thank you from the Su family. I beseech you not to decline. If you regard me as a friend, please accept it. Before Qiu Hongyue could voice any objections, Su Yunfeng took her hand and placed the jade slip into her palm. The action was so swift that she barely had time to react before he turned and departed. His voice trailed behind him. Should Fairy Qiu require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Consider the Su family your own. Qiu Hongyue watched Su Yunfeng's retreating figure, then glanced down at the jade slip in her hand, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Alas, such a beautiful moment was concealed by her veil. She rubbed her wrist. It was the first time a man had held her hand. The sensation sent her heart racing. Gripping the jade slip, she firmly shut the door and began to study its contents. The realm of alchemy intrigued her, and she had dabbled in it before. However, her master at Lingxiao sect had advised her to first elevate her cultivation before delving into alchemy, as it primarily served as an auxiliary art. One must possess formidable strength to establish oneself in the realm of cultivation. Placing the jade slip against her forehead, a flash of green light surged, and her mind flooded with a wealth of knowledge regarding alchemy. Qiu Hongyue gasped, utterly astounded. The information contained within the jade slip was incredibly detailed, enriched with insights and experiences, making it invaluable to her. He truly gifted me such a precious treasure. Qiu Hongyue's thoughts drifted to Su Yunfeng. Aside from his slightly inferior aptitude, he was rather commendable in other respects. Unbeknownst to her, her impression of Su Yunfeng was gradually improving. Subsequently, she immersed herself in the study of alchemy. It must be said that her talent was extraordinarily exceptional. Coupled with the detailed insights, she grasped the concepts with remarkable ease. Meanwhile, Su Yunfeng returned to his room, slamming the door shut behind him. He lay on his bed, eager to enjoy the system's feedback. An hour later, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Qiu Hongyue studies alchemy, gaining a wealth of insights and experiences, achieving intra-level status, 50-fold return. The host acquires a vast array of insights and experiences, advancing to a first-tier alchemist. In that instant, Su Yunfeng felt as though his soul were soaring. His mind brimmed with countless pieces of knowledge and experience regarding alchemy, as if he had practiced it innumerable times. Achieving extraordinary proficiency. After another hour, the system's prompt sounded once more. Ding! Qiu Hongyue practices alchemy, acquiring a wealth of experiential insights, preliminarily reaching first-tier alchemist level, 50-fold return. The host gains extensive experience and insights, advancing to the peak of first-tier alchemist. Su Yunfeng felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. This was the epitome of relaxation, lying on his bed, quietly awaiting his upgrade. The sensation of soaring was simply exhilarating. Truly, he was a person of golden destiny. The insights he received were nothing short of miraculous. In just 2 hours, he had already attained the status of a first-tier alchemist. Su Yunfeng marveled at the disparity between individuals. He had studied the contents of the jade slip himself, yet gleaned not a fraction of insight. Meanwhile, others achieved the rank of first-tier alchemist within mere hours. The disparity between people could be infuriating. He had come to recognize his own lack of aptitude. He was simply not cut out for it. Preferring instead to remain idle, he awaited the next wave of feedback. A knock echoed at the door, accompanied by a maid's voice from outside. Young master, the master requests your presence in the main hall. Reluctantly, Su Yunfeng rose from his bed and made his way to the hall. He surveyed the room and frowned slightly. He noticed several elders who seldom made appearances. The presence of these old-timers surely indicated a matter of significance. Father! Su Yunfeng inclined his head towards Su Tianqing, the family head seated at the center. You summoned me for something? He keenly sensed that all eyes in the hall were upon him, as if he had unwittingly become the center of attention. Before Su Tianqing could speak, Elder Su Qingshan, standing nearby, impatiently stepped forward in a measured tone. He inquired, Yunfeng, did you injure Yang Wei? Su Yunfeng furrowed his brow. News of his altercation with Yang Wei had spread throughout the city. For Elder Su Qingshan, a member of the Su family, to pose such a question hinted at underlying circumstances. Yes, he replied with a subtle nod. Elder Su Qingshan pressed on, did you also injure Zhao Hao? Yes, Su Yunfeng nodded again. It had barely been any time since Zhao Hao's defeat, and the news had already reached here. He sensed a looming sense of conspiracy. Elder Su Qingshan continued, did you injure Tang Xuan? Elder Qingshan, if you have something to say, please be direct. I find your roundabout questioning tiresome. Elder Su Qingshan paused momentarily before nodding. The smile on his face vanished, replaced by a cold fury. He bellowed. Su Yunfeng, you are making enemies everywhere, causing significant losses to the Su family. Today, we shall dismiss you from your position as the young master. Indeed, Su Yunfeng is utterly unworthy of being the young master of the Su family. A worthless individual, what merit does he possess to shoulder such a title? He should relinquish it and allow someone capable to take the position. Several elders echoed their agreement. Their expressions were filled with extraordinary excitement and indignation. As if someone had desecrated their ancestral grave, a cold smile flickered across Su Yunfeng's heart. So they intended to dismiss him from his position as the young master of the Su family. Thinking it a matter of great significance, he cast a sidelong glance at Su Qingshan and, unhurriedly, inquired, may I ask, esteemed elders, who do you believe is qualified to assume the role of young master? Chapter 12. Dismiss me? A slap in the face. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Su Qingshan's eyes. He straightened his chest and spoke eloquently. The position of young master should undoubtedly be held by the most capable. The one with the strongest prowess ought to assume the seat. At this juncture, he paused slightly, surveying the entire assembly in the hall. Then, with a resonant voice, he declared, among the younger generation, Su Kai is undoubtedly the standout and should rightfully take on the role of young master. Su Kai, the grandson of Su Qingshan, was the strongest among the younger generation of the Su family. At the age of 19, he had already attained the 8th level of martial arts. Indeed, I believe Su Kai is the most suitable choice. Only by entrusting the family to a person of strength can the family continue to thrive. I concur. Aside from Su Kai, no one else possesses the qualifications. The same few elders who were the most vociferous voiced their support. The other elders, who had remained silent, furrowed their brows. From the perspective of family development, it was indeed logical to assign the position of head of the family to a capable individual. However, according to the traditional customs that had persisted through generations, Su Yunfeng was the rightful heir. Su Tianqing sat in the seat of the family head, his expression unchanged. He was already aware of Su Yunfeng's cultivation level and felt assured. Thus he had little to worry about. What is Su Kai, a mere 8th-level martial artist, to challenge my son? Utterly oblivious to his own mortality, Su Tianqing had long harbored disdain for these old fools and seized the opportunity to silence them once and for all. Therefore, he had not intervened from the beginning. At that moment, Su Kai stepped forward. His stature was tall and strong, towering over Su Yunfeng by half a head, and the powerful aura of the 8th level of martial arts subtly emanated from him. As if he were intentionally showing off, with a radiant smile, Su Kai humbly clasped his fists and confidently stated, "Thank you, esteemed elders, for your support. If I become the next head of the family, I will surely lead the Su family to greater heights." Su Yunfeng's brows furrowed slightly as a pair of eyes flashed through his mind. So, it was you, the one who killed my previous incarnation. Su Yunfeng quickly confirmed that Su Kai was one of those black-clad individuals responsible for the death of his former self. There was no need for speculation. He was the mastermind. The objective was clear, to secure the position of young master. With only one son, if Su Tianqing's child were to perish, there would be no legitimate heir. As the strongest among the younger generation, Su Kai could seamlessly ascend to the position of young master with the support of the crowd. However, this seemingly foolproof plan was disrupted by his reincarnation. Unable to sit idle, Su Kai seized upon the opportunity to rally a group of elders against him, using his enmity with the other 3 families as a pretext to seek his dismissal from the position of young master. What a clever scheme! Su Yunfeng scoffed coldly in his heart, but remained entirely unfazed in the face of absolute strength. All schemes and intrigues were mere trifles. How dare a mere 8th-level martial artist flaunt his might before him? Who gave him such audacity? A faint smile graced Su Yunfeng's lips as he remarked, "Elder Qingshan speaks most wisely. Indeed, the position of young master should rightfully belong to the capable." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to form their conclusions. Su Yunfeng was conceding, voluntarily withdrawing. Su Qingshan and Su Kai were overjoyed. They had never anticipated that Su Yunfeng would be so agreeable, far exceeding their expectations. With a beaming smile, Su Qingshan began, "Since Yunfeng is so reasonable, then from today onward, the young master of the Su family shall be Elder Qingshan." Which ear heard me agreeing? Su Yunfeng interrupted, his smile abruptly freezing on Su Qingshan's face. Yet, he was not angry. Instead, he furrowed his brow and retorted, "Yunfeng, you have already stated that the position of young master belongs to the capable. Is there truly no one in the Su family more suitable than Su Kai?" Su Qingshan was well aware of the capabilities within the younger generation of the Su family. He was exceedingly confident in Su Kai's strength, believing no one among his peers could surpass him. "Oh, is that so?" Su Yunfeng replied leisurely. "How do I feel that I could easily send Su Kai flying with a single slap?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingshan and the others were momentarily taken aback. And then they couldn't help but burst into laughter. In their minds, they thought, "You, a mere useless trash, dare boast that you could send Su Kai flying with a single slap. Have you not yet awakened from your slumber?" Su Yunfeng discerned from their expressions and laughter that these old fools had never believed in him and had always looked down upon him. Yet, it was understandable. After all, he was regarded as worthless in their eyes. Thus, he slowly walked up to Su Kai and, without hesitation, delivered a resounding slap to Su Kai's face. The sharp sound echoed throughout the hall. Su Kai's body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily against a pillar. Everyone was stunned into silence, their laughter extinguished. They stared in disbelief at the tall figure of Su Yunfeng, their minds filled with countless questions. When did this so-called waste become so formidable? After a brief moment, Su Qingshan finally regained his composure and hurried to assist Su Kai, helping him to his feet. He turned and glared at Su Yunfeng, his voice raised in anger. Su Yunfeng, what are you doing? You all doubted my ability to send him flying with a single slap. I merely sought to prove it to you. Su Yunfeng shrugged, speaking with a nonchalant tone. Fury surged within Su Kai as he pushed Su Qingshan away, staggering to regain his footing. His eyes blazed with rage as he fixed an intense glare on Su Yunfeng, gritting his teeth and seething. Su Yunfeng, you worthless fool, dare to strike me? Su Yunfeng raised an eyebrow, deridingly retorting, is it not obvious who the true waste is? Everyone understood the implication of this statement. It was clear that Su Yunfeng was mocking Su Kai. You seek death. Su Kai's fury erupted, his anger reaching its zenith. His eyes turned crimson as he unleashed a powerful aura, charging towards Su Yunfeng. The ferocity of his attack sent shivers through those nearby. Truly, he was the strongest among the younger generation. Even a martial artist at the 9th level would struggle to withstand such an onslaught. Yet, in the next moment, everyone's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Su Yunfeng, with casual ease, extended his right hand and delivered another slap. The sound resonated through the hall once more. Su Kai's body was sent flying, his trajectory altered, ultimately crashing against the hard wall. He was left in a daze. As were the others. If the first slap was due to Su Kai's unpreparedness, how could they explain this second slap? Clearly, it was Su Kai who initiated the attack, yet he had been sent flying by his opponent's single strike. The truth dawned upon everyone. The strongest among the younger generation of the Su family was not Su Kai, but rather Su Yunfeng, the one they had always deemed a waste. Su Yunfeng shook his wrist and surveyed the group of elders who had previously been so exuberant, disdainfully stating, you claim I lack intelligence, yet you refuse to believe it. If I am indeed a waste, how could I have incapacitated Yang Wei and injured Zhao Hao? It seems you are all afflicted with senility. Perhaps it's time for you to retire. The elders who had supported Su Kai suddenly found their faces flush with embarrassment. Upon hearing Su Yunfeng's words, they finally grasped the situation. Not to mention Yang Wei. Even Zhao Hao, who was at the 9th level of martial arts, had been injured by Su Yunfeng. This alone indicated that Su Yunfeng's strength had surpassed that of a 9th level martial artist. Yet, they had been foolishly attempting to usurp power. It was indeed laughable. Su Tianqing felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. There had been no moment in the past decade that compared to this one. The pent-up frustration of all these years finally found release. Who would dare to claim his son was a waste? Who would still covet the position of young master? This was a refreshing vindication. I refuse to accept this. Su Kai stammered as he struggled to rise, his voice filled with hysteria. I am the strongest among the younger generation of the Su family. Only I am qualified to assume the position of young master. You, a mere waste. What merit do you possess? Chapter 13. Qiu Hongyue's powerful intervention. I am the strongest among the younger generation of the Su family. Only I am qualified to assume the position of young master. You, a mere waste. What merit do you possess? The hall echoed with Su Kai's nearly frenzied roar. His mindset had shattered, unable to accept the reality of the situation. The elders who had previously supported him fell silent. Having come to terms with the situation, while only Su Kai continued to struggle in vain, Su Yunfeng let out a cold snort, swiftly appearing before Su Kai. Without mercy, he delivered a kick to Su Kai's abdomen. Su Kai immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body crashing against the wall once more, causing the entire hall to tremble and a cloud of dust to fall. Do you dare to continue your barking? Su Yunfeng's foot pressed down on Su Kai's head, forcefully pinning his face to the floor. Do you understand that plotting to murder the young master is a capital offense? The moment these words left his lips, the hall erupted in an uproar, with only Su Qingshan paling in color. He understood that the situation was likely to be exposed. Su Tianqing's expression changed dramatically as he shot to his feet, exclaiming, Yunfeng, Su Kai intends to murder you? Su Yunfeng chuckled softly. Not only do they wish for it, But they have already set their plans in motion. My journey to Pingwu Mountain was merely a part of their conspiracy. Fortunately, I am blessed and fortunate enough to have narrowly escaped with my life. Otherwise, I fear I would have long since become a lifeless corpse. Bang! Upon hearing this, Su Tianqing was instantly consumed by rage. Crushing the armrest of his chair with a single grasp, "You, Su Kai, dare to conspire against my son? You are deserving of death," he declared, furiously swinging his hand in an attempt to execute Su Kai on the spot. In a state of panic, Su Qingshan swiftly moved to block Su Tianqing's attack, utilizing his martial arts. "Patriarch, there must be a misunderstanding. You cannot solely rely on Su Yunfeng's account." "Humph. Are you suggesting my son is lying?" Su Tianqing retorted with a cold snort, unleashing an immense pressure towards Su Qingshan, who immediately coughed up blood and was sent flying by the overwhelming force. At that moment, however, Su Yunfeng struck, with a slight exertion of his foot. Su Kai was instantaneously killed. The crowd was left in shock. "Su Yunfeng is truly serious?" "Kaier," Su Qingshan cried out, witnessing the death of his grandson, his heart ablaze with boundless fury and resentment. "Su Yunfeng, I will kill you." With a venomous roar, Su Qingshan surged towards Su Yunfeng. Yet, just then, a white figure appeared in an instant, delivering a powerful palm strike to Su Qingshan from afar. With a loud crash, he was sent crashing to the ground, the impact shattering the tiles beneath him. As the crowd looked on, a woman in white gracefully descended. Standing beside Su Yunfeng, it was Qiu Hongyue, the messenger of Lingxiao's sect. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, not expecting the celestial maiden to intervene. This clearly indicated a significant bond between her and Su Yunfeng. The previously supportive elders who had advocated for Su Yunfeng's removal wore expressions of utmost dismay, inwardly regretting their foolishness in supporting Su Kai. Even Su Yunfeng was somewhat astonished. He had prepared to reveal his true strength, yet Qiu Hongyue had acted unexpectedly. "Thank you, fairy, for saving my life." Su Yunfeng quickly regained his composure. Bowing sincerely in gratitude, Qiu Hongyue nodded slightly to no need for thanks. It was merely a trivial matter. She had been engrossed in researching alchemy when she sensed a surge of intense energy fluctuations nearby. Remembering her master's instructions, she rushed over, just in time to witness Su Qingshan's intent to harm Su Yunfeng. How could she allow him to perish before her? Her master had specifically instructed her to look after Su Yunfeng. Thus, without hesitation, she acted decisively. "Thank you, fairy, for saving my son's life." Su Tianqing also approached swiftly, expressing his gratitude. Qiu Hongyue nodded once more. "You may handle the rest yourselves." With that, she took flight, disappearing like a startled swan. The crowd gazed at her retreating figure, filled with awe. Such was the prowess of disciples from great sects. Their mere gestures could easily vanquish a clan elder. The disparity in strength between clans and sects was vividly apparent. Now, the remaining task was to deal with Su Qingshan's loyalists, but Su Yunfeng had little interest in that. He departed early and soon knocked on Qiu Hongyue's door. "It is I, Su Yunfeng." With a creak, the door opened, revealing Qiu Hongyue in white robes, her face veiled. "What brings you here, young Master Su?" Her voice remained cold, akin to ice in winter, devoid of warmth. Yet, Su Yunfeng was unperturbed. With a sincere smile, he replied, "I have come to express my gratitude for the fairy's life-saving intervention." Qiu Hongyue shook her head slightly. "I have stated, it was merely a trivial matter. Moreover, you have provided me with methods for alchemical cultivation. You do not owe me anything, so there is no need for thanks." However, Su Yunfeng insisted, "A matter of reciprocity must be acknowledged. That alchemical method was a token of my gratitude for your previous kindness. This life-saving favor, however, deserves a proper recompense." He intended to lay the groundwork for a future gesture of gratitude, planning to present her with a breakthrough elixir once he obtained it the following day. He continued, "Fairy, having resided in the Tianshan fairyland for so long, you may not be familiar with the customs of the mortal realm. Today marks the annual temple fair, and I dare to invite you to enjoy the lanterns together." Qiu Hongyue was about to decline when Su Yunfeng preemptively added, "In truth, I harbor a personal motive. I have offended the Yang, Zhao, and Tang families, all of whom wish me dead. I fear for my safety, which is why I have taken the liberty to invite you along." Having discerned that Qiu Hongyue's sudden intervention was indicative of her willingness to assist him, He aimed to test her commitment to his safety by emphasizing his grievances with the three families. Indeed, upon hearing this, the corners of Chiu Hongyue's brows knitted slightly. Though subtle, the reaction did not escape Su Yunfeng's keen observation. You need not attend. Staying at home would ensure your safety, she suggested. While this was indeed sound advice, Su Yunfeng had resolutely decided to probe further. To be frank, I have reasons that compel me to attend. Chiu Hongyue's brows furrowed more distinctly. Ultimately, she sighed softly, resigned, and said, "If that is the case, I shall accompany you." "Thank you, fairy," Su Yunfeng exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he expressed his gratitude. Yet, inwardly, he furrowed his brow slightly. It appeared his suspicions were confirmed. Chiu Hongyue was indeed concerned for his safety. However, her gaze suggested it was not entirely of her own volition, but rather under someone else's directive. Su Yunfeng pondered extensively, ultimately fixating on the mysterious woman. Coupled with the recent sudden recruitment of disciples by Lingxiao sect in Xianyang, he began to gain clarity. It seemed that the woman held a significant position within Lingxiao sect. Su Yunfeng mused quietly. Chapter 14. Fairy, why are your ears so red? As dusk fell, Su Yunfeng and Chiu Hongyue arrived at the temple fair. A vibrant spectacle adorned with colorful lanterns and bustling with people. Su Yunfeng was keenly observant of Chiu Hongyue's expressions, noting glimpses of excitement and curiosity in her eyes, which led him to conclude that this was her first experience at such an event. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Inviting Chiu Hongyue out served two purposes: to probe whether there was someone behind her and to foster a deeper connection between them. If their relationship reached a certain level, whatever he offered would be readily accepted by her, potentially allowing him to exploit the system to its fullest. This was his ultimate goal, an investment for the long or Yuan at that moment. Chiu Hongyue's gaze lingered on a nearby stall for a couple of seconds, and Su Yunfeng instantly understood. He strode forward confidently, rapping on the table, and inquired, "How much for a skewer of candied hawthorn?" 5 copper coins for 2 skewers, the vendor replied. Su Yunfeng raised an eyebrow in response. "You rogue merchant, selling candied hawthorn at such a price." The vendor instinctively recoiled, ready to lower his price to 2 copper coins per skewer. However, before he could speak, Su Yunfeng interjected, "How about 10 copper coins for 3 skewers?" Caught off guard, the vendor hesitated briefly before swiftly handing over 3 skewers of candied hawthorn. "Here you go, esteemed guest. Your 3 skewers." Su Yunfeng accepted the candied hawthorn, casually placing 10 copper coins on the table before turning away with satisfaction. The vendor hastily gathered the coins, fearful Su Yunfeng might change his mind. Returning to Chiu Hongyue, he handed her 2 skewers of candied hawthorn with a smile. "It's on me. Enjoy." Chiu Hongyue's gaze faltered momentarily, a flicker of inexplicable light passing through her eyes. If her veil were lifted, one would notice a hint of blush upon her cheeks. "I'm just looking. I didn't intend to eat." For the first time, there was a hint of emotional fluctuation in Chiu Hongyue's voice. Su Yunfeng found it amusing. These lofty celestial beings, too proud to lower their guard, were the epitome of sacrificing their dignity for the sake of appearance. Undeterred by her protests, he grasped her hand and firmly placed the 2 skewers into her grasp. "I'll only eat 1 skewer." Surprised by Su Yunfeng's assertiveness, Chiu Hongyue hadn't expected him to be so forceful. But 2 skewers were indeed more than she could consume. Su Yunfeng laughed heartily. "No worries. We have plenty of money. If you can't finish both, then just eat one and discard the other." As he spoke, he bit into a piece of candied hawthorn, savoring the sweet syrup coating the fruit. "Delicious," he exclaimed. "At least, it's far more authentic than the candied hawthorn I had in my previous life. You should try it. It's truly delightful." After a moment of hesitation, Chiu Hongyue ultimately decided against discarding 1 skewer. She delicately lifted the edge of her veil and took a small bite, the exquisite flavor exploding in her mouth. Having never tasted such delectable food before, she exclaimed, "Thank you." Chiu Hongyue expressed her gratitude to Su Yunfeng with a gentle smile. Su Yunfeng waved the candied hawthorn skewers in his hand nonchalantly, saying, "These are trifles. If you like them, I can buy them all for you." He could easily open a candied hawthorn shop himself now, for the system had just rewarded him with 200 skewers of the sweet treat. Chiu Hongyue's eyes curved slightly, betraying her delight. Suddenly, she spoke. "Your bargaining technique was quite unique just now." Su Yunfeng looked perplexed. "Is that so?" Isn't this how bargaining is typically done? The corners of Chiu Hongyue's eyes curved even more. Clearly amused at that moment, Su Yunfeng slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Am I a fool?" Chiu Hongyue burst into laughter, a sound he had never heard from her before. He, being a shrewd individual, would never make such a naive mistake unless it was intentional. When dealing with a girl raised in the depths of the mountains, a touch of humor was essential to lighten the mood and strengthen their bond. However, he feigned a heartbroken expression and turned to seek the shopkeeper to reclaim his money. Just as he was about to leave, he felt a tug on the hem of his garment. Turning around, he found it was none other than Chiu Hongyue. With a playful glint in her eyes, she gently remarked, "You needn't bother. The shopkeeper has already fled. Goodness, rogue. I must report him." Su Yunfeng's vexed demeanor only elicited more laughter from Chiu Hongyue. She covered her mouth with her veil, stifling her giggles as she said, "How can you call him a rogue? It's clearly your inept bargaining that is to blame. You are quite the oddity." Seeing his goal accomplished, Su Yunfeng waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. Let him have his gain." At this juncture, his gaze fell upon Chiu Hongyue, a gentle smile gracing his features, and he sincerely remarked, "To earn a smile from a fairy for merely 10 coins, it is a bargain well struck." Upon hearing this, Chiu Hongyue's eyes sparkled with a myriad of emotions. She felt a flush rise to her cheeks and silently rejoiced that her veil concealed her embarrassment. Otherwise, she would surely have been the subject of his amusement. Alas, despite her efforts to conceal her emotions, there were moments when her guard slipped. Su Yunfeng, secretly amused, feigned curiosity, "Fairy, are you feeling cold?" Chiu Hongyue was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by his question. It was late summer, and the heat of the season had yet to dissipate. How could one feel cold? Moreover, those who practiced cultivation were not easily daunted by the chill. She shook her head. Not cold. Su Yunfeng's gaze lingered on the tips of her ears, furrowing his brow in confusion. "If you are not cold, then why are your ears so red?" "Ah?" At this, Chiu Hongyue gasped, immediately covering her ears. It was only then that she became aware of their warmth. Realizing that Su Yunfeng's observation was indeed accurate, she could vividly imagine her own flustered expression, and a wave of shyness washed over her. "Ah, fairy, there are many beautiful items over here. Do come," as she pondered how to break the awkwardness and face Su Yunfeng. His voice echoed from a distance. He had already moved away. Chiu Hongyue exhaled a silent sigh of relief, pinching her ears and reciting a calming mantra to soothe her emotions. Moments later, she resumed her aloof fairy demeanor. Though she was perhaps unaware of the subtle curve that had crept into her smile. "Fairy, look at these. Aren't they lovely? Do you like them?" Chapter 15. The fireworks. Su Yunfeng belonged to the audacious sort. Unafraid to speak his mind, he glanced at Chiu Hongyue and blinked innocently. "Fairy, do you think they are beautiful?" Chiu Hongyue met his gaze, pure as water and clear as a spring, devoid of any extraneous thoughts. Her attention soon shifted to the hairpin in Su Yunfeng's hand. Its ivory hue adorned with an exquisitely crafted white butterfly. A spark of astonishment flickered in her eyes. Having grown up in the mountains, she had seldom encountered such worldly items. Typically, she would style her hair with a simple peachwood pin. This butterfly hairpin, with its understated elegance and intricate design, was precisely to her taste. Su Yunfeng noted the subtle change in her expression and made his decision. "Shopkeeper, I shall take this hairpin." His voice roused Chiu Hongyue from her reverie. The shopkeeper chuckled. "This young master has a discerning eye. This hairpin, called the Lingyu hairpin, is the finest item I have on my stall." As the shopkeeper spoke, he cast a glance behind Su Yunfeng, his eyes suddenly brightening as he complimented, "Surely, this hairpin is meant for your beloved. It perfectly complements this fairy's ethereal and refined aura." The vendor lavished praise without restraint, and Su Yunfeng couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the exaggerated flattery. He thought to himself that this shopkeeper was indeed a master salesperson. Had he been in his past life, he would have surely topped the sales charts. "You see, this Lingyu hairpin is a rare treasure. I want profit from you. I'll sell it at cost, 999 gold coins." Su Yunfeng's eyelids twitched slightly, cursing inwardly, "What a rogue! The cost must be merely 0.9 gold coins, and he dares to charge me 999. Is this not highway robbery?" If not for Chiu Hongyue's presence, he would have toppled the stall in indignation. However, since he was buying for her, he couldn't afford to appear petty. With a resounding thud, a pouch of coins landed heavily on the stall's table. Su Yunfeng proclaimed grandly, 1,000 gold coins. Keep the change. He then elegantly turned and presented the hairpin to Qiu Hongyue, saying, Fairy, this hairpin suits you perfectly. It is a gift for you. Before she could voice a refusal, Su Yunfeng deftly placed the hairpin amidst her lustrous hair. Stepping back, he gazed at her with an expression of awe. Stunning, he praised sincerely. His words were no exaggeration. The Lingyu hairpin indeed complemented Qiu Hongyue beautifully. Even with the veil obscuring her face, one could imagine her beauty. Su Yunfeng retrieved a bronze mirror from his storage ring and held it before her. Fairy, see? I speak the truth. It truly is lovely. As Qiu Hongyue beheld her reflection, the hairpin's embellishment made her look even more enchanting. The corners of her eyes curved slightly, a hint of joy sparkling within. What woman does not cherish beauty? Even a fairy is no exception. The more beautiful the fairy, the more she desires to enhance her allure. Thank you, Qiu Hongyue replied softly. Though her words were light, the emotions they carried were unmistakable to Su Yunfeng, who inwardly smiled, feeling closer to his ultimate goal. Subsequently, Su Yunfeng took Qiu Hongyue to explore many more sites, engaging in riddles and games, showcasing his talents. Particularly with the lantern riddles and couplets, he displayed a remarkable aptitude, effortlessly navigating them. Aside from a slight deficiency in innate skill, he excelled in every other aspect, demonstrating a knack for caring for others and possessing considerable intellect. Qiu Hongyue's assessment of Su Yunfeng soared once more. Unbeknownst to her, the icy barrier around her heart seemed to be gradually thawing. Fairy, allow me to take you somewhere special, Su Yunfeng said mysteriously. Leading her to a serene hillside, they stood overlooking the entire temple fair. Lanterns adorned the area, and throngs of people filled the scene. A vibrant tapestry of celebration, a sense of grandeur enveloped them, akin to standing atop the world. Suddenly, a firework shot up from the ground, trailing a long tail before exploding in the sky with a resounding bang. Brilliant fireworks burst forth, showering the night with twinkling stars that illuminated the darkness. The colorful sparks danced in Qiu Hongyue's beautiful eyes, and beneath her veil, she slightly parted her lips in astonishment. Bang, bang, bang. A cascade of fireworks ascended, blooming into magnificent flowers that lit up the night sky, reflecting in Qiu Hongyue's mesmerizing gaze. The entire fairgoers were captivated by the breathtaking display, gasping in awe. For years, no one had ever set off fireworks at the fair. This was a first, and the most splendid one at that. Couples unconsciously drew closer, sharing this unforgettable moment. On the hillside, Qiu Hongyue covered her mouth with her hand, trembling with excitement. Having devoted herself to cultivation, she had never witnessed such a beautiful spectacle. Each vibrant scene became indelibly etched in her memory, destined to linger even after many years. Su Yunfeng glanced at Qiu Hongyue. A subtle smile playing on his lips, he knew that tonight's scene would be forever ingrained in her heart. It was worth every coin he had spent to orchestrate this magnificent fireworks display. Having purchased all the fireworks in the entire city of Qianyang, the fireworks show lasted a full hour, and when it concluded, the crowd remained enthralled, reluctant to leave. A glimmer of moisture welled in Qiu Hongyue's eyes, a testament to her joy and elation. Fairy, did you enjoy it? Once her emotions settled, Su Yunfeng, with a smile, gently inquired. Qiu Hongyue wiped the corners of her eyes and gazed at him softly. You prepared all this, didn't you? Ha ha ha, the fairy is indeed exceptionally clever. Su Yunfeng chuckled, laughingly acknowledging that the magnificent fireworks display was undoubtedly his handiwork. Why is that? Autumn Hongyue's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she gazed at Su Yunfeng. Her rosy lips parting gently beneath her veil, her voice no longer as cold and detached as before. In those brief 4 words, her speech was imbued with emotions she had never expressed before. Su Yunfeng smiled softly and replied, to elicit a smile from the fairy, to leave a trace of my presence in her heart, so that years later she might occasionally recall a person like me. I believe that is worth it. Upon hearing this, Autumn Hongyue regarded Su Yunfeng quietly for a moment before turning her gaze back to the sky where the fireworks had just erupted. Her expression became contemplative, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Su Yunfeng felt an exhilarating joy take flight within him. The temple fair performance had essentially achieved his initial objective. The next step was to proceed slowly, Like boiling a frog in warm water. Chapter 16. The diligently cultivating fate-bound maiden and the laid-back upgrading of Su Yunfeng. Upon returning to the Su residence, Su Yunfeng lay on his bed, ready to indulge in a blissful slumber. However, an hour later, the system's notification sound roused him from his sleep. Ding. Autumn Hongyue practiced alchemy, gaining substantial experience and insights, becoming a first-grade alchemist with a 50-fold return. The host receives a wealth of experience and insights, advancing to a second-grade alchemist. Su Yunfeng sprang up in an instant, his heart brimming with joy. He had merely taken a nap and had ascended to the rank of a second-grade alchemist. This sensation of growing stronger even in sleep was simply delightful. That girl, Autumn Hongyue, truly was diligent, still studying so late into the night. Commendable spirit. You take your time studying. I shall lie down and sleep, he said. Reclining once more, his mood lifted, and he soon drifted into dreams. An hour later, ding. Autumn Hongyue practiced alchemy, gaining substantial experience and insights. With a 50-fold return, the host receives a wealth of experience and insights, and her alchemy skill significantly increases. Su Yunfeng slightly opened his eyes, mumbling drowsily, "What a good classmate." Then, he fell back into a deep slumber. On the other side, Autumn Hongyue continued her alchemical studies, aiming to swiftly elevate herself to a 5th-grade alchemist, so she could concoct cleansing pills that could transform Su Yunfeng's aptitude. She herself found it incredible why she felt such a sense of urgency and drive. Ultimately, she attributed it all to the desire to repay Su Yunfeng's kindness. After all, he not only provided her with methods for cultivating alchemy but also purchased items for her and took her to witness an unforgettable fireworks show. She felt she ought to do something for Su Yunfeng, such as transforming his aptitude to enable him to cultivate. Through relentless research and repeated practice, her alchemical skills surged rapidly. Until dawn broke, the night passed in a hurry, and her alchemy had reached the pinnacle of the 1st grade. Su Yunfeng sat on his bed, momentarily lost in thought, before being overtaken by ecstatic joy. Just one night, he had already attained the pinnacle of the 2nd grade. If this continued, his rank would only rise higher, allowing him to concoct a multitude of elixirs to present to Autumn Hongyue, thus acquiring even higher-grade pills. Merely contemplating this prospect stirred his emotions. What if his aptitude was lacking? After all, it was not he who was cultivating. After making some preparations, he ventured out to Wanbage. According to their agreement, today he was to collect the breakthrough pill. He arrived directly at the alchemy hall, where Danshin had been waiting for quite some time. Su Yunfeng frowned slightly, noticing Danshin's exhausted appearance, as if he had overexerted himself and was on the verge of collapse. "Where is my breakthrough pill?" Su Yunfeng inquired directly, cutting to the chase. Danshin produced a thumb-sized white porcelain vial, uncorking it to release an invigorating aroma that wafted into the air. Just a whiff made one feel invigorated and utterly refreshed. "Why is there only one?" Su Yunfeng frowned. After all, half a stalk of blood spirit herb aged 10,000 years had only yielded a single breakthrough pill, which he found hard to believe. His gaze sharpened, turning piercing as he fixed it on Danshin. Danshin chuckled nervously, explaining, "Young master, one is already quite sufficient. This is a 3rd-grade breakthrough pill. Even for a powerful figure at the martial sovereign level, it would suffice to elevate one rank." Su Yunfeng's brow furrowed immediately, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. An oppressive aura descended upon Danshin. "Old man, you're a 4th-grade alchemist. How could the pill produced be only 3rd grade? Do not attempt to deceive me, or I shall dismantle your alchemy hall." Su Yunfeng's words were icy and penetrating, his gaze intent and piercing as if seeking to see through Danshin entirely. Danshin swallowed hard, feeling a strong sense of pressure from the young man before him. "Young master, I truly did not deceive you," he hurriedly clarified. "The blood spirit herb aged 10,000 years is exceedingly rare and requires matching herbs of the same age to synergize perfectly. However, the herbs I have here are at most 10,000 years old, a significant disparity. Tio successfully refined the pill. I had no choice but to compromise and lower the pill's grade." Su Yunfeng furrowed his brow at this revelation. Danshin's jade slip had indeed mentioned that the ages of the herbs used in alchemy should not differ too greatly, lest the probability of successful refinement diminish. To mitigate this loss, lowering the pill's grade was the most prudent course of action. Now that he was a 2nd-grade alchemist, he naturally understood the taboos of alchemy. However, To obtain merely one third-grade breakthrough pill from half a stalk of blood spirit herb was simply hard for him to accept. What did you do with the other blood spirit herbs? He fixed Danshin with a penetrating gaze, his words sharp and accusatory. Danshin was taken aback, not expecting Su Yunfeng to discern the underlying issue so readily. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind. Alchemists could easily deceive those ignorant of alchemy, but Su Yunfeng had pointed out the crux of the matter immediately, leaving him momentarily astonished. Could it be that this young man understands alchemy? Danshin felt awkward, stammering for a while before finally divulging the entire sequence of events under Su Yunfeng's furious glare. It turned out that the type of pill he intended to refine required more than half a stalk of blood spirit herb. Thus, the day before, he had resorted to some trickery, executing a preemptive strike. Now that the deed was done, the situation was irreversible, and nothing could be changed. Su Yunfeng felt a surge of anger rising within him. Wishing he could tear this old man apart on the spot. "Slow down, young master. Please take it easy," Danshin exclaimed hurriedly, realizing he was no match for Su Yunfeng in terms of cultivation. His frail physique could not withstand the young man's wrath. "Humph, old man, do you have anything else to say?" Su Yunfeng seized his collar, lifting his emaciated form and threatening. "Well, consider this a favor owed to me. If you need my assistance in the future, I shall be ready to help," Danshin hastily replied. However, Su Yunfeng scoffed dismissively. "With your current state, what use would your favor be to me? I would rather send you to the afterlife to quell my anger." "Young master, please refrain from taking action," Danshin cried out. "In truth, I hail from a prestigious alchemical family. However, some unforeseen events led to my current situation. With your 10,000-year blood spirit herb, I will soon recover." Su Yunfeng raised an eyebrow at this revelation. "Is that so?" "Absolutely true." Su Yunfeng pondered silently. If Danshin's words held any truth, then having him owe a favor might not be a bad deal after all. From a long-term investment perspective, this transaction could be worthwhile. However, he was wary that the old man might be deceiving him. "What reason do I have to believe you?" Su Yunfeng fixed his gaze on Danshin's eyes, attempting to discern any hints of deceit. "I swear by my life." "Oh, is that so? Then show me your blood oath." Su Yunfeng raised an eyebrow, subsequently releasing Danshin's collar to allow him to swear the oath. Danshin felt utterly dismayed. He had merely spoken offhandedly, yet this fellow took it seriously. Nevertheless, he proceeded to make the vow. Although he felt somewhat reluctant, he knew that under the roof of another, one must bow their head. "This is my token. Should you require assistance in the future, activating this token will allow me to sense it and teleport to your side." Su Yunfeng accepted the token, casually stowing it away. "I will trust you for now." With that, he no longer lingered and turned to leave the alchemy hall. Once Su Yunfeng had departed, a cunning smile crept across Danshin's face, resembling that of a sly fox. He retrieved a porcelain vial containing 2 fourth-grade breakthrough pills. "Heh, the old ginger is still spicy." However, before he could revel in his triumph, the space beside him tremored, and a powerful force drew him in. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings transformed. Looking up, he found Su Yunfeng standing before him. Su Yunfeng, quick as lightning, snatched the porcelain vial from Danshin's grasp. "Heh, old man, trying to play tricks on me? I am your ancestor." Chapter 17. Bestowing the breakthrough pill to the fate-bound maiden. Cultivation soars. "Young master, please leave one for this old man. Just one." Danshin is quite a formidable character. Without a second thought, he threw himself to the ground, clinging to Su Yunfeng's feet, wiping his nose and tears on Su Yunfeng's clothes. "Damn you, old fool." Su Yunfeng, uninterested in engaging with him, simply tossed a porcelain bottle his way. "Take the elixir and scram. Do not soil my garments." Ecstatic, Danshin picked up the porcelain bottle, opened it, and his expression soured instantly. It was the third-grade breaking realm pill. When he looked back, Su Yunfeng's figure had vanished without a trace. What a loss! From a distance, Danshin's sorrowful cries could still be heard. Upon returning to the Su residence, Su Yunfeng promptly knocked on Xiao Hongyue's door. The freshly acquired Breaking Realm pill must be tested for its effectiveness. If this endeavor could yield rewards from the system, he could enter an infinite grinding mode. "Fairy, it is I. Inside the room." Xiao Hongyue slightly raised her brow before regaining her composure. With a creak, the door opened. Su Yunfeng did not step inside. As was customary, he remained standing at the threshold. Does the young master have business with me? Chiu Hongyue inquired softly, her voice considerably warmer than before. A faint smile tugged at Su Yunfeng's lips. It seemed that his actions from the previous day had begun to effectuate a change in Chiu Hongyue. Concealing his thoughts, he replied, "Fairy, this is a pill I procured from the Wanbao Pavilion. I am uncertain if it will be of any use to you." As he spoke, he uncorked the porcelain bottle. Instantly, a rich fragrance of the elixir wafted forth, and even a mere whiff invigorated the senses. "This is the Breaking Realm pill." Chiu Hongyue recognized the pill immediately. Her heart stirred with excitement. "Is that so? The people from Wanbao Pavilion informed me that this elixir is quite precious. I thought it might be beneficial to you. Hence, I purchased it." Su Yunfeng feigned ignorance, resembling a naive novice. Before Chiu Hongyue could respond further, he pressed the elixir into her hands. "Let this pill serve as my humble gratitude for your life-saving assistance yesterday. Please accept it. It is far too precious." Chiu Hongyue began, but was cut off by Su Yunfeng. He gazed earnestly at her and insisted, "Fairy, I understand your sentiments, but my talents are mediocre. Retaining this pill would only be a waste. Since it may benefit you, I bestow it upon you as a token of my gratitude. If you regard me as a friend, please do not refuse." Su Yunfeng shook his head lightly. "Fairy, do not burden yourself with reservations. As I mentioned yesterday, many years hence, if you occasionally remember me as a friend, I shall be content." Not wishing to disturb her rest further, he took his leave. He felt that he had said enough for the day. Promptly turning away without a trace of reluctance, as he walked away, Chiu Hongyue's gaze grew increasingly complex. Throughout her life, aside from her master, no one had ever treated her with such kindness. In just 2 short days, Su Yunfeng not only imparted alchemical knowledge to her, but also gifted her the Breaking Realm pill. Most importantly, he had given her an unforgettable night filled with fireworks. She truly cherished the festivities from the previous night. It had brought her joy unlike any she had experienced before. "Just wait, I will surely enhance your talents." Chiu Hongyue tightened her grip on the porcelain bottle, silently vowing. She then closed the door and began to refine the Breaking Realm pill. Meanwhile, Su Yunfeng returned to his room, elated. At that moment, the system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Chiu Hongyue has acquired a 4th-grade Breaking Realm pill. Tenfold return. Host receives a 5th-grade Breaking Realm pill. Tenfold return. Su Yunfeng furrowed his brow slightly, yet his excitement remained unabated. Although a tenfold return may seem modest, this venture was still undeniably profitable. After all, it was a product of the system's secondary processing. And any return was a boon. He still had another 4th-grade Breaking Realm pill to find a reason to gift her. To be prudent, Su Yunfeng had only gifted 1 Breaking Realm pill to Chiu Hongyue earlier. Should the system not provide a return, he would not be left empty-handed. Now that it was confirmed he could indeed receive a tenfold return from the system, he needed to devise a way to present the remaining 4th-grade Breaking Realm pill to Chiu Hongyue as well. Ding! Chiu Hongyue has broken through to the 7th level of the Martial Sovereign Realm. Tenfold return. Host's cultivation has ascended to the 3rd level of the Martial Sovereign Realm. Not long after, the system notification sounded again. As Chiu Hongyue advanced in her cultivation, Su Yunfeng too surged forth to the 3rd level of the Martial Sovereign Realm. He let out a comfortable sigh. The sensation was truly delightful. In just a few days, he had skyrocketed from a mere 1st-level martial artist to a formidable 3rd-level martial sovereign. It was rare in the cultivation world to witness such rapid advancement. With this newfound elevation, he recognized that relying solely on Chiu Hongyue would eventually slow his progression. It would be prudent to bind himself to several individuals blessed with golden destinies like hers. However, finding such individuals in a short span seemed somewhat unrealistic, as those with golden destinies seldom congregated. He would have to wait until he reached Lingxiao's sect to see if such individuals existed. Time flew by, and soon another day had passed. Su Yunfeng concocted a plausible reason to present the other 4th-grade Breaking Realm pill to Chiu Hongyue, simultaneously receiving a 5th-grade Breaking Realm pill in return from the system. Ding! Chiu Hongyue has broken through to the 8th level of the Martial Sovereign Realm. Tenfold return. Host's cultivation has risen to the 9th level of the Martial Sovereign Realm. Su Yunfeng was overjoyed. Having effortlessly ascended several levels, his cultivation now surpassed that of Chiu Hongyue. He then consumed a 5th-grade Breaking Realm pill. As the pill dissolved upon entry, a surge of energy coalesced within him. Swiftly breaking through the barrier, with a resounding boom, His cultivation leapt past the pinnacle of the 9th level of the martial sovereign realm into the realm of the martial king. Upon consuming another breaking realm pill, his cultivation broke through again, soaring to the 2nd level of the martial king realm. What a thrilling sensation! Su Yunfeng felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through every cell of his body, filling him with immense confidence. Chapter 18. The selection begins, a grand entrance as time swiftly passed. The 3-day period had come to an end. Today marked the momentous occasion of the Lingxiao sect's disciple selection in Qinyang City. As the most powerful sect within 1,000 miles, the Lingxiao sect's selection process was exceedingly rigorous. To gain entry, one must endure a series of stringent assessments. Participants were required to be under the age of 20. Anyone exceeding this age was deemed ineligible. The atmosphere in Qinyang City today was nothing short of bustling, more vibrant than the New Year celebrations. This was all due to the Lingxiao sect's recruitment of disciples. People from neighboring towns flocked in overnight, including young individuals from surrounding cities eager to try their luck. This selection held immense significance for the 4 prominent families of Qinyang City. Should a member become a disciple of the Lingxiao sect, the family's status would ascend significantly, elevating their standing considerably. Among the anxious families, the Yang family felt the most pressure. As the most powerful family in Qinyang City, they were wary of losing their top position should members from rival families be selected. This was not a scenario they wished to confront. Fortunately, the younger generation of the Yang family also boasted formidable talents. At this moment, the members of the 4 great families were scattered across the 4 corners of the plaza. Patiently awaiting the commencement of the selection, Su Yunfeng arrived early at the scene. Several ill-intentioned gazes fell upon him. Looking up, he recognized Yang Wei, Zhao Hao, and Tang Shuiyuan among the crowd. Su Yunfeng merely chuckled at their reactions, dismissing them entirely. With his current cultivation at the martial king realm, he had no reason to fear mere 9th-level martial artists. How ridiculous! Even a glance seemed beneath him. Yang Wei's eyes burned with fury and resentment. Bandages still wrapped around his body, he had come to the event despite his injuries, eager to witness Su Yunfeng's downfall. Standing beside him was a tall, striking young man, his elder brother, Yang Jizu. "Though not worry, little brother, I will avenge you," Yang Jizu assured, patting Yang Wei's shoulder with unwavering confidence. "Thank you, brother." Yang Wei's greatest desire at this moment was to castrate Su Yunfeng. His brother had promised that if they encountered Su Yunfeng in the arena, he would ensure his humiliation, allowing Su Yunfeng to experience the plight of a eunuch. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao wore a somber expression. Just days prior, he had been injured by Su Yunfeng, the so-called waste. After returning home, he converted his pain into motivation and, with determination, achieved a breakthrough to the martial master realm. This time, he was resolute in humiliating Su Yunfeng in the arena and avenging his previous defeat. From the direction of the Tang family, Tang Shuiyuan's gaze flickered, devoid of the fury she had exhibited previously. Instead, confusion clouded her thoughts. She could not comprehend why Su Yunfeng, once deemed a waste, had suddenly grown so powerful. Moreover, she had seen him together with the esteemed Qiu Xianzi of the Lingxiao sect during the recent temple fair, which left her feeling uneasy. Later, she learned that the magnificent fireworks had been orchestrated by Su Yunfeng himself. Being a woman, her emotions were particularly sensitive. Her first thought was that Su Yunfeng was attempting to win Qiu Hongyue's favor. However, knowing this only deepened her discomfort. Clearly, Su Yunfeng was merely her devoted admirer. Yet now he has turned his affections towards another. A sense of having something precious snatched away enveloped her. At that moment, a graceful figure in white descended from the heavens, draped in flowing white garments. Her exquisite form moved with a subtle elegance, reminiscent of a celestial maiden gracing the mortal realm. She landed softly and gracefully upon the high platform where the judges were seated. Almost immediately, a terrifying aura swept through the entire square. Clad in white as well, another figure, like a streak of lightning, soared above the crowd before alighting on the judge's seat. Qiu Hongyue and Shan Yichen had arrived, signaling the imminent commencement of the selection process. The participants could not help but swallow hard, as a palpable tension rapidly spread throughout the atmosphere. After taking her seat, Qiu Hongyue cast a fleeting glance at Su Yunfeng, who responded with a faint smile. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly diverted her gaze. "Let us begin," she said coolly, her voice as frigid as an everlasting snow-capped mountain. Shan Yichen waved his long sleeves, unleashing a powerful force that swept across the arena. His gaze, sharp as that of an eagle, scanned the crowd. Esteemed guests, I am Shun Yiqin, a disciple of Lingxiao sect. Today marks the day of our recruitment for new disciples. Anyone under the age of 20 is eligible to participate. As he spoke, his tone sharpened. However, should any injuries or fatalities occur during the competition, each participant shall bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, many furrowed their brows. Their hearts pounding, particularly those of lesser strength, began to reconsider their participation. They desired to join Lingxiao's sect but were not willing to risk their lives. Shun Yiqin's words promptly dissuaded a significant portion of the crowd, reducing them to mere spectators. The members of the four prominent families of Qianyue City began to stir. Zhao Hao, Zhao Yi, Yang Jizhu, and Tang Shuiyuan all leaped onto the stage, their gazes directed towards Su Yunfeng. Seemingly awaiting his ascent, Su Yunfeng offered a faint smile before rising from his seat. With a powerful push of his legs, he launched himself into the air like a cannonball, tracing an arc before landing with a resounding thud on the stage. As steady as an iron nail, the entire platform quaked beneath his descent, resonating with the collective heartbeat of the spectators. Particularly, Tang Shuiyuan regarded Su Yunfeng with disbelief. Others furrowed their brows, sensing the formidable strength he possessed. Su Yunfeng turned his gaze towards Zhao Hao and the others, flashing a radiant smile. There is no need for surprise, for you shall be even more astonished soon enough. Chapter 19. Slapping Zhao Hao's arrogance, Su Yunfeng turned to Zhao Hao and grinned brightly. There is no need for surprise, for you shall be even more astonished soon enough. Humph, Su Yunfeng, who do you think you are? You are nothing but a useless fool, Zhao Hao interjected, his patience wearing thin. He was eager to pin Su Yunfeng to the ground, avenging the humiliation he had suffered. Today, I shall repay the indignity I endured. With that proclamation, Zhao Hao unleashed his full power, causing waves of potent energy to ripple through the ranks of those at the 8th and 9th martial levels, making them tremble in fear. Martial Master First Level. Their hearts sank as they realized the disparity in strength. Those who had harbored any confidence suddenly wilted like frostbitten eggplants. What can we do now? He is at the Martial Master level. A single slap could send us sprawling, I concede. I also concede. In an instant, many participants voluntarily withdrew, leaping off the stage. Ultimately, only the members of the four prominent families remained on the platform. At this moment, Zhao Hao brimmed with confidence. Useless Su Yunfeng, what do you intend to use to compete with me? The pent-up frustration within Zhao Hao had been festering for far too long. Today, he finally had an opportunity to unleash it. The moment his words fell, he sprang into action, leaving behind a blur as he swung his palm viciously towards Su Yunfeng's face. Just days prior, Su Yunfeng had humiliated him in this very manner. Today, he sought retribution, to repay humiliation with humiliation, to cleanse himself of disgrace. This slap had been on his mind for far too long. Relentless obsession. Slap! The sound echoed sharply across the arena. Immediately, a figure was sent flying. The resounding crash reverberated as the figure collided with a stone pillar, which subsequently crumbled. It was then that everyone realized the one who had been tossed aside was Zhao Hao. Meanwhile, Su Yunfeng stood resolutely in place, his stance unwavering. Those from outside the city were astonished but not overly shocked. Yet the people of Qianyue City were different. Su Yunfeng's reputation as a useless fool had persisted for over a decade. Though there had been some changes recently, many remained skeptical without witnessing it firsthand. However, today, Su Yunfeng's actions delivered a resounding blow to those doubts, proving he was far from useless. The majority of Qianyue City's residents were left utterly astounded by the spectacle. Su Tianqing beamed with pride, unable to suppress his joy. Truly, my son is exceptional. The other elders of the Su family echoed his sentiments, praising Su Yunfeng's prowess. Su Tianqing felt a swell of satisfaction. At the judges' table, Qiu Hongyue furrowed her brow, filled with questions. She was aware of Su Yunfeng's lackluster qualifications, yet she had not anticipated the impressive strength he possessed. Initially, she had considered giving him a discrete advantage, but it now appeared that her concerns were unfounded. With Su Yunfeng's abilities, securing a spot in the top 3 was undoubtedly within his reach. A wave of inexplicable delight washed over her as she contemplated this revelation. The Zhao family members were momentarily stunned, their faces etched with disbelief. Zhao Hao, a formidable warrior of the martial master level, had been struck down by Su Yunfeng. a notion that seemed utterly preposterous. On the stage, Tang Shuiyuan and the others were left dumbfounded. They had anticipated a spectacle of Zhao Hao chastising Su Yunfeng, yet the reality unfolded in stark contrast. Su Yunfeng had not been the one to be humiliated. Rather, it was Zhao Hao who had been sent sprawling. Su Yunfeng nonchalantly shook his wrist, casting a sidelong glance at Tang Shuiyuan and Yang Jizhu, flashing a disarming smile that revealed his pearly whites. Why not join forces against me? I am rather eager to return home for a nap. The arena fell into a profound silence. Arrogance, such audacity, to challenge everyone single-handedly, as if disregarding the other participants entirely. Shun Yichen, seated at the judge's table, slightly arched an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of irritation. This young man was even more arrogant than he himself. However, considering the exclusive arrangements made for him in recent days, he decided to allow Su Yunfeng his moment of hubris. Beside him, Qiu Hongyue, veiled, concealed her expression, yet her eyes revealed hints of concern. The corners of her eyes lifted slightly, and her brow furrowed with apprehension. Ha! I see a reflection of my youth in you. Su Tianqing laughed heartily. Today, he felt a sense of vindication. With this one confrontation, who could still dare label him a fool? More importantly, with Su Yunfeng's strength, his admission into Lingxiao sect was all but assured, thereby elevating the entire family's status significantly. He cast a glance at Tang Jinyuan, who wore an expression of utter shock and regret. Witnessing Tang Jinyuan's dismay filled Su Tianqing with a sense of exhilaration. Ah, how regrettable for you to have called off my son's engagement. The reactions among the four prominent families varied. Aside from the Su family, the other three were filled with mixed emotions and deep concern. On the stage, Su Yunfeng casually cleared his ears and remarked, "Will you join the fray or not?" Tang Shuiyuan bit her lip tightly, her brow furrowing in frustration. Her resentment towards Su Yunfeng deepened. It was only today that she truly grasped the extent of his strength. For all these years, he had been feigning ignorance, concealing his true abilities. How infuriating it was that he had deceived even her. His fiancée, Ida, had she known of his potential, she would never have called off the engagement. Though she harbored no romantic feelings for Su Yunfeng, such sentiments could develop over time. Yet, fate had played a cruel trick. Just as she had rescinded their engagement, Su Yunfeng had showcased extraordinary strength, leaving her deeply hurt. While she was lost in thought, Zhao Yi and Yang Jizhu moved into action. Boom, boom. A powerful aura erupted from their bodies in an instant. A formidable presence manifesting as invisible energy that swept across the entire arena. On the stage, the crowd was caught in a whirlwind, their garments fluttering and long hair dancing as if they were amidst a tempest. Su Yunfeng's gaze sharpened slightly, and with a chuckle, he remarked, "You two truly have concealed your strength well." Simultaneously, gasps of astonishment arose from the audience. Zhao Yi and Yang Jizhu were even stronger than Zhao Hao. Having both attained the third realm of martial masters, Su Yunfeng, I admit I underestimated you, but today, you are destined to be trampled underfoot, Zhao Yi declared, his voice cold and laced with malice. Zhao Hao was his younger brother, and after being humiliated by Su Yunfeng time and again, it was his duty as an elder brother to settle the score. Indeed, at the same time, Yang Jizhu forcefully interjected, "Today, I shall avenge my brother's severed limbs." "Spare me your words. If you wish to fight, then come at me." Su Yunfeng, exuding dominance, waved his sleeve dismissively and retorted, "Seeking death." Both Zhao Yi and Yang Jizhu roared in unison, their figures soaring like great eagles as they charged towards Su Yunfeng. They flanked him, determined to deliver a severe lesson. Yet, in the face of their unrestrained onslaught, Su Yunfeng's expression remained unchanged. He stood tall and composed, and just as Zhao Yi and Yang Jizhu's attacks were about to connect, he suddenly moved both hands to in the next moment. He grasped the heads of Zhao Yi and Yang Jizhu, and with a powerful thrust, he brought their heads crashing together. A dull thud resonated, echoing in the ears of all present. On the stage, Zhao Yi and Yang Jizhu lay on the ground, bloodied and battered, resembling lifeless dogs. At that moment, their heads felt as if they had exploded, pain and dizziness overwhelming them, their vision filled with stars. Moments later, they succumbed to unconsciousness. The entire audience was left in shock. What they had anticipated to be a fierce and evenly matched battle concluded with Su Yunfeng merely waving his arms, indicating that his prowess far exceeded that of Zhao Yi and Yang Jizhu. The judging panel. Chiu Hongyue's furrowed brow relaxed completely, a beautiful arc forming at the corners of her eyes. Initially, she had harbored concerns about Su Yunfeng's safety, but now she realized that his combat abilities surpassed her expectations. Had this been a previous time, she might have questioned why someone of such lackluster talent possessed such strength. However, at this moment, such doubts vanished, for Su Yunfeng's standing in her heart had transformed unbeknownst to her. After dispatching Zhao Yi and Yang Jizhu, Su Yunfeng's gaze fell upon the astonished Tang Shuiyuan. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "Do you wish to continue?" Tang Shuiyuan snapped back to reality, her eyes reflecting a complex mixture of emotions. "You have truly hidden your strength well. After all these years, even I, your fiancé, Yi, was unaware of your true capabilities." Rather than responding to Su Yunfeng, she expressed her own resentment. Had she known of his strength earlier, she would not have called off their engagement, nor would she now find herself on opposing sides. All of this was Su Yunfeng's fault. He had deceived her. Su Yunfeng chuckled softly. "What if I told you that I grew stronger precisely because you called off our engagement? Would you believe me?" Upon hearing this, Tang Shuiyuan's expression darkened. She could not accept such nonsense, perceiving it as a deliberate mockery. Su Yunfeng waved his hand dismissively and said, "Forget it. There is little left for us to discuss. I will ask you one last time. Do you choose to fight or not?" Tang Shuiyuan was filled with pent-up frustration. She swallowed hard and, through gritted teeth, declared, "I concede." With Zhao Yi and Yang Jizhu defeated, how could she, a mere 9th-level martial artist, hope to prevail? With her concession, the elimination round officially concluded, and Su Yunfeng rightfully claimed the top spot. The subsequent ranking matches were rendered unnecessary. That moment, Chiu Hongyue soared into the air above the arena. I hereby announce the conclusion of the Lingxiao sect's disciple selection. The victor is Su Yunfeng. She then turned her gaze toward Tang Shuiyuan and added, "You are also considered a qualifier." Tang Shuiyuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon her heart filled with joy as she clasped her fists and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, emissary." The reason for including Tang Shuiyuan among the qualifiers was primarily due to the other two contenders being unconscious and severely injured. Unlikely to recover for at least a year or more, she could not afford to wait for their recovery. Additionally, with Su Yunfeng already qualified, her heart felt a sense of relief. The identity of the remaining qualifiers mattered little to her. "Prepare your belongings. We shall return to the sect tomorrow." Chiu Hongyue's words cemented the outcome of the selection process. Su Yunfeng cupped his fists toward Chiu Hongyue before making his way back to the Su family's residence. "What a remarkable son you are, truly worthy of being my Su Tianqing's child." Su Tianqing patted Su Yunfeng on the shoulder, his face beaming with joy at that moment. The entire Su family was abuzz with excitement. They had never expected that the seemingly useless young master would possess such strength, effortlessly overpowering all challengers. At this instant, they had completely forgotten about Su Kai and Su Qingshan. Meanwhile, Tang Jinyuan wore a look of exhilaration. Initially, he had held no hope, yet his daughter had inexplicably qualified. Henceforth, the standing of the Tang family would be transformed. Alas, if only the engagement with the Su family had not been annulled. How splendid it would be. Perhaps he should discuss with Su Tianqing about reinstating the engagement between their families. He cast a glance toward the Su family's direction, contemplating this idea in his heart. As for the Yang and Zhao families, their expressions were as dark as the bottom of a pot. Zhao Yi and Yang Jizhu had been dark horses, certain to qualify, yet they had been thwarted by Su Yunfeng. Not only had they failed to exact revenge, but they had also suffered grievous injuries. Losing their chance to enter the Lingxiao sect was a heavy loss, akin to losing both the wife and the soldiers. Shortly thereafter, the crowd dispersed, and Su Yunfeng returned to the Su family with the main group. Preparations for their journey to the Lingxiao sect required some essential items, but he entrusted all those matters to the servants. Su Yunfeng made his way directly to the Su family's storeroom. "My son, take whatever you desire. Today, I am in high spirits and grant you free rein," Su Tianqing declared. Typically, he was not so generous, but today he was overwhelmingly pleased. His son had brought glory to both him and the entire Su family. So what was a little something in comparison? However, in the next moment, his expression soured. Hey, what are you doing, you rascal?" Initially expecting Su Yunfeng to select just a few valuable items, he was taken aback when Su Yunfeng grabbed everything in sight, particularly the precious spiritual herbs that had been cultivated over the years. leaving the storeroom nearly empty. Su Tianqing's heart bled at the sight. Didn't you say I could take what I wanted? Su Yunfeng pouted, dissatisfied. Su Tianqing, furious, stumbled backward, hastily pushing Su Yunfeng out of the storeroom and swiftly locking the door. I permitted you to take some items, not to seize everything you lay your eyes on. Do you think you can use all of that? Su Tianqing's earlier joy evaporated in an instant. He glared at Su Yunfeng's storage ring, wishing he could snatch back everything he had just seen. However, he ultimately refrained from such an embarrassing act. I want to use it all. I can always give some away, Su Yunfeng replied nonchalantly. Indeed, he intended to gift those items. Some would be bestowed upon Qiu Hongyue, while others could serve as reserves for other destined individuals. He was merely planning ahead. Su Yunfeng understood that entering the Lingxiao sect did not guarantee a smooth ascent. The rules of such major sects were numerous, and the hierarchy was rigid. A mere ordinary disciple would hardly receive ample cultivation resources. Su Yunfeng promptly retreated a step, distancing himself from his irate father. Father, your thinking is misguided, he countered. Upon hearing this, Su Tianqing's gaze sharpened, and he raised his hand, ready to strike his wayward son again. Su Yunfeng quickly interjected, Wait, don't be hasty. Let me finish my point. Speak. Then, if you cannot present a coherent argument, I shall not hesitate to discipline you. Su Tianqing refrained from striking, folding his arms across his chest as he fixed a scrutinizing glare upon his son. Clearing his throat, Su Yunfeng continued, Father, consider this. As a newcomer, should I not make connections within the sect to avoid being bullied? You surely do not want your son to endure humiliation and live a life of subservience, do you? In truth, in this world, connections are as crucial as strength. The more people one befriends, the broader the paths one can traverse. During difficult times, there will always be those who can lend assistance. Would you not agree? Su Tianqing furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating the wisdom in his son's words. For a moment, he struggled to find a counterargument. As a father, he naturally wished to protect his son from the tribulations of the outside world. At last, Su Tianqing placed his right hand upon Su Yunfeng's shoulder, gazing at this son, who had endured controversy since childhood, and spoke earnestly, Fenger, as your father, I do not seek great wealth or lofty status for you. Nor do I desire your meteoric rise. My only wish is for your safety and peace. When venturing into the world, you must remain low-key. Should you encounter an opponent you cannot contend with, employ your wits. If a direct confrontation is unfeasible, resort to cunning. Ultimately, the process is inconsequential. The outcome is paramount. Furthermore, you are no longer a child. My expectations are modest. Merely find a virtuous maiden to be your spouse. Of course, an elder would suffice as well. Age is but a number if one possesses strength. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older brings fortune, and a woman 30 years older bestows kingdoms. Wait. You rascal, I have not finished speaking. As Su Tianqing observed his son swiftly departing, he could not help but feel a surge of exasperation. Once Su Yunfeng had completely vanished from his sight, the stern expression on Su Tianqing's face instantly morphed into a smile as he muttered, Little rascal. Meanwhile, Su Yunfeng, having discreetly slipped away, marveled at how his seemingly reasonable father had gradually strayed from the point. He couldn't be bothered to listen further, fearing that his father might suggest he seek a family's matriarch as a wife. It was best to make his escape. Instead of wasting time on such matters, he preferred to cultivate his relationship with Qiu Hanju. Knock, knock, knock. Qiu Hanju, engrossed in her cultivation, opened her enchanting peach blossom eyes. That moment, she heard Su Yunfeng's voice from outside her door. Fairy, it's me. A subtle smile formed at the corner of Qiu Hanju's lips as she rose and approached the door, which creaked open to reveal Su Yunfeng's sun-kissed visage, adorned with a gentle smile. At that instant, her heart inexplicably quickened. She suddenly realized that Su Yunfeng grew increasingly appealing with each glance. Before she could voice her inquiry, Su Yunfeng took the lead, inviting Fairy, we shall return to the sect tomorrow. After that, I may seldom return. I wish to explore a bit, and I cordially invite you to accompany me. You are aware that I have injured members of the Yang and Zhao families today. They will surely harbor deep resentment towards me. If I venture out alone, I may face retaliation. Yet, I have lived here for over a decade, and I long to take in the sights one last time. Of course, if it is inconvenient for you, consider my request unmade. With just a few words, Su Yunfeng effectively cornered Qiu Hanju. He was acutely aware of her concern for his safety. Furthermore, appealing to emotions and reason, it was only natural for a youth about to leave his hometown to wish to behold it one last time. Regardless of the motive, Su Yunfeng's request was not unreasonable. Very well, Qiu Hanju nodded slightly. In truth, even had Su Yunfeng not articulated his thoughts, she would have acquiesced. Unbeknownst to her, these past few days spent together had brought her much joy, a feeling she had never experienced before. Initially, she harbored some regret, fearing that upon returning to the sect, such opportunities for private moments would be scarce. Yet, at that very moment, Su Yunfeng had sought her out, presenting a perfect opportunity. "Thank you, fairy," Su Yunfeng expressed with a sincere demeanor as he clasped his hands in gratitude. The two exited the Su residence and blended into the throngs of people. Qiu Hanju, having grown up in the sect, rarely ventured into the secular world. When she occasionally descended the mountain, it was often to sleep under the stars. Completely unacquainted with the splendor of bustling towns, the night of the temple fair had been her first experience of navigating through crowded streets. However, today felt entirely different. The temple fair had been a night of dim lights. While now, in the bright daylight, everything appeared so vivid and clear. Su Yunfeng, having assimilated the memories of his previous life, was well aware of the places of interest in Qianyong City, and he guided Qiu Hanju accordingly, occasionally sharing a joke that elicited delightful laughter from the typically aloof fairy. Presently, he was recounting the tale of the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather. You see, that old grandfather and the snake spirit were originally a loving pair. Yet, those 7 ungrateful grandchildren stubbornly believed that the snake spirit had captured their grandfather, each one devising schemes to wreak havoc. Su Yunfeng's approach was one of reinterpretation, delivering the story in the most engaging manner possible. The results were remarkable, as Qiu Hanju was left in fits of laughter, her icy demeanor melting away. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkled with uncharacteristic emotion. "Fairy, can you guess how it ends?" Su Yunfeng deliberately left a cliffhanger. Turning to Qiu Hanju, after a moment of contemplation, she replied, her voice soft beneath her veil, "The grandfather is human, and the snake spirit is a demon. They belong to different worlds, and thus, they will inevitably be separated." "Ah, dear fairy, you are mistaken." Su Yunfeng shook his head, adopting a serious tone. In the end, the grandfather and the snake spirit lived happily together, enjoying a blissful life, and they even had many little snake babies. The 7 grandchildren, upon seeing them, had to call them father. Qiu Hanju was momentarily taken aback, then covered her mouth in laughter, exclaiming, "How could that be? A human and a snake can't possibly have babies." Su Yunfeng, however, maintained a righteous demeanor as he declared, "Love is magnificent, transcending all distinctions of status or lineage. It knows no boundaries. If 2 individuals are in love, why should they be torn apart? Those who love should be together." The weight of his words lingered in Qiu Hanju's mind, leaving a profound impression on her heart. As dusk fell, the days swiftly passed. Unbeknownst to them, they had wandered to a secluded valley on the outskirts, where the human traffic was sparse, and with the onset of night, they found themselves utterly alone. "It's getting late. We should head back," Qiu Hanju suggested softly. Today had been filled with joy, surpassing the laughter of the past decade combined. Su Yunfeng's whimsical tales had continuously sparked her delight. However, as with all beautiful days, it had flown by in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Su Yunfeng grasped her wrist and gently pulled her deeper into the valley. "Fairy, come with me." Chapter 22. A delayed betrothal. Who cares? Feeling the warmth radiating from his hand, Qiu Hanju instinctively sought to pull away. Yet, the comforting sensation made her reluctant to break free. Thus, she allowed Su Yunfeng to guide her into the small valley. Gradually, shimmering lights began to emerge from the grass, and soon, countless fireflies danced into the air, resembling tiny stars. In mere moments, the entire valley was adorned with this gentle luminescence, illuminating the surroundings and reflecting in their eyes. How beautiful! Qiu Hanju's heart quivered. She had never beheld such a breathtaking sight before. Captivated by the ethereal scene, she stood transfixed, her delicate lips slightly parted in awe and joy. The fireflies fluttered around them, as if nature itself had woven a splendid dream. Unable to resist, Qiu Hanju extended her hand, and a firefly delicately landed on her fingertip. They shared a serene moment, akin to the most exquisite fairy tale. With no one daring to disrupt this enchanting instant, this night would forever be etched in her memory. The following morning, Su Yunfeng rose early. In truth, he had only managed to drift into slumber in the late hours of the previous night, his mind occupied with visions of Qiu Hanju amidst the glow of the fireflies. Although she wore a veil, her transcendent beauty was undeniable. Su Yunfeng acknowledged that he had developed feelings. His intentions had subtly shifted. After meticulously grooming himself, he donned a pristine white brocade robe. Standing before the mirror, he found himself as handsome as ever. Accompanied by Su Tianqing and several elders, they returned to the square where the competitions had taken place the day before. Today, they would set forth for Lingshao's sect. As Su Yunfeng surveyed the area, his gaze fell upon the ethereal Qiu Hanju, who was also looking his way in that fleeting moment. Their eyes met. Su Yunfeng offered a gentle smile, while Qiu Hanju's heart fluttered, causing her to quickly avert her gaze like a startled rabbit. Soon after, the Tang family arrived. Ha ha, Brother Su, good morning, Tang Jinyuan greeted jovially, spotting Su Yunfeng and his companions. His eyes roamed over Su Yunfeng, and internally he mused, why has this boy's aura changed so dramatically? I never noticed it before. On the other side, Tang Xuan furrowed her brow, equally astonished. She felt as though Su Yunfeng had transformed overnight, appearing entirely different than she remembered. Brother Tang, you are not late either, Su Tianqing chuckled, both men seasoned in the art of social niceties, effortlessly engaging in the dance of pleasantries. At that moment, Tang Zhen turned his gaze to Su Yunfeng, a hint of mock discontent in his tone as he remarked, Nephew, you had us all thoroughly fooled. Had I known of your true prowess, I would have never suggested a betrothal now. It's too late for regrets. A faint smile graced Su Yunfeng's lips as he replied, Uncle Tang, what do you mean? I have always been this way. It is merely that you lack the discernment to uncover the truth. His words were a clear jab at Tang Jinyuan and Tang Shuiyuan's inability to see beyond the surface. Tang Jinyuan's expression subtly shifted, yet he refrained from erupting in anger. Instead, he chuckled heartily and said, Indeed, dear nephew, you speak the truth. It is we who failed to see clearly. At this juncture, his tone took an unexpected turn. Dear nephew, you and Shuan have grown up together, sharing a bond since childhood. We all know the depth of your feelings for one another, and thus, I, your uncle, retract my previous statement regarding the annulment of our engagement. Our families shall continue to honor our betrothal. Standing beside him, Tang Xuan bit her lip tightly, feeling a burning heat surge to her cheeks. It was they who initiated the dissolution of the engagement. Yet now they were the ones advocating for its restoration. In just a few days, the slap in the face had come too swiftly. When she learned that her father wished her to resume her engagement with Su Yunfeng, she initially resisted. As the eldest daughter of the Tang family, she valued her pride. If they were to restore the engagement, it should be Su Yunfeng who made the first move. However, after Tang Jinyuan's analysis, she ultimately gritted her teeth and acquiesced. Reflecting back, she considered that Su Yunfeng was not as terrible as she had initially thought. He was willing to provide her with whatever she desired, making every effort to win her affection, and he possessed an admirable appearance. Most importantly, his strength was formidable. In every aspect, Su Yunfeng was quite commendable. It was unfortunate that he had concealed his abilities in the past, leading them to make erroneous judgments and decisions. The restoration of their engagement brought her a subtle sense of joy. Upon hearing these words, Su Yunfeng raised an eyebrow, internally mocking the absurdity of the situation. They had annulled the engagement when he was perceived as a waste, and now, upon revealing his strength, they wished to restore it. How naive. There was no such thing as a free lunch, a belated engagement? Who would cherish it? Uncle Tang, I am currently devoted to my path of cultivation and have set aside romantic entanglements. Women merely impede my progress. So I believe it is best to let this engagement go. These words left Tang Jinyuan in a state of astonishment and embarrassment. He had anticipated that upon proposing the restoration of the engagement, Su Yunfeng would be overjoyed, perhaps even address him as father-in-law on the spot. However, the reality was starkly different. Su Yunfeng's demeanor was devoid of joy, instead laced with an icy disdain. Tang Jinyuan could only sigh inwardly. Nevertheless, he mustered the courage to ask once more, Dear nephew, would you reconsider? Su Yunfeng resolutely shook his head, devoid of any hesitation. I have long since made my decision, Uncle Tang. There is no need for you to waste your efforts. It was you who initiated the annulment, and it is you who wish to restore the engagement. I feel embarrassed for you. How can you have the audacity to speak of it? Su Yunfeng silently scorned them. Moreover, even if he sought a partner, did Tang Shuyan possess the qualifications? Chiu Hongyue could easily overshadow her with a mere finger. Beside them, Tang Shuyan bit her lip until it turned crimson, seemingly on the verge of bleeding. Eventually, she could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "Father, stop talking. Who cares about restoring the engagement with him?" Upon hearing his daughter's words, Tang Jinyuan ceased to pursue the topic. He was now entirely convinced that the marriage alliance between the Su and Tang families would never be restored. He could only blame himself for being bewitched by his daughter's words, missing out on such an excellent son-in-law. This thought filled him with a sense of loss. "Dear nephew, as for your relationship with Shuyan, I shall no longer pry." After a moment, Tang Jinyuan turned to Su Yunfeng again, his tone imbued with sincerity. "Once you enter Lingxiao's sect, could you kindly look after Shuyan, considering your shared upbringing?" Su Yunfeng chuckled lightly, assuring Uncle Tang, "Rest assured, should she encounter any trouble, I will certainly do my utmost to assist." Trouble can vary in magnitude, and in his view, aside from life-threatening crises, everything else was trivial. Why would he need to concern himself with minor issues? Do not blame him for being heartless. Rather, blame Tang Shuiyuan for being such a stubborn and unpleasant stone. After years of effort, he had gained not even the slightest favor from her. Thus, he held no affection for such a woman. Who needs your care?" Tang Shuyan huffed coldly, her heart filled with indignation. Chapter 23 Chiu Hongyue. I will ensure you remain in the sect. Who needs your care? Tang Shuyan scoffed, her heart brimming with resentment. She silently vowed to make Su Yunfeng regret it, hoping he would one day plead with her to restore their engagement. "You child!" Tang Jinyuan shot a glare at his daughter, then turned back to Su Yunfeng, offering a slight smile. "Uncle is truly grateful to you, dear nephew." Su Yunfeng nodded. Just then, a veiled figure approached, Chiu Hongyue, dressed in flowing white. Her long hair gently swayed with each movement, every gesture radiating elegance as if she were a celestial being descended to earth. "Are you ready?" she asked softly, her voice as cold as ever, devoid of warmth. Her gaze, however, was fixed upon Su Yunfeng. "Ready, we can depart at any time," Su Yunfeng replied with a gentle smile. Chiu Hongyue nodded slightly. Then with a single hand gesture, the three-fingered mystical vessel in her possession emanated a mystical glow before soaring into the sky. Whoosh! The vessel rapidly expanded, ultimately transforming into a colossal flying craft. About 10 zhang long, surrounded by shimmering runes that exuded an air of mystery. Lightly tapping her toes, she gracefully ascended into the air, landing upon the vessel. "You may board as well." Her cool voice echoed from the vessel. Su Yunfeng and Tang Shuyan waved farewell to their family members before boarding the craft. The vessel was expansive, featuring a row of rooms upon the deck. "This journey is long. Feel free to choose a room to stay in," Chiu Hongyue instructed. "Thank you, fairy," Su Yunfeng replied, casually selecting a room and stepping inside. Tang Shuyan huffed again, subsequently choosing a room situated far from Su Yunfeng. The vessel's energy was derived from spirit stones. As long as there were sufficient stones, it could continue soaring. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was evening. Su Yunfeng emerged from his room and noticed a white figure quietly seated at the ship's edge. He strolled over and took a seat beside her. "Fairy, why aren't you resting?" The white figure was none other than Chiu Hongyue. Chiu Hongyue gazed at the starry sky, then spoke softly. "Do you think the stars in the sky ever meet?" "They do," Su Yunfeng answered without hesitation, his tone resolute. Chiu Hongyue turned her gaze back, looking at him with a hint of confusion, seemingly waiting for his elaboration. "Fairy, let me tell you a story about the cowherd and the weaver girl." Time swiftly transitioned to the following morning. The myriad stars had vanished, replaced by an expanse of pale blue sky, stretching endlessly. At this moment, they had arrived at the outskirts of Lingxiao's sect. Su Yunfeng noticed that several flying vessels were converging in their direction, indicating that disciples recruited from other locations were also returning. Before long, the vessel arrived at a vast plaza in front of Lingxiao sect's main mountain. By now, thousands had gathered in the plaza. The cacophony of voices ringing out incessantly. Su Yunfeng furrowed his brow, a sense of confusion stirring within him. Although Lingxiao sect was a grand sect, it was unlikely they would recruit several thousand disciples at once. Was it? As if sensing his bewilderment, Chiu Hongyue explained, these are individuals who have passed the preliminary selection. To truly enter Lingxiao sect, they must still undergo 2 rounds of tests. What are the 2 rounds? Su Yunfeng inquired. Given his relationship with Chiu Hongyue, it would not be too difficult to learn of the examination topics in advance. Chiu Hongyue did not withhold the information, stating, qualities and Dao heart. Oh no, this is a disaster. Su Yunfeng's expression fell. Qualities? With his lackluster aptitude, he feared he would be eliminated in the first round. What a waste of effort, he silently cursed. Noticing Su Yunfeng's countenance darken, Chiu Hongyue stifled a few chuckles. Su Yunfeng rolled his eyes, expressing his displeasure. Fairy, are you mocking me for my poor aptitude? Yet it mattered little, if he could elicit even a smile from the fairy. Then his dismal aptitude had fulfilled its greatest purpose. At this moment, Chiu Hongyue's eyes curved slightly, but she soon composed her expression, further explaining, aptitude and Dao heart do not need to be met simultaneously. Aptitude is merely one aspect, while Dao heart is equally significant. Therefore, passing either of the assessments suffices. Upon hearing this, Su Yunfeng's heart leaped with hope. He cleared his throat and humbly asked, Fairy, how is the Dao heart tested? Chiu Hongyue pondered for a moment before responding, it is quite simple. It involves climbing a mountain. As long as one meets the requirements for physical strength and possesses a strong will, it is generally not an issue. Su Yunfeng couldn't help but twitch at her nonchalant description. While she spoke lightly, he knew it would not be as simple as it sounded. It was akin to comparing a top student with a struggling one tackling the same problem. The top student might say, this problem is too easy. I could do it with my eyes closed, while the struggling student would lament, what kind of ridiculous question is this? It's impossibly difficult. I can't even comprehend the problem. Su Yunfeng keenly grasped the crucial point. Physical strength requirements? To be honest, although his current physique appeared robust, it was merely a facade of muscle, lacking genuine strength. He was likely to fall short of the standard. He frowned slightly. There was no hope for his aptitude, but willpower was manageable. After all, as a 996 worker, he had decent stress resistance. However, physical strength posed a dilemma. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and without hesitation, he retrieved a jade vial from his storage ring and handed it to Chiu Hongyue. Thank you, Fairy, for your explanation. This is but a small token of my appreciation. Before Chiu Hongyue could fully grasp the situation, the jade bottle had already found its way into her hands. What are you doing? A rare flicker of playful annoyance appeared in Chiu Hongyue's eyes. Su Yunfeng couldn't help but smile inwardly. It seemed the icy goddess was beginning to thaw. With a solemn expression, he replied, this is to express my gratitude for the information you just imparted, which I found to be immensely helpful. Thus, I wish to extend my heartfelt thanks. Chiu Hongyue lightly stamped her foot, revealing a hint of feminine charm. These matters are hardly secrets known only to a few. There was no need for you to. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Yunfeng interjected. He spoke with a trace of resignation. Fairy, you are aware of my lackluster aptitude, and as for the Dao heart test, I do not possess absolute confidence at this point. He raised his gaze to meet Chiu Hongyue's eyes, softly stating, perhaps I may fail the test. Should that happen, consider this gift my final offering to you. After all, it would merely be a waste in my possession. In the future, we may not have the opportunity to meet again, so a memento would be fitting. Wouldn't you agree? Beneath her veil, Chiu Hongyue's crimson lips parted slightly. Yet no words emerged for a long moment. The thought of never seeing Su Yunfeng again tugged at her heartstrings, filling her with a bittersweet sense of loss. Memories of the past few days flooded her mind, causing her grip on the jade bottle to tighten unconsciously. Fairy, I must take my leave now. If I do not pass the test, let this be our farewell. With that, Su Yunfeng leaped from the flying vessel. Chiu Hongyue's hand reached out into the air, as if to call him back, yet the words remained unspoken. Rest assured, I will ensure you remain in the sect, Chiu Hongyue silently vowed, and in the next instant, her figure transformed into a streak of white light, darting into the sect. She needed to seek her master. Chapter 24. A hundredfold return, true dragon blood essence. Rest assured, I will ensure you remain in the sect. Chiu Hongyue silently vowed, and in the next instant, her figure transformed into a streak of white light, darting into the sect. She needed to seek her master, since her master had instructed her to look after Su Yunfeng. She would certainly not sit idly by while he departed. Ding! Qiu Hongyue has acquired a drop of Flood Dragon Blood Essence, a 100-fold return. The host receives a drop of True Dragon Blood Essence. As Su Yunfeng landed in the square, a radiant smile illuminated his face. Fortunately, he had previously secured a drop of Flood Dragon Blood Essence from his family's treasury, which would now serve a purpose. Otherwise, his frail physique would likely not suffice to pass the test. He sought a secluded spot to absorb and refine the True Dragon Blood Essence. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes, which now sparkled with newfound brilliance. After refining the True Dragon Blood Essence, his physical body had reached a formidable state, impervious to ordinary blades and weapons. This little Lingxiao sect, I refuse to believe I cannot enter. At that moment, confidence surged within him. Scanning the crowd of thousands, he sought the fated one. According to conventional wisdom, such grand sects often saw the emergence of prodigies during their selection process. Suddenly, he spotted an individual radiating red luck. Upon closer inspection, he found himself frowning slightly. The figure was a young man with delicate features, clad in unblemished white, exuding an aura of charm that was undeniably impactful to the opposite sex. However, Su Yunfeng sensed a hint of cunning in the young man's gaze, well concealed, but not beyond his notice. Moreover, he observed that the individual exuded an unsettling confidence when interacting with attractive women. A sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This fellow did not sit well with him. It was his first impression. For now, he would keep him as a backup, to be bound only if no other options remained. The thought of dealing with such a person left him feeling uneasy. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not consider binding. Solemn declaration. The protagonist will not bind any male figures. All will be destined women. So please enjoy without worry. He then scrutinized the remaining crowd, noting that apart from this individual, everyone else possessed lesser luck. Su Yunfeng's interest waned immediately, leaving him to place his hopes on entering the sect. Soon, an elder from Lingxiao sect announced the commencement of the tests. Due to the large number of participants, the test would occur simultaneously across several channels. The aptitude test was straightforward. A stone capable of assessing one's aptitude would determine whether the tester possessed any potential, good or bad. Among the thousands, the vast majority displayed average aptitude, with only a rare few capturing the elder's attention. However, this was to be expected. If everyone's aptitude were extraordinary, it would be quite the anomaly. At that moment, a nearby testing channel erupted with a dazzling brilliance that shot into the sky, illuminating the heavens. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. Su Yunfeng could already surmise that it was the previously identified individual of Red Fate, as only he could provoke such a commotion. The commotion drew the attention of the elders, with some even flying out from the depths of the sect. A 9-young body. Exceptional talent, though he stood too far to grasp the full context. Su Yunfeng caught fragments of the conversation. "Young man, what is your name?" inquired an elder with a flowing white beard who had descended from the sect. Reporting to the elder, "I am Yi Chen." The young man replied. The elder nodded slightly before continuing, "Do you wish to take me as your master?" A wave of envy swept through the crowd of thousands, as this was merely the first round of testing. Yet a supreme elder had already taken notice of him. This meant that Yi Chen had bypassed all formalities, leaping directly from a candidate to an inner disciple and, moreover, the personal disciple of a supreme elder. Who would not be envious of such fortune? To be honest, Su Yunfeng felt a pang of jealousy. Alas, what could he do? After all, the other was a fated individual. There was no comparison to be made. "I am willing to be your disciple, master. Please accept my bow." Yi Chen was decisively prompt, kneeling and bowing deeply 3 times. "Ha ha ha, splendid. From this day forth, you shall be my personal disciple, Xiao Yan." With a flourish of his sleeve, the elder whisked Yi Chen away into the sect, leaving behind countless envious gazes. After this brief interlude, the tests resumed, yet no one else of such caliber emerged. Occasionally, a few candidates with decent aptitude appeared, but none garnered significant excitement. Unsurprisingly, Su Yunfeng was eliminated. His aptitude was remarkably poor, and he had prepared himself mentally for this outcome, so he felt no sense of disappointment. "You would do well to leave early. This place is not suited for you." At that moment, Tang Xuan, having appeared beside him, spoke coldly. Su Yunfeng raised an eyebrow and glanced back at her. "What is it to you?" Tang Shuiyuan's expression darkened, letting out a disdainful snort. Let us see how long you can maintain that bravado. Su Yunfeng dismissed her, seeking a quieter spot to await the second round of testing. As a super sect, Lingxiao sect did not accept just anyone with a hint of aptitude. The first round of aptitude tests only filtered out 500 individuals, those deemed relatively capable who could bypass the second round and directly become outer disciples. All others were required to participate in the second round. After half a day, the first round concluded, and an elder promptly arranged for the second round. The peak to your right leads directly to Lingxiao sect's Tongtian Peak. Commence your ascent now. There are no time restrictions. The first 1,000 to reach the top will become outer disciples, while the next 1,000 will become servant disciples. Those who do not succeed will be sent back to their respective cities. Let the ascent begin. With the elder's command, the crowd of thousands surged forward like a tidal wave toward Tongtian Peak, eager to secure their positions. Su Yunfeng rose slowly, unhurried in his approach. Such tests of physical strength and willpower were not won by mere haste. Those who charged ahead often became the first casualties. He fixed his gaze upon the towering steps of heaven. Amidst the throng, he spotted Tang Xuan, a smirk playing on his lips, though her luck was slightly better than the average person's. Anyone who reached this stage possessed some measure of fortune. Thus, among this multitude, she remained unremarkable, devoid of any significant advantage. Dusting off his clothes, he proceeded at a leisurely pace toward the heavenly steps. The moment he set foot on the stairs, a frown creased his brow. At that instant, he felt an overwhelming pressure, as if a 1,000-pound stone had been placed upon him. Fortunately, he had refined the true dragon blood essence and was well prepared. Otherwise, this weight alone might have crushed him, leading to his disqualification. Glancing at the multitude beside him, he observed several eager youths charging ahead without caution. Many faltered, collapsing under the weight, unable to rise. Meanwhile, within Lingxiao sect, Qiu Hongyue had already arrived before her master's door. Chapter 25. Young Master, would you like to see my true appearance? Meanwhile, within Lingxiao sect, Qiu Hongyue had already arrived before her master's door. However, her master was currently in seclusion. Panic set in as she realized that what could have been resolved with a mere word from her master was now complicated by this unexpected circumstance. Perhaps I could seek Elder Xiao. In a moment of desperation, she thought of the esteemed elder of the sect, Xiao Yan. Typically, Elder Xiao was quite considerate towards her and her fellow sisters, partly due to their master's influence and partly because of his inherently kind disposition. Without any hesitation, she flew directly towards the location where Elder Xiao resided. Shortly, Qiu Hanju arrived at Elder Xiao's dwelling. At that moment, Elder Xiao was beaming with joy, laughing heartily as he surveyed the young man clad in green before him. The disciple, Qiu Hanju, had previously met Elder Xiao and respectfully performed a bow. Elder Xiao, stroking his snowy beard, chuckled, "Little Qiu, what brings you to seek out this old man today? I have a matter to request of you." Elder Dado, is there something that you cannot resolve on your own? Where is your master? Elder Xiao inquired, raising an eyebrow slightly. Returning to the elder, my master is currently in seclusion, which is why I have no choice but to seek your assistance. Qiu Hanju earnestly replied. How may I assist you? Elder Xiao, having taken on a remarkably gifted disciple that day and in high spirits, did not delve into further inquiries but instead got straight to the point. Qiu Hanju glanced at the green-clad youth, her brows slightly furrowing. Fear not. He is my newly accepted direct disciple, Yi Chun. You may speak freely. Upon hearing this, Qiu Hanju cautiously voiced her request to not conceal from the elder. A friend of mine has been unable to pass the first test due to his limited aptitude. If he fails to pass the second test, I hope the elder might exercise some leniency and allow him entry regardless. This is a simple matter. What is your friend's name? I shall put in a good word for him, Elder Xiao responded. Such backdoor dealings were not considered taboo. In fact, they occurred regularly during the disciple recruitment process. To those in high positions, it was merely a matter of a few words. Thus, without much thought, Elder Xiao readily agreed. Thank you, Elder Xiao. Qiu Hanju bowed deeply. His name is Su Yunfeng. Upon hearing this, Elder Xiao promptly produced a communication jade slip and sent a message to the elder overseeing the recruitment of disciples. All right, I've made the necessary arrangements. Even if your friend does not pass the second test, he will still be accepted as an outer sect disciple. Thank you, Elder Xiao. Qiu Hanju felt a weight lift from her heart, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. She was now assured that Su Yunfeng would remain. Finally, She felt she had accomplished something useful for him. After expressing her gratitude once more, she took flight to witness Su Yunfeng's situation firsthand. Yi Chen's gaze was fervent as he watched Qiu Hanju's retreating figure until it vanished from sight. He turned to clasp his fists and asked, "Master, who is this senior sister, Elder Xiao?" Noticing the glimmer in Yi Chen's eyes, offered a gentle warning. "Her name is Qiu Hanju, but do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts. I shall heed my master's advice," Yi Chen replied, somewhat speechless. While he outwardly acquiesced, inwardly he remained unconvinced. With his natural talent and handsome visage, coupled with a few charming words, he wondered which woman could possibly resist his allure. This combination had never failed him before. Meanwhile, the first group to ascend the heavenly staircase found themselves swiftly overwhelmed. Their faces contorted with difficulty, beads of sweat dotting their brows. It felt as though a mountain bore down upon them, making each step a Herculean task. Unprepared for such sudden pressure, many were toppled, resulting in their disqualification. The subsequent group observed their reactions and began to climb in an orderly manner. Su Yunfeng ascended steadily, taking one step at a time, showing no signs of discomfort. He silently rejoiced, thankful that he had refined the essence of true dragon blood, which had fortified his body's resilience. Otherwise, he too would have been among the failures, maintaining a steady pace akin to a regular hike. He surpassed the majority of those around him. "What's with this kid? He seems so unfazed," one tester exclaimed. Drenched in sweat and panting heavily, Su Yunfeng breezed past him without breaking stride, leaving the onlooker utterly astonished. As time passed, Su Yunfeng continued to rise higher, leaving an increasing number of individuals behind. Unbeknownst to him, when he glanced back, he found no one in sight, and ahead, there was not a single figure. In the next moment, the scene before him shifted dramatically. He was no longer on the heavenly staircase, but had arrived in a grove of peach blossoms. "Young master, come here." Before he could comprehend the situation, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, and a boldly dressed woman had already wrapped her arms around his neck. Su Yunfeng frowned slightly, understanding all too well. This was the so-called test of willpower, designed to determine whether he could resist temptation. To succumb to such a lure would mean failure. With a swift motion, he yanked the woman's arm away, showing no mercy, and delivered a swift kick. The woman fell to the ground, looking aggrieved, her appearance transforming into that of Tang Shuyun. Su Yunfeng couldn't be bothered to spare her a second glance, delivering another slap that sent her flying again. In the next instant, her form morphed once more, this time resembling Qiu Hanju, clothed in white. Her skin radiant, adorned with a delicate veil, her enchanting eyes sparkling as they gazed at Su Yunfeng. "Young master, would you like to see my visage?" Her voice echoed, identical to Qiu Hanju's, yet lacking the usual coldness, infused instead with a hint of seduction. Truth be told, Su Yunfeng felt a fleeting desire to unveil Qiu Hanju's veil. He had harbored such thoughts during the Festival of Lights and while observing fireflies. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself. Patience was key. One could not rush into things. Approaching the woman once more, he reached out gently towards the veil. At that moment, a blinding light erupted from his palm. With a resounding crack, it pierced through the woman's form, which dissipated into wisps of blue smoke in an instant. Simultaneously, the scenery before him shifted again, and he found himself back atop the heavenly staircase. "Is that it?" Su Yunfeng scoffed, unimpressed. Did they truly think such trivial challenges could test an experienced individual like him? Chapter 26. Passing the test, seeking trouble. Following this, the path was clear. Aside from a slight increase in pressure upon him, no further obstacles emerged. For a body cleansed by the essence of true dragon blood, this level of pressure was nothing. His speed remained steady, consistently moving forward at a measured pace. "Well, this lad isn't too shabby," the elder overseeing the selection remarked, stroking his beard in approval. At that moment, his communication jade slip lit up. After reading the message, he raised an eyebrow but said nothing. It seemed such occurrences were commonplace and elicited no surprise. An hour later, Su Yunfeng finally reached the pinnacle of the heavenly staircase. Before him lay an expansive plaza, where he finally beheld the grand gate inscribed with the words Lingxiao Sect. "Congratulations, you have become an outer sect disciple of Lingxiao Sect." An outer sect elder was already waiting there, ready to oversee the newly initiated disciples. After registering his name, Su Yunfeng received his own identity token. From that moment onward, he was officially a member of Lingxiao sect. Su Yunfeng? You are Su Yunfeng? The registering elder squinted in surprise, looking at Su Yunfeng with astonishment. Just a short while ago, he had received a message from the overseeing elder, requesting the special recruitment of someone named Su Yunfeng. To his disbelief, the very first to arrive was this special recruit. Su Yunfeng nodded, replying, "Yes, elder. I am Su Yunfeng. Is there an issue?" The elder quickly smiled. "None at all. Please wait here. I will take you to the outer sect disciple area shortly." Understood. Just then, a white figure soared towards him. It was Qiu Hanju. Upon seeing the disciple token in Su Yunfeng's hand, the heavy weight in her heart finally lifted. She had already prepared a backdoor passage, assuring that even if Su Yunfeng failed the test, he would still be specially recruited. To her surprise, he had successfully passed, even being the first to reach the summit. Filled with joy, Qiu Hanju realized this meant they would still have opportunities to meet in the future. "Fairy," Su Yunfeng said, waving his disciple token playfully, "I have not disappointed you, have I?" The corners of Qiu Hanju's eyes curved in delight. Not only had he not disappointed her, he had exceeded her expectations. However, with others present, she refrained from appearing overly familiar, wishing to avoid any idle gossip. She nodded and said, "From today onwards, you are a disciple of the sect. You may call me senior sister." Of course, senior sister, Su Yunfeng readily complied. Senior sister felt far more intimate than fairy. The outer sect elder beside them raised an eyebrow, increasingly curious about Su Yunfeng. First, there had been the elder's special attention, and now Qiu Hanju's active engagement. Moreover, their interaction seemed unusually close. It was well known that Qiu Hanju, as the sect master's direct disciple, held a prominent position, and she was famed for her icy demeanor, rarely bestowing a glance upon anyone. Yet, with this newly minted outer sect disciple of limited aptitude, she appeared to be rather different. He hastily averted his gaze, focusing on his nose and heart, pretending to see and know nothing. Such matters were best kept to a minimum. Both in hearing and sight, by evening, the sun had set, and the second round of testing had finally concluded. Among the outer disciples, there were 1,000, and another 1,000 among the servant disciples. Those who had not passed would be sent back to their respective cities. Su Yunfeng scanned the crowd but did not spot Tang Shuiyuan among the outer and servant disciples. His gaze shifted to the group of eliminated candidates. Soon, he caught sight of Tang Shuiyuan, her face a picture of despair. Sensing his presence, she looked up just in time to meet his gaze before he withdrew. In that moment, a wave of regret and shame washed over her. During the first round of testing, she had arrogantly advised Su Yunfeng to give up, even intending to show him a bit of disdain. Yet, the outcome was as it was. She had failed the test, while Su Yunfeng had become an outer disciple. This realization made her chuckle bitterly. It seemed heaven was intent on playing a joke on her. Su Yunfeng chose not to cast another glance at Tang Shuiyuan. Since she had failed the test, their paths were destined to diverge from this point onward. At that moment, an elder from the outer sect stepped forward and raised his voice, addressing the crowd. "First and foremost, congratulations to all of you for becoming outer disciples. Your information has been registered and synchronized with your identity tokens. These tokens contain resources for your initiation. Please keep them safe. Additionally, they outline the sect's regulations and other pertinent information that you should read carefully." He continued, instructing the outer disciples to follow him to their designated area. Under the elder's guidance, the 1,500 outer disciples marched forth. Upon arrival, accommodations were assigned. The conditions were passable, at least. They were not dormitory-style arrangements. Each disciple had their own room, albeit small. It provided a semblance of privacy. For someone like Su Yunfeng, accustomed to the grind, this was entirely acceptable. Once inside his room, he began to study the information on his identity token. The sect regulations were naturally reserved for last, as they were lengthy and tedious. He learned that outer disciples did not have a dedicated master. Every 3 days, an elder would deliver a lecture. Attendance being voluntary. As for cultivation techniques, a few basic ones were recorded in the token. However, Su Yunfeng had no desire to practice. Not that he was unwilling, but rather, he deemed it futile due to his poor aptitude. Learning such simple techniques would be a laborious endeavor with little reward. A waste of precious time. To acquire more advanced techniques, one would need to exchange sect contribution points. These contribution points could be earned by completing corresponding tasks. Moreover, There was a mandatory requirement for outer disciples. They had to complete at least one task each month. Failing to do so for 3 consecutive months would result in their qualification as outer disciples being revoked, demoting them to servant disciples. In addition, each outer disciple had an opportunity to be promoted to inner disciple once a year. Passing the test would elevate them to inner disciples, granting access to greater resources and dedicated mentors. After making his bed, Su Yunfeng prepared to rest. However, just then, the door to his room was forcefully kicked open from the outside. The already flimsy wooden door splintered upon impact. A burly man with a menacing appearance and a thick beard swaggered in, brandishing a large wooden stick, followed by a dozen outer disciples, all wielding clubs and regarding the astonished Su Yunfeng with mocking eyes. Su Yunfeng was indeed taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a large and ostensibly reputable sect would harbor bullies. "Kid, hand over your initiation resources, and from now on in the outer sect, I'll protect you," he declared arrogantly. If not. With a resounding thud, the man slammed the wooden stick onto the table, his demeanor exuding utmost arrogance. It was clear he meant to resort to violence at the slightest sign of defiance. His demeanor was so haughty that one might think they were in a den of bandits rather than the Lingxiao sect. Chapter 27. Teaching the bully a lesson. Counter-robbery. Su Yunfeng preferred to avoid trouble, wishing only to quietly bind to his destined path and level up with ease. However, this did not imply that he was afraid of conflict. Should anyone provoke him without cause, he would not hesitate to retaliate. "Fix the door and get out." His tone was not harsh, yet it carried an icy chill, causing the temperature in the room to drop perceptibly. Nevertheless, the bully remained unfazed, arrogantly placing his foot on a chair. With a sneer, he mocked, "Oh, quite the bravado. You think I'll fix this door? You believe no one would dare speak up if I demolished this shabby room?" Su Yunfeng's gaze sharpened, his tone growing even colder and more resolute. "I will say it once more. Fix the door and leave." The bully was taken aback by the new disciple's refusal to yield. He had never encountered anyone who dared defy him so openly in all his years. Fury surged within him, and with a mighty kick, he sent the chair flying, roaring, "You're asking for it." Before he could finish, he swung the hefty wooden stick towards Su Yunfeng. "Today, you will learn who the real boss of the outer sect is." The stick whistled through the air with tremendous force. Su Yunfeng was not one to shy away from a fight. Seeing as they had already initiated violence, there was no need for further words. It was time to let actions speak. His eyes gleamed with a frigid light as he moved like a flash, arriving before the bully in the blink of an eye. He balled his fist and struck. The impact rang out with a dull thud, accompanied by the bully's anguished wails. The bully's towering frame was sent hurtling backward, akin to a cannonball, crashing onto the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. But it wasn't over yet. Seizing the advantage, Su Yunfeng swiftly followed him outside. As the bully landed, still dazed, he was met with a relentless barrage of blows, eliciting cries of pain. "You how dare hit me?" Finally catching his breath, the bully managed to speak, only to find that his words were met with further brutal punishment. Su Yunfeng pressed his foot on the bully's mouth, towering over him with disdain. Still daring to talk back at this point? His subordinates attempted to intervene, but Su Yunfeng shot them a chilling glare. "Anyone who dares approach will meet their end." Upon hearing this, the dozen or so disciples froze in their tracks. "You all better fix that door for me. If you fail, none of you will leave today." Su Yunfeng's voice was laced with an icy authority. The group exchanged glances, and ultimately, they complied, albeit reluctantly. Soon, the door was repaired, and even the chair that had been kicked away was returned to its rightful place. "Now hand over your storage bags and rings. Otherwise, I'll break your legs." Su Yunfeng's eyes gleamed with menace, his words carrying an unsettling ferocity as he scanned the group. "Kid, don't push your luck." The bully stammered, but before he could finish, Su Yunfeng's foot sealed his mouth, reducing him to a series of muffled whimpers. "Speak another word, and I'll ruin that mouth of yours." Su Yunfeng's voice remained cold and threatening. The bully fell silent, reasoning that a wise man does not incur immediate losses and that he would seek revenge when the time was right. Thus, the group reluctantly surrendered their storage bags and rings. It was not that they lacked the will to resist, but with their leader reduced to a bruised mess, any attempt to fight back would be futile. "Now, transfer your contribution points to me." At this, the bully's eyes widened in disbelief. He wanted to retaliate but found himself still silenced by Su Yunfeng's foot. Internally seething with rage, he thought, who was truly the villain here? They were merely collecting the initiation resources of new disciples. Yet this newcomer was even more ruthless, seizing their storage bags, rings, and contribution points. A beast. Eventually, they transferred all the contribution points from their identity tokens, and they learned that this newcomer, even more formidable than them, was named Su Yunfeng. Get lost, and remember, don't provoke me. In the end, Su Yunfeng did not go too far. He merely left the bully in a state of near defeat. After all, the sect rules explicitly stated that harming fellow disciples could lead to severe consequences, including the loss of cultivation or even death. He had no desire to be expelled from the sect the very next day after joining. The commotion naturally drew the attention of other disciples. As the rooms were not far apart, several new disciples who had previously been victimized by the bully stood in stunned silence, internally lamenting. Why is he so powerful while I am so weak? Su Yunfeng, just you wait. With the support of his lackeys, the bully slinked away, his heart filled with a burning desire for revenge. Having enjoyed years of unchallenged dominance in the outer sect, he had the backing of powerful allies. If he could not deal with Su Yunfeng himself, he would let the influential figures behind him handle it. The day would come when he would repay this debt. Time would not be long. After returning to his room, Su Yunfeng began to examine his spoils. Aside from a few spirit stones, there were also some low-level spirit plants that held little value for him. He contemplated finding an opportunity to gift them to Qiu Hanju. He thought to himself, the low rank is inconsequential. As long as Qiu Hanju is willing to accept them, he would soon acquire spirit plants of a much higher caliber, 100 times superior. As for the spirit stones, the low-grade ones could be transformed into high-grade ones. Subsequently, he could exchange the high-grade spirit stones for higher-tier spirit plants and treasures, effectively allowing for a second utilization of system items, which could yield at least tenfold returns. The mere thought of it was exhilarating. However, the pressing concern now was where to find a second fated individual. After all, Qiu Hanju was but one person. No matter how formidable she was, she could only progress along a singular path, lacking the rapid advancement afforded by multiple concurrent lines of development. At this realization, Su Yunfeng slapped his forehead in exasperation. How foolish of me! He suddenly recalled that he did not possess Qiu Hanju's communication jade slip and was unaware of her residence, making it impossible to offer her the items he had. The next time they met, he would definitely request her to leave him a communication jade slip, in the blink of an eye. A night passed. The following day, Su Yunfeng rose early, completed his morning routine, and stepped outside. He intended to inquire about Qiu Hanju's whereabouts to swiftly convert the items he possessed into tangible benefits. Just as he arrived at the square and was about to ask someone for information, a group of individuals approached him. His gaze sharpened as he instantly recognized the bruised and battered Wang Ba amidst the crowd. Beside Wang Ba stood a young man clad in splendid brocade, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Wang Ba was bowing and scraping before him, clearly indicating that he was his benefactor. Chapter 28. A lesson for Chen Gang. Profound gains. Upon seeing this group, several senior disciples hastily made way. Fearful of attracting trouble. As veterans, they were all too familiar with this brocade-clad youth. His name was Chen Gang, Wang Ba's benefactor, and a notorious figure among the outer disciples. Many had suffered his brutal assaults. Some disciples had even reported him to the elders, yet their grievances elicited no response, only inviting Chen Gang's fierce retaliation. Over time, it became common knowledge that Chen Gang was not to be trifled with, as he had a protective shield. Thus, upon encountering Chen Gang, they all fled. This group swiftly surrounded Su Yunfeng, as if fearing he might escape. Big brother, it's him. He is the one who injured me and stole our resources and contribution points. Wang Ba shouted furiously, his eyes nearly ablaze. Chen Gang scrutinized Su Yunfeng with a dismissive gaze, stating languidly, "Kid, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Return all the resources and contribution points. Then kneel and apologize to me and my brothers. If you do that, we can consider this matter settled." Chen Gang's eyes were filled with disdain and contempt, his demeanor suggesting that he regarded Su Yunfeng as beneath him. Su Yunfeng erupted into laughter, unperturbed by the encirclement, and a thrill surged within him. This man was indeed stronger than Wang Ba and the others, yet he was merely at the first level of martial disciple. Su Yunfeng had already reached the martial king realm, making it easy for him to handle this individual. He had concealed his true cultivation level using the system. Had he not, these thugs would likely not have dared to target him. Thus, the cultivation world was a realm where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. He gazed at Qin Gang and calmly inquired, "What if I refuse?" Qin Gang raised an eyebrow, scoffing, "If you refuse, I'll beat you until you are willing." Suddenly, Qin Gang was sent flying, crashing into the crowd, a crisp and resounding slap echoing through the AI. Su Yunfeng had somehow maneuvered through the encircling group and delivered a sharp blow. "Is this how it's done?" he taunted, nonchalantly blowing on his hand. Everyone was taken aback, unable to comprehend how Su Yunfeng had acted so swiftly. One moment he was within the encirclement, and the next he had sent their leader hurtling away. His speed was astonishing. Qin Gang was momentarily stunned, but as realization dawned, fury ignited within him. "You dare strike me? Do you even know who I am? How dare you?" Qin Gang bellowed, his powerful aura erupting forth. His eyes blazed with venomous rage, teeth clenched in a manner that suggested he wished to rend Su Yunfeng to pieces. "You little bastard, you're dead. How dare you mar this young master's handsome face?" Wang Ba and the others quickly rushed to assist Qin Gang. "Boss, are you all right? Get lost." Qin Gang slapped Wang Ba across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. He was consumed by rage, itching to strike anyone in his sight. However, Su Yunfeng had no intention of engaging in further dialogue. He swiftly darted forward, seizing Qin Gang by the collar and delivering a flurry of slaps to his face. The bustling square, filled with countless spectators, was only filled with the resounding echoes of Qin Gang's humiliation, reminiscent of firecrackers. New disciples secretly compared themselves to Su Yunfeng, realizing that had they been in his position, they would have been the ones receiving blows. Yet the older disciples gaped in disbelief, their mouths agape in astonishment, followed by waves of exhilaration. The outer disciples had long suffered under Qin Gang's tyranny, and witnessing him finally receiving his due punishment was a source of immense satisfaction. Su Yunfeng relentlessly slapped Qin Gang, and within moments, the left side of Qin Gang's face was swollen grotesquely, half his teeth knocked out and blood streaming from his nose. A truly pitiful sight. "Now, hand over all your storage bags, storage rings, and contribution points, or this will be your fate," Su Yunfeng proclaimed, lifting Qin Gang high above his head for all to witness. Qin Gang could never have imagined that at his age, he would be hoisted like this. His underlings turned pale, terror-stricken, realizing that if their boss was beaten, they were hardly in a position to retaliate. Ultimately, under Su Yunfeng's piercing, cold gaze, they surrendered their storage bags, storage rings, and contribution points. Wang Ba's heart bled at the thought of being robbed yet again. "Damn it, I was just robbed last night, and now again today. Why am I so unlucky?" he lamented, but despite his grievances, he had no choice but to comply. Su Yunfeng delivered a powerful kick, sending Wang Ba flying. "Useless trash. The sect nurtures you, and yet you have contributed nothing. Do you even deserve the sect's support? You parasites deserve to be purged." Wang Ba was on the verge of tears. Having been drained of his contribution points the previous night, he had nothing left to give. "Get lost?" Su Yunfeng tossed Qin Gang aside and warned once more, "I'll say it again, don't provoke me." Wang Ba and the others hurriedly caught Qin Gang to prevent him from crashing to the ground again. At this moment, Qin Gang appeared utterly disheveled, his right cheek unscathed while the left was swollen beyond recognition. Many onlookers felt a sudden urge to match his right side with a similar beating. Symmetry, after all, was aesthetically pleasing. Wang Ba and his cohorts, supporting the dazed and disoriented Qin Gang, retreated in disgrace. Moments later, someone initiated applause, which quickly spread, and the entire square erupted in thunderous clapping. Just then, an older outer disciple approached discreetly. "Brother, you really dealt with Qin Gang today. You've avenged us." However, he added, "But, junior brother, I must advise you to be cautious. Qin Gang has powerful backing." Upon hearing this, Su Yunfeng nodded. "Thank you for the warning." Although he felt a twinge of concern regarding Qin Gang's connections, he was not overly fazed. After all, he too had formidable backing, namely, Qiu Hanju and the influential figure behind her, who had rescued him. That woman's status in Lingxiao sect was likely substantial. Providing him with confidence, "Senior brother, may I inquire about the whereabouts of senior sister Qiu Hanju?" Su Yunfeng asked. The senior brother paused, his expression slightly astonished. "Junior brother, You know her? Su Yunfeng nodded affirmatively. We are friends. The senior brother gasped in surprise, his gaze towards Su Yunfeng revealing a hint of admiration. Qiu Hanju was a celebrated figure throughout the sect, not merely due to her status as the sect leader's disciple, but also because of her unique and aloof charm that had captivated countless male disciples. Over the years, many had sought to approach her, only to be met with relentless indifference. It was common knowledge that aside from the elders, the only individuals able to converse with Qiu Hanju were her three equally remarkable senior sisters. As the senior brother recalled her illustrious companions, he momentarily lost his focus, nearly entranced. Had Su Yunfeng not brought him back to reality, he might have stood there in a daze for an eternity. Senior brother, you still haven't answered my question. The older disciple chuckled awkwardly. Junior brother, Qiu Hanju's residence is within the inner sect. In the core disciple area, as outer disciples, we have no access to that place. Su Yunfeng's brow furrowed slightly. Feeling frustrated, it seemed he could not seek out Qiu Hanju directly and would have to wait for her to approach him. This feeling of being stalked full yet unable to act was genuinely irksome. With that thought, he wore a look of melancholy. After dismissing the senior brother, he headed to the scripture repository. The two successful counterattacks had garnered him a significant amount of contribution points. He prepared to select a more refined cultivation technique, intending to entice Qiu Hanju into practicing it the next time they met. Upon arriving at the sutra repository, he furrowed his brow slightly. The repository was divided into 3 levels, corresponding, from bottom to top, to outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. As he was currently an outer disciple, he could only choose techniques from the first level. Tall bookshelves were filled with volumes, each representing a unique cultivation method. One could not help but admire the financial prowess of the Lingxiao sect, a superlative sect that could afford such abundance. In contrast, a smaller sect would be fortunate to possess a mere 10 techniques, often kept hidden away in the area designated for technique imprinting. A plump elder with a handlebar mustache was dozing off in a reclining chair, his eyes squinted. Rather than searching for techniques on his own, Su Yunfeng approached the elder. It was evident that inquiring directly would be far more efficient than aimlessly seeking out a method. Thus, he respectfully cupped his hands and sincerely asked, Elder, as a newly initiated outer disciple, might you tell me which is the most formidable technique here? Given that he had Qiu Hanju, a fated woman, to assist him in cultivation, it was only natural to select the most impressive technique. The elder did not even lift his eyelids, merely opening his mouth slightly to reply, Go further in, 5th row, 2nd shelf, the first book. Thank you, elder. Su Yunfeng's lips curled into a slight smile. This was certainly more expedient than his own search. He quickly made his way to the position indicated by the elder and found the technique. However, upon seeing the title, he was rendered utterly speechless. Yin-Yang Dual Cultivation Method. How scandalous. This was a technique for dual cultivation that would surely make one blush. Su Yunfeng felt as though he might explode on the spot. Did he dare present this technique to Qiu Hanju for cultivation? He feared he might be killed on the spot. TSK, the illustrations were even in color. The author certainly had a flair for the risque. Unbeknownst to him, he had already opened the cover and was engrossed in perusing it. Of course, with his aptitude, comprehending the text was impossible. However, it mattered little. If he couldn't understand the words, surely he could grasp the illustrations? Bah, how vulgar. Just as he was delighting in his clandestine viewing, a woman's voice suddenly rang out beside him, berating him and even spitting in his direction. Junior sister, don't pay attention to such a person. He looks like nothing good and is probably thinking of something vile all day. Next to the woman stood an unremarkable, dark-skinned man, whose gaze lingered on the colorful illustrations for 3 seconds. Ha! You shrimp-headed fool, wanting to look yet too cowardly to do so. What are you even worth? The term shrimp-headed here implies a drooping, defeated demeanor. Su Yunfeng's words struck a nerve with the dark-skinned man, causing him to explode with rage. Who the hell is the shrimp-headed fool? Who the hell wants to look? You better clarify that, or you won't be leaving. Su Yunfeng closed the book and returned it to its place, casting a nonchalant glance at the man. What is the matter with you? If you aren't the shrimp-headed fool, prove it to me. The dark-skinned man was momentarily taken aback. How could one prove such a thing? Was he supposed to perform a demonstration on the spot? What? Unable to prove it? Su Yunfeng's gaze drifted downward slightly as he mocked, skinny as a rake. face like a withered gourd, lips cracked and dry, eyes devoid of spirit, footfalls light as air, looking severely overdrawn. Calling you a shrimp-headed fool is a compliment. At best, you're a 3-second man. The man's face turned crimson with rage, wanting to retort but finding himself at a loss for words. The woman beside him shot a sidelong glance at him, snorted disdainfully, and turned to leave. The dark-skinned man immediately pursued her, calling out, "Junior sister, don't listen to his nonsense. You know 3 seconds isn't my limit. 5 seconds is my peak. Junior sister, wait up for me." "Teske." Su Yunfeng scoffed derisively. These self-important fools were suffering from a severe case of pride. They could have improved their situation with such a technique, yet they refused to lower their faces, acting like fools. Naturally, Su Yunfeng did not select the dual cultivation technique. He returned to the imprinting area and humbly inquired of the elder, "May I ask?" "Elder, which is the second most formidable technique here?" The elder remained with his eyes closed, gently rocking in his chair, and replied indifferently, "It's right beside the first most formidable technique." Very well. Su Yunfeng returned to the previous position and picked up the book adjacent to Yinyang dual cultivation method. This was a sword technique called Heavenly Collapse Sword Technique. He did not even bother to examine its contents, simply taking it to imprint a copy. What was there to see, given his aptitude? He wouldn't be able to master it anyway. It was better not to look at all. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back and grabbed the most formidable technique once more. Recently, his contribution points had accumulated significantly. His mentality had swelled, and not spending them would leave him feeling uncomfortable. He found himself a justifiable reason. Subsequently, he took both books to the imprinting area. "Young man, are you certain you wish to imprint these 2 techniques?" At that moment, the elder finally opened his eyes and spoke. Su Yunfeng nodded affirmatively. "Thank you for your assistance, elder." The elder glanced at Su Yunfeng, then retrieved 2 jade slips and proceeded with the imprinting. Soon, the 2 techniques were successfully transferred into the jade slips. Exiting the sutra repository, Su Yunfeng felt quite pleased as he made his way to the mission hall. Unable to contact Qiu Hanju, he decided to complete this month's mandatory task. After all, he was merely lounging about, which was detrimental to his health. As soon as he stepped into the mission hall, a fist flew toward his face. Su Yunfeng's heart sank, and he swiftly turned his head to the right, narrowly avoiding the punch that grazed his hair. At the same time, he delivered a swift kick to the assailant's abdomen, sending the person tumbling backward. Only then did Su Yunfeng see who had attacked him. A smirk crept across his lips as he disdainfully remarked, "I wondered who it was. Turns out it's the shrimp-headed fool." The attacker was none other than the dark-skinned man, Gao Xiong, who had been humiliated in the sutra repository. Gao Xiong had originally come to accept a mission but, upon spotting Su Yunfeng approaching, had laid in wait to launch a sneak attack and vent his frustrations. He never anticipated Su Yunfeng's reflexes to be so sharp, not only evading his assault but countering with a powerful kick that sent him flying. Gao Xiong scrambled to his feet and immediately launched another attack. Su Yunfeng's gaze turned icy. He had previously shown restraint, yet this shrimp-headed fool seemed unwilling to repent. With a disdainful grunt, he leapt into the air, delivering a fierce kick that struck Gao Xiong squarely in his vital area. Bang, bang. A cacophony echoed through the hall, prompting all male disciples to clench their legs tightly. Feeling a chill run down their spines, suffused with a subtle sorrow, Gao Xiong was brutally kicked away, crashing against the wall of the mission hall. Fortunately, the wall was reinforced with runes. Otherwise, it might have been breached by the impact. Gao Xiong lay crumpled on the ground, resembling a boiled shrimp as he curled into himself. His eyes bulged, veins throbbing on his forehead, and his face contorted in an expression of endless agony. A sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Su Yunfeng approached him, looking down coldly. "There's no point in keeping you around. It's better to break and rebuild. Remember to thank me later." Without sparing Gao Xiong another glance, he began to inspect the tasks listed on the mission board as if nothing had occurred. He remained oblivious to the boundless resentment burning in Gao Xiong's eyes. The strength of outer disciples was generally low, and thus the tasks assigned were not particularly challenging. Most were low-level missions, such as hunting low-tier beasts for their cores or gathering spiritual herbs. After perusing the board for some time, Su Yunfeng casually accepted a task to collect 100 heart-nourishing grasses. Situated within the vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains, The Lingxiao sect was not to be taken lightly. Instead of embarking blindly, he sought out a senior outer disciple for guidance. Given the enormity of the mountains, locating a small herb like the heart-nourishing grass would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. It was wise to consult those with more experience. "Excuse me, senior brother, where might I easily find heart-nourishing grass?" "Ah, junior brother, you've come to the right person. I'm renowned for my knowledge of tasks." Without hesitation, Su Yunfeng produced several low-grade spirit stones and handed them over. He understood that, regardless of the world, social niceties were essential. "I would be grateful if you could share your insights." Seeing Su Yunfeng's understanding demeanor, the senior disciple's mood brightened. He proceeded to direct him to a location known as Sword Heaven Valley. After acquiring the location details, Su Yunfeng swiftly departed the sect. However, after he left, the senior disciple who had accepted the bribe quickly lost his smile. Replaced by a sinister expression, he retrieved a transmission jade slip and relayed, "Su Yunfeng has gone to Sword Heaven Valley." On the other end of the jade slip, Cheng Gang, his face wrapped in white bandages, revealing only his sinister eyes and flared nostrils, harbored a deep-seated grudge against Su Yunfeng since their last encounter. He vowed to ensure Su Yunfeng met a gruesome end. Though the sect forbade the slaughter of fellow disciples, what of the outside world? It was not uncommon for disciples to perish while on missions. Thus, he had set a trap, lying in wait in the mission hall for Su Yunfeng to unwittingly walk into it. Little did he expect Su Yunfeng to fall for his ruse so quickly. This time, he would make sure to dismantle him piece by piece. Qin Gang gritted his teeth, his eyes radiating an extreme chill. As for Su Yunfeng, he soared towards Sword Heaven Valley, albeit at a leisurely pace, a hint of a cold smirk gracing his face. The teacher who had just pointed out the location to him was adept at concealing his intentions. However, the fleeting glint of coldness in his eyes did not escape his notice. It was evident that Tianjian Valley harbored secrets. As he stepped outside, he fortuitously encountered several outer disciples returning from their tasks. These individuals, having been away for a few days, were unaware of the events that had transpired within the sect in recent days, making their words all the more trustworthy. Tianjian Valley, what a ruse. It was not a place for the nurturing of heart-calming herbs, but rather a den of ferocious beasts, a territory that even the inner disciples dared not tread lightly upon. At this moment, he began to form suspicions. Within the entire sect, he had only crossed paths with Wang Ba and his group, who evidently had set their sights on him. Should he recklessly venture into Tianjian Valley, he would undoubtedly encounter these beasts. Even if he miraculously escaped, those lying in wait outside would not hesitate to strike. What a convoluted scheme. If you seek to end my life, do not blame me for taking the initiative to eliminate you first. A cold smirk crept across Su Yunfeng's face, his eyes glimmering with murderous intent. In an instant, he propelled himself forward, his speed dramatically increasing as he soared toward Tianjian Valley. Meanwhile, Cheng Gang's subordinates had received his message and were swiftly making their way to the valley. From a high vantage point, Tianjian Valley appeared as a colossal gorge, carved out by a sword, with its U-shaped contours bordered on three sides by steep cliffs, leaving only one entrance. Isn't it merely a newly initiated outer disciple? Do we really need to intervene? Outside the valley, two outer disciples conversed quietly atop a concealed treetop. As members of Cheng Gang's faction, they were well aware of the recent developments. Do not underestimate that newcomer. He managed to injure our leader, which surely speaks to his extraordinary capabilities. We need only wait for him to emerge from the valley and deliver the final blow. One disciple's gaze was fixed intently on the mouth of the valley, lying in wait for Su Yunfeng's appearance. Just then, a chilling voice suddenly resonated from behind them. Startled, the two turned, only to witness their bodies slump lifelessly to the ground, having been severed from their heads. Death! They had scarcely caught a glimpse of their assailant before meeting their demise. Su Yunfeng stepped forth from the shadows, having already dispatched several of such foes. Once he eliminated these two, he swiftly cleared the area of any lurking ambushers. He took their storage bags, refraining from claiming their contribution points to avoid arousing suspicion. After all, a sudden increase in contribution points following an outing would undoubtedly raise eyebrows. He picked up one of the communication jade slips and sent a message. Boss, we've dealt with that kid. We also discovered a 50,000-year-old rejuvenating herb, but it has drawn the attention of others. Requesting backup, the location is In Lingxiao sect. Upon receiving the news, Cheng Gang was in high spirits. thoroughly pleased with his scheme. That little brat Su Yunfeng thinks himself so formidable, daring to oppose me and even injuring me. He's only paving his own path to demise. Wang Ba, take a few men and ensure that 50,000-year-old rejuvenating herb is retrieved. The rejuvenating herb was a crucial ingredient for concocting rejuvenation pills. Such a rare find would undoubtedly earn significant favor from the higher-ups if presented to them. Understood, boss. Wang Ba promptly led his companions toward the designated location. Before long, they arrived at the site. Wang Ba frowned, noticing the absence of any spectral figures. There was no sign of the rejuvenating herb. Yet, just as his instincts began to heighten, it was already too late. A powerful force enveloped them, rendering them immobile, as a figure emerged from the shadows. Su Yunfeng? I thought you were dead. Wang Ba exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide with horror as he looked at the advancing Su Yunfeng. Su Yunfeng, wearing a cold smirk of derision, replied, Do you honestly think those pathetic fools could kill me? Wang Ba's eyes widened in fury, suddenly realizing, You killed all our men. Without confirming, Su Yunfeng's gaze turned icy, filled with a murderous intent. Fear not. You shall meet them again soon. Chapter 31. The insidious woman fear not. You shall meet them again soon. As his words fell, a long sword materialized in his hand, and he moved with an ethereal grace. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of flesh tearing and blood splattering. Wang Ba and his companions collapsed into pools of blood. Su Yunfeng harbored no mercy for those who sought his life. To show kindness to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. After collecting their storage bags, Su Yunfeng swiftly departed the scene. Repeating the same tactics would only raise their suspicions. He would first eliminate a few to collect some interest before dealing with Chun Gang. This time, he did not linger, instead heading directly toward Wangyue Slope, where the heart-calming herbs awaited. Help! Help! Is there anyone who can assist me? Help! At that moment, Su Yunfeng suddenly heard a desperate cry for help, prompting him to glance in the direction of the sound. He beheld a strikingly beautiful woman clad in the sex attire, frantically fleeing from a massive black beast resembling a tiger, its length exceeding 10 meters. The woman's garments were tattered in places, revealing glimpses of her fair skin, indicating that she had already engaged in battle with the ferocious creature but had been forced to retreat. Just then, the black beast leaped with ferocity, casting a large shadow as it landed directly in front of her. With a gaping maw, it lunged toward her. The woman, filled with despair, let out a terrified scream. Just as the black beast was about to seize her, a figure appeared, delivering a powerful punch to the creature's forehead. The immense beast was knocked back from the impact. Roaring in fury, the black beast howled, enraged at the loss of its prey. It bared its sharp teeth. Gleaming ominously, Su Yunfeng snorted dismissively, advancing rather than retreating, unleashing a flurry of punches that rained down upon the creature. In an instant, blood flew, and the black beast whined, ultimately falling silent. The woman, her eyes gleaming with gratitude, rushed to Su Yunfeng's side. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed brother. My name is Wang Lingshan. May I ask for your name? Su Yunfeng had already extracted the beast's demon core, although it was not part of his task. Keeping it would not be a disadvantage. After pocketing the demon core, he replied, I am Su Yunfeng. Wang Lingshan nodded, her expression turning earnest as she continued, Your prowess is remarkable, esteemed brother. I wish to request your assistance with a matter. Noticing Su Yunfeng's furrowed brow, she quickly explained. It turned out that not far ahead lay the lair of the black beast, which housed 2 nearly ripe spirit-scented fruits. Wang Lingshan had provoked the beast in her quest for the fruits. However, within the lair resided an even more ferocious black beast. Esteemed brother, if you would be willing to lend your strength upon success, we may each take 1 fruit. Wang Lingshan gazed at Su Yunfeng with hopeful eyes. Given her own strength, she was no match for the black beast, hence her intention to enlist Su Yunfeng's aid. Su Yunfeng contemplated, recognizing that spirit-scented fruits were indeed rare. They were essential for concocting spirit-scented pills. Securing one could serve as a means to cultivate a closer relationship with Zhou Hongyue. Very well, lead the way. Upon hearing Su Yunfeng's agreement, Wang Lingshan's face lit up with delight, a glimmer of scheming brilliance flickering in her eyes. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the black beast's lair, where a rich aroma wafted through the air. Esteemed brother, the spirit-scented fruits are about to ripen. Wang Lingshan exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the two vibrant fruits within the lair. Without wasting any time, Su Yunfeng sprang into action. The roar of the beast echoed fiercely. This black beast was even more formidable than the last. Even Su Yunfeng, at the level of a martial king, dared not underestimate it. Meanwhile, as Su Yunfeng drew the beast away, Wang Lingshan seized the opportunity to dart into the lair, swiftly plucking the two spirit-scented fruits. She cast a glance towards Su Yunfeng. Her eyes filled with a mocking glint before soaring into the distance. As her laughter echoed, it carried a tone of coldness and derision. It dawned on Su Yunfeng that he had been deceived. Wang Lingshan had never intended to share the fruits. He had merely been used as bait. Anger surged within him, and with a cold snort, he delivered a powerful punch to the beast's forehead. The massive creature was sent crashing into the earth. Without a second thought, he soared into the air, pursuing Wang Lingshan. His speed was remarkable, and in the blink of an eye, he positioned himself directly in her path, delivering a resounding slap to her face. Caught off guard, Wang Lingshan was sent flying, plummeting from the sky. Ah! She instinctively screamed in terror. She had never anticipated Su Yunfeng's swift retaliation. Just moments ago, she had mocked him for his foolishness. And now she found herself on the receiving end of a harsh rebuke. Infuriated, she quickly gathered her strength to stabilize her descent. Su Yunfeng, how dare you strike me? Do you even know who I am? Wang Lingshan screamed in a fit of rage, her eyes blazing with fury. However, as she raised her gaze, a large hand appeared before her. Without hesitation, the hand clutched her throat, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped her neck. A profound sense of suffocation enveloped Wang Lingshan in an instant, sending a chill coursing through her heart as she became acutely aware of an icy, bone-chilling fear. Suddenly, with a resounding slap, Su Yunfeng uttered not a single word before striking her face. Wang Lingshan's visage had swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig, devoid of any trace of her earlier beauty. Su Yunfeng, you vile wretch! How dare you strike me? Do you know who I am? I am an inner sect disciple. The younger sister of Wang Tang, she exclaimed furiously, her heart brimming with terror. Yet, she believed that invoking her identity and her brother, Wang Tang, would deter anyone from harming her, especially since Su Yunfeng was merely an outer sect disciple. However, the response she received was another resounding slap. Wang Lingshan was utterly bewildered. How could he dare? He was fully aware of her status, yet he still had the audacity to strike her. At that moment, she felt the grip on her throat tighten, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. Let go. I doubt my brother is Wang Tang. Wang Lingshan struggled desperately, yet she remained ensnared in Su Yunfeng's powerful grasp. Su Yunfeng's eyes glinted with a cold light. Given the current state of affairs, it was evident that neither party would relent. With this thought, he suddenly tightened his grip, contemplating the drastic measure of ending Wang Lingshan's life in the depths of the mountain forest. Who would know that it was he, Su Yunfeng, who had committed the act? After all, he had already killed several outer sect disciples. What was one more inner sect disciple to him? Moreover, Wang Lingshan's life had originally been saved from the clutches of the Black Sha Tiger. He had already granted her a reprieve for a time. At this moment, Wang Lingshan could barely breathe, her eyes bulging, and veins visibly twisted upon her forehead. Die! Su Yunfeng's hand tightened with ferocity. Release my sister. In that final moment, a fierce and explosive voice approached rapidly from behind. Simultaneously, a powerful attack was launched directly at his back. Chapter 32. Then castrate yourself without a moment's hesitation. Su Yunfeng spun around, using Wang Lingshan's body as a shield. With a resounding crash, the attack that was intended for Su Yunfeng struck Wang Lingshan squarely. She immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, her previously asphyxiated and purplish face now paling further. Sister! Wang Tang had not anticipated that his sudden assault would be detected and that Wang Lingshan would be used as a human shield. For a moment, he hesitated to act recklessly. Release my sister. Wang Tang emanated a formidable aura, revealing himself to be a true martial king at the 5th level. Su Yunfeng furrowed his brow inwardly. The opponent's cultivation surpassed his own, and their techniques were likely more diverse. Should a confrontation arise, he would hold no advantage. However, if he were to release Wang Lingshan, he would lose his hostage, allowing Wang Ting free rein to act against him. Thus, upon hearing Wang Tang's furious roar, he remained motionless, Brother, save me. The shadow of death loomed heavily over Wang Lingshan as she glimpsed a glimmer of hope with her brother's arrival. With all her strength, she struggled to call out for help. Upon hearing her faint plea, Wang Teng's demeanor shifted, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes on Su Yunfeng. Release my sister, or I shall tear you limb from limb. Su Yunfeng let out a cold laugh. Lifting Wang Lingshan high and unflinchingly retorted, Dare to utter another word, and I'll crush her immediately. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on her throat, causing her to cough violently, her legs flailing in a desperate struggle for breath. Brother. Wang Lingshan's eyes rolled back, her movements growing weaker, as if on the verge of suffocation. Stop! Wang Teng's rage surged, yet he dared not make any further reckless threats, forcing him to suppress his fury. What must I do to secure my sister's release? He gritted through clenched teeth. Su Yunfeng smirked. First, temper your arrogant demeanor and speak to me with respect. Wang Teng complied without hesitation, despite the humiliation gnawing at him. As a prominent figure within the Lingxiao sect, he had never endured such degradation. Yet, with his sister's life at stake, he had no choice but to humble himself. As long as you release my sister, I will agree to any terms you propose, he spoke in a low, restrained voice, suppressing his anger. Then castrate yourself. Wang Teng was momentarily stunned. Never had he encountered someone so ruthless, demanding such a thing outright. He ground his teeth in indignation, wishing he could tear Su Yunfeng apart on the spot. What? Is that all it takes to satisfy you? Su Yunfeng taunted, his words nearly provoking Wang Teng to spit blood. Are you serious? You think that's a trivial request? Speak without understanding the gravity of the situation, do you? Su Yunfeng scoffed. Wang Teng, in a pained manner, removed his storage ring, erasing its markings before tossing it over. Su Yunfeng loosened his grip slightly, allowing Wang Lingshan to breathe, then coldly commanded, Now erase your storage ring's markings as well. Wang Lingshan gasped for air, her heart racing with terror. Without hesitation, she complied. Now, retreat 5 miles. After securing their storage rings, Su Yunfeng addressed Wang Teng. If you dare lay a finger on my sister, no matter where you are, I will hunt you down. Wang Teng gritted his teeth, his voice laced with venom. Su Yunfeng's brow furrowed as he tightened his grip on Wang Lingshan once more. Coughing violently, she struggled for breath. I already warned you to speak to me politely. Did you not hear? Su Yunfeng glared at Wang Teng, his eyes flashing with a cold light, his voice chilling and imperious. Stop, I yield. I will retreat at once. Wang Teng swiftly retracted his earlier bravado, backing away until he had put a full 5 miles between them. He was consumed by a seething anger that had no outlet, feeling as if his lungs would burst. He would remember this grievance. After Wang Teng departed, Su Yunfeng struck Wang Lingshan several more resounding slaps. You detestable woman, you could have coexisted peacefully, yet you chose to scheme against me. You truly possess the intellect of a pig. Had they adhered to the agreement of sharing a spirit fruit each, they might have even forged a friendship. It was solely her greed that led to her humiliation. At this moment, Wang Lingshan's face was grotesquely swollen, rendering her unrecognizable. Finally, Su Yunfeng cast her aside and swiftly vanished into the nearby woods. Had Wang Teng not intervened, he would have ended her life without hesitation. However, now that the encounter had transpired, he knew that taking her life would jeopardize his standing within the sect and could even cost him his life. The fleeting thrill of revenge was not worth the risk of his own demise. He resolved to bide his time, awaiting a more opportune moment to eliminate her. Today, the rift between them had been irrevocably widened. He did not believe that Wang Teng and Wang Lingshan would let the matter rest. They would undoubtedly seek retribution. Su Yunfeng, I swear to annihilate you, to reduce you to ashes, having regained her freedom. Wang Lingshan exploded in a fit of rage, her voice shrill with fury. Hearing her, Wang Teng rushed over, but by then, Su Yunfeng had already vanished without a trace, making immediate revenge impossible. Brother, you must avenge me. You must kill that wretched scoundrel. Wang Lingshan's eyes burned with unending fury and resentment. Sister, rest assured, I shall personally slay him, Wang Teng replied, his gaze chillingly cold, an overwhelming desire for vengeance surging within him. A mere outer sect disciple had not only struck his sister but had also cornered him to this extent. He could not swallow this humiliation. He vowed to repay this grudge in full. Meanwhile, Su Yunfeng had collected 100 heart-nurturing herbs. The task was complete, yet he did not rush back to the sect. Who knew if Qin Gang, Wang Teng, or others awaited him along the path? Eager to spring a trap? Unable to reach Qiu Hongyue, he felt profoundly unsafe. He decided to remain outside for 3 to 5 days before returning. Thus, he donned ordinary attire and made his way to the nearest town. He first visited the Cuihong Tower to listen to the melodies of this era. Overall, it was quite pleasant, crisp, and melodious, elevating the spirit, although the flute player's skills left something to be desired. With minor flaws in technique. Chapter 33. Fortuitous encounters. By the time he exited the Cuihong Tower, evening had fallen. He arrived at an inn named Wamanlu, ordering a lavish feast of delicacies and fine wine. Waiter! Su Yunfeng snapped his fingers to summon the attendant. The innkeeper hurried over, eager to serve, for he realized he had a veritable cash cow before him, a single patron ordering an extravagant spread. Not only would this yield considerable profit, but it also posed the question of what would happen to the leftovers, as it was impossible for one individual to consume such a feast. The remaining natural order consists of those serving as waitstaff in the establishment. This table is laden with the restaurant's signature dishes, each one quite valuable and exceedingly delectable. It is already quite remarkable to indulge in even 1 or 2 of these delicacies on a regular day. Now, with an entire table spread before them, the waitstaff cannot help but salivate in secret. It has been a long time since he encountered someone as naive and affluent as Su Yunfeng. Honored guest, what may I do for you? The attendant bowed respectfully to Su Yunfeng, pointing towards the beggar across the street, his unkempt hair and tattered clothing marking him as destitute. Su Yunfeng instructed. Please bring him in. What? The attendant followed Su Yunfeng's gesture and immediately spotted the old beggar. What do you mean? Hurry up. Su Yunfeng's expression hardened, feigning annoyance. The attendant cast a glance at the sumptuous feast laid out before him, his heart bleeding at the thought of the old man's intrusion. Yet, under the pressure of Su Yunfeng's gaze, he hurriedly went out to summon the beggar, though the specifics of their exchange were lost. The old beggar lifted his head slightly to glance in Su Yunfeng's direction. Then, using a gnarled branch as a cane, he shakily rose to his feet. The attendant quickly covered his mouth and nose, for the beggar's odor was quite overwhelming. In his previous life, Su Yunfeng could hardly bear to witness the plight of such elderly individuals. Upon seeing such a scene, his compassion surged forth. Even at times when he suspected someone might be a fraud, he felt compelled to extend a helping hand. Upon entering the establishment, the beggar was guided to Su Yunfeng's side. Please, make yourself comfortable. Feel free to enjoy this feast, and if you can't finish, you may take some for later. The attendant said, tears welling in his eyes. What he had thought would be a chance for a decent meal now seemed likely to leave him with nothing more than a fishbone. Hearing this, the beggar's murky eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Thank you, he rasped, his voice hoarse as if he had not spoken in ages. Without hesitation, he sat down and dug in, for utensils seemed unnecessary. His hands were far more efficient. After a ravenous feast, akin to a starving ghost, the beggar finally belched contentedly. Even Su Yunfeng was taken aback. Despite the beggar's frail appearance, his appetite was astonishing. A full table of food had barely been touched by Su Yunfeng. Yet it had all vanished into the beggar's stomach. Thank you, young master. It has been many years since I have had such a hearty meal, the beggar said, his voice still raspy but much more fluent now. Su Yunfeng waved his hand dismissively. No need for gratitude. It was but a small effort on my part. After all, I cannot finish it all alone. An extra pair of chopsticks hardly burdens me. The beggar laughed heartily. You are truly magnanimous. Such individuals are rare these days. By the way, you will be staying here tonight. The attendant has arranged a room and hot water for you, Su Yunfeng informed him. It must be said that the beggar's odor was quite potent. It was likely he had not bathed in years. Even Su Yunfeng felt slightly overwhelmed. Upon hearing this, the beggar clasped his hands in gratitude. You have treated me well, young master. I have nothing to offer in return, but I can read your fortune. Oh, you can read fortunes, old sir? Su Yunfeng inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. This beggar, appearing to be an ordinary vagrant, claimed to possess such a skill. Yet, he inwardly shook his head, skeptical of the old man's abilities. If he truly possessed such talents, survival would not be a challenge. And he would not have fallen to the depths of begging on the streets. Not wishing to dampen the beggar's spirits, Su Yunfeng brushed aside his long hair to reveal his entire face. Then please, I would be grateful for your insight. The beggar's previously murky gaze sharpened, scrutinizing Su Yunfeng's features intently. After a moment, a look of profound confusion crossed his face, and he muttered, "How can this be? Old sir, what do you see? Will I be able to marry?" Su Yunfeng jested, a smile gracing his lips. The beggar nodded, "Indeed, you shall find a partner, and soon you will encounter a stroke of romantic fortune." "Oh, is that so?" Su Yunfeng chuckled lightly, not taking the words to heart. The notion of imminent romantic fortune seemed far-fetched. His relationship with Qiu Hanju had yet to reach such a level, and the woman who had crossed paths with him was but a fleeting shadow. The beggar affirmed, "I cannot see far ahead, but I can predict the events of the coming days." "Haha, then I shall take your words as a blessing." Su Yunfeng laughed, treating it as mere amusement. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they ascended the stairs to their respective rooms. Su Yunfeng took a bath and, with nothing else to occupy his time, retired early. Meanwhile, the beggar furrowed his brow, murmuring, "Why can I not see clearly? How strange." Simultaneously, 100 miles away from the town, a stunning woman was pursuing several disciples of the Haihuan sect. Her name was Lin Xiyan, the third disciple of the Lingxiao sect's master. Initially, she was merely passing through but happened upon several disciples of the Haihuan sect attempting to harm a common woman. Fueled by a sense of justice, she drew her sword and charged in without hesitation. However, the disciples of the Haihuan sect were cunning, avoiding a direct confrontation and fleeing instead. The chase led them into the wilderness. At that moment, the disciples of the Haihuan sect suddenly ceased their flight, turning to face Lin Xiyan with sinister smiles illuminating their faces. Lin Xiyan's brows furrowed, and her sword glinted coldly in the night as she struck out. Her cultivation was above theirs, bolstered by the top-tier techniques of the Lingxiao sect, making her combat prowess extraordinary. With her sword resembling a bolt of lightning, she aimed it at one of the Haihuan disciples. The disciple merely sidestepped, easily evading her attack. Lin Xiyan frowned, incredulous. This strike contained the full measure of her strength, and yet the opponent, despite being weaker, had evaded her effortlessly. "Do you find it hard to believe?" laughed the Haihuan disciple, his gaze toward Lin Xiyan brimming with fervor, reminiscent of a hungry wolf eyeing a lamb. "Filled with predation, I won't hide it from you. We lured you here intentionally to cost us quite a bit of Haihuan powder and transformation powder along the way. Yet, the prospect of capturing a beauty like you makes every effort worthwhile." At that moment, Lin Xiyan realized her spiritual power was depleting rapidly, her strength waning. No wonder her previous strike had been dodged. It wasn't due to a lack of strength, but rather the insidious effects of the transformation powder. This poison was colorless and tasteless, capable of draining a cultivator's spiritual energy uncontrollably until none remained. Spiritual energy was the primary source of power for cultivators. Without it, they could not wield their techniques. What shocked her further was that they had also used Haihuan powder, meaning she was now ensnared. Despicable! Lin Xiyan's face turned cold as she mustered all her strength to unleash a powerful strike, sending a massive wave of sword energy towards the Haihuan disciples. Humph! A desperate struggle. The disciples of the Haihuan sect did not attempt to withstand the blow. Simply dodging aside in their eyes, this was merely Lin Xiyan's final act of defiance. Once this strike was over, the beautiful maiden would be completely within their grasp. After executing her strike, Lin Xiyan did not pause for a moment, instead opting to flee with all her might. Remaining here would only lead to her defilement. If that were to happen, death would be preferable. She needed to hurry back to her sect and seek her master's assistance. Her master was immensely powerful and would surely possess a means to neutralize the effects of the Haihuan powder. Humph! You won't escape. The Haihuan disciples would not allow her to flee so easily. They immediately pursued her, intent on capturing Lin Xiyan. Feeling the urgency, Lin Xiyan gritted her teeth, forcing herself to run as fast as she could. The effects of the drug had already begun to take hold, and the disciples were hot on her heels. Before long, the outline of a city loomed ahead. Lin Xiyan bit her teeth and desperately channeled the last remnants of her spiritual energy, racing toward the city. The Haihuan disciples grew anxious. They were now within the territory of the Lingxiao sect. If Lin Xiyan managed to enter the city, Drawing the attention of the Lingxiao disciples, it would spell trouble for them. Thus, they had to capture her before she could cross the threshold, go all out. We cannot let her enter the city. One of the Haohuan disciples shouted. The others held nothing back, unleashing a barrage of attacks toward Lin Xiyan. Lin Xiyan was nearing her limit. Her spiritual energy was almost depleted, and she could already envision the dire consequences if she failed to reach the city. Resolutely, she clenched her silver teeth and ignored the attacks from behind. Sprinting toward the city with all her might, thud thud the attacks struck her, causing her to cough up 2 mouthfuls of blood. Nevertheless, she used the momentum from the hits to leap over the tall city wall and into the city. Fortunately, she was wearing protective armor. Otherwise, even those few attacks would have been enough to severely injure her. Damn it! The Haohuan disciples were immediately consumed by rage. The cooked duck has flown away, leaving others to benefit. They dared not enter the city, for several figures were already approaching, belonging to the Lingxiao sect. The group cast a fierce glance in the direction where Lin Xiyan had vanished, unwillingly turning away to flee. Meanwhile, Lin Xiyan had flown into the city, utterly unaware of her surroundings. The poison within her had taken effect, and her spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Her body swayed before plummeting from the air. Su Yunfeng, who had been sound asleep, groggily opened his eyes, preparing to rise and investigate the commotion. However, before he could fully awaken, a sharp pain struck his neck, followed by darkness as he lost consciousness. Damn it, the pill! In that fleeting moment before succumbing to oblivion, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a golden light. It wasn't until noon the following day that Su Yunfeng reopened his eyes. It seemed he had dreamt of returning to his past life, where he had taken up fishing, navigating a boat into the sea, only to encounter a violent storm. The waves were tumultuous, one wave crashing after another. His vessel rocking perilously as he struggled to maintain his balance. Ouch, he clutched his neck, still feeling the lingering pain. Attempting to sit up, he found his back and waist aching as if he had truly drifted at sea all night. His body feeling as though it might fall apart. Wait. Suddenly, a terrifying realization dawned upon him. Where was the cannon? Where the hell was his cannon? Damn it. He could no longer remain seated, enduring the excruciating pain as he shot upright. Hastily tossing aside the covers, he sighed in relief to find it still intact. However, his relief was short-lived as a frown creased his brow. A blooming red rose caught his eye. Su Yunfeng wailed, realizing he had been picked again. The kicker was that he had suffered even more than last time. At least during the previous incident, he had felt somewhat involved, albeit slightly. But this time, he had felt nothing at all. What a huge loss! Coming back to his senses, he understood why he was aching all over. Had he not refined the blood essence of a true dragon, his physical condition would have been greatly enhanced. He would have likely perished on the spot. He quickly sought out some restorative elixirs to alleviate his suffering, finally finding some relief from the pain. Damn it, another ungrateful wretch? Su Yunfeng fumed. If he were to rate this experience, he would unhesitatingly give it a 0. He had glimpsed a flash of golden light before losing consciousness. Surely it couldn't be that of a golden destiny person? The thought sent his heart racing. He had yet to deal with Qiu Hanju, and now he had been ensnared by another golden destiny individual. What a predicament! After a brief wash, he swiftly exited, intent on finding the old beggar. The beggar had mentioned that he would have romantic fortune, which Su Yunfeng had taken lightly, yet it seemed he had indeed spoken truthfully. He mused to himself as he approached the beggar's room. Knocking on the door yielded no response. Peeking inside, there was no sign of the old beggar. Descending the stairs, he found the innkeeper. Where's the old beggar? Guest, he left long ago. Didn't you know? Su Yunfeng felt an urge to punch him. If I had known. Would I be asking you? Am I just bored out of my mind? No wonder you're destined to be just a lowly innkeeper, asking such foolish questions. Hey, come here. At that moment, another innkeeper called out. Su Yunfeng paused, furrowing his brow as he turned to the speaker. The innkeeper sheepishly scratched his head and said, "The old innkeeper promised to betroth the young lady to me yesterday, and even let me inherit this inn. Get lost?" Su Yunfeng's mood soured instantly. In the following days, tranquility reigned. Su Yunfeng enjoyed a leisurely life, spending his days drinking and listening to music, and his nights sleeping soundly. To prevent a repeat of that night's incident, he had set up a formation in his room. As for the old beggar, he seemed to have vanished into thin air, never to return. After a week had passed, Su Yunfeng decided it was time to return to the sect, of course, for safety's sake. He donned the attire of an outer disciple of the Lingxiao sect and joined a group of disciples returning from a mission. Even if Wang Ting and others lay in ambush along the way, they would think twice before acting at this moment. Within the outer sect of Lingxiao, Cheng Gang had removed the bandages from his face, which had returned to normal, though it remained as dark as the bottom of a pot. Ever since Wang Ba's departure, he had received no news, and the communication jade slip had remained silent. On the third day, he dispatched someone to inquire. The result was a grim discovery. Wang Ba and his companions had all perished. Later, it was revealed that those lying in ambush outside the Tianjin Valley were also wiped out. It was evident that all of this was orchestrated by Su Yunfeng. Bang! Cheng Gang seized a teacup and smashed it onto the floor, shattering it into countless pieces. His subordinates were so frightened that they dared not breathe. Gritting his teeth, Cheng Gang's gaze turned menacing. Having dominated the outer sect for so many years, he had never suffered such a loss. He swore he would not rest until he avenged this grievance. Has that little bastard returned? Cheng Gang gritted his teeth and inquired. Not yet. Our people are keeping watch. If he returns, we will be the first to know. Good, keep your eyes on him. I will ensure his demise. Cheng Gang's voice dripped with malice. Additionally, he ordered to preserve the corpses of Wang Ba and the others, intending to ensure that Su Yunfeng would never rise again. The slaughter of fellow sect members was a grave taboo. The penalty for such actions could range from the nullification of cultivation to execution. Su Yunfeng had killed so many, and he would undoubtedly face severe punishment. No one could save him. Meanwhile, within the inner sect of Lingxiao, Wang Lingshan furiously smashed a delicate vase. Ever since that day when Su Yunfeng had nearly crushed her, she had developed a deep-seated hatred for him, constantly plotting his demise. Yet ever since that day, Su Yunfeng had not returned to the sect. Her brother's dispatched agents had failed to gather any news of him. This left Wang Lingshan seething with rage, unable to find an outlet for her fury, causing her temperament to grow exceedingly volatile, often resorting to breaking things. Brother, has that little bastard returned? I want to kill him myself, Wang Lingshan declared fiercely. Wang Ting shook his head solemnly. Not yet, but I have someone keeping watch. The moment he returns, I will personally capture him. Rest assured, sister. Wang Ting's eyes gleamed with cold, murderous intent. Su Yunfeng had made it onto his kill list. A mere newly initiated outer disciple dared to treat them so disdainfully. He could not let this humiliation go unpunished. Just then, his communication jade slip lit up. The little bastard is back. Upon receiving the news, Wang Ting sprang to his feet, his expression dark and menacing. Brother, I want him dead. Wang Lingshan exclaimed, her spirits lifted, eagerly anticipating the sight of her brother mercilessly torturing Su Yunfeng. The more brutally Su Yunfeng was tormented, the more satisfaction she derived from her pin-up rage. Simultaneously, Cheng Gang received the same news. Without hesitation, he mobilized his forces to confront Su Yunfeng. Su Yunfeng swaggered through the gates of the Lingxiao sect, flanked by a group of disciples. Yet, only a few steps in, he found himself surrounded. Moments later, Cheng Gang emerged from the crowd, his gaze filled with venom as he growled, Little bastard, you finally returned. Unfazed, Su Yunfeng glanced at Cheng Gang disdainfully, taunting, What's wrong? Feeling frisky and itching for a beating. Cheng Gang's anger surged at the insult. As a notorious figure in the outer sect, he had always been the one to bully others. Yet, just days ago, he had been publicly humiliated by Su Yunfeng, who had robbed him of his dignity, an utter disgrace. With a dark scowl, Cheng Gang let out a heavy, cold snort. Little bastard, don't get too arrogant. Your reckoning is coming. With a wave of his hand, his underlings brought forth a dozen corpses. Su Yunfeng cast a glance, raising an eyebrow slightly. These were indeed the bodies of Wang Ba and the others he had slain. Just then, a streak of light shot across the sky, landing between Su Yunfeng and Cheng Gang. It was Elder Jin Xuanli. Elder Jin surveyed the corpses on the ground, his expression darkening as a cold glint flickered in his eyes. At that moment, Cheng Gang clasped his hands and said, Elder, all these individuals were outer sect disciples, and they perished at Su Yunfeng's hands. I implore you to deliver justice. Jin Xuanli turned his gaze towards Su Yunfeng. his eyes narrowing with a hint of murderous intent. Su Yunfeng, you have slaughtered your fellow disciples, a grave violation of sect rules. Are you aware of your crimes? Su Yunfeng burst into laughter. He instantly recognized that these two were in cahoots. No wonder when someone had reported Chen Gang's oppression of fellow disciples, he had faced no repercussions, while the informant had been hunted down. They had colluded long ago. Su Yunfeng shook his head inwardly. Such a prestigious sect like Lingxiao had its fair share of internal issues. Elder Jin and the others furrowed their brows, bewildered. How could Su Yunfeng still be laughing at such a moment? What are you laughing at? Elder Jin's face hardened, his demeanor serious. You have slaughtered your fellow disciples and still laugh. Showing no remorse, I shall cleanse the sect today. Cleanse the sect? Su Yunfeng let out a hearty laugh. Suddenly, he abruptly stifled his laughter, his gaze instantly shifting towards Elder Jin, his piercing eyes causing Jin Xuanli's brows to involuntarily twitch. Su Yunfeng's voice rang out loudly as he questioned, Elder Jin, have you witnessed me personally slay a fellow disciple? Jin Xuanli replied in a low voice, no, in that case, how can you assert that I am the murderer? Are you so brazen as to cleanse the sect based on mere conjecture? Su Yunfeng's words were powerful and resonated deeply with the gathered crowd, striking them like a clarion call. Jin Xuanli was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered an outer sect disciple bold enough to confront him so audaciously, and a surge of anger arose within him. Though I did not see it, Chen Gang and the others serve as witnesses. Their word is enough to declare you the culprit. Ha ha ha. What a fine logic. Just because they say I am the murderer, I must be one. What a splendidly impartial outer sect elder you are. Su Yunfeng laughed wildly, showing no respect towards Jin Xuanli, for what did respect matter when the other party sought his life? Su Yunfeng's gaze sharpened, unwavering as he met Jin Xuanli's piercing stare. Elder Jin, based solely on your statement, I can report you to the sect for unfair practices and collusion with Chen Gang. You deem me a murderer based on mere hearsay? What kind of elder are you? Are you an elder of Lingxiao sect, or merely an elder for Chen Gang? Do resources come from the sect? Or from Chen Gang? Chapter 36. Lin Xian's majestic intervention. With just a few words, Su Yunfeng rendered Jin Xuanli speechless. The outer sect disciples watching nodded in agreement, believing Su Yunfeng's points were entirely valid. If these elders were not in cahoots with Chen Gang, why had Chen Gang and his cohorts been allowed to bully the outer sect disciples for so many years without consequence? These elders were merely Chen Gang's protectors. They had only dared to think but not to speak. Today, however, Su Yunfeng, a newly admitted outer sect disciple, had the audacity to publicly expose their vested interests, which was truly courageous. Every word struck a chord with them. Su Yunfeng, cease your nonsensical ramblings. If these individuals are not your victims, then who else could they be? Seeing Jin Xuanli momentarily at a loss for words, Chen Gang naturally stepped forward to speak. Upon hearing this, Su Yunfeng retorted mockingly, I say you are the murderer. Chen Gang was immediately incensed, nearly spitting blood. This little wretch had a truly venomous tongue. You speak nonsense. These individuals are my subordinates. Why on earth would I kill them? Am I insane? Su Yunfeng shrugged and scoffed. Who knows? Perhaps you coveted their partners and wished to claim them for yourself, leading you to eliminate them. Damn it. Chen Gang was infuriated to the point of internal injury. This guy is utterly impossible, completely disregarding logic. Elder Jin, I hereby accuse Chen Gang of murdering fellow disciples. I implore you to seek justice for our deceased brothers. Su Yunfeng directed his gaze towards Jin Xuanli, his eyes laced with a hint of derision. Jin Xuanli, regaining his composure, replied with a stern face. Based solely on your word, how can one conclude that Chen Gang is the murderer? Upon hearing this, Jin Xuanli realized he had been outmaneuvered. As expected, the next moment, Su Yunfeng pressed the attack. Elder Jin, you truly are a commendable elder. Chen Gang's words are taken as evidence, while mine are dismissed as mere opinion. You exhibit a glaring double standard. I have reason to suspect an undisclosed transaction between you and Chen Gang. Therefore, I request a thorough investigation by the sect. Su Yunfeng's words were powerful and reasonable, resonating like a thunderous bell, striking directly at the heart. Jin Xuanli's expression turned grim. He indeed had dealings with Chen Gang. If this were to be substantiated, his position as an elder would be jeopardized. Even if Chen Gang's allies came to his aid, it would not suffice in that moment. a surge of murderous intent arose within him. He should not have allowed Su Yunfeng the chance to speak. He should have struck first, eliminating him. Now, he had no justification to act. Regrets came too late. We bear witness. At that moment, a voice resonated from afar. Swiftly approaching the scene, it was Wang Ting and his sister Wang Lingshan. Upon landing, the two directly looked at Su Yunfeng, their eyes betraying a deep-seated killing intent. Wang Ting, a renowned powerhouse among the inner sect disciples, cast a malevolent glance at Su Yunfeng and coldly remarked, "Elder Jin, my sister and I can testify that Su Yunfeng is indeed the murderer, and my sister nearly fell victim to his attempt to silence her." Gasp! At this revelation, the crowd erupted in uproar. Chen Gang had already held a grudge against Su Yunfeng, and Jin Xuanli's evident lack of impartiality led almost everyone to side with Su Yunfeng, believing him innocent and wronged. However, the sudden accusations from Wang Ting and his sister left them in doubt. "Yes, I bear witness. Su Yunfeng intended to kill me," Wang Lingshan added darkly. "Had my brother not arrived in time, I might have perished at his hands. Rebellious disciple, what more is there to say? Today, I shall purge the sect." This time, Jin Xuanli acted without hesitation, launching an attack aimed at choking the life out of Su Yunfeng. In a flash, he surged forward, his formidable presence erupting and overwhelming the entire area. Naturally, Su Yunfeng was the primary target, directly locked onto by Jin Xuanli's imposing aura, with no means of escape. "Damn it!" Su Yunfeng cursed inwardly. Jin Xuanli sought to silence him permanently. Yet, facing the overwhelming pressure from a martial sovereign, he felt utterly powerless to resist. Jin Xuanli's massive hand drew nearer. The shadow of death loomed ominously over him. And in that moment, he felt an undeniable dread of mortality. "Stop!" At this critical juncture, a clear and melodic voice rang out, accompanied by an attack directed at Jin Xuanli. Jin Xuanli frowned, gritting his teeth. He resolved to endure the strike and still eliminate Su Yunfeng. Su Yunfeng's heart raced as he realized Jin Xuanli was dead set on taking his life. He mobilized all his strength to defend himself. Yet against an attack far beyond his capabilities, his efforts were akin to an ant trying to shake a tree, utterly ineffective. The woman in the air gasped in shock. Without hesitation, she summoned a token. Instantly, the presence of a martial emperor erupted, enveloping the entire area. Everyone felt as if an immense weight had suddenly descended upon them, rendering them almost immobile. Jin Xuanli's body stiffened, a flicker of astonishment and profound regret flashing in his eyes. He had been so close, so very close to eliminating Su Yunfeng. However, under this overwhelmingly powerful pressure, he found himself incapable of proceeding. His body was driven into the ground, creating a deep, human-shaped pit. Su Yunfeng gasped for breath. Drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation, it was utterly unsettling. Just then, a flash of red appeared before him. Initially frowning, Su Yunfeng's expression transformed into one of ecstatic joy. The Golden Destiny individual, without hesitation, he commanded the system to bind. Ding, binding successful. Name, Lin Shiyin, cultivation, Martial King 5th level, physique. Heavenly Heart Sword body, awakening pending. Lin Shiyin turned to Su Yunfeng. Her delicate brows slightly furrowed, asking, "Are you unscathed?" Su Yunfeng's eyes sparkled with admiration as he beheld her. She possessed bright eyes and white teeth, skin fairer than snow, and her beauty was strikingly radiant. Her petite and well-defined nose, along with her soft, luscious lips, crafted an exquisitely perfect visage, a true masterpiece of the heavens. Su Yunfeng, having lived 2 lives, had never encountered a woman so breathtakingly beautiful. Moreover, at such close proximity, he could almost catch a whiff of her unique fragrance. However, this was not the time for admiration. Regaining his composure, Su Yunfeng sincerely clasped his fists in gratitude. "I am unharmed. Thank you, senior sister, for saving my life." Lin Shiyin's frown relaxed slightly as she nodded in acknowledgement. The expressions of Qin Gang and Wang Ting darkened considerably. They had never anticipated that Lin Shiyin would suddenly intervene, wielding the formidable power granted by the sect leader. "Sister Lin, what is the meaning of this?" Wang Lingshan huffed internally. Chapter 37. Senior sister, I require your assistance with a technique. Though she was also considered beautiful, she paled in comparison to Lin Shiyin. The disparity was glaring. Feeling quite displeased, she questioned with a hint of accusation. Lin Xian frowned slightly, genuinely unclear about the situation. She had merely sensed something amiss and come to investigate, only to witness Jin Xuanli attempting to kill Su Yunfeng. She had not expected to encounter this man, whom she had thought she would never see again, just days later. Her emotions were quite complex. Now, faced with Wang Lingshan's inquiry, she found herself at a loss for words. At this moment, Su Yunfeng recounted the events that had transpired. Upon learning the details, Lin Xian cast a cold glance at Qin Gang and the others. Elder Jin has acted unjustly and cannot command respect. I will report this to the enforcement hall for a thorough investigation. At this moment, her gaze swept over Qin Gang and Wang Ting, among others, and she coldly snorted. During this period, should anyone dare to harm this junior disciple again, I, Lin Xian, shall not hold back. That as soon as these words were uttered, the entire venue fell into silence, especially Qin Gang and Wang Ting, who were inwardly grinding their teeth in frustration. With Lin Xian's declaration, it seemed that very few within the sect would dare to lay a hand on Su Yunfeng. After all, Lin Xian held a special status and possessed formidable strength. Come with me, Lin Xian said to Su Yunfeng, and then transformed into a streak of crimson light, soaring into the distance. Su Yunfeng flashed a grin at Qin Gang and the others before hastily following her. In a bamboo grove, Lin Xian stood there, her fiery red gown failing to conceal her flawless and enchanting figure. At that moment, she resembled a blooming rose, stunningly beautiful. Su Yunfeng silently marveled at the unparalleled beauty before him. However, the pressing matter at hand was not the admiration of Lin Xian's beauty, but the act of expressing gratitude. Standing behind Lin Xian, he respectfully clasped his hands and said, I am Su Yunfeng, and I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks once again for your life-saving grace. Senior sister. He then retrieved the spirit condensing grass, spirit fragrance fruit, and various other items from his storage ring, presenting them before Lin Xian with both hands. Senior sister, I have no means to repay your kindness, but please accept this humble gift. Lin Xian regarded Su Yunfeng, a flicker of complex emotions passing through her exquisite eyes. Finally, as if she had made a tremendous decision, she parted her delicate lips slightly and softly spoke. Actually, we, third senior sister. Just as she began to speak, a cool voice resonated from the sky. Both of them looked up simultaneously to see Qiu Hongyue, clad in white like freshly fallen snow. She had rushed over upon hearing about the targeting of Su Yunfeng. But by the time she arrived, he had already departed. Only later did she learn that it was third senior sister Lin Xian who had intervened to save him, allowing her anxious heart to finally ease. Following the directions given by others, she found her way here, and sure enough, both third senior sister and Su Yunfeng were present. With her white dress fluttering, Qiu Hongyue swiftly descended beside Su Yunfeng, urgently examining him. Are you all right? You're not injured, are you? Su Yunfeng smiled faintly, noting the closeness developing between them. He gently shook his head and said, Thanks to this senior sister's timely intervention, I am unharmed. Otherwise, I would not have had the chance to see you again, senior sister. Only then did Qiu Hongyue turn to Lin Xian, sincerely expressing, Third senior sister, thank you for saving my junior brother. Lin Xian's brows knitted slightly. She had never witnessed Qiu Hongyue display such concern for a man. After scanning between the two, a hint of speculation arose within her. The words she had intended to say earlier now felt inopportune. After all, her junior sister shared a unique bond with this man. At that moment, Su Yunfeng curiously inquired, Senior sister Qiu, is this senior sister your third senior sister? Qiu Hongyue nodded affirmatively, introducing, Yes, this is my third senior sister. Lin Xian. You may address her as senior sister Lin from now on. Su Yunfeng chuckled inwardly, never having anticipated that Lin Xian was actually Qiu Hongyue's senior sister. With this newfound connection, opportunities for the two of them to meet would surely multiply, making it far simpler to present her with gifts. The era of dual lines had officially commenced, and he could already envision a delightful scenario of effortlessly leveling up. Though his heart brimmed with joy, his exterior remained composed. After all, he certainly did not wish to be misjudged as a pervert. He subtly suppressed his thoughts and turned to Lin Xian, asking, Senior sister Lin, what were you about to say earlier? Lin Xian smiled gently, her expression akin to a refreshing breeze. Su Yunfeng felt as though he was witnessing the most beautiful smile of his life. Yes, nothing. I merely wanted to convey that we need not stand on ceremony. considering you are a friend of my junior sister. Lin Xian's voice was melodious, contrasting with Zhou Hongyue's natural coolness. Hers carried an air of warmth and humanity. Su Yunfeng immediately responded, that simply will not do. This is a matter of principle. You saved my life, and if you do not accept these gifts, I shall be unable to find peace. Zhou Hongyue understood Su Yunfeng's intentions and chimed in. Senior sister, please accept it. If you refuse, my junior brother will undoubtedly be unsettled. As someone who had experienced similar situations, she was well aware of the complexities involved in the past, during their time in Kainyanqing. Su Yunfeng had gifted her numerous items. Very well, I shall gratefully accept, junior brother. Lin Xian conceded, no longer insisting on refusal. Though the items were not particularly precious, they represented a sincere gesture. Moreover, with her junior sister's insistence, she felt compelled to accept. After receiving the items and exchanging a few words, Lin Xian took her leave in the bamboo grove. Only Su Yunfeng and Zhou Hongyue remained. Senior sister, I have missed you dearly these past few days. Su Yunfeng boldly declared, for he believed that as long as he was unembarrassed, the discomfort would fall upon others. Junior brother, you must not speak such nonsense. Zhou Hongyue blushed and lowered her head, stammering her response. Despite her veil obscuring her face, the tips of her ears had turned crimson. Senior sister, your ears are quite red again, Su Yunfeng teased, causing Zhou Hongyue to become even more flustered. Hastily covering her ears, Senior sister, could you possibly grant me a piece of your communication jade slip? Otherwise, I find it difficult to reach out to you when I wish to converse. Zhou Hongyue shot him a playful glare, her eyes sparkling with mischief, sending a delightful shiver through Su Yunfeng's heart. The icy demeanor she once held seemed to melt away. After a moment, Zhou Hongyue retrieved a communication jade slip and handed it to Su Yunfeng. He accepted it with a hearty laugh, rubbing it in his palms as if it were a prized possession, eliciting another round of bashfulness from Zhou Hongyue. Not wishing to continue teasing her, Su Yunfeng understood the importance of moderation. Thus, he shifted the topic. Senior sister, I have recently been practicing a certain technique. As you know, my aptitude is rather poor, and my comprehension is slow. Therefore, I would like to seek your assistance in understanding it more deeply. Upon hearing the serious nature of the conversation, Zhou Hongyue reined in her shyness and curiously inquired, what technique? The heavenly collapse sword technique. Zhou Hongyue pondered for a moment before furrowing her brows. I have not practiced this technique before. Su Yunfeng thought to himself that it was better she had not, as having done so would complicate his plans for reciprocity. Before she could finish her sentence, he interjected, Senior sister, you are exceptionally talented. You grasp concepts quickly. This heavenly collapse sword technique is merely a basic one for outer disciples, and you should be able to comprehend it in no time. Once you do, you can teach it to me, can't you? Zhou Hongyue reflected on his words and found them reasonable. The thought of having more opportunities to meet only added to her delight. Very well, I will go to the scripture pavilion to copy a version shortly. Senior sister, there is no need for that. I have already made a copy, Su Yunfeng said, producing a jade slip he had copied from the scripture pavilion. He handed it over, adding, take your time to understand it. I am in no rush. Zhou Hongyue placed the jade slip into her storage ring, assuring him, Junior brother, rest assured, I will grasp it quickly and teach you afterward. Yes, thank you, senior sister. Su Yunfeng nodded vigorously, his heart overflowing with joy. This was the advantage of having established a connection. A simple request yielded immediate compliance. Without the diligent efforts of the past few days, he would not have been able to make such a request so easily. Oh, senior sister, I am still unfamiliar with the sect. Could you show me around? Su Yunfeng seized the opportunity to spend more time alone with Zhou Hongyue. Without a moment's hesitation, she agreed, sure, the sect is quite vast. I'll help you get acquainted. In truth, he primarily wished to see where senior sister lived. A day swiftly passed. Su Yunfeng successfully memorized the location of Zhou Hongyue's courtyard. However, as an outer disciple, he could not enter the inner sect without someone to guide him. Junior brother, the opportunity to advance from the outer to the inner sect will arrive in 3 months. You must work hard, Zhou Hongyue remarked as they parted ways. Her gaze upon Su Yunfeng was filled with anticipation, reminiscent of ripples on a lake stirred by an autumn breeze. Su Yunfeng nodded earnestly, confidently assuring her, Senior sister, you needn't worry. I am determined. After their separation, Su Yunfeng returned to his dwelling. His current task was to await the summons from the sect's law enforcement hall. Though he had committed the act, he held no apprehension. With no witnesses or physical evidence, how could he be convicted based solely on hearsay? Moreover, he now had influential connections, not to mention Chiu Hongyue's backing. Even her senior sister Lin Xiyan stood on his side. Today, Lin Xiyan's unexpected intervention, even deploying means of a martial emperor, had left him bewildered and puzzled. The two had never shared any prior interactions, yet she had invested such resources. It was indeed surprising. After pondering for a while without finding clarity, he decided to set it aside. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. Some occurrences that defied logic were often shrouded in ambiguity. One must not trust blindly but rather maintain a state of alertness and caution. Otherwise, one might find themselves betrayed while blissfully counting their gains. After a simple morning routine, he turned his attention to the system's storage capacity. He had sent Lin Shiyuan a few items, and the system's returns had already been credited. After pondering for a moment, he realized that he was still merely a second-tier alchemist. Don't maximize the efficacy of the returned items. He needed to refine his skills further. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to visit the sect's alchemy hall the following day for assistance in processing them. Having settled on his next course of action, he lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep for a long time, his mind consumed by Lin Shiyuan's breathtaking smile. Was he enchanted? He decided against sleeping, retrieving the meticulously inscribed Yin-Yang dual cultivation method from his storage ring. He hoped to dispel thoughts of Lin Shiyuan by immersing himself in the vibrant and colorful essence of life. Placing the jade slip against his forehead, a torrent of information flooded into his mind. However, in the next moment, he was utterly taken aback, leaping to his feet in shock. Goodness, a pill! A pill! The jade slip contained not the dual cultivation method he expected, but the genuine heavenly collapse sword technique. This meant that the jade slip he had given to Chiu Hongyue contained the colorful version of the cultivation method. What a shock! Su Yunfeng felt as though he had been struck dumb. He wished he could slap himself in frustration. Why had he been so foolish as to inscribe the dual cultivation technique? Now, it seemed he had only complicated matters. The image Chiu Hongyue had of him would surely shatter immediately. Without hesitation, he took out Chiu Hongyue's communication jade slip and sent a message. Senior sister, are you resting? He dared not directly mention the issue with the technique. Nor did he want to miss the chance for Chiu Hongyue to assist him in cultivation. Thus, he opted for a roundabout approach, first inquiring whether she had begun her practice. If she had already seen it, it would be disastrous. At that moment, anxiety gripped his heart, and he swallowed hard. Soon, the communication jade slip lit up, signaling Chiu Hongyue's reply. Junior brother, not yet. I just inscribed the technique from the jade slip into my sea of consciousness and am about to begin my practice. His heart sank. Su Yunfeng straightened up. As rigid as a cat on a hot tin roof, Chiu Hongyue had already comprehended the technique from the jade slip, yet her tone seemed devoid of any agitation, just as calm as usual. What could this mean? Wasn't she supposed to be excited, angry, or shy? Why was there no reaction at all? Am I truly this charming? Su Yunfeng quietly dismissed the thought. Though handsome and charismatic, he had not yet deluded himself into believing he could win over someone as aloof as Chiu Hongyue in just a few days. He could sense that Chiu Hongyue had begun to harbor some feelings for him, but it was far from a level that would warrant deeper engagement. Clearing his throat twice to gather his thoughts, he sent another message. Senior sister, is the technique profound? I just took a look, and it's not particularly deep. I should grasp it in about 3 days, after which I will teach you. Chiu Hongyue replied swiftly. As Su Yunfeng listened to the melodious voice emanating from the jade slip, his brow furrowed in confusion. He could not quite comprehend Chiu Hongyue's demeanor. Knowing that it was a dual cultivation technique, she remained so calm, offering to teach him without a hint of reproach. It was puzzling. Could it be that she had already developed feelings for him? Su Yunfeng fell into deep contemplation, just as he was lost in thought. The communication jade slip lit up once more, and Chiu Hongyue sent another message. Junior brother, make sure to rest well. I will go practice now. Su Yunfeng frowned deeply. In his prior understanding, this sounded somewhat like a report. Could it be that Chiu Hongyue was cold on the surface, yet fiery within? However, that did not quite fit her demeanor. Su Yunfeng felt his mind was on the verge of exploding, unable to grasp the situation. Following this unexpected turn of events, his thoughts shifted away from Lin Shiyuan's visage. INA days. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Qiu Hongyue, practicing the heavenly collapse sword technique, has gained considerable experience and insight. With a tenfold return, the host gained significant experience and insight, reaching the introductory level. Huh. Chapter 39. A twist of fate, huh? Su Yunfeng's eyes snapped open, filled with confusion and disbelief. What on earth was going on? Qiu Hongyue was not practicing the dual cultivation technique, but the legitimate heavenly collapse sword technique. Am I dreaming? Without hesitation, he slapped himself across the face. Ouch, that hurt. This was no dream. Qiu Hongyue was indeed practicing the heavenly collapse sword technique. But what about the one in his hand? What a mess. Everything was a complete shambles. Cursing under his breath, Su Yunfeng pulled the blanket over his head, deciding to think of nothing and simply sleep. Whatever happens, happens. Moments later, the system's voice chimed again. Ding! Lin Shiyuan, viewing the yin-yang dual cultivation method, has gained substantial insights and experience, with a 50-fold return. The host gains a wealth of insights and experience, achieving a state of comprehensive understanding. What the heck? Su Yunfeng sprang up like a coiled spring. In that instant, all drowsiness vanished. It was not due to the sudden influx of insights and experiences regarding the cultivation method, nor because he had unexpectedly become an experienced practitioner. Rather, it was because, why on earth was the cultivation method with Lin Shiyuan? Moreover, she not only viewed it, but had begun practicing as well. This was absurdly outrageous. Su Yunfeng found himself in a daze, his mind a muddled mess, devoid of coherent thought. Lin Shiyuan, an easygoing type? A thought suddenly crossed his mind. However, recalling his interactions with her that day, Su Yunfeng shook his head. Though Lin Shiyuan exuded a hint of earthly warmth, she still embodied the ethereal, distant beauty that made her seem unattainable. He could hardly believe she was easy to approach. He stroked his chin, his eyes glittering as he weighed the pros and cons. After a moment, his gaze hardened with resolve. He decided to seize an opportunity to test the waters. If Lin Shiyuan possessed any hidden attributes, it would indeed be beneficial for him. Time shifted back to the early evening. After parting ways, both Qiu Hongyue and Su Yunfeng returned to their respective quarters. Upon arriving at her courtyard, Qiu Hongyue was greeted by the sight of her third senior sister, Lin Shiyuan. The courtyards of the junior sisters were adjacent, and they frequently visited each other. So Qiu Hongyue was not taken aback. Third senior sister, she called out with a hint of a smile as she landed gracefully. Only in the presence of her master and a few senior sisters did she reveal this demeanor, which was invisible to outsiders. Of course, there was one exception, Su Yunfeng, the sole fortunate one outside this circle. Junior sister, please sit, Lin Shiyuan said with a gentle smile, pouring a cup of hot tea for her. Qiu Hongyue took a seat, slightly lifting her veil to savor this moment. Lin Shiyuan, with a curious smile, inquired, Junior sister, has Su Junior brother seen your face? Qiu Hongyue immediately lowered her head slightly, shaking it as she softly replied, No, not at all. Her beauty was not for everyone to behold. Thus far, only her master and a few senior sisters knew of her appearance, all of whom were women, and no other man had ever seen her true visage. A flicker of surprise passed through Lin Shiyuan's eyes. But she quickly followed up with another question. You and Su Junior brother seem to have a good relationship. Have you known each other for long? Holding the warm teacup, Qiu Hongyue's expression brightened slightly, clearly recalling some fond memories. Not really. We only met during the recent trip to Qinyang City to recruit disciples. Is that so? Lin Shiyuan raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed their acquaintance was quite brief, perhaps even negligible. However, I have never seen you treat a man this way. Lin Shiyuan mused before continuing, Do you perhaps have feelings for him? Before she could finish, Qiu Hongyue suddenly looked up at her, her eyes flickering with a hint of panic and pleading, as if imploring her senior sister not to pursue the topic further. Never mind. I was just asking casually. You two know your own matters best, Lin Shiyuan said, dropping the subject. Yet, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. From Qiu Hongyue's gaze, it was evident she harbored some feelings for Su Yunfeng, but her shyness prevented her from admitting it. Perhaps out of fear of rejection. Lin Shiyuan furrowed her brow slightly, letting out an inward sigh. Why must it be the person her junior sister has feelings for? Raising her cup, she took a sip of tea and looked at Qiu Hongyue, saying, Junior brother's aptitude is quite poor. To change that, he would require at least an 8th grade cleansing pill. Chiu Hongyue nodded in agreement. I know, which is why I am currently studying alchemy. Lin Shiyuan felt increasingly certain of Chiu Hongyue's feelings for Su Yunfeng. An inexplicable pang of sorrow stirring within her. He even asked me to learn a technique. Once I master it, I will go teach him. Chiu Hongyue produced the jade slip. It emitted a faint glow, casting a starry light in her eyes. What technique? Lin Shiyuan asked with curiosity. The heavenly collapse sword technique. Chiu Hongyue replied earnestly. Oh, that is indeed a commendable technique, one of the top ranks among the outer sect. Lin Xian nodded slightly and took the jade slip from Chiu Hongyue's hand, saying, I have practiced this technique before and have gleaned some insights. Allow me to annotate it for you. This will expedite your cultivation. Thank you, senior sister, Chiu Hongyue replied, her face instantly brightening with joy. With her senior sister's annotations, her cultivation speed would undoubtedly increase significantly. Originally requiring 7 days, she was confident she could master it in 3. Meanwhile, Lin Xian placed the jade slip against her forehead, preparing to imprint her insights into it. However, at that moment, her eyes widened in disbelief. Her face, pristine and flawless, flushed a brilliant crimson. Scoundrel! Lin Xian thought indignantly. Her cheeks burning. There's something wrong, senior sister? Upon noticing Lin Xian's unusual reaction, Chiu Hongyue furrowed her brow, immediately concerned. No problem. Lin Xian quickly retracted her thoughts, holding the jade slip tightly and saying, I just remembered that I happened to have a previously annotated jade slip. As she spoke, she retrieved a jade slip from her storage ring. Let me see if it's this one. She pressed the jade slip to her forehead and swiftly imprinted the heavenly collapse sword technique along with its annotations. Yes, this is the one. Just follow the cultivation method inscribed here, and you shall reap twice the results with half the effort. Chiu Hongyue joyfully accepted the jade slip. Thank you, senior sister. Lin Xian's lips subtly curved. After chatting a while longer, Lin Xian took her leave. Upon returning to her courtyard, she refreshed herself and, with her damp hair cascading over her shoulders, sat before a bronze mirror. The mirror reflected her unparalleled beauty. At that moment, her cheeks were flushed, resembling ripe apples. Coupled with the warmth radiating from her freshly bathed, delicate face, she appeared utterly flawless, as if she could be shattered with a gentle touch. Who would have thought you were this kind of person? Lin Xian mused, taking out the jade slip inscribed with the profound technique, her face reddening further, as if it might bleed. The technique had been fully imprinted in her mind, recalling the colorful illustrations. She felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Yet, her curiosity compelled her to continue exploring. After all, no one would know. She reassured herself, I must find an opportunity to test Su Yunfeng. If he truly is a scoundrel, I shall make him regret it. Meanwhile, she secretly pondered. Chapter 40. The frustrated disciple of the law enforcement hall. Time swiftly passed to the next day. Su Yunfeng rose from bed, sporting 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes. His gaze bloodshot. Throughout the night, the system's notifications had incessantly echoed in his mind. Thanks to Chiu Hongyue's diligent training, his heavenly collapse sword technique had reached a remarkable level of mastery. This should have been a cause for celebration. However, on the other hand, his yin-yang dual cultivation technique had shamefully reached an extraordinary level of proficiency. He found himself at a loss for words. The entire night, Lin Xian had been engrossed in her study of the profound technique. Who could fathom how Su Yunfeng had endured the night? By morning, he had become a veritable panda-eyed wreck, feeling utterly miserable. Bang! Just then, the door was violently kicked open from the outside, shattering the recently repaired frame. 2 fierce-looking disciples stood at the entrance, their heads held high, regarding Su Yunfeng with disdain. Su Yunfeng raised an eyebrow, casting a cold glance at the two. Their garments bore the conspicuous insignia of the law enforcement hall, clearly indicating they had come to escort him. You must be Su Yunfeng? One of the law enforcement disciples sneered, his expression dripping with arrogance, a derisive snort escaping his flared nostrils. Within the sect, disciples of the law enforcement hall held a position of significant authority, possessing real power beyond mere titles. Therefore, they often treated other disciples with an air of superiority. Su Yunfeng's frown deepened. Has this sect grown too complacent? Has it allowed all manner of corruption to thrive unchecked? Fix the door. Su Yunfeng glared at the 2 at the entrance, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. If no one would rectify this sect's rampant misconduct, he, Su Yunfeng, had no qualms about taking the initiative. Staying low profile did not equate to perpetual tolerance. Tolerance merely invited further bullying, making one appear weak and vulnerable. Hmph, we are from the law enforcement hall. I couldn't care less who you are. Fix the door, or I shall break your legs today. Before the law enforcement disciple could finish his boastful remark, Su Yunfeng retorted, his voice cold and sharp, tinged with a hint of menace. The two were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into derisive laughter. Heh, just a few days into the sect, and you've already forgotten your place, have you? One of the law enforcement disciples looked down at Su Yunfeng, his tone dripping with contempt. Do you recognize these 3 words? He pointed to the prominently displayed characters. Law Enforcement Hall. We are disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall. How dare you raise your voice at us? The arrogance of the law enforcement disciples rivaled that of Qin Gang and Wang Tung, devoid of any sense of camaraderie, brimming with scorn and malice. Without uttering another word, Su Yunfeng seized a nearby stool and hurled it at them. The duo barely had time to react before the stool struck them hard, sending them crashing to the ground. Such audacity! How dare you impersonate disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall? Su Yunfeng bellowed, raising the stool for another fierce assault. Wait, we are indeed from the Law Enforcement Point. One of them, finally coming to his senses, attempted to retort, but the stool met his face with a resounding thud, leaving him battered and bruised, teeth scattered about. In mere moments, both disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall had been reduced to a pitiful state, unrecognizable even to their mothers. Bystanders watched in shock. Su Yunfeng was undeniably bold. He dared to strike even the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall, a reckless display. You dare hit us? After catching their breath, the law enforcement disciples were seething with rage, shouting at Su Yunfeng. Usually, when other disciples encountered members of the Law Enforcement Hall, they treated them with utmost respect and deference. Not only the outer sect disciples but even inner sect and core disciples were typically polite in their presence. Yet today, a mere new outer disciple had them pinned to the ground. They could not swallow this humiliation. What of it? Don't think I'm unaware. You're just henchmen of Qin Gang, pretending to be disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall to trouble me. Today, I will show you the consequences of bullying an honest person. As Su Yunfeng spoke, he raised the stool once again, unleashing a flurry of blows that had them wailing for mercy. Incredible! A true role model. He dares to strike the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall. Truly impressive. The outer sect disciples watching the scene felt a rush of exhilaration. They had long been displeased with these arrogant individuals and found great satisfaction in seeing them finally meet their match. Just then, a striking figure in fiery red soared through the sky. It was Lin Xiyan. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, her brows furrowed and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. What are you doing? Hearing Lin Xiyan's voice, Su Yunfeng finally ceased his assault and tossed the stool aside. Standing tall, he addressed her, Senior Sister Lin. These 2 ruffians are impersonating disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall. They kicked in my door this morning, and I merely requested they repair it. Instead of complying, they mocked me and even resorted to violence. Thankfully, my skills surpassed theirs, or I would have been overwhelmed. Senior Sister, please intercede on my behalf. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiyan's expression darkened, her voice turning icy. She gazed at the 2 disciples sprawled on the ground, resembling grotesque caricatures, and coldly inquired, "Is this true?" Meanwhile, Su Yunfeng scrutinized Lin Xiyan's every move, eager to catch a glimpse of any hidden attributes she might possess. Yet, to his disappointment, he found not a hint of abnormality in her demeanor or gaze. How curious, he mused inwardly. The battered disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall were on the brink of bloodshed from anger. They quickly spoke up, though their words were barely audible. Senior Sister, we are genuine disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall. Not imposters. Here is our identity token. They hastily produced their identity tokens to prove their authenticity. Lin Xiyan, with a sweep of her divine sense, discerned the truth and turned her gaze back to Su Yunfeng, her expression softening slightly. Seeing this, Su Yunfeng immediately cried out in protest, Senior Sister, I had no idea they were genuine disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall. I had just gotten out of bed when these 2 barged in, kicking my door without any provocation, their demeanor utterly arrogant. They bore no semblance of the calmness typical of law enforcement hall disciples. As members of the Lingxiao sect, our seniors are renowned for their exemplary character. These two clearly do not fit the mold. They didn't even present their identity tokens, so I assumed they were here to cause trouble, and this is what transpired, he shrugged, feigning innocence. The disciples of the law enforcement hall immediately countered. No, we did say we were from the law enforcement hall. He simply wouldn't listen. Su Yunfeng let out a derisive snort and mockingly remarked, You point to the 3 characters on your clothing and claim to be disciples of the law enforcement hall. If I were to inscribe the word sect master on my attire, would that make me the sect master? His words left the two speechless, unable to retort. Chapter 41. Senior sister, have you practiced the techniques above? They had long grown accustomed to their arrogant behavior, believing the 3 characters of the law enforcement hall on their garments to be a symbol of authority. No one had ever demanded they present their identity tokens as proof. Furthermore, such an idea had never crossed their minds. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian coldly huffed at the 2 disciples of the law enforcement hall, saying, Your reckless actions are the root of your misfortune. You deserve to be struck. Apologize to the junior brother at once. What? The 2 were immediately taken aback. Not only had they been beaten, but now they were required to apologize to their assailant? What kind of logic was this? So, it was all our fault. Did this beating amount to nothing? Did you not hear? Lin Xian's gaze turned icy, causing them to shiver as if plunged into a freezing abyss. Given her unique status, even as disciples of the law enforcement hall, they dared not act out of line. They could only swallow their indignation and begrudgingly apologize to Su Yunfeng. Senior sister, they broke down my door. I feel unsafe sleeping at night. They must repair it. Su Yunfeng suddenly interjected, seemingly innocuous, yet intentionally probing Lin Xian to gauge her tolerance towards him. The 2 disciples of the law enforcement hall were instantly ablaze with fury, itching to tear Su Yunfeng apart. Damn it! We were the ones who got beaten, and we're the ones apologizing. Now you want us to fix the door. This is outrageous. However, Lin Xian merely nodded, finding his point quite reasonable. She then coldly addressed the 2 disciples of the law enforcement hall. What the junior brother said is correct. If you break something, you should fix it. You 2 will repair the door before returning to the law enforcement hall. I shall personally escort you there. What? Once again, they were left bewildered. The narrative was shifting uncomfortably. Why were they the only ones suffering? Do you have any objections? Lin Xian's gaze swept over them, sending a chill down their spines. And they quickly shook their heads. No, we will fix the door immediately. They hurriedly scrambled off to repair the door, fearing further unreasonable demands from Su Yunfeng. Inside, Su Yunfeng furrowed his brow slightly, genuinely perplexed by Lin Xian. Despite her being the senior sister of Qiu Hongyue, her kindness towards him seemed excessive. Junior brother, come with me to the law enforcement hall, Lin Xian said as she turned to Su Yunfeng. Her voice calm, yet a glimmer of something unusual flickered in her eyes. Yes, senior sister. With that, Lin Xian soared towards the sect, followed closely by Su Yunfeng. After a brief moment, they landed on a mountain peak. Senior sister, this doesn't appear to be the law enforcement hall, does it? Su Yunfeng remarked, surveying the desolate surroundings, devoid of any signs of life. Lin Xian turned, her arms crossed, and regarded Su Yunfeng with a subtly chilling smile. Do you harbor inappropriate thoughts towards my junior sister? Her very first question left Su Yunfeng momentarily speechless. Yes, he weighed his response swiftly, then answered without hesitation. Tio deny, it would only make him appear hypocritical. A woman as astute as Lin Xian would surely have sensed something, and lying would not only be futile, but also leave a negative impression. It was better to acknowledge it openly. You are indeed harboring impure motives towards my junior sister. Lin Xian's voice turned slightly frosty, and her eyes reflected her displeasure. Clearly, she was not pleased with Su Yunfeng's admission. Unfazed, Su Yunfeng replied earnestly. A graceful lady is a gentleman's pursuit. Naturally, I hold admiration for someone as celestial as senior sister Qiu. At that moment, his gaze fell upon Lin Xian's exquisite face, and he felt a warmth surge within him. As for beauties like senior sister Lin, it is difficult for me to suppress my admiration. He had resolved to test Lin Xian's disposition, and saw this as an opportunity to flirt boldly, observing her reaction to better formulate his future strategies. Indeed, you are a lecher. Lin Xian retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment, shooting Su Yunfeng an indignant glare. Su Yunfeng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The allure in that one glance transcended 1,000 words, defying description, leaving him with the impression that perhaps Lin Xian harbored feelings for him, akin to a jealous, petulant wife. Yet, he quickly dismissed such notions. How could that be possible? They had only met yesterday and exchanged but a few words. This line of thinking was perilous, easily leading one astray and clouding judgment. It must be curtailed. He cleared his throat to mask his emotions. Senior sister, I speak the truth. If you label me a lecher, I shall accept it. For who could resist the beauty of a heavenly being such as yourself? Lin Xian's cheeks deepened in hue. Internally, she mused on the audacity of this man, unashamedly voicing such flirtations. Fearing he might utter even more brazen remarks, she retrieved a jade slip from her storage ring and tossed it to him. This is the technique for your junior sister. Su Yunfeng caught it with both hands and quickly scanned its contents. Good heavens, is this not the dual cultivation path to enlightenment? Suddenly, everything he had been pondering throughout the night became clear. It was not that Qiu Hongyue was not angry. Rather, she had never received this technique at all. Lin Xian had intercepted it. Senior sister Lin, would you believe me if I said I took the wrong one? Su Yunfeng chuckled awkwardly, attempting to explain away the situation. Humph. Lin Xian crossed her arms and regarded him with skepticism. Not at all perturbed, Su Yunfeng's mind raced, and he blurted out, Senior sister Lin, have you practiced the techniques contained within? Ah, Lin Xian, who had initially appeared aloof, gasped, her face rapidly turning crimson. No, how could I possibly practice such techniques? Don't speak nonsense. Absolutely not. At that moment, Lin Xian resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Her thoughts laid bare, unable to meet Su Yunfeng's gaze. It's getting late. Let us hurry to the law enforcement hall. Lin Xian quickly shifted the topic, her graceful figure soaring away. Su Yunfeng watched her retreating form. A mischievous smile playing on his lips, he cupped his hands around his mouth and called out, Senior sister, your flushed cheeks have betrayed you. Ah, in midair, Lin Xian's body jolted, her mind racing, and she plummeted towards the ground. Su Yunfeng, quick as lightning, rushed to catch her. Feeling her silk-like smoothness and the unique fragrance that enveloped her, he was overwhelmed with a sense of delightful happiness. Senior sister, how could you be so careless? Su Yunfeng said, slightly bowing his head to gaze at the embarrassed Lin Xian, a triumphant grin on his face. Realizing his intent, Lin Xian raised her delicate fist and playfully struck his chest a few times. You scoundrel! You troublemaker! Su Yunfeng laughed heartily. Senior sister, have you ever heard this saying? What saying? Lin Xian paused, her fists lowering in curiosity. Chapter 42. Not suffering this nonsense, what saying? Lin Xian asked, her fists retreating in confusion. Su Yunfeng chuckled, to strike is affection, to scold is love. Love flourishes amid playful banter. Lin Xian's face blushed as if painted with crimson, nearly dripping with embarrassment. She swiftly extricated herself from his embrace. Why you lecher? With her body trembling, she pointed at Su Yunfeng, stammering for a moment before finally managing to articulate a complete thought. Su Yunfeng laughed heartily. Thank you for the compliment, senior sister. Lin Xian was utterly flabbergasted. Never had she encountered someone so unabashedly shameless. With a huff, she turned on her heel, refusing to grant him another opportunity to speak. Her heart raced wildly, as if attempting to leap from her throat. Memories of that night flooded her mind, and she pressed her hand against her wildly beating heart, yearning to quell the tumultuous emotions. Yet, the more she tried to suppress them, the clearer they became. No, he is the one my junior sister admires. I cannot interfere with their affection. In the end, she thought of Qiu Hongyue, and this strategy proved effective, allowing her heart's tumult to gradually settle. By the time they arrived at the law enforcement hall, she had entirely regained her composure, showing no signs of her earlier turmoil. Su Yunfeng, recognizing that some matters were best left unspoken, refrained from teasing her further. At that moment, the law enforcement hall was bustling with people, and several bodies covered with white cloth lay on the ground. Upon Su Yunfeng's entrance, all eyes turned towards him. Qin Gang and Wang Ting, among others, glared at him with hatred and malice, determined to see him dead today. Undeterred by their hostile gazes, Su Yunfeng smiled nonchalantly. Good morning, brothers. Please, do not glare at me like that. You might just pop your eyeballs out. Everyone in the law enforcement hall was momentarily taken aback. This fellow truly was not one to be easily intimidated. While others merely attacked with their glares, he countered with sharp words. Qin Gang, in a fit of rage, glared fiercely at Su Yunfeng and gritted his teeth, saying, "Let's see how long you can remain arrogant, Senior Brother Qin. I kindly ask you to keep your distance. Your words are like a gust of wind, and your breath is foul," Su Yunfeng retorted, immediately covering his mouth and nose, shifting a couple of steps aside with a look of disdain. Seeing this, Qin Gang felt an overwhelming surge of anger rising to his head, barely able to contain his primal fury. Damn it, this guy's tongue is too venomous. Enough. Just then, an authoritative voice emanated from the high platform, accompanied by a formidable pressure that swept towards Su Yunfeng. His expression changed instantly. He looked up coldly at the elder of the law enforcement hall, who sat firmly upon the platform. This old man actually intended to use his aura to force him to kneel. Impossible. Fortunately, he had previously refined the essence of true dragon blood, granting his body extraordinary resilience. Otherwise, under this pressure, he would likely have fallen to his knees at the first moment. With a spurt, a jet of blood shot from his mouth, tracing a ghastly red arc through the air before splattering onto the ground, leaving a crimson stain. Qin Gang, Wang Tong, and the others felt a wave of satisfaction at this sight, their previous ire directed at Su Yunfeng instantly dissipating. Elder Qi, what is your intention? Lin Xian's expression instantly turned cold as she stepped in front of Su Yunfeng, her icy eyes fixed on Qi Rui atop the platform. Qi Rui cast a glance at Lin Xian and replied indifferently, "He disrespects the law enforcement hall. I am merely ensuring he understands the rules here." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Su Yunfeng straightened his tall frame. Humph, no wonder the sect's atmosphere is poor. It turns out the upper beam is crooked, leading to a distorted lower beam. Lingxiao's sect will sooner or later be brought down by pests like you. Since they had already set their minds on targeting him, why should he retain any semblance of courtesy? If it came to it, he would no longer stay in this Lingxiao sect. Damn it, Su Yunfeng would not tolerate this indignity. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Qi Rui's expression darkened instantly, like the bottom of a pot. He had intended to intimidate Su Yunfeng but found that the latter had stubbornly withstood the pressure. Feeling humiliated, he was further incensed by Su Yunfeng's public insult. Under normal circumstances, he would have ended Su Yunfeng's life with a single slap. However, with Lin Xian present and Su Yunfeng being a special disciple of the sect master, he had not yet reached the point of recklessness to eliminate a disciple in front of her. Su Yunfeng stood tall, like a nail driven straight into the ground, unwavering as he locked eyes with Qi Rui on the platform, without a hint of evasion or fear. His voice boomed, saying it again would yield the same result. You are the pests of the sect? And Lingxiao's sect will inevitably fall at the hands of people like you. Qi Rui slammed his hand heavily on the table, his fury boiling over as he barked, "Preposterous." Su Yunfeng merely chuckled coldly. Ridiculing, what? Have I struck a nerve? Are you embarrassed and angry now? Lin Xian, with a frosty demeanor, interjected, Elder Qi, as a senior elder of the law enforcement hall. Is this how you conduct your affairs? Is it right to pressure an outer sect disciple without understanding the situation? If I report this to my master, you can expect to be reprimanded. Upon hearing this, a flicker of fear crossed Qi Rui's eyes. Lin Xian's master was none other than the sect master. Not only was he immensely powerful, but he was also fiercely protective of his disciples. If he offended Lin Xian here, he could very well find himself at a disadvantage. After a moment's contemplation, Qi Rui snorted softly and resumed his seat. Su Yunfeng, someone has reported that you killed fellow disciples. Do you plead guilty? Since the covert approach had failed, he would resort to the overt. The corpses scattered about served as the best evidence. Someone had already tipped him off to ensure Su Yunfeng could not leave the law enforcement hall. He had to devise every possible means to eliminate Su Yunfeng. Otherwise, he would fail to deliver on his end. I did not kill them, so why should I plead guilty? Su Yunfeng stood resolutely in the center of the hall, his rebuttal resonating powerfully, almost deafening. The victims' bodies are right before you. Do you still dare to quibble? Qi Rui slammed his palm down on the table, his voice booming with fury. Su Yunfeng scoffed. Just because a few corpses are here, you claim I am the murderer? What evidence do you have? By your logic, I could accuse everyone in Lingxiao sect of being the killer, including you, Elder Qi, Himph, unrepentant. Qi Rui bellowed, casting a glance at Chen Gang and the others. Chen Gang immediately comprehended and stood up, proclaiming loudly, I can testify that it was indeed Su Yunfeng who killed Wang Ba and the others. It was common knowledge that Wang Ba had grievances with Su Yunfeng. Thus, he seized the opportunity to slay them while they were out on a mission. Did you see it with your own eyes? Su Yunfeng interrupted coldly before Chen Gang could continue. Chen Gang stammered before quickly adding, though I did not see it with my own eyes. Su Yunfeng let out a derisive laugh, casting a scornful glance at Chen Gang. In the end, you did not see it. Everything is merely your conjecture, isn't it? I may not have seen it, but you had the motive to kill. Oh, so having a motive makes one a murderer. Su Yunfeng's brow twitched as he retorted, by your reasoning, every outer sect disciple could be considered a killer, as they all wished for Wang Ba. The bully, to die. I can testify that you are the real killer. At that moment, Wang Lingshan suddenly stood up and shouted loudly. She had endured Su Yunfeng for far too long and was eager to see him dead. Seizing this opportunity, she could not let it slip by. Enough, you brainless fool. Su Yunfeng spat back, instantly provoking Wang Lingshan to the point of nearly shattering her teeth in fury. You dare insult me? Wang Lingshan's chest heaved violently, her anger palpable. Su Yunfeng couldn't be bothered to waste another word on this foolish woman and tossed out a recording stone. This was a recording of their earlier agreement, captured secretly when he sensed something was off in her demeanor. Wang Lingshan, upon viewing the recording stone's contents, was left utterly dumbfounded. She had never anticipated that Su Yunfeng would be so cunning as to have recorded their conversation in advance. The expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Just moments ago, Wang Lingshan had boldly stepped forward to testify, only to find herself ensnared in her own trap. You despicable! Wang Lingshan's finger trembled as she pointed at Su Yunfeng. Despicable? Su Yunfeng sneered, retorting, if I hadn't saved you, you'd have been reduced to a pile of dung by now. To be ungrateful is one thing, but to play tricks on me is quite another. With that, he fixed a fierce gaze upon Wang Lingshan and demanded loudly, who is truly despicable here? Who is the one lacking in shame? Wang Lingshan found herself at a loss for words. Her confidence shattered under his imposing presence. At this moment, her brother, Wang Tong, stepped forward, his voice icy as he declared, It is a fact that you wished to kill my sister. This time, Su Yunfeng did not refute. Instead, he nodded in acknowledgement, a mocking smile gracing his lips. I did wish to kill her, but did I actually kill her? Is she not standing right before you? Is it a crime to wish? Is it a sin to think? Does that violate sect rules? You all wish to kill me. Does that not imply you also violate the sect's rules? Wang Tung's face darkened instantly. He had not anticipated Su Yunfeng's sharp tongue. He retorted, but you have already made a move. If I had not arrived in time, my sister would certainly have been slain by you. Did I kill her? Su Yunfeng shot a sidelong glance at Wang Tung. Mocking him, I merely taught her a lesson. Are you so certain I would have killed her? Do you have evidence? Bring it forth for all to see. This. Not only was Wang Ting rendered speechless by the rebuttal, but everyone present also fell silent for a moment. Su Yunfeng disdainfully snorted, If you have no evidence, do not slander me. Be careful or I shall accuse you of defamation. Wang Ting and Wang Lingshan were both on the verge of spitting blood in anger. Apparently, neither of them could provide proof. Enough of your nonsense, Qi Rui shouted angrily, causing the hall to fall into silence. Elder Qi, if you wish to convict me, then present your evidence, Su Yunfeng retorted, showing no respect for Qi Rui. If Elder Qi cannot produce convincing evidence and seeks to convict me, I, Su Yunfeng, will not accept it. Even if it escalates to the sect master, I will accuse you of abuse of power. Qi Rui was determined to eliminate Su Yunfeng here today, and he would not let him leave so easily. With a heavy voice, he declared, The corpses on the ground are evidence. Chen Gang and the others are witnesses, and you shall not escape your guilt. With those words, he focused his aura squarely on Su Yunfeng and coldly stated, Today, I shall cleanse the sect. He had already received word to proceed with his actions. Assured that the higher-ups would handle any fallout, surely, killing an outer sect disciple would not cause a significant uproar with the sect master, would it? With the backing of his informant, Qi Rui felt no hesitation or burden. While suppressing Lin Shiyan, He unleashed a devastating attack directly aimed at Su Yunfeng. "Qi Rui, how dare you?" Lin Xian cried out in alarm, her face etched with urgency. She was utterly astonished that Qi Rui had the audacity to strike. She wished to intervene, yet found herself suppressed and bound, unable to move a muscle. All she could do was watch helplessly as Qi Rui's formidable power descended upon Su Yunfeng. "Su Yunfeng," Lin Xian cried out. Her eyes filled with urgency and concern. Qin Gang and Wang Tung, along with others, wore expressions of delight. "Aren't you Su Yunfeng so impressive? Aren't your words sharp? Let us see how you resist now." In the face of overwhelming strength, all verbal bravado proved futile. Su Yunfeng's complexion turned ashen. Qi Rui was dead set on killing him. Their disparity in cultivation was insurmountable, leaving him utterly immobilized. Damn it. Su Yunfeng felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. In the blink of an eye, Qi Rui's fearsome attack loomed before him, mere moments away from striking his head. There was no escape, truly no escape. Su Yunfeng was unwilling to accept this fate, yet he found himself powerless, watching Qi Rui's massive hand draw ever closer. In this world, power ultimately reigned supreme. Without formidable strength, one was akin to an ant. At the mercy of others, you might attempt to reason with words, but they would respond with fists to teach you what truth truly is. A tremendous pressure bore down upon him, accompanied by a fierce gust that stung his skin. Death was but a heartbeat away. "Stop!" At this critical juncture, a clear and anxious voice rang out from beyond the hall. Simultaneously, a powerful aura surged forth, sweeping across the entire chamber with a sense of despair. In that moment, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Some less powerful disciples faltered and collapsed to the ground. Qi Rui bore the brunt of this overwhelming force, which struck him and sent him hurtling away, crashing violently into the tables and benches on the high platform. Then, a graceful figure in white swiftly entered. It was Qiu Hongyue. Her face was etched with concern as she locked her gaze onto Su Yunfeng upon arrival. With a swift movement, she appeared by Su Yunfeng's side, her beautiful eyes filled with care. "Are you all right?" Su Yunfeng gasped for breath. To claim he was unharmed would be a falsehood. The psychological and spiritual strain he had endured was immense. Just moments ago, he had one foot in the underworld. "I'm fine." Su Yunfeng exhaled a long breath inwardly, realizing that had Qiu Hongyue arrived even a second later, he might have been shattered to pieces. Qiu Hongyue had intended to check on him personally, but with so many witnesses present, her modesty held her back. "Junior sister?" As Qi Rui fell, the restraining force upon Lin Xian dissipated. Qiu Hongyue nodded, expressing her apologies. "Sister, I arrived too late." Lin Xian shook her head. A loud crash echoed from the high platform as Qi Rui struggled to rise from the ground, his body battered. "Qiu Hongyue, what are you doing? Don't think that just because you are the sect master's direct disciple, you can act recklessly here in the law enforcement hall." Qi Rui was seething with anger. Just as he was about to crush Su Yunfeng, everything fell apart at the last moment. "Indeed, Senior Sister Qiu, this is the law enforcement hall, a place of impartial justice. You are disregarding sect rules and showing contempt for the law enforcement hall." Qin Gang was the first to step forward in agreement. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare to speak so boldly to Qiu Hongyue. However, today was different. This was the law enforcement hall. Even Qiu Hongyue, being the sect master's disciple, had to adhere to the rules here. Himph, what a fine display of impartial justice. With a flick of her snowy white sleeves, Qiu Hongyue's demeanor transformed, resembling an ancient ice mountain standing before them. Radiating a chilling aura, "I must ask you, do you possess incontrovertible evidence to prove that junior brother Su has committed murder? To condemn him to death based solely on your words, this is what you call impartial justice? It appears to me that you seek to use this opportunity to eliminate junior brother Su. Is that not so?" Qiu Hongyue's three-part counterattack left Qin Gang and the others utterly speechless, unable to muster a single word. With a graceful wave of her hand, a jade slip materialized in the air. Chapter 44. The Dominant Sect Master. Following this, a clear voice tinged with anger emanated from the jade slip. "Elder Qi, after so many years in the law enforcement hall, it is time for you to retire. Starting tomorrow, enjoy your twilight years in your cave dwelling." This proclamation, a pin drop, could be heard in the hall. No one dared to utter a sound. Elder Qi was a powerful elder within the law enforcement hall, holding a position of great esteem. Yet, The voice from the Jade Slip belonged to the sect master. Who would dare oppose it? Sect master, I protest. I have dedicated myself to serving the sect for so many years. You cannot treat me this way. Qi Rui panicked immediately. Without the position of law enforcement hall elder, he would be reduced to an ordinary elder. Stripped of all authority, left to languish. After enjoying the feeling of holding power for so many years, he was loath to relinquish it. Moreover, over the years, he had made many enemies. Without the protection of his former status, numerous individuals might seek revenge. Humph! The voice from the Jade Slip let out a cold snort, causing the temperature in the surrounding area to plummet, sending shivers through the crowd as a chill rose from their hearts. If you are unwilling, pack your belongings and roll out this instant. The voice of the Lingxiao sect's master was icy, imbued with an unassailable authority. Qi Rui's expression changed drastically. He opened his mouth but ultimately could not voice a single dissent. In the hall, everyone held their breath. The sect master was indeed tyrannical. With a single command, he stripped Qi Rui of his position as elder. As for the rest of them, they were mere insignificant figures. Should the sect master be displeased, he could easily reduce them to ashes. Qi Rui swayed unsteadily. At that moment, his heart felt as if it had turned to ice. Like a deflated balloon, he lost all strength. Appearing to age decades in an instant, though he harbored resentment, he ultimately could not resist. The sect master's power was absolute, leaving him with no choice but to submit. Subsequently, the sect master's voice resonated once more from the Jade Slip. Coldly, it stated, "As for your accusations against the outer sect disciple Su Yunfeng, there is no conclusive evidence. This matter ends here." With the sect master himself intervening, who would dare oppose? Cheng Gang and the others, though begrudging, ultimately did not dare defy the sect master's will and left in a dejected manner. A trial specifically targeting Su Yunfeng concluded with the sect master's decisive intervention. Su Yunfeng was spared. Yet Qi Rui was stripped of his position. The turn of events surpassed everyone's expectations. None could fathom why the sect master had suddenly intervened. Ultimately, they attributed the reason to Qiu Hongyue, after all. The sect master was her mentor, and her relationship with Su Yunfeng was notably close. In the courtyard where Qiu Hongyue resided, Su Yunfeng expressed his gratitude once again for the life-saving assistance provided by Qiu Hongyue and Lin Xiyan. Seizing the opportunity, he presented a plethora of gifts. Regrettably, these were merely trifles, lacking substantial value. The only noteworthy aspect was that the quality of the spirit stones had improved. "Junior brother, I have grasped some of the heavenly collapse sword technique. I shall teach it to you now." Qiu Hongyue was accustomed to receiving gifts and did not refuse. She then took the initiative to offer to teach Su Yunfeng the sword technique. Naturally, Su Yunfeng was delighted. Although he had a deeper understanding of it than Qiu Hongyue, he would not miss the chance to strengthen their bond. Moreover, during the instruction, any accidental physical contact could hardly be deemed inappropriate. Could it? At this moment, he feigned the demeanor of an exceptionally inept novice, pretending to know nothing. Qiu Hongyue personally guided him, offering hands-on instruction. Naturally, some physical contact was inevitable during this process. Initially, Qiu Hongyue felt a tinge of shyness, but eventually grew accustomed to it. Lin Xiyan sat nearby, resting her chin on her delicately rounded hands, watching the two practice swordplay. A hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes as she sighed inwardly. "Junior sister, why must you fall for him?" Time slipped by as a day passed, and it was only by evening that Su Yunfeng reluctantly took his leave. Upon returning to his dwelling, he freshened up and retired to bed early. Ding! Qiu Hongyue has cultivated the heavenly collapse sword technique. Reaching the minor completion stage, tenfold return, host has attained the major completion stage. What a diligent and beautiful girl. Su Yunfeng marveled sincerely at that moment. His comprehension of the heavenly collapse sword technique was extraordinarily profound. As if he had trained for decades, he could effortlessly master any technique. With this set of skills, his combat prowess surged significantly. Ding! Qiu Hongyue has cultivated the heavenly collapse sword technique. Gaining ample insights and experiences, tenfold return. Host has acquired a wealth of insights and experiences. Ding! Lin Xiyan has observed the Dao demonstration technique. Gaining considerable insights and experiences, 50-fold return. Host has reached the pinnacle of mastery. Ding! Qiu Hongyue has cultivated the heavenly collapse sword technique. Achieving completion, tenfold return. host has attained the realm of the technique's founder. What the heck? Su Yunfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Who was this outlier? What on earth was Lin Xian up to? He had merely tested the waters today and concluded that she was easier to approach than Qiu Hongyue. At the very least, they had met only twice, yet there was already an undeniable chemistry. As for Qiu Hongyue, they had yet to hold hands even once. However, he felt that Lin Xian was somewhat peculiar, seemingly harboring a special sentiment towards him. Subtle hints could be discerned from her gaze. As for the nature of this sentiment, he could not articulate it at that moment. The following day, after Su Yunfeng left his abode, he made his way directly to the Dan Hall. There are numerous avenues to acquire elixirs. For instance, one could exchange them directly using the sect's contribution points, although the prices are exorbitantly high. Alternatively, one could provide the materials themselves and enlist the assistance of the alchemists at the hall. The hall would retain 30% of the produced elixirs as a fee. Before long, Su Yunfeng successfully entered the hall using his identity token. Junior brother, do you wish to exchange for elixirs or concoct them yourself? Inquired a fair-skinned senior sister of the Dan Hall. I would like to provide my own materials to concoct the elixirs, replied Su Yunfeng. He had accumulated numerous storage rings, particularly filled with spiritual herbs from the Wang siblings. Yesterday, he had handed them all over to Qiu Hongyue and Lin Xian. Now, he possessed a diverse array of high-quality spiritual herbs. Senior sister, I wish to concoct some breakthrough elixirs and rejuvenating elixirs, of the highest grade possible, stated Su Yunfeng. Upon hearing this, the senior sister smiled politely and asked, Junior brother, may I first inspect your materials? Of course, Su Yunfeng responded, and he proceeded to place a portion of the materials before the senior sister. The senior sister was immediately taken aback. 10,000-year-old condensation grass, 10,000-year-old spring nourishing flower, and exquisite spirit fragrance fruits. She gazed at the array of high-tier spiritual herbs, her mouth agape in astonishment, as if she could fit an egg inside. After years in the Dan Hall, it was her first encounter with someone who could present such an abundance of high-tier spiritual herbs. Junior brother, please follow me. I will take you to meet the elder. She dared not take this lightly, for these were high-tier spiritual herbs. Chapter 45. The initial battle with Yichun. Su Yunfeng followed her into the inner sanctum of the Dan Hall, where he met elder Li Yifeng. Upon seeing the array of aged spiritual herbs, Li Yifeng could no longer maintain his composure. Despite being an elder of the Dan Hall and having encountered countless spiritual herbs, he had never witnessed such a collection of 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs all at once. Where did you acquire these? Elder Li Yifeng inquired. Su Yunfeng had anticipated this question and smoothly fabricated a tale. A few years ago, I accidentally stumbled into a cave and fortuitously obtained them. In this world, there are myriad opportunities, stories of miraculous escapes from cliffs and serendipitously discovering stunning beauties abound. It seemed perfectly reasonable for him to have inadvertently come across some aged spiritual herbs. Li Yifeng nodded slightly, seemingly convinced by his explanation. Elder, I wish to concoct some breakthrough elixirs and 2 rejuvenating elixirs. The remaining materials can be used to create healing elixirs. Su Yunfeng articulated his requirements. At this stage, the fastest way to elevate one's cultivation was indeed through breakthrough elixirs. However, these elixirs had their limitations. Excessive consumption would render them ineffective. Very well, return in 3 days to collect them. Elder Li Yifeng said, rubbing his hands together, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the abundant materials. Senior sister, are there alchemical cauldrons here? I would like to concoct some elixirs myself, Su Yunfeng asked the senior sister after exiting Elder Li Yifeng's presence. The senior sister cast him a bewildered look, exclaiming, Junior brother, you can concoct elixirs? A bit, just a bit. Su Yunfeng scratched his head, responding modestly. He was currently a peak second-grade alchemist, more than capable of concocting some lower-tier elixirs. The materials he had just provided to Elder Li Yifeng were a return from the system. The effects of the elixirs could yield a maximum 10-fold return. Meanwhile, by using other materials to concoct lower-tier elixirs, he could achieve a 100-fold return. This dual approach would simultaneously enhance the cultivation of Qiu Hongyue and Lin Xian while he himself consumed potent elixirs. Under the guidance of the beautiful senior sister, they soon arrived at the alchemical hall. It was adorned with rows of alchemical cauldrons, where senior brothers and sisters practiced the art of alchemy. Su Yunfeng surveyed the array of cauldrons with satisfaction and proceeded toward an available space. Just as he walked past one of the cauldrons, an explosive bang reverberated through the air. The cauldron beside him suddenly erupted, filling the air with thick black smoke and a pungent, burnt odor. Everyone was taken aback, their gazes drawn to the commotion. Coughing violently, a figure burst forth from the smoke, none other than Su Yunfeng. However, he appeared utterly disheveled, his face smeared with soot, resembling someone who had crawled out of a pot. His features were obscured, leaving only a pair of bright eyes visible. His hair was a tangled mess, resembling a clump of weeds, and his clothes were tattered, reduced to mere shreds hanging from his frame. Thankfully, his physical constitution was robust. Otherwise, the blast could have seriously injured him. A surge of unnameable fury welled up within him. Why had the cauldron chosen to explode just as he passed? It was evident that someone had deliberately set him up. "My apologies, I failed to control the heat," came a nonchalant voice from nearby. Su Yunfeng turned to see a figure clad in resplendent garments, not a speck of dust on his attire. Su Yunfeng's gaze hardened. Yi Chen! This individual was none other than Yi Chen, the one who had caused quite a stir during the disciple selection and was also a favored child of destiny. The excuse of not controlling the heat was clearly a ruse. Otherwise, how could his clothes remain immaculate? Su Yunfeng's heart brimmed with scorn. He had never provoked this person, yet Yi Chen sought to undermine him. Thus, he would not hold back, even if Yi Chen was the direct disciple of the Supreme Elder. That mattered little to Su Yunfeng. Wiping the soot from his face, he offered Yi Chen a smile. The next moment, a sharp crack echoed through the hall. The sound of a resounding slap rang out as Yi Chen was unceremoniously knocked to the ground. Utterly stunned. Since becoming the favored disciple of Xiao Yin, his status had been elevated, and everyone treated him with deference. The reason behind his antagonism towards Su Yunfeng was simple. Qiu Hongyue. He had learned of the deep connection between Qiu Hongyue and Su Yunfeng, even hearing rumors of them exploring the sect together. This filled Yi Chen with discomfort, believing Su Yunfeng had stolen his woman in his mind. Only someone of his extraordinary talents deserved a celestial being like Qiu Hongyue. What was Su Yunfeng? Merely a lowly outer sect disciple, unworthy of standing beside her. Today, while concocting elixirs in the Dan Hall, he had fortuitously encountered Su Yunfeng passing by and had intentionally detonated the cauldron. His aim was straightforward, to eliminate Su Yunfeng. However, the outcome had surprised him. Although Su Yunfeng emerged covered in soot, he was unscathed, a development beyond his expectations. Now, he found himself publicly humiliated. Su Yunfeng, you seek death? Yi Chen, regaining his composure, was instantly engulfed in fury. The slap had left half his face swollen, and he had lost 2 teeth. Not only had he been injured, but he had also lost face in front of a crowd. The anger within him surged like a volcano, exploding forth. His body coiled like a spring, launching him into the air. Simultaneously, a shimmering long sword appeared in his hand. The sword emitted a vibrating hum, slicing through the air with a chilling glint aimed directly at Su Yunfeng. This strike contained all of Yi Chen's wrath, intending to slay Su Yunfeng beneath his blade. His gaze was fierce, his expression twisted with rage, and a palpable killing intent enveloped Su Yunfeng. Unfazed, Su Yunfeng let out a cold snort. In the next instant, the Qingshuang sword materialized in his grasp, and he swiftly executed the Tianbing sword technique. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of their blades clashing echoed throughout the alchemical hall, the sharp metallic sounds reverberating in the air. Everyone recoiled, hesitant to approach. Who was this individual that could hold his own against Yi Chen? The audacious Yi Chen was well known to them, being the favored disciple of the Supreme Elder Xiao Yin. However, Su Yunfeng was relatively obscure, a new outer sect disciple. Su Yunfeng. Someone finally recognized him, exclaiming. Gasps of surprise filled the room. One was the favored disciple of the Supreme Elder, a prodigy of extraordinary talent, while the other was merely a new outer sect disciple. The disparity in their statuses was vast, yet they fought evenly matched, a truly astonishing sight. At that moment, Elder Li Yifeng arrived at the scene, watching with keen interest rather than intervening. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he observed the dueled An outer sect disciple mastering the Tianbing sword technique to such an extent. How enlightening. Elder Li Yifeng recognized the sword technique Su Yunfeng was employing as the second most powerful technique among the outer sect rankings. Chapter 46. Yi Chen. He is finished, however. What he never anticipated was that within just a few short days, Su Yunfeng would grasp this sword technique to such a profound degree. An extraordinary feat indeed. Even as an elder who believed he understood this technique well, he had yet to reach the level of comprehension exhibited by Su Yunfeng. Curious, elderly Yifeng mused, his gaze deepening as he scrutinized Su Yunfeng. Soon, he discerned that the young man possessed poor innate talent, akin to the lowest tier among the outer sect disciples. Such inadequate potential. Yet he had managed to master the sword technique to this extent? Xiao, the well-informed Li Yifeng, was momentarily taken aback. If the exceptionally gifted Yi Chun had comprehended the celestial collapse sword technique to such an extent, he would not have been surprised. After all, Yi Chun's aptitude was indeed formidable, far surpassing that of 99% of the disciples within the sect. However, this incident occurred with an outer sect disciple, whose talents were remarkably inferior. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have never believed it. Humph, the playtime is over. Su Yunfeng snorted coldly, flicking his Qing Shuang sword, instantly sending Yi Chen's long sword flying. Subsequently, the Qing Shuang sword was directly positioned against Yi Chen's neck. Indeed, Yi Chen possessed remarkable talent, and his cultivation had reached the second level of the martial king realm, placing him on the same level as Su Yunfeng. Nevertheless, his celestial collapse sword technique had already attained the level of its founder, rendering it overwhelmingly powerful, something Yi Chen could not hope to rival. The prolonged engagement had merely served as an opportunity for Su Yunfeng to hone his skills. Now, feeling adequately practiced, he found no further need to toy with Yi Chen. With the sword poised at Yi Chen's throat, the latter immediately ceased all movement. His expression was one of utter humiliation. As a direct disciple of the esteemed elder, it was a disgrace to be bested by an outer sect disciple. Gritting his teeth, he threatened, "If you dare to lay a finger on me, my master will not let you off easily." Yi Chen was confident that Su Yunfeng would not dare to act against him. The sect's regulations forbade infighting among disciples, and moreover, as a direct disciple of the elder, he had formidable backing. These factors provided him with the audacity to speak defiantly. Slap, slap, slap. Su Yunfeng let out a cold laugh, the blade of the Qing Shuang sword striking Yi Chen's swollen face repeatedly. So, he still dares to be defiant, does he? In an instant, Su Yunfeng launched a flurry of swift strikes with the Qing Shuang sword, and when his movements ceased, Yi Chen's once lustrous hair had entirely vanished, leaving him with a shiny bald head. Even his eyebrows had been shaved off. Someone could not contain their laughter at Yi Chen, with his strikingly handsome features that had captivated countless maidens, now appeared utterly ridiculous. Stripped of his hair and eyebrows, he looked comically absurd. Even Li Yifeng involuntarily tugged at the corners of his mouth. Yi Chen's current appearance was inherently humorous, evoking laughter from those who beheld him. You dare to shave my head?" Yi Chen erupted in fury, having always prided himself on his looks. Yet today, Su Yunfeng had turned his handsome visage into a source of ridicule. Wrath surged within him. "I will kill you," Yi Chen roared, preparing to charge at Su Yunfeng, but the latter's response was swifter. A powerful kick landed squarely on Yi Chen's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. With a resounding crash, he collided heavily with a pill furnace that was in the midst of refining medicine. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued, accompanied by a cloud of thick, black smoke. The furnace had exploded, much like Yi Chen's earlier surprise attack on Su Yunfeng. "My Hao Huan pill!" The alchemist, who had been diligently refining, fell to his knees, wailing in despair, his face a mask of regret and sorrow. Coughing violently, Yi Chen crawled out from the smoke, his appearance a picture of disarray. Had he not managed to conjure a protective barrier at the critical moment, he might not have emerged at all. His head was coated with dark soot, and his clothes were in tatters, resembling mere strips of curtain fabric hanging from him. Su Yunfeng, I will have my revenge. Yi Chen struggled to rise, trembling as he stood, the gaze of the onlookers converging upon him. The female disciples gasped in shock, hastily averting their eyes. The Hao Huan pill had been successfully concocted, merely awaiting the opening of the furnace, only to be obliterated by Yi Chen's reckless collision. All the pills had shattered into dust, which Yi Chen inadvertently inhaled. Now, the effects of the medicine were taking hold. His eyes burned with fury, exacerbated by the drug's influence. Su Yunfeng glanced over and sneered, "So you're just a little brat." At that moment, Yi Chen realized something. looking down in horror, and his mind reeled. His body shook violently, darkness clouded his vision, and he collapsed face first to the ground. Crack! The distinct sound of a bone breaking reverberated through the air, causing all the male disciples present to collectively gasp in horror. Damn! Just hearing it made them wince. Wei Qin's anguished cries echoed, sending chills down the spines of those around him. Li Feng had no choice but to intervene. With a swift motion, he struck Yi Chen, rendering him unconscious. He then swiftly whisked Yi Chen away. However, some keen observers noticed the truth. Yi Chen had been broken. "Senior sister, is there a place to bathe here?" Su Yunfeng inquired, sheathing his Qing Shuang sword and addressing the stunned alchemist sister at the pill hall. Upon hearing his question, the alchemist sister immediately nodded. Yes, junior brother, follow me." Shortly thereafter, a refreshed Su Yunfeng, clad in a pristine outer sect disciple's robe, returned to the pill refining hall. As soon as he appeared, dozens of gazes were directed towards him. Unfazed, Su Yunfeng casually approached a pill furnace and began his work. Though he was a second-tier alchemist, this marked his first true attempt at pill refining. Initially cautious as he added materials, he later grew bold, tossing ingredients into the furnace with abandon. After 2 hours, a look of delight spread across his face. "I did it." Lifting the lid of the furnace, a batch of fragrant gathering chi pills appeared before him, perfectly arranged. Second-tier high-grade. Just then, Elder Li Yifeng's voice rang out beside him. Unbeknownst to him, the elder had already approached Su Yunfeng. "Kid, you can actually refine pills, and you've reached the pinnacle of second-tier." Li Yifeng regarded Su Yunfeng with astonishment, his eyes flickering with surprise. "Just lucky?" "Just lucky," Su Yunfeng replied nonchalantly while hurriedly stashing the gathering chi pills away. Although their grade was somewhat low, they still held value for the current Xiaohongyu. If the quality was lacking, quantity could make up for it. A change in quality could arise from a change in quantity. "Kid, would you be willing to take me as your master?" Li Yifeng suddenly asked, his gaze fixed intently on Su Yunfeng. Despite Su Yunfeng's poor aptitude, the elder felt that this young man was not as simple as he appeared. It was a feeling that transcended mere observation. "Absolutely not," Su Yunfeng replied without a moment's hesitation. Rejecting the offer outright. Chapter 47. Who dares bully you? I will be the first to show no mercy. Li Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. It was well known that within the entire Lingxiao sect, his status was exceedingly high. Countless disciples yearned to be accepted under his tutelage. Yet, up until now, he had only taken on 3 direct disciples. Today, he had proactively offered to accept Su Yunfeng as a direct disciple, only to be met with an unwavering refusal. Logically, he should have been irate or furious, yet at that moment, his heart was filled with curiosity. How could a mere outer sect disciple turn down such a golden opportunity? "Kid, as long as you become my disciple, your status will not be lower than that of Yi Chen." "Why do you refuse?" Li Feng queried. Intrigued, that Su Yunfeng smiled slightly and asked, "Elderly, have you ever heard the saying?" Li Yifeng's eyes flickered with interest, prompting him to inquire further. "What saying?" Without further ado, Su Yunfeng replied, "Once a teacher, forever a father. I've heard it." Li Yifeng frowned. The phrase was too familiar for him to have missed. However, he could not discern its relevance to Su Yunfeng's refusal. "But how does it relate to your refusal to take me as your master?" Still perplexed, he furrowed his brow and pressed for clarification. Clearing his throat, Su Yunfeng addressed Li Yifeng. "Elderly, how about I bypass the disciple ceremony and directly acknowledge you as my father?" Li Yifeng was momentarily stunned, finally grasping the reason for Su Yunfeng's refusal. He had intended to take this route. "Ha ha ha." Rather than feeling angered, Li Yifeng burst into hearty laughter. "You clever little rascal. Your scheming is so transparent, it could be seen from 100 miles away." Su Yunfeng maintained his composure, playing the game with a nonchalant air. "Elderly, just tell me, does what I say hold any merit?" While there was some logic to his argument, it was ultimately flawed reasoning. Li Yifeng felt a twinge of embarrassment at having his intentions so easily discerned. "Elderly, do you have any children?" Su Yunfeng had entered with the firm intention of climbing the ranks through Li Yifeng's influence. "I have lived a life of integrity. How could I have children?" Li Yifeng stroked his beard. Su Yunfeng smirked. "A bachelor is just a bachelor, and no need to beat around the bush. Elderly, we are both men." "You little brat, your tongue is quite foul," Li Yifeng chuckled. "You amuse me greatly. Your proposal is something I might consider." Upon hearing this, Su Yunfeng's eyes sparkled with hope. This could work. He refrained from rushing to speak, instead choosing to wait for Li Yifeng to continue. Knowing that the next words would hold great significance, at this moment, Li Yifeng spoke up. If you can reach the level of a third-tier alchemist within 3 months, I shall accept you as my adopted son. Very well, it's a promise, Su Yunfeng replied without a hint of hesitation. Responding the instant Li Yifeng's words fell by it merely a matter of becoming a third-tier alchemist? That's exceedingly simple. Do you believe I can achieve this breakthrough by tonight? All I need to do is seek out Qiyu Hanju after returning and have her practice alchemy a bit. This advancement should be a trivial matter. If not, I can persuade Lin Xian to give it a try as well. I have faith that I will succeed. Ha ha ha, young man, do not rejoice too soon. Although the leap from the pinnacle of second tier to third tier may seem like a mere step, it indeed demands tremendous effort. Many alchemists find themselves stagnating at this level for years or even decades. At this point, Li Yifeng straightened his chest and stroked his short beard with pride, declaring, I do not fear to tell you that I, in my youth, ascended from the pinnacle of second tier to third tier in just 3 short months, making me one of the fastest in history. Su Yunfeng raised his eyebrows slightly, immediately adopting an expression of utter admiration, followed by a flurry of compliments directed at Li Yifeng. The praise was so well received that Li Yifeng felt a surge of joy. Su Yunfeng's heart danced with delight. Excellent. The stronger you are, the better. I relish having a formidable backing. In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount, while connections are a close second. With both in hand, I shall not believe anyone would dare to provoke me recklessly in the future. Subsequently, he concocted several batches of qi-gathering pills, all without failure, each achieving the high-tier quality of the second level. Li Yifeng nodded repeatedly in approval, unable to resist comparing Su Yunfeng's adept techniques to his own youthful prowess. Reminiscent of his own glory days, upon exiting the hall, instead of returning to his residence, Su Yunfeng sent a message to Qiyu Hanju. Soon, her figure appeared before him, clad in garments as white as snow. Her figure graceful, with eyes that sparkled like 2 exquisite gems. Each encounter with Qiyu Hanju left him in awe, as if he were gazing upon a fairy who had stepped out of a painting. Wow, senior sister, is that you? Su Yunfeng exclaimed in feigned surprise upon seeing Qiyu Hanju. She, perplexed by the suddenness of his reaction, frowned slightly, expressing concern. Junior brother, what is the matter? Su Yunfeng circled around Qiyu Hanju, scrutinizing her from head to toe, and exclaimed in astonishment. Senior sister, after just one night, you have become even more beautiful, and your figure has improved. Such simplistic flattery was only suitable for charming an innocent girl like Qiyu Hanju. Were these words directed at Lin Xian? He would surely meet a swift demise. Qiyu Hanju's cheeks flushed, her lovely peach blossom eyes curving into crescent moons, clearly delighted by Su Yunfeng's compliment. No, I am still the same as yesterday, she stammered, her voice soft as a whisper. Though internally, she felt immense joy. Standing upright before Qiyu Hanju, Su Yunfeng earnestly declared, Truly, senior sister, you are even more beautiful than yesterday. Feeling a bit shy under his intense gaze, Qiyu Hanju quickly lowered her head to avoid his burning eyes. Oh, senior sister, your ears are red again, Su Yunfeng remarked, employing the same teasing tactic. Qiyu Hanju swiftly covered her ears, trying to shield herself from his gaze, internally chastising herself for being so easily teased. Each time, she felt her heart race, caught between embarrassment and unbidden affection for him. Seeing her flustered demeanor stirred within Su Yunfeng an impulse to unveil her beauty, yet he ultimately restrained himself, recognizing that the sweetest fruits are to be savored last. To truly win a woman's heart, one must not only possess her body but also her soul. He wished for Qiyu Hanju to willingly unveil her veil. That moment would signify her genuine acceptance of him. That day, he hoped, would not be far off. Senior sister, this is for you, Su Yunfeng said, presenting the qi-gathering pills he had crafted that day, placing them gently into Qiyu Hanju's hands. Junior brother, what is this? She inquired, opening her storage pouch to reveal over a dozen medicine vials. She then looked up at Su Yunfeng with eager eyes. With a slight smile, Su Yunfeng explained, These are qi-gathering pills I exchanged from the alchemy hall. Although they are of a slightly lower grade, they will still be of great assistance to you in your cultivation. Junior brother, a veil of moisture crept into Qiyu Hanju's beautiful eyes, touched by Su Yunfeng's kindness. which had nearly surpassed that of their master. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears began to slip from the corners of her eyes. Su Yunfeng gently wiped away her tears with his thumb, softly saying, "Senior sister, you know that my talents are mediocre. These pills hold little value for me. In truth, I harbor a selfish desire. I wish for you to grow stronger, so that you may protect me, and I shall no longer fear being bullied. Who dares to bully you? I shall be the first to make them pay." Qiu Hanju's eyes sparkled with fierce determination upon hearing that someone intended to harm Su Yunfeng. Chapter 48. Senior Sister. Are you aware of the Yin-Yang Dual Cultivation Certification Method? Senior Sister, do not be alarmed. Noticing Qiu Hanju's intense reaction, Su Yunfeng felt a surge of emotion, inadvertently clasping her delicate hand. Senior Sister, I shall rely on you from now on. Being held, Qiu Hanju felt a wave of heat wash over her heart pounding heavily. The warmth radiating from Su Yunfeng's palm ignited a sweet sensation deep within her. By the time they returned to their residence, it was already evening. From a distance, Su Yunfeng noticed that the previously locked door was now ajar. His brow furrowed, and his expression darkened as he swiftly approached. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the entire room had been utterly ravaged. Tables, chairs, and the bed had all been violently destroyed. The disheveled room left no spot to set foot upon. On the wall facing the entrance, 3 crimson characters were scrawled. "Must kill you." The vivid red appeared as though smeared with blood. Sending a chill down his spine and evoking a sense of foreboding deep within, a fire of rage simmered within Su Yunfeng. He had been more than patient, yet these individuals remained relentless in their pursuit to end his life. Fine, I shall see who meets their demise first. Even a clay figurine has its limits, and Su Yunfeng was not one to be easily trifled with. At this moment, both Cheng Gang and the Wang siblings, as well as Yi Chen, were firmly placed on his kill list. With his residence destroyed, he had no choice but to find a temporary refuge for the night. Ding! Qiu Hanju has broken through to the 9th layer of Martial Sovereign, receiving a 50-fold return. The host has broken through to the 5th layer of Martial King. Ding! Qiu Hanju has advanced in the way of alchemy, reaching the rank of 2nd-tier alchemist, receiving a 50-fold return. The host has been promoted to 3rd-tier alchemist. Ding! Lin Xian has gained extensive insights and experiences from her cultivation of the certification method, receiving a 50-fold return. The host has reached the pinnacle of the certification method. The following day, Su Yunfeng awakened, his eyes gleaming with a palpable, cold brilliance. The increase in his cultivation had bestowed upon him immense confidence. Even when confronting Wang Tung, he felt no trepidation at that moment. His identity token illuminated, signaling that the sect had released an announcement. Upon reading the information, a cold smile crept onto Su Yunfeng's lips, his gaze sharpening with intensity. It turned out that the Outer Sect Disciples Heavenly Ranking Tournament was about to commence. The top 30 would receive generous rewards from the sect. However, that was not the most important aspect. The true significance lay in the fact that the top 30 would gain entry to the ancient ruins. If he could secure a place among the top 30 and enter the ancient ruins, it would present an excellent opportunity to eliminate those who sought his life. Conversely, it would also serve as a chance for him to strike back. Therefore, he was determined to participate in this tournament. Given his abilities, breaching the top 30 would be as effortless as drinking water. A mere flick of his hand would showcase the limits of this tier. He hastened to the registration square, which was already bustling with Outer Sect disciples eager to sign up for the heavenly ranking competition. Lingxiao sect was vast, with over 20,000 Outer Sect disciples alone. More than half of them had come to register for the tournament, amounting to over 10,000 participants. You better not let me see you on the ring, or I will kill you. Just as Su Yunfeng completed his registration, a sinister voice emerged from behind him. Cheng Gang, arms crossed, glowered at Su Yunfeng with palpable fury. I return your words. Should I encounter you, I will not show mercy. Su Yunfeng replied with a cold smile, his tone laced with mockery, his eyes devoid of fear, instead brimming with eagerness. You better wait for me. Cheng Gang ground his teeth, his eyes glinting with menace. Brother, I will definitely kill him. Wang Lingshan glared at Su Yunfeng with venom, her face contorted with a twisted, malicious expression. Su Yunfeng had become her psychological tormentor. Until he was dealt with, she would find no peace. Do not worry, sister. I have everything arranged. Wang Teng's eyes burned with a fierce light as he fixated on Su Yunfeng's figure, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Everything is under control. Su Yunfeng is as good as dead. He won't escape this time. After registering, Su Yunfeng did not linger but immediately made his way to the alchemy hall. He intended to prepare some means for his entry into the ancient ruins. After exchanging some spirit stones for materials, he effortlessly made his way to the alchemy hall. Casually selecting a Dan furnace, he commenced the alchemical process, aiming to concoct explosive pills, various poison pills, and detoxifying pills. Despite his current prowess being among the elite of his peers, he remained wary. One must always guard against treachery, for caution can safeguard one's journey. These were merely his prepared measures. At times, one cannot adhere to any notions of martial ethics. And eliminating an adversary is paramount. As a third-grade alchemist, the quality of the pills he crafted would undoubtedly be of the third grade. Fortunately, Li Yifeng was currently in seclusion, assisting him in refining a trove of century-old medicinal herbs. He was uncertain whether Li had successfully advanced to third grade. He truly wished to avoid revealing his breakthrough to third-grade alchemist status too soon, as such rapid advancement could arouse suspicion. With Li Yifeng absent, he could freely concoct third-grade pills. Time passed swiftly, and in a day's span, Su Yunfeng had produced an array of various pills, the majority intended for dealing with adversaries. Upon exiting the Dan Hall, he spotted a fiery red figure. It was Lin Xiyan. "Sister Lin, were you waiting for me?" Su Yunfeng approached with an unabashed smile. Lin Xiyan shot him a sidelong glance, a hint of playful reproach in her tone. "I've never seen someone as thick-skinned as you. Oh, now that you have, would you like to measure just how thick my skin truly is?" He replied mischievously. "Rogue," Lin Xiyan retorted, her voice laced with mock indignation before adding, "Follow me." With that, she soared into the distance, and Su Yunfeng couldn't help but smile, swiftly employing his skills to catch up. Atop a mountain peak, Lin Xiyan inquired, "Are you planning to participate in the sky ranking competition?" "Indeed," Su Yunfeng replied. "Are you worried my abilities might be lacking and planning to give me a little extra guidance?" As he jested, he took the opportunity to admire Lin Xiyan's exquisite beauty. It was undeniable that Lin Xiyan was stunning in every respect. Her delicate skin glowed like snow, her graceful nose was charmingly alluring. Her lips radiated a lustrous sheen, and her eyes sparkled like the stars, exuding an enchanting brilliance with every blink. Sensing the intensity of Su Yunfeng's gaze, a faint blush crept onto Lin Xiyan's cheeks. "Humph, how presumptuous," she huffed, turning her face away to avoid his gaze. "I heard you defeated Elder Xiaoyan's newly accepted direct disciple," Lin Xiyan continued. Su Yunfeng shrugged and recounted the events of that day, which caused Lin Xiyan's brow to furrow slightly. That Yichen truly is a petty individual. He had it coming. At this, Lin Xiyan tossed him a jade slip, saying, "This contains a sword technique that can enhance your strength." Su Yunfeng quickly caught the jade slip, a pained expression crossing his face. "Sister, you're not making this easy for me. You know my aptitude. Practicing this technique would be a waste of time. I might as well sleep." "Pervert," Lin Xiyan exclaimed, her cheeks flushing. Su Yunfeng was momentarily taken aback, but after a couple of seconds, he chuckled. "Sister, you're not quite as innocent as you claim." "Nonsense, it's your own thoughts that are impure," Lin Xiyan retorted, realizing her words could be misinterpreted, and her face turned a deeper shade of red at Su Yunfeng's teasing. Just then, Su Yunfeng leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Sister, are you familiar with the Yin-Yang dual cultivation technique?" Chapter 49. The prey is hooked. Lin Xiyan's face turned even redder, resembling a ripe apple, her expression a mix of shyness and panic, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Su Yunfeng nearly succumbed to the urge to embrace her. But he reconsidered. Being too eager could backfire. Times, a touch of teasing and distance could yield better results. Thus, he swiftly shifted the topic. "Sister, my aptitude is lacking. Could you teach me this sword technique?" Lin Xiyan felt a pang of disappointment. She had prepared herself for a passionate embrace from Su Yunfeng, only for him to retreat at the last moment. Angered, she shot him a resentful glare. Her eyes brimming with unvoiced feelings, Su Yunfeng, noticing the emotions swirling in her gaze, secretly smiled. His prey had taken the bait. The following day, the external sect sky ranking competition officially commenced. The vast martial arena was teeming with spectators. Not only from the external sect, but also from the inner sect. On the elevated platform sat a gathering of external elders. After another half hour, the elder overseeing the competition announced, the competition will consist of 100 arenas, adopting a defending champion format. Based on the number of victories, the top 100 will be determined, followed by individual ranking matches. Contestants will be randomly teleported to designated competition spaces according to their numbers. Please prepare yourselves. The competition is about to begin. As the elder's voice faded, a massive luminous orb illuminated the square. Simultaneously, 200 identity tokens glowed, and in the next moment, their bearers were teleported to the special spaces. Those outside could witness the unfolding events through the image stones. Su Yunfeng was among the first batch of participants. He found himself standing on the same arena as another external disciple. As the host's command to begin echoed, all 100 arenas erupted into fierce battles. Without hesitation, Su Yunfeng delivered a swift blow, sending his opponent flying off the stage. The bewildered disciple barely grasped the situation before he was transported back to the square. Almost immediately, another contestant took his place, and so it went. Anyone who was knocked off the stage or chose to concede would be replaced by someone else. Time flew, and Su Yunfeng achieved an impressive 20 consecutive victories, garnering significant attention. The external disciples were quite familiar with Su Yunfeng, especially after he had bested Wang Ba and torn apart Chen Gang, relieving the grievances of many over the years. As the external sky ranking approached, many placed their hopes on him. At this moment, another disciple was teleported to the arena, prompting gasps from the spectators. Zhang Jifa. He was recognized as one of the top 10 in the external sect. Having already broken through to the martial sovereign realm, he was certain to enter the inner sect this year. Su Yunfeng found himself in a precarious situation. While his record was commendable, he was merely a newcomer to the sect and couldn't possibly compare to the likes of Zhang Jifa. Many expressed their regrets, believing Su Yunfeng's winning streak was about to come to an end. Kid, you've got some skills, but I advise you to concede, Zhang Jifa said coldly, his gaze filled with disdain. Su Yunfeng's brows twitched slightly. Instead of responding verbally, he chose to accede in an instant. He dashed towards Zhang Jifa, delivering a resounding slap to his face. With a crack, the look of disdain vanished from Zhang Jifa's eyes. Replaced by shock and fear, he felt an overwhelming force emanating from Su Yunfeng. In that fleeting moment, he was flung off the stage and transported back to the square. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. Those who had predicted Su Yunfeng's inevitable defeat were left feeling a burning shame, their expressions a mix of disbelief. The external sect's top 10, Zhang Jifa, had been defeated in a single blow, unable to mount any defense. How could this individual be so formidable? In the distance, Lin Xian furrowed her beautifully shaped brows, struggling to comprehend how Su Yunfeng, with his evidently inferior aptitude, could possess such overwhelming power. The coexistence of these two contradictions within one individual baffled her. Beside her, Qiu Hongyue watched the contest with tightly clenched fists, her eyes gleaming with excitement and joy. Her thoughts had long since ceased to matter. Su Yunfeng's victory was all that mattered to her. Chen Gang's expression darkened as he realized Su Yunfeng's growing strength would make dealing with him increasingly troublesome. However, his inability to handle Su Yunfeng did not mean those behind him would be helpless. With a flash, Chen Gang vanished from his spot, only to be teleported to the arena, facing none other than Su Yunfeng, the one he loathed the most. Chen Gang was momentarily stunned. He longed to tear Su Yunfeng apart with his own hands. Yet he had no desire for a direct confrontation, knowing he was outmatched after their previous encounter. Su Yunfeng, too, was taken aback but soon grinned ominously. Chen Gang, are you here to deliver your head? Chen Gang seethed with rage at Su Yunfeng's taunt, but considering the gap in their strengths, he could only glare furiously, his teeth clenched in frustration. The simmering anger had to be swallowed down. I concede, Chen Gang declared decisively, opting not to fight. There were countless ways to seek revenge, and simply offering his head would only serve to grant Su Yunfeng experience, and no need to rush. The referee hasn't called for the start yet. Su Yunfeng teased, his demeanor casual. Chen Gang retreated a few steps, awaiting the elder's signal to begin before promptly conceding, lest he be thoroughly beaten. At that moment, the host announced, the competition begins. Chen Gang immediately shouted, I concede, but before he could finish, a fist crashed into his jaw, shattering his mandible with a sickening crunch. Following that, Su Yunfeng unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes upon Chen Gang. Chen Gang could only emit muffled cries of agony. Unable to articulate his suffering, "Do you not wish to end my life?" The fists of Su Yunfeng fell like torrential rain, unrelenting and without hesitation. At that moment, Chen Gang found himself in a pitiful state. His head had swollen to the size of a pig's, his teeth were completely gone, and tears mingled with snot streamed down his face. "With your current condition, how dare you threaten my life? Who gave you the audacity?" Su Yunfeng acted swiftly, shattering all of Chen Gang's limbs into fragments. When did Chen Gang become so resilient? Even in such a dire situation, he refused to concede. Someone outside the ring expressed their doubts. It seems to me he wishes to surrender, but has no opportunity to do so." Others relished the spectacle. Chen Gang had long been a tyrant among the outer disciples, and many had yearned to teach him a lesson. However, over the years, only Su Yunfeng had taken action, reducing his opponent to a grotesque state. It was truly satisfying. Moments later, when Chen Gang finally succumbed to unconsciousness, Su Yunfeng disdainfully delivered a kick that sent him tumbling off the stage. In a flash of light, Chen Gang was transported back to the square. Yet, his wretched condition elicited applause and cheers from the surrounding outer disciples. Some even took the opportunity to sneak in a few kicks while checking on him. The competition resumed. Su Yunfeng had achieved an unprecedented 60 consecutive victories, emerging as the dark horse of this year's heavenly ranking contest. This fellow was truly adept at concealing his capabilities. Lin Xian's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. Up until now, none of Su Yunfeng's opponents had managed to endure more than 3 exchanges with him. The key point was, he had not utilized any techniques or weapons, relying solely on his bare hands. It was a complete suppression of prowess. I must find an opportunity to test him. Lin Xian mused inwardly. Unbeknownst to her, before she could conduct her probing, she would soon find herself embroiled in her own troubles. But that was a matter for another time. Chapter 50. Sister, are you not going to sleep so late? By the time the competition concluded, Su Yunfeng had effortlessly advanced to the ranking matches with a record of 100 consecutive victories. Simultaneously, his performance had garnered the attention of several elders, who cast intrigued glances in his direction. However, upon observing Su Yunfeng's qualifications, they all sighed and turned their gazes away. A person devoid of talent, no matter how exceptional their current performance, ultimately holds little value. Their growth potential is severely limited. In the short term, he might possess a certain advantage, but as time passes, others will surely surpass him while he remains stagnant. Thus, those without talent inherently lack any worth, and no matter how splendidly you perform, it is of no consequence. Soon, night fell, and the ranking matches were scheduled for the following day. Su Yunfeng had yet to tidy up his quarters, and thus found himself spending another night outdoors under the stars. In the dead of night, a figure gracefully approached. It was the familiar hilltop, accompanied by the alluring silhouette clad in vibrant red. Lin Xian's exquisite visage radiated under the flickering firelight, appearing exceptionally enchanting. "Sister, are you not going to sleep so late?" Su Yunfeng did not lift his head, continuing to turn the rabbit meat roasting to a golden brown on the rack while sprinkling on seasonings. Instantly, the air was filled with a delectable aroma. "Mind your own business." Lin Xian approached and sat beside Su Yunfeng, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. "You can cook roasted meat?" Su Yunfeng chuckled. "I have many skills. Would you care to delve deeper?" "Rogue." A charming blush crept across Lin Xian's face as she muttered under her breath. "Sister, I meant for you to explore the depths of my entire being." "What are you thinking?" Su Yunfeng mischievously winked at Lin Xian. "Are you seeking death?" Lin Xian playfully chastised, lightly punching his shoulder with her delicate fist. It appeared forceful, yet felt merely like a gentle tickle. "Sister, you are exceptionally intelligent and well-versed. Allow me to pose a question." After finishing with the seasonings, Su Yunfeng clapped his hands and smiled at Lin Xian. "Pray tell." Lin Xian's gaze fell upon the golden brown rabbit meat, swallowing her saliva as she casually replied, "Sister, when a person dies, they become a ghost. What do ghosts turn into upon their demise?" Su Yunfeng's eyes glimmered, a smile tugging at his lips. Lin Xian rolled her eyes. "You don't even know this, brother. Your studies require improvement." She then proceeded to explain, "Humans become ghosts upon death, and ghosts become spirits upon their demise." Upon hearing this, Su Yunfeng shook his head, clicking his tongue. Sister, you are mistaken. Lin Xiyin, intrigued, looked at Su Yunfeng. Pray tell, where have I erred? Su Yunfeng cleared his throat and stated, when a person dies, they are called a ghost. When a ghost dies, they are, of course, called a dead ghost. Dead ghost? Lin Xiyin raised an eyebrow. Alas, Su Yunfeng responded with glee. Reveling in his triumph, it was only at this moment that Lin Xiyin realized she had been outsmarted. You scoundrel, daring to take advantage of me. As she spoke, Lin Xiyin raised her delicate fist to strike Su Yunfeng, but he deftly evaded, sprinting away. Thus, they engaged in a playful chase, with him running and her pursuing, until she found herself unable to escape. Suddenly, Su Yunfeng came to an abrupt halt and swiftly turned around. Lin Xiyin, unable to stop in time, collided with him, landing in his embrace. Damn! Su Yunfeng felt a surge of delight. Lin Xiyin gasped, quickly jumping back a few steps. Resembling a frightened little rabbit, what are you doing? Why did you stop running? She stammered, her hands tightly clasped in front of her, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Oh, I suddenly remembered. The rabbit is done, Su Yunfeng chuckled. Lin Xiyin shot him a glare, fully aware that he had acted deliberately. Sister, come taste my culinary skills. Su Yunfeng resumed his seat beside the fire, tearing off a rabbit leg from the rack and offering it to her. Lin Xiyin, in her flowing red dress, sat beside him, taking a bite of the fragrant meat. Sister, pour me another jug of wine. Roasted meat paired with liquor, taking turns to indulge. As he spoke, Su Yunfeng passed her a small jar of wine. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xiyin would never have indulged in alcohol, but for some inexplicable reason, she accepted it today, tilting her head back to gulp down a mouthful. So spicy. So spicy. Su Yunfeng laughed heartily. Well, wine is naturally spicy. Sister, I toast to you. Thank you for your assistance. Holding his own jar of wine, he clinked it against Lin Xiyin's. Hemph, at least you still possess some conscience, Lin Xiyin replied with a smile, lifting her jar to take another hearty swig. After 2 sips of liquor, Lin Xiyin's cheeks blossomed with a rosy hue, akin to blooming peach blossoms, utterly captivating. Why are you staring at me? Do I have flowers on my face? Lin Xiyin shot a glare at Su Yunfeng, who had been gazing at her. No, sister, your face is more beautiful than any flower in the world, Su Yunfeng sincerely complimented. Hemph, brother, you have an exceedingly thick skin. Lin Xiyin, upon hearing this, felt a surge of sweetness and joy within her heart, yet maintained her stern facade. You are wronged, sister. Every word I speak is from the depths of my heart, I swear. If I utter a single falsehood, before he could finish, Su Yunfeng felt a cool sensation on his lips as a slender, crystalline finger pressed against them. Lin Xiyin gazed at him, her starry eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Her voice softened. Do not speak such oaths recklessly. The heavens are ever watchful. Su Yunfeng was no fool. He quickly grasped Lin Xiyin's delicate hand, feeling the chill against his palm. Looking deeply into her eyes, he earnestly stated, Sister, I speak only the truth. Lin Xiyin's heart raced, warmth blossoming within her, and her gaze grew misty. The suppressed emotions within her surged forth like a volcano ready to erupt. However, in that moment, the image of Qiu Hongyue suddenly invaded her mind, dousing her in icy reality and bringing her back to clarity. Be brother. Eat. It will grow cold soon. Lin Xiyin swiftly withdrew her hand, raising the wine jar to gulp down a couple of large swigs. Su Yunfeng frowned slightly, lamenting the lost opportunity. Just as he was about to seize the moment, a sudden turn of events had disrupted the atmosphere. From Lin Xiyin's earlier expression, he could clearly see that she had been moved. Yet, for reasons unknown, she had regained her composure at the last moment. Nevertheless, he was not disheartened. Good things come to those who wait, and he believed that the longer it took, the more Lin Xiyin would eventually open her heart to him. Both of them tacitly chose not to mention what had just transpired, redirecting their focus to other matters. Brother, your tolerance for alcohol is just right. I feel a bit dizzy. After several rounds of drinks, Lin Xiyin appeared noticeably tipsy, her words beginning to slur. Su Yunfeng shook the wine jar in front of her, a mischievous glint in his eye. Sister, what I'm drinking is not wine, but a beverage. You? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiyin was momentarily speechless, then darkness enveloped her vision as she succumbed to her intoxication. Chapter 51. Sister, my legs have gone numb. Retrieving a blanket from his storage ring, Su Yunfeng carried Lin Xian to a large tree. He leaned against the tree, resting Lin Xian's head on his lap, and draped the blanket over her. As he gazed upon her enchanting face, he couldn't resist gently caressing her delicate cheek, soft and smooth. Even more so than silk. Beyond that, he harbored no inappropriate thoughts. To say that he is a paragon of virtue would be an understatement. However, he does possess his own principles. He would never coerce the other party unless they willingly consented. Of course, if the roles were reversed, it would be a different matter altogether. Senior sister, I caution you, do not look at me that way, lest you inadvertently fall for me, oh dear. The plaintive cries of Su Yunfeng echoed through the woods. Senior sister, I was wrong. Please let go. Release me. I cannot endure this any longer. It is unbearable. Lin Xian huffed indignantly, declaring, Let us see if you dare to toy with me in the future. I dare not. I shall never again. Senior sister Yu Yunfeng immediately swore an oath, nearly swearing an unbreakable vow on the spot. Only then did Lin Xian reveal a satisfied smile, rising gracefully from the ground, stretching her arms above her head in a languorous yawn. Instantly, her alluringly curvaceous form was fully displayed. Su Yunfeng's eyes widened, nearly popping from their sockets. He regretted his beastly actions from the previous night. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall have your eyes plucked out. Lin Xian scrunched her delicate nose and playfully mimicked the gesture of gouging out eyes, her demeanor utterly charming. Even if you do that, I will still look. Su Yunfeng, undeterred, did not flinch, showing no fear of Lin Xian's harmless threats. Lin Xian's cheeks flushed as she huffed, You, sir, are indeed thick-skinned. Ha ha ha. Thank you for the compliment, senior sister. Su Yunfeng also stood up, but due to having Lin Xian resting on his leg all night, any slight movement rendered his legs numb. Ouch, Su Yunfeng grimaced, the tingling sensation quite unpleasant. What is it? Lin Xian quickly approached, her face etched with concern. Su Yunfeng smiled. It's nothing, just a bit of numbness in my legs. It's that moment. Lin Xian recalled her sleeping position. She realized it was due to resting her head on his legs all night that had caused his discomfort. Lean against the tree, and I shall massage your legs. Lin Xian assisted Su Yunfeng to lean against the tree, then slightly lifted her skirt, squatting in front of him, her hands gently resting on his legs. Is this the spot? Lin Xian inquired a bit higher. Su Yunfeng replied. Here? Lin Xian adjusted her hands upward, a little more. Please, Su Yunfeng gritted his teeth. As Lin Xian's hands moved higher still, she asked, How about now? Keep going, yes, that's the spot. Just like that, Su Yunfeng leaned against the tree, wincing and exhaling sharply, while Lin Xian squatted before him, gently kneading to relieve the numbness in his legs. From a distance, it was a picturesque scene of harmony and companionship. After a brief while, the numbness in Su Yunfeng's legs finally dissipated. Thank you for your efforts. Senior sister Su Yunfeng shook his legs, the sensation completely gone, returning to normal. Lin Xian shook her head. It is because of me that you are in this state. Hence there is no need for thanks. No way. Su Yunfeng would not let this opportunity for gratitude slip by. Thus, he gathered the pills he had concocted the day before into his storage bag and presented it to Lin Xian. Senior sister, these are items I obtained from the pill hall. Although they may be of lesser quality, it's better to have them for protection. Lin Xian blinked her bright eyes, pushing the storage bag back while declining. Your cultivation is lower. These are more suited for you. Rest assured, senior sister, I can always procure more. Please accept these for now. Su Yunfeng insisted, pushing the bag toward her once more. Absolutely not. You need them more than I do. Lin Xian firmly refused again. Senior sister Su Yunfeng suddenly grasped Lin Xian's smooth, delicate hands. He looked up at her, his gaze filled with tenderness, and softly said, Senior sister, I know you care for me, but this is my heartfelt intention. If you refuse to accept it, I shall not seek your assistance in the future. Who said they cared for you? Very well, I concede. I shall accept it. Lin Xian acquiesced, taking the storage bag. Su Yunfeng's face lit up with joy, his heart brimming with happiness. Not only had he flirted a little, but he also received a 100-fold return from the system. A double delight, a double surprise, and a double joy. Still smiling? The competition is about to start. Lin Xian shot Su Yunfeng an exasperated glare. Come, let us head to the venue together. Su Yunfeng laughed heartily. Soon, the two arrived at the competition square. Qiu Hongyue had arrived early, and upon seeing Su Yunfeng approach, she immediately came forward. "Oh, third senior sister, where were you last night? I sought you out, but you were not in your room." A fleeting look of panic crossed Lin Xian's eyes, as if she were caught in a theft. Avoiding Qiu Hongyue's gaze, Su Yunfeng chuckled inwardly and stepped forward to say, "I asked senior sister Lin to teach me some sword techniques." "Oh." Qiu Hongyue nodded slightly, her trust in Su Yunfeng unwavering, never entertaining any other notions. "Thank you, third senior sister." Qiu Hongyue joyfully linked her arm with Lin Xian's, expressing her gratitude. Lin Xian shot Su Yunfeng a discreet glare, as if to say, "This is all your fault." To an observer, it resembled a secretive exchange before a primary consort. Su Yunfeng shrugged, feigning innocence. Soon, the competition commenced. Today was the ranking competition for 100 participants. The rules differed from yesterday's. Rather than competing against each other, participants would battle against puppets set by the sect. In the center of the square stood a puppet on the stage. The rankings would be determined by the duration each contestant could withstand against the puppet. The longer one lasted, the higher their rank. The presiding elder announced loudly, "Now, please draw lots to determine the order of participation." "Senior sisters, I shall go draw the lots." Su Yunfeng waved farewell to the two and flew over to draw. Upon seeing his number, he was momentarily stunned to find he had drawn number 1, meaning he would be the first to compete. After all participants had drawn their numbers, the host called out, "The disciple who drew number 1, please take the stage." Su Yunfeng's figure soared into the air, akin to a great rock spreading its wings, landing on the stage. Number 1 is actually Su Yunfeng? In the previous elimination round, he had been the biggest dark horse, achieving a staggering 100 consecutive victories. All external disciples and some internal disciples had come to recognize him. Furthermore, the feud between him and Chen Gang had been widely discussed, rendering him a figure of great interest within the outer sect. It was unexpected that the first to compete in the top 100 ranking was him. Anticipation filled the air as everyone wondered how long he could endure. "I recall the Holy Sun once lasted an entire hour." Indeed, the Holy Sun is a once-in-a-century genius, immensely powerful. Some inner disciples who had come to spectate were fervently discussing. Their praise for the Holy Sun was almost unanimous, extolling his remarkable talents. Their words were so convincing that it seemed as though he were the only young genius in the entire sect. Not far away, Lin Xian overheard their conversation, her expression turning frosty as she let out a cold huff. Even Qiu Hongyue, typically composed, furrowed her brow, displaying signs of displeasure. Clearly, both women harbored reservations about this Holy Sun. Humph, were it not for him, the senior sister would not have been compelled to venture out for training. Lin Xian scoffed coldly, her words laced with dissatisfaction toward the sect's Holy Sun. "Senior brother, let us have you stay here tonight. It has been over a year since the senior sister descended the mountain. I find myself missing her," Qiu Hongyue added, her eyes betraying a sense of longing and concern. On the stage, Su Yunfeng furrowed his brow slightly. He sensed no energy fluctuations emanating from the puppet, which appeared to be an ordinary marionette. He surmised that a concealed aura formation had been set up, rendering its true strength undetectable. "It must be formidable," Su Yunfeng thought to himself. "Begin." At that moment, the presiding elder shouted. In the next instant, both Su Yunfeng and the puppet sprang into action, their speed so swift that they left behind mere afterimages. Boom! A heavy thud resounded as their fists collided fiercely. Su Yunfeng's brow furrowed, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washing over him. Without hesitation, he swiftly retreated 10 paces. Suddenly, the puppet began to convulse violently, followed by a tremendous explosion, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of black smoke, forming a small mushroom cloud. The entire stage shook violently, as if a powerful earthquake had struck. Had it not been for the formidable protective array surrounding the stage, the resulting energy wave would have swept through the entire square. Su Yunfeng's heart raced in terror, and he immediately summoned his spiritual energy to erect a shield. However, the overwhelming force shattered his shield in an instant. Fortunately, his physical body was sufficiently robust, although he endured a tremendous impact. He suffered no fatal injuries. "Junior brother? Junior brother?" A figure in white and another in red both exclaimed in alarm, swiftly rushing over to catch Su Yunfeng, who had been blasted off the stage. "Junior brother, are you all right?" Upon witnessing the pallor of Su Yunfeng's complexion, Qiu Hanju's eyes instantly glistened with moisture, prompting her to swiftly retrieve a handful of healing elixirs and thrust them into Su Yunfeng's mouth. Cough, cough, senior sister. I'm fine. There's no need for concern. Su Yunfeng managed a faint smile towards the two women, yet the expression appeared rather feeble. Internally, he berated himself with intense frustration. Who, in their folly, designed such a puppet? One punch and it detonated. The true strength of that puppet must have been at the Martial King level. He hadn't even unleashed his full power, and yet it exploded. The immense force of the self-detonation was sufficient to effortlessly annihilate any adversary of the same realm. A sudden thought struck Su Yunfeng. Someone had tampered with it, specifically targeting him. They had deliberately modified the puppet and arranged for him to be the first to compete, triggering the self-detonation mechanism. Contemplating this possibility, a chilling glint flickered in the depths of Su Yunfeng's eyes. The explosion of the puppet plunged the scene into chaos. Not only the disciples observing but also the elders on stage rose to their feet in alarm. In all the years of the Outer Sect's heavenly ranking competition, this was the first occurrence of a puppet's self-detonation. An elder immediately flew to Su Yunfeng's side to assess his condition. Fortunately, he was largely unscathed. Su Yunfeng couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Had it not been for the enhancement of his physique through the essence of true dragon blood, he might have already met his demise. The malice of those who sought to eliminate him was truly venomous. He discreetly observed the elder's demeanor, noting no hint of complicity in his gaze. Thus, this elder was likely not an accomplice. Due to the unforeseen incident, the competition was temporarily halted. Su Yunfeng pondered, who possessed such capacity to manipulate the puppet. At that moment, his gaze suddenly sharpened, locking onto a middle-aged woman seated among the elders, Hu Xia. One of the outer sect elders, he noticed a flicker of unwillingness and malevolence in her eyes. After a brief contemplation, he reasoned that if he were to confront her directly now, she could easily deny any wrongdoing. Leading to an unnecessary alarm, a cold smile crept into his heart. Hu Xia's demise would come when Li Yifeng emerged from seclusion. Following the cleanup of the chaos, another puppet was set on stage. And the heavenly ranking competition resumed. By afternoon, the matches concluded, and the rankings were announced. Due to Su Yunfeng's explosive display, he rightfully claimed the top position. At that moment, he cast a meaningful glance towards Hu Xia, confirming his suspicions as he observed her dark countenance, teeth clenched in anger. Subsequently, the elders distributed rewards to the top 30 competitors, with Su Yunfeng naturally receiving the most, 10,000 spirit stones and 100,000 contribution points to the sect. That evening, rather than camping outdoors, Su Yunfeng was taken to the residence of Qiu Hanju and Lin Xiyan. Junior brother, you should stay with me tonight. There are plenty of vacant rooms in the courtyard for you to choose from. Lin Xiyan suggested, pointing towards the surrounding chambers. Originally, Qiu Hanju intended to take Su Yunfeng to her own courtyard, but her shyness prevented her from voicing it. After being brought to her sister's abode, she felt a pang of regret. Su Yunfeng, however, was aware of Qiu Hanju's unspoken feelings, yet he refrained from offering any comfort. Sometimes, instilling a sense of anxiety in the other person, like the fear of losing their man to someone else, can indeed enhance the bond between them. Before long, Qiu Hanju reluctantly took her leave, returning to her cultivation. This left only Su Yunfeng and Lin Xiyan in the courtyard. Senior sister, shall we share a drink? Su Yunfeng inquired, producing 2 jars of wine with a cheerful smile. Are you trying to trick me again? Lin Xiyan retorted, recalling the last remark she heard before drifting off to sleep the previous night. It turned out she had been drinking wine while Su Yunfeng had merely sipped juice. Angered by the realization, she felt an urge to give him a good beating. Don't worry. This time I assure you it's wine as well. You can taste it first if you doubt me. He then extended the jar towards her. Without hesitation, Lin Xiyan raised the jar to her lips and took a hearty swig. I'll give you credit for that. Confirming that Su Yunfeng was indeed drinking wine, she seized the other jar, and they continued chatting and drinking together. Su Yunfeng frequently shared jokes that had Lin Xiyan giggling incessantly. After a few rounds, both felt slightly tipsy and retreated to their respective rooms for rest. In the dead of night, in a state of drowsiness, Su Yunfeng sensed a figure standing before him. Yet his eyelids felt unbearably heavy, preventing him from opening them. Summoning all his strength, he reached out and pulled the figure closer. The following day, Su Yunfeng awoke. seemed he had dreamt of sharing a bed with Lin Shiyin. Although nothing had occurred, the sensation felt strikingly real, almost as if it were tangible. After washing up, he opened his door and stepped outside. Glancing at Lin Shiyin's tightly shut door, he chose not to disturb her and left quietly. Today, he intended to seek out Li Yifeng. It was time to acknowledge a rather advantageous godfather. Unbeknownst to him, within her room, Lin Shiyin was wide awake. Sporting two prominent dark circles under her eyes and pouting her rosy lips, she looked adorably disgruntled. Unfortunately, such a charming sight went unseen. Stupid junior brother. It's all your fault. You kept me awake all night, Lin Shiyin huffed playfully. Chapter 53. Godfather. Someone is bullying me in the latter half of the night. She had intended to sneak a look at Su Yunfeng, only to be pulled into a close embrace. His hands were rather unruly, and thus she had spent the entire night without sleep. It was only as dawn approached that she managed to break free from his grasp and stealthily return to her own room. Stupid junior brother, you've taken all the advantage, Lin Shiyin muttered, her face flushed as she buried herself under the covers, embodying a picture of shyness and embarrassment. Ding! Lin Shiyin has gained extensive insights and understanding from watching The Path of Insight, receiving a 50-fold return, elevating the host to the pinnacle of mastery. Upon arriving at the alchemy hall, Su Yunfeng's expression transformed into one of profound peculiarity. He had never anticipated that Lin Shiyin would be engrossed in her studies so early in the morning, leaving even an experienced individual like him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Secretly giving her a thumbs up, he praised her diligence as an exceptional senior sister. "S you shitty, you've arrived?" As he stepped through the entrance of the alchemy hall. A beautiful alchemy sister greeted him, seemingly having awaited his arrival. "Senior sister," Su Yunfeng replied with a smile. The alchemy sister chuckled softly. "No need for formalities. Elderly is already waiting for you in the inner courtyard. Allow me to escort you. I appreciate your guidance, senior sister." A glint of excitement sparkled in Su Yunfeng's eyes. Li Yifeng was proving to be quite efficient, emerging from seclusion ahead of the scheduled 3 days. Moments later, he found himself in the back courtyard of the alchemy hall, face to face with Li Yifeng. "I pay my respects to my godfather." Su Yunfeng performed a deep bow of 90 degrees. Li Yifeng raised an eyebrow, gazing at Su Yunfeng. "You little rascal, don't be too hasty. I said I'd consider it once you reach the 3rd tier of alchemy. Godfather, I have already attained the 3rd tier." Su Yunfeng replied with a grin. "What? You've already reached the 3rd tier?" This revelation caused Li Yifeng to leap to his feet in astonishment. Just 2 days prior, Su Yunfeng had been at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier. Now, after only a brief interval, he had ascended to the 3rd tier. A feat that was utterly staggering. It was important to note that Li Yifeng himself was a prodigy in the alchemical arts, taking a full 3 months to transition from the peak of the 2nd tier to the 3rd. Yet Su Yunfeng had accomplished it in less than 3 days. "You little rascal, if you dare to deceive me, I shall make you rue the day." Li Yifeng's heart raced with excitement. If Su Yunfeng truly became a 3rd-tier alchemist in just 2 days, it would signify an unparalleled talent in alchemy, destined to surpass Li Yifeng himself and potentially rise to become one of the most formidable alchemists across the continent, rivaling even the oldest of noble families. "Godfather, I assure you, I speak only the truth," Su Yunfeng promised, thumping his chest in earnestness, presenting himself as the epitome of honesty. "Very well, whether it's true or not, we shall see." Li Yifeng wasted no time, leading Su Yunfeng to an alchemy chamber for a practical demonstration of his abilities. Su Yunfeng felt no fear. He was indeed a bona fide 3rd-tier alchemist. Thus, concocting a 3rd-tier gathering chi pill was a matter of ease. An hour later, he successfully produced a batch of 3rd-tier pills without a single failure. Li Yifeng stroked his short beard, laughing heartily. "Excellent, excellent. You truly are a genius in alchemy. I acknowledge you as my godson from this day forth." Li Yifeng's heart was filled with elation. This was a foolproof investment. As Su Yunfeng achieved success and fame, Li Yifeng, as his godfather, would bask in the glow of his accomplishments. He wouldn't even need to introduce himself. He could simply say, "I am Su Yunfeng's godfather," which would carry immense prestige. "Thank you, godfather." Su Yunfeng was equally delighted. Securing such a powerful figure as Li Yifeng as his godfather was an immense boon. "Godfather, someone is bullying your godson." Su Yunfeng did not beat around the bush and directly address the issue. Li Yifeng's brows furrowed, and with a growl, he demanded, Who dares to bully my Li Yifeng's son? They must not wish to live. Then, Su Yunfeng recounted the events of the previous day's competition in detail. Omitting nothing, if I'm not mistaken, it must be that outer sect elder named Hu Xia. In the end, Su Yunfeng revealed all that he had observed. Humph. A mere outer sect elder dares to commit violence in public. It seems they no longer wish to maintain their standing. Li Yifeng's expression darkened as he retorted, "Let's go. I shall assist you in seeking justice, and I am eager to see who has given her the audacity." "Thank you, adoptive father." Su Yunfeng's eyes gleamed with cold light. "If she seeks to eliminate me, then I must regretfully inform her that I shall do the same to her." Soon, the two arrived in the outer sect area. Li Yifeng's status far exceeded that of any outer sect elder. With a single command, he summoned all the outer sect elders to gather before him. "Elderly, may I inquire why you have summoned us?" One elder from the outer sect respectfully asked. Typically, inner sect elders seldom ventured into the outer sect, let alone someone of Li Yifeng's esteemed rank. Li Yifeng's countenance hardened, and his gaze turned piercingly sharp. Instead of responding, he issued a stern command. "Who is Hu Xia? Step forward before me." Instantly, all the elders' eyes converged on Hu Xia, who paled slightly, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes, yet she still stepped forth. "Elderly, I am Hu." Smack! A resounding slap abruptly interrupted her words. The crowd was taken aback, bewildered by Elder Li's sudden and unprovoked assault. Hu Xia was sent sprawling to the ground, her face rapidly swelling, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. "Elderly, why have you struck me without cause? If you do not provide an explanation, I shall lodge a complaint with the sect master." Hu Xia wiped the blood from her mouth. Glaring fiercely at Li Yifeng, her teeth clenched in defiance, Li Yifeng snorted coldly. "Are you truly unaware of your own actions? To dare manipulate the competition during the heavenly rankings, do you wish to court death?" With that, he delivered another slap, sending Hu Xia's teeth flying, her hair disheveled and her appearance utterly disheveled. Losing any semblance of the proud elder she once was, the other outer sect elders gasped in shock. One elder quickly interjected, "Elderly, could this be a misunderstanding?" Li Yifeng's eyes flashed with cold light, sweeping over the speaker, who immediately felt a chill run down their spine as cold sweat drenched their back. "Do you question my authority?" Li Yifeng's voice dripped with authority and ice, pressing heavily upon the gathered outer sect elders. The assembly of outer sect elders dared not breathe, bowing their heads in silence. "Hu Xia, I shall ask you once. Did you secretly manipulate a puppet to self-destruct, harming outer sect disciple Su Yunfeng? Do you plead guilty?" Li Yifeng looked down at Hu Xia, who lay on the ground. Speaking coldly as the words left his lips, the other outer sect elders were thrown into disarray. It became clear that Li Yifeng had taken such drastic measures to avenge Su Yunfeng's outer sect elders. They were well acquainted with Su Yunfeng, who had made a name for himself by defeating Wang Ba on his first day and later besting Chen Gang, even clashing with the inner sect siblings Wang Teng. Eventually, he had been accused of harming his fellow disciples, a matter that had caught the sect master's attention. The sect master not only declared him innocent but also dismissed Elder Chi from the law enforcement hall. His prowess was evident, having achieved a staggering 100 consecutive victories in the recent elimination rounds. Only now did they comprehend that someone had covertly tampered with the puppets, causing them to suddenly malfunction and self-destruct. At the time, they had wondered why the puppets had suddenly become so fragile. Now, with Li Yifeng's statement, the truth was illuminated. "I did not." Hu Xia immediately refuted, stubbornly denying her guilt. Yet deep within her eyes, the panic was palpable. She had believed her actions were sufficiently concealed, unable to fathom how she had been discovered, for only she knew the truth. Unfortunately, she remained oblivious to the fact that her expression had betrayed her when Su Yunfeng had survived the explosion. And her current panic spoke volumes. Li Yifeng, being a cunning fox, discerned her subtle changes in expression and erupted in fury. "Still defiant? You shall regret your obstinacy." With that, he waved his sleeve, enveloping Hu Xia in a cloud of white smoke. Moments later, her eyes grew vacant, as if she had succumbed to a sedative. "Before my truth-seeking powder, you shall not utter a single falsehood." Then, Li Yifeng coldly inquired, "Now, tell me, why do you target Su Yunfeng?" At that moment, Hu Xia displayed no emotion, resembling a mechanical puppet as she replied, "Because he injured Yi Chun." Li Yifeng frowned slightly. He had witnessed the conflict between Su Yunfeng and Yi Chun, even intervening to take Yi Chun for treatment afterward. However, how could a disciple of an esteemed elder become entangled with an outer sect elder? He pressed further, "What is your relationship with Yi Chun?" "Yi Chun is my lover," Hu Xia stated flatly. The revelation stunned everyone present. Why Yi Chun had only recently joined the sect, yet he had already captivated the heart of Elder Hu Xia. Su Yunfeng's eyelids twitched in surprise. It seemed Yi Chun was not one to shy away from any opportunity. Nevertheless, he could not help but admire Yi Chun's prowess in winning over an elder in such a short span. At this juncture, Su Yunfeng interjected, "Why does Yi Chun target me?" He couldn't fathom why someone of Yi Chun's stature would be intent on bringing him down, given there was no apparent connection between them. Just the other day, he had fallen victim to Yi Chun's schemes in the alchemy hall, all because Yi Chun had set his sights on Qiu Hongyue, who was close to him. Hu Xia revealed this crucial information, and in that moment, Su Yunfeng finally understood. Yi Chun was indeed vying for Qiu Hongyue's attention. A chilling glimmer flickered in his eyes. Qiu Hongyue was destined to be his woman. The audacity of Yi Chun to covet her was unacceptable. For that alone, Yi Chun would undoubtedly find himself on Su Yunfeng's kill list. After posing a few more questions, everything was laid bare, including various details regarding Hu Xia's relationship with Yi Chun. Li Yifeng raised his hand and dealt a decisive blow. Hu Xia gasped, coughing blood, her energy rapidly dwindling until it vanished completely. Indeed, her cultivation had been rendered null and void. Take her to the Law Enforcement Hall for proceedings in accordance with sect regulations. Li Yifeng commanded, casting a glance at the assembled outer sect elders. Understood, they replied, not daring to linger as they swiftly carried Hu Xia away to the Law Enforcement Hall. "Thank you, adoptive father, for upholding justice on my behalf." Once everyone had departed, Su Yunfeng bowed deeply to Li Yifeng, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Li Yifeng waved his hand dismissively, "You are my adopted son. It is my duty to handle such matters. There is no need for thanks." At that moment, his gaze turned piercing as he regarded Su Yunfeng, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "So, you and Qiu Hongyue share a close relationship?" "Quite well," Su Yunfeng replied, scratching his head. Li Yifeng laughed heartily, "If you manage to win over Qiu Hongyue, I shall bestow upon you a grand gift." "Adoptive father, we are merely ordinary friends," Su Yunfeng shrugged, expressing his reluctance. "Ordinary friends?" Li Yifeng regarded Su Yunfeng skeptically. He understood Qiu Hongyue's character well. As the sect master's prized disciple, she was as cold as ice, indifferent to all. The notion of being ordinary friends seemed far-fetched. "Fine. Let us say we're good friends," Su Yunfeng conceded. "Good lad, keep up the effort. I have high hopes for you." With that, he tossed a storage bag to Su Yunfeng, saying, "All the elixirs you've refined are contained within." "Thank you." Adoptive father Su Yunfeng accepted the storage bag with great pleasure. It was filled with high-quality elixirs, a substantial gain indeed. By the way, adoptive father, could you share your insights on alchemy with me? I wish to study diligently and strive to reach the 4th tier as soon as possible. Su Yunfeng, unbothered by any sense of shame, extended his hands towards Li Yifeng. "You rascal, your aptitude for cultivation may not be remarkable, yet your talent in alchemy is astounding." Li Yifeng, not one to be stingy, handed him a jade slip, saying, "Here are my thoughts and experiences in alchemy. Take it and practice diligently. Once you fully comprehend it, come back to me." "Thank you, adoptive father." Su Yunfeng swiftly accepted the jade slip. With this newfound knowledge, his alchemical skills were sure to advance rapidly. Before long, news arrived that Hu Xia had been imprisoned in the dungeon for violating sect rules, awaiting the sect master's return for judgment. Su Yunfeng lamented the missed opportunity. Had she been directly expelled from the sect, he would have had no hesitation in sending her to her demise. Now that she was locked away in the dungeon, it would be more challenging to act, so he decided to bide his time. Su Yunfeng. Just then, an outer sect elder approached him. Su Yunfeng turned and saw it was Elder Sun Yin, one of the outer sect elders. "Elder Su, what brings you to me?" he inquired, slightly bowing in respect. "I have heard that your residence was vandalized by some unscrupulous individuals. After a discussion among the elders, we have decided to arrange a new dwelling for you." Sun Yin wore a genial smile on his round face, accompanied by a hint of obsequiousness. Su Yunfeng understood that this was due to their recognition of Li Yifeng standing up for him, which sparked some thoughts in their minds. "Very well, please lead the way, Elder Su." Why would one refuse? On one hand, it could improve living conditions, and on the other, it could foster good relations with the Outer Gate elders. Why not seize the opportunity? Chapter 55. Lying flat, waiting for takeoff, Su Nian cheerfully led Su Yunfeng to a relatively secluded courtyard in the Outer Gate. You will reside here from now on. The courtyard is spacious and tranquil, ensuring you will not be disturbed during your cultivation. Su Nian personally opened the large gate of the courtyard. Speaking as he walked, Su Yunfeng felt quite satisfied with this arrangement. This is the advantage of having connections. Would any other Outer Gate disciple receive such treatment? Thank you, Elder Su. Su Yunfeng expressed his gratitude with a cupped fist. Su Nian quickly waved his hand, saying, "It's a trivial matter, a trivial matter. This is what we ought to do." At this point, he took out a communication jade slip from his storage ring, saying, "This is my communication jade slip. Feel free to contact me with any matters in the future." Su Yunfeng happily accepted it. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Su Nian departed. At that moment, Su Yunfeng retrieved the communication jade slip from Qiu Hongyue and sent a message. Before long, both Qiu Hongyue and Lin Xian arrived simultaneously. "Senior Sister Lin, you seem a bit off today. What's wrong?" Noticing Lin Xian's lackluster demeanor, Su Yunfeng couldn't help but smile inwardly, recalling the system's prompt from earlier that morning, and thus inquired deliberately. "I didn't sleep well," Lin Xian replied with a slight glare at Su Yunfeng, secretly lamenting, "Isn't it because of you that I couldn't sleep a wink last night?" However, she dared not voice these thoughts, especially with Qiu Hongyue present, making it even more difficult to speak her mind. I understand. Su Yunfeng chuckled. Lin Xian's heart raced at his response. Could it be that he knows everything? You, Su Yunfeng? Just wait. I shall deal with you. Lin Xian gritted her teeth in silent resolve, believing that Su Yunfeng was fully aware of the events from the previous night, and found it infuriating that he feigned sleep. Unbeknownst to Su Yunfeng, his words had inadvertently created a significant misunderstanding. At that moment, he laid out all the pills crafted by Li Yifeng on the table, causing both women's eyes to widen in astonishment. These pills were of exceptionally high quality, with the lowest being of the 5th rank and the majority being of the 6th rank. "Junior brother, where did you acquire such a vast number of high-grade pills?" Both were direct disciples of the sect leader and had seen many pills, yet such an abundance of high-tier pills was indeed rare. "You scoundrel, have you sold yourself?" Lin Xian's eyes were wide with disbelief and shock. "Get away. I certainly have not sold myself," Su Yunfeng retorted before explaining how he had taken Li Yifeng as his adoptive father. Both women were left dumbfounded. They were well aware of who Li Yifeng was, an esteemed figure in the pill hall and the sect's only 6th rank alchemist. Yet, how could a mere Outer Gate disciple, particularly one lacking any discernible talent, become Li Yifeng's adopted son? They racked their brains but could not fathom the reason. "Scoundrel, what did Elder Li see in you to take you as his adopted son?" Lin Xian asked, her large eyes blinking with curiosity. "Indeed, junior brother, over the years, Elder Li has taken very few disciples. What suddenly prompted him to adopt you?" Qiu Hongyue echoed, both women gazing at Su Yunfeng with eager anticipation for an explanation. "I possess exceptional talent in alchemy," Su Yunfeng declared, holding his head high and straightening his back, brimming with pride, unashamed in the slightest. The two women exchanged glances, their eyes filled with skepticism. Hey, what kind of look is that? You don't believe me?" Noticing their expressions, Su Yunfeng understood their disbelief. "Well, it's not your fault. One day you shall witness my prowess firsthand." He decided not to elaborate further, as he was merely stating facts and felt no need to justify himself. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. He would demonstrate his skills when the time was right, and they would come to understand his capabilities. "You may take all these pills." He divided the pills into 2 portions and pushed them towards Qiu Hongyue and Lin Xian. "Don't look at me like that. I will provide you with more in the future." Seeing their eyes glisten with anticipation, he added, "I am now Elder Li's adopted son. I possess many such pills. You need not feel burdened. Besides, I rely on both of you seniors to look after me. By the way, Senior Sister Qiu, I also have a collection of Elder Li's insights and reflections on alchemy. If you compare them with your previous notes, it could significantly enhance your alchemical cultivation speed." With that, he placed a jade slip in front of Qiu Hongyue. "Junior brother, you are too kind to me." Qiu Hongyue's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice trembling slightly. Su Yunfeng felt that his kindness had exceeded that of a mentor, stirring deep emotions within him. Meanwhile, Lin Xian bit her translucent red lips, her gaze reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Senior sister, please don't say that. I am merely looking out for my own interests. You both are my strong support. The stronger you become, the safer I feel. By providing you with these pills, I am essentially safeguarding myself. If it had been someone else, they would likely have uttered flattering words to curry favor with the two women in hopes of elevating their regard. However, Su Yunfeng chose to take the opposite approach. Through their interactions over the past few days, he had gained a fair understanding of their personalities. At this moment, being forthright about the truth would yield far better results than flowery compliments. They would perceive him as sincere, treating them as his own junior brother. Rest assured, I will diligently cultivate. I will protect you, Qiu Hongyue said, wiping away her tears and clenching her delicate fist with determination. Scoundrel, fear not. With us around, no one dares to harm you within the sect. If we cannot handle it, we shall seek our master's assistance, Lin Xian asserted earnestly. Su Yunfeng's ears perked up, and he seized the opportunity to inquire, Senior Sister Lin, I have been in the sect for some time, and have yet to meet the sect leader. Is she not present? Our master is in seclusion. Lin Xian informed him. Su Yunfeng nodded in understanding, his expression revealing that he had grasped the situation. The last time he heard that familiar voice from the Jade Slip, he had wanted to take the chance to meet the sect leader to confirm if she was indeed that woman. It seemed he would have to wait until her seclusion concluded to ascertain the truth. Su Yunfeng contemplated silently. The three engaged in conversation for an extended period until dusk fell, at which point Qiu Hongyue and Lin Xian prepared to leave. Once the two women had departed, Su Yunfeng finally found the time to inspect the items returned by the system. A tenfold return was more than sufficient. 4 7th-rank Breaking Realm pills, 2 7th-rank beauty pills, and various auxiliary healing pills. He was now, without a doubt, exceedingly affluent. Just these 4 7th-rank Breaking Realm pills would make anyone envious. All he needed to do now was lie down and await his ascension. Chapter 56, Senior Sister, a gentleman speaks rather than strikes. You are violating the rules. Beep. Qiu Hongyue used a Breaking Realm pill, achieving a breakthrough to the first realm of Martial King. Tenfold return, host's cultivation level rises to the peak of the 6th realm of Martial King. Beep. Qiu Hongyue used a Breaking Realm pill, achieving a breakthrough to the 3rd realm of Martial King. Tenfold return, host's cultivation level rises to the 7th realm of Martial King. Beep. Lin Xian used a Breaking Realm pill, achieving a breakthrough to the 6th realm of Martial King. Tenfold return, host's cultivation level rises to the 8th realm of Martial King. Beep. Lin Xian used a Breaking Realm pill, achieving a breakthrough to the 7th realm of Martial King. Tenfold return, host's cultivation level rises to the peak of the 9th realm of Martial King. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Su Yunfeng felt as though his soul had taken flight. The sensation of leveling up while lying in bed was simply exhilarating. Feeling the overwhelming power within him, Su Yunfeng momentarily felt invincible. Of course, this was merely an illusion that came with the elevation in rank. Although he now stood at the peak of the 9th realm of Martial King, placing him among the younger generation, he still paled in comparison to the older generation. He remained humble, aware of the truth that there are always greater beings, and that pride often leads to downfall. He refrained from consuming the Breaking Realm pills at this moment, as the ancient secret realm he was to visit the next day imposed restrictions on both age and cultivation level. Those under the age of 20 and below the Martial Emperor realm were permitted entry. If he were to consume the pills now, his cultivation would undoubtedly soar to the Martial Emperor realm, rendering him ineligible for entry, thus thwarting his quest for vengeance. Beep. Lin Xian viewed the path to enlightenment, gaining a wealth of insights and reflections. 50-fold return. Host's path to enlightenment has reached the level of the originator. Suddenly, another notification echoed in his mind. Su Yunfeng supported his forehead in exasperation. Did Lin Xian truly enjoy reading comic strips this much? She had been engrossed in them from morning till night and even at the witching hour. Su Yunfeng felt somewhat speechless. The urge to glance at the colorful comic strips was becoming unbearable, yet he ultimately refrained from taking action. Lin Xian observed that she was genuinely engaged in her cultivation. Having gained insights and realizations, he could only comprehend the colorful illustrations within, which, if overindulged, could be detrimental to one's health. After a night of delightful dreams, Su Yunfeng was abruptly awakened early the next morning. After a brief wash-up, he hurried to the square. Today, They were set to embark on their journey to the ancient ruins. Of course, the outer disciples were primarily there to broaden their horizons, while the main fighting strength lay with the inner disciples. This time, Ling Xiaozong dispatched a total of 100 disciples, 30 from the outer sect and 70 from the inner sect. Stinky Junior Brother, why are you only just arriving? As soon as Su Yunfeng's feet touched the ground, Lin Xian's voice echoed in his ears, and he could even feel a wave of warmth brushing against his earlobes. Startled, Su Yunfeng turned to look and queried in astonishment, "Sister, how come you are here?" Lin Xian raised her delicate brows slightly, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Naturally, I am here to visit the ancient ruins." Su Yunfeng was taken aback, genuinely not expecting Lin Xian to also venture to the ancient ruins. "You are the sect master's direct disciple, a core disciple. Why would you join in on the commotion?" he asked, scratching his head in confusion. "Humph, it's all because of you." Lin Xian's enchanting gaze narrowed slightly, and Su Yunfeng felt a shiver run down his spine. Her expression was irresistibly alluring, too endearing. He swallowed hard, wondering which old fogey could withstand such temptation. "I promised you that I would protect you. So naturally, wherever you go, I shall follow." Su Yunfeng's brow twitched, and he fished around in his ears as if he hadn't heard clearly. "Sister, what did you say in the second half? I didn't catch that." "Wherever you go, I shall," Lin Xian repeated, but midway realized she had been tricked. Upon seeing Su Yunfeng's smug expression, she felt a surge of anger. "Stinky Junior Brother, be careful, or I might just bite you." Su Yunfeng burst into laughter, patting his rear provocatively. "Sister, I have plenty of meat here. Feel free to bite." With a swift kick, Lin Xian sent him sprawling, hitting precisely where he had pointed. Unprepared, Su Yunfeng fell awkwardly. "Sister, a gentleman uses words, not fists. You're breaking the rules," he protested, quickly getting up and brushing off the dust. Lin Xian covered her mouth, giggling. "I'm not a gentleman. I'm a woman." At that moment, the leading elder waved his grand sleeves, and a massive flying vessel ascended into the sky. Set off with his command, the 100 disciples of Ling Xiaozong took flight towards the enormous vessel. Just then, Su Yunfeng spotted a familiar figure among the inner disciples. It was Wang Teng. Wang Teng glanced back, his gaze icy, and a smirk of derision crept onto his lips. In the past, Su Yunfeng would have avoided Wang Teng, knowing he was no match. However, now, his cultivation had surpassed Wang Teng's, and the roles of hunter and prey had reversed. Wang Teng wished to hunt him, unaware that he had become the prey poised for slaughter. The vessel soared swiftly, much faster than when Qiu Hanju had brought them back to the sect. Half a day later, the massive vessel entered a boundless mountain range, where they could see the flying vessels of other sects in the distance. 5 sects were set to enter the ancient ruins. Ling Xiaozong, Jianyuangu, Yuxing, Qixingzong, and Guangdaozong, all prominent powers. As Su Yunfeng scanned the crowd, he notably did not spot any golden-faded individuals. "Stinky Junior Brother, what are you staring at? Your neck is stretched so long, looking like a turtle." Lin Xian inquired curiously. "Just admiring some beauties," Su Yunfeng replied nonchalantly. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain at his waist, accompanied by a rush of warmth to his ears. Lin Xian, biting her silver teeth, huffed, "What, am I not pretty enough for you? You have to look at others." "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sister, I was wrong. Please let go, or I might scream." Su Yunfeng grimaced, though most of it was exaggerated, as his physical resilience was considerable. And Lin Xian's grip was merely playful, akin to a tickle. "Are you still looking at others?" Lin Xian asked, not releasing her grip. "No, no, I will only look at you from now on, only at you." Su Yunfeng quickly begged. "Humph, I'll let you off this time." Lin Xian, hearing his words, warned him before finally letting go. "But sister, you won't let me look," Su Yunfeng grumbled softly while rubbing the pinched area. At such a close distance, his words were clearly audible to Lin Xian, causing her brows to rise. "What, am I blocking your view by standing here?" "Not at all," Su Yunfeng chuckled mischievously. "In fact, I not only want to see the surface of my sister, but also the inner." Chapter 57. Stinky Junior Brother, I know your intentions. Ouch, sister. Why did you kick me again? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Xian delivered another swift kick. Her cheeks flushed, and she threatened with her small fists. "Stinky Junior Brother, if you dare to harbor ill intentions, be careful I break your legs." Yet, deep down, She felt quite pleased, for Su Yunfeng at least held feelings for her. However, unfortunately, they were overshadowed by the presence of a junior sister between them, compelling Lin Xian to bury her emotions deep within. She didn't want to betray her junior sister. Yet, the feelings within her grew increasingly pronounced and intense. Sometimes, she even contemplated confessing everything to Su Yunfeng. But what would happen afterward? Would it mean Su Yunfeng would leave her junior sister to be with her? If that were to happen, her junior sister would surely despise her. Contemplating the complex relationship among the three, she couldn't help but sigh. Why did she have to encounter such a predicament? Sister, you are being unreasonable. I want to know what is in your heart, not what you are thinking. Su Yunfeng said, his expression one of indignation. Oh? Is that so? Lin Xian, naturally skeptical of his words, shot him an incredulous look. Well, of course, if you are willing, I wouldn't mind seeing more of other aspects. Su Yunfeng awkwardly swallowed, speaking with a hint of embarrassment. Is he a good person? Not quite. Is he a gentleman? He has a touch of gentlemanly demeanor, but not much. Humph. I knew you were up to no good. Lin Xian crossed her arms, huffing as she turned her face away, presenting Su Yunfeng with a beautifully crafted profile. See how pretty my sister is? Look, those who are ugly, I can't even be bothered to glance at. Su Yunfeng chuckled. At that moment, a voice rang out among the crowd. Attention, everyone, the leading elder proclaimed. Once we enter the ancient ruins, ensure you look out for each other, be wary of disciples from other sects, and avoid unnecessary conflicts. Yes, elder, the disciples of Lingxiazong responded in unison. After approximately half an hour, the time arrived. The leading elders of the 5 sects stepped forward, each tossing forth an emblem. These items melded in midair, forming a spherical object the size of a fist. The 5 then channeled their powers, causing the spherical object to erupt in a brilliant light that shot skyward. With a hum, the void trembled. And where the light shone, the space rippled like water. Soon, a tear in space appeared, rapidly enlarging to form a portal measuring 10 feet wide and 30 feet high. Everyone, the ancient ruins will reopen in 10 days. Please make the most of your time. As the portal opened, disciples from the 5 sects began to soar into the ancient ruins one after another. Sister, if I kill a couple of people inside, you won't tell on me, right? Su Yunfeng jested as he edged closer. That depends on whether your offerings are sufficient to seal my lips, Lin Xian replied with a sidelong glance. In truth, she had already guessed Su Yunfeng's intentions. Many within the sect had been plotting his demise, and now that they were outside the sect, it was only natural that someone would take action against him. Su Yunfeng was cleverly using the opportunity of the ancient ruins opening to turn the tables and eliminate his adversaries. Ha, sister, rest assured, my offerings will be substantial enough to ensure your silence. Su Yunfeng laughed heartily, then took off toward the entrance. All right then. Lin Xian's cheeks flushed slightly, and she responded with a charming smile, licking her lustrous red lips softly. Once everyone had entered the ruins, the entrance thunderously sealed shut, as if it had never existed. The space within the ruins was vast, with mountains rising endlessly. Everyone began to scatter in search of opportunities and fortune. Sister, let us split up and act independently. Upon entering the ruins, Su Yunfeng suggested to Lin Xian. Why? Lin Xian asked, her expression one of confusion and puzzlement. With you around, those who wish to target me will likely think twice, Su Yunfeng explained. The fortunes within the ruins were unlikely to concern him. His primary goal was to eliminate some unwanted elements. If Lin Xian remained close, it would be more challenging for others to act against him. Considering her status as the sect master's direct disciple, thus far, Wang Ting appears to be the only one in the open, yet who can ascertain if there are others lurking in the shadows? Intent on bringing him harm? At the very least, Yichen certainly will not let matters rest easily. As for whether there are hidden arrangements in place, he must act as bait himself. After listening to Su Yunfeng's explanation, Lin Xian furrowed her brow slightly, then handed him a communication jade slip, stating, I will secretly follow behind you. Should anything arise, I will make my presence known at the first opportunity. If we become separated, you can use the jade slip to contact me, and I shall seek you out. At this juncture, a hint of concern flickered in her gaze as she cautioned. Be careful, you insufferable junior brother. Indeed, senior sister, I am aware, Su Yunfeng replied with a nod, and then his figure moved swiftly as he soared into the depths of the ruins. Approximately an hour passed. Suddenly, Su Yunfeng felt a piercing gaze laden with murderous intent fixate upon him. Concurrently, a brilliant sword light shot up from below, causing the very air to tremble in its wake. An awe-inspiring force. Su Yunfeng had long been on guard. Thus, the sudden attack of the sword light did not impact him in the slightest. Come forth, Wang Teng. After evading the strike, Su Yunfeng hovered in the void, casting a cold glance downward at the forest as he called out disdainfully, "Ha, little wretch, I did not expect you to be so cautious." Managing to evade this attack came a scornful voice as Wang Ting emerged from the shadows. With a sinister glare, Wang Ting mocked, "Today, I shall see where you can run." A smirk played upon Su Yunfeng's lips, revealing a mocking smile. "The one who should be running is you." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he shot forward like a bolt from a crossbow, leaving behind a shadow as he dove towards Wang Teng. "Humph, overestimating yourself," Wang Ting scoffed derisively. Although Su Yunfeng had demonstrated commendable strength in the outer sect's ranking contest, he did not regard him as a rival. After all, the last time he had fled in disgrace was enough evidence of that. With a thunderous roar, immense energy erupted from Wang Teng's body, snapping nearby trees like twigs. "Today marks your demise." Wang Ting bellowed in fury, his figure darting forward as he propelled himself off the ground like a cannonball. Charging towards his foe, the two figures moved with lightning speed, colliding in an instant. Chapter 58. Senior sister, are you this fierce? Bam! Like a heavy blow to a rubber ball, a dull thud resonated, echoing through the forest. Immediately after, Wang Teng's figure plummeted to the ground like a kite with its string cut. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, he struck the earth, causing it to tremble and dust to billow. With a flick of his sleeve, Su Yunfeng summoned a gust of wind that swept away the dust in an instant. That moment, a large pit had formed in the ground, with Wang Ting lying in it like a lifeless dog. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Ting weakly coughed up a couple of mouthfuls of blood, his face as pale as a ghost. He could hardly believe he had been defeated, and so thoroughly at that, unable to withstand even a single blow from his opponent. How could this be? He could not comprehend how, in just a few short days, Su Yunfeng's strength had surpassed his own by such a margin. Now, all that filled his heart was shock, mingled with an overwhelming sense of dread. "You cannot kill me." Wang Ting's feeble voice reached Su Yunfeng's ears. A smile crept onto Su Yunfeng's face. Were these fools truly so dim-witted? At this juncture, does begging for mercy hold any value? "May you tread carefully on your journey to the underworld." Without granting him any chance to delay, Su Yunfeng wielded his Qing Shuang sword and struck down, the dazzling sword light descending in an instant. Biffed, blood gushed forth, and the once prominent genius of the inner sect, Wang Ting, met his end. Even in death, he could not fathom how Su Yunfeng's cultivation had risen so rapidly. Meanwhile, a fiery figure darted over. Lin Shiyin, upon witnessing the soaring sword light, hastened over at full speed, only to find that the battle had already concluded upon her arrival. "Wang Teng?" Lin Shiyin glanced at the figure in the deep pit. Her brow slightly furrowed. She was aware of the enmity between Wang Ting and Su Yunfeng. "Yes, indeed, it is he," Su Yunfeng replied with a nod. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Shiyin raised her hand and struck down. A burst of flames instantly engulfing the deep pit. When the flames dissipated, no trace of Wang Teng's corpse remained. "Senior sister, are you truly this ruthless?" Su Yunfeng had not anticipated Lin Shiyin would obliterate the evidence. "You know nothing. Although I arrived late, I still participated," Lin Shiyin declared with a proud tilt of her exquisite chin, brushing her fair hands together. Su Yunfeng was left momentarily speechless, realizing she had a point. Suddenly, the entire ruin trembled, and brilliant radiance erupted from its depths, piercing the heavens like a colossal beam of light, its dazzling glow illuminating the entire area. "A great treasure has emerged." Lin Shiyin's eyes sparkled, reflecting the resplendent light. "Let us also try our luck," Su Yunfeng suggested. Lin Shiyin nodded, and the two swiftly soared towards the source of the light, joined by many others. Such a tremendous commotion could only be caused by a rare treasure. In no time, they arrived nearby, where many had already gathered. Below, there lay a seemingly bottomless chasm, from which the brilliant beam of light erupted. "What are we waiting for? Charge!" Someone shouted impatiently, immediately dashing towards the chasm. Witnessing someone take the lead, others followed suit, each eager to seize the treasure before it was claimed by another. However, Su Yunfeng and Lin Xian refrained from acting rashly. Such a significant treasure may harbor traps or mechanisms. Let others lead the way to assess the situation first. At this moment, the beam of light began to dim, eventually vanishing as though it had never appeared. Upon seeing the light extinguish, those who had been hesitating could no longer contain themselves. Leaping into the chasm one after another, Su Yunfeng and Lin Xian exchanged a glance before following the crowd into the depths. The cave was shrouded in darkness, yet for practitioners, it posed little challenge. Upon entering, Su Yunfeng's brow furrowed. He sensed a wave of unease, as if something terrifying were fixating upon him. "Senior sister, be cautious. This place seems far from ordinary," he cautioned. Lin Xian nodded, having sensed an underlying disquiet as well. Following the throng, they soon arrived at a spacious chamber. In the center stood a 3-zhang-high stone platform, upon which a chilling, magnificent sword was thrust into the stone. Upon sighting this, the crowd surged towards the platform like a tide. Each vying to be the first to claim the sword. In an instant, chaos erupted, and the air grew thick with the stench of blood. Su Yunfeng's gaze sharpened. It was evident that this sword was no ordinary artifact. If he could seize it and present it to Lin Xian, the system would likely return an even more formidable sword in exchange. "Senior sister, I will help you acquire it," he declared, swiftly making his way to the platform. At present, he was at the pinnacle of the Martial King 9th level, making him the strongest among the crowd. Thus, none could impede his progress. "You insufferable junior brother, who said you could assist me?" Lin Xian retorted, though her beautiful eyes betrayed a hint of delight. Soon after, she too joined the fray. Her strength was already formidable, and with Su Yunfeng at her side, they became an unstoppable force. However, no one noticed that the blood pooling on the ground was rapidly being absorbed into the earth, as if drawn by some unseen force. Simultaneously, the sword embedded in the platform began to tremble slightly, as though it were being subjected to a terrifying erosion. Just then, Su Yunfeng and Lin Xian reached the top of the platform. "Senior sister, draw the sword," Su Yunfeng urged. Those favored by destiny invariably possess exceptional luck. Others may struggle to pull it free, but with Lin Xian's fortune, she should have a fair chance. This was why Su Yunfeng had not attempted to draw the sword himself, instead urging Lin Xian to do so. Lin Xian grasped the hilt firmly and, with a fierce shout, exerted all her strength. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sword quivered, emitting a piercing hum. Clang! The sword was drawn, and a dazzling cold light erupted, instantly filling the space with a chilling aura. Causing the temperature to plummet. In that moment, everyone felt an icy chill creep up their spines, as if they were being watched by an ancient beast. Roar, roar, roar. Just then, a series of thunderous roars reverberated, causing the entire cave to tremble, with rocks tumbling down. "Run! There are monstrous beasts!" someone shouted, and in an instant, everyone reacted, turning tail and fleeing towards the exit. At that moment, no one cared about the sword. Survival took precedence. "Senior sister, let us go." Su Yunfeng, too, sensed the terrifying aura, grabbing Lin Xian's wrist and making haste. However, just then, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. Chapter 59. That night at the inn, it was I. Lin Xian's sword suddenly began to tremble violently, then uncontrollably unleashed a beam of sword light towards the void. Instantly, a rift in space manifested before the two. With no time to escape, they were forcefully swept into the rift by the sword. Once they entered, the rift swiftly closed, as if it had never existed. "Senior sister, are you all right?" Su Yunfeng swiftly pulled Lin Xian closer to him, his brow furrowed with concern. "Are you all right?" he asked anxiously. Lin Xian shook her head slightly. "I'm fine." "What about you?" "I'm also fine," Su Yunfeng replied, and then began to survey their surroundings. The atmosphere here was markedly different from the outside world. It was shrouded in a dim gloom, resembling a desolate space abandoned for countless ages. Before them lay a vast river, approximately 30 to 40 zhang wide, its waters flowing gently. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed in their ears, sending a wave of tension coursing through them. They instinctively backed against each other, on high alert. "Who dares to play tricks? Show yourself." Su Yunfeng's gaze darted around like a flash of lightning, desperately trying to uncover the hidden presence. However, the surroundings remained eerily silent. Devoid of any shadows, at that moment, Lin Xian's sword began to tremble violently, its tip directed at the river. The eerie laughter resurfaced, resonating like a voice from the netherworld, instilling a profound terror deep within their hearts. Suddenly, the once tranquil river surged violently, as if a bomb had detonated beneath its surface, unleashing towering waves. With a deafening roar, a colossal figure burst forth from the water, radiating an overwhelming and terrifying aura that swept across the landscape. In an instant, dust and debris flew, and the very heavens seemed to darken. The monstrous presence forced Su Yunfeng and Lin Xian back 3 zhang, their bodies trembling from the sheer force of its aura. In all his life, Su Yunfeng had never encountered such a gargantuan creature. Even the part of its body that emerged from the water reached 10 zhang in length, its gaping maw capable of swallowing an adult elephant whole. His heart raced wildly. To claim he was unafraid would be a lie, a qi lian yao jiao. Lin Xian exclaimed in horror, her complexion paling, fear evident in her expression. Su Yunfeng was taken aback. This behemoth was a jiao. How could they possibly contend with it? The mere presence of the Yao Jiao was nearly unbearable for them, far beyond any measure of threat they had previously faced. After 100,000 years, I am finally free, the Yao Jiao proclaimed, its voice echoing with madness. Waves of terrifying energy emanated from it, warping the very fabric of the air around them. Lin Xian's sword vibrated fiercely, emitting a soft glow that enveloped them, dissipating the Yao Jiao's oppressive aura. Wuji sword. The Yao Jiao's enormous eyes locked onto Lin Xian's sword, a flicker of fear and malice crossing its gaze. Put down the Wuji sword, and I shall grant you a swift end. The creature's eyes roamed over the two, sensing no immediate danger from them, save for the Wuji sword in Lin Xian's grasp. It was this very sword that had grievously wounded it in the past, leading to its current imprisonment. Suddenly, the Wuji sword trembled violently, as if it had gained sentience, breaking free from Lin Xian's hold and transforming into a brilliant beam of cold light that shot toward the Yao Jiao. The creature, taken aback, swiftly attempted to evade. Seizing the moment, Su Yunfeng grasped Lin Xian's wrist, retreating rapidly from the battlefield. Once they were out of sight of the chaos, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. The clash between the Wuji sword and the Yao Jiao raged on, the air filled with the sounds of the beast's roars and the explosions of energy. Just as they attempted to catch their breath, a glimmering object soared toward them. It was the Wuji sword, now stained with crimson blood, indicating that the Yao Jiao had been injured. However, the sword's glow had dimmed, suggesting it had expended nearly all its energy. Curse these humans, you cannot escape, the Yao Jiao bellowed, its massive form soaring toward them. Junior brother, you must go first, Lin Xian urged, shoving Su Yunfeng away as she brandished the Wuji sword, determined to buy him more time to flee. Senior sister, Su Yunfeng cried out, his heart aching. He knew Lin Xian was no match for the Yao Jiao. She was sacrificing herself to give him a chance to escape. Oh, not forget me. Dear junior brother, Lin Xian said with a radiant smile that shone like the most exquisite rose in the setting sun. Junior brother, we must leave together or face death together, Su Yunfeng declared, his resolve unwavering as he seized her wrist, his eyes ablaze with determination. You foolish junior brother, Lin Xian wept, her tears flowing freely. Despite her sorrow, she bore a smile. There is something I must tell you, lest I miss my chance. She gazed intently at Su Yunfeng's resolute face, her heart pounding. If she did not voice her feelings now, she would forever carry this regret. It was me that night at the inn. Lin Xian finally confessed the secret she had harbored for so long. Su Yunfeng was taken aback, realizing that it was indeed Lin Xian who had knocked him unconscious and brought him to safety. Senior sister, he murmured, enveloping her in his embrace. You should have told me the truth sooner. I did not wish to disrupt your relationship with the junior sister, nor did I want to see her hurt. Lin Xian sobbed. Senior sister, you are truly foolish, Su Yunfeng replied softly, stroking her silky hair. At that moment, he understood why she had always supported him. Their bond had long been unbreakable. Humans shall perish, the Yao Jiao roared. Lunging forward with its massive form, its gaping maw descending upon them, Su Yunfeng swiftly pushed Lin Xian aside, producing explosive pills and various toxins, hurling them toward the creature. The resulting explosions temporarily halted the Yao Jiao's advance. In that instant, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding, Lin Xian has acquired the Wuji sword, 50-fold return. The host has obtained the Zhanlong sword, and Su Yunfeng's eyes lit up as he swiftly drew the Zhanlong sword. With a thunderous roar, the sound of a dragon echoed throughout the realm. Su Yunfeng gripped the Zhanlong sword tightly in his right hand, channeling all his strength to strike at the Yao Jiao. A radiant sword light illuminated the entire space, crashing down upon the beast like a bolt of lightning. The Yao Jiao's eyes widened in horror as it hastily attempted to evade the impending blow. Meanwhile, Su Yunfeng swallowed a breakthrough pill, his figure flickering as he charged at the Yao Jiao. The creature had already sustained injuries in its battle against the Wuji sword, its combat prowess diminished. Su Yunfeng knew he had to gamble his life. Only by risking everything could he hope for survival. "Junior brother, I shall assist you," Lin Xian declared, transforming into a fiery silhouette as she joined the fray. Wielding the Wuji sword, she had no regrets. Even if they were to perish today, she would face it unafraid. "Humans, you seek death," the Yao Jiao snarled, its massive tail sweeping toward them. Lin Xian swung the Wuji sword with all her might. Blood erupted as she struck the creature's tail, leaving a deep gash. Yet, the force of the blow sent her crashing against the rocky-walled in that moment. Su Yunfeng's eyes gleamed with icy determination. He surged above the Yao Jiao, bringing the Zhanlong sword down upon it. The brilliant sword light struck true, piercing the creature's left eye. Blood erupted in a violent explosion, and the Yao Jiao howled in agony, its colossal body thrashing in the air. Without pausing to let it recover, Su Yunfeng pressed his advantage, his intent clear. To strike while the creature was vulnerable. Despicable human, die! The Yao Jiao roared as Su Yunfeng closed in for the kill. Just as he was about to land the final blow, the Yao Jiao unleashed a massive energy blast from its gaping MW. Su Yunfeng's expression shifted in shock. He had not expected the wounded beast to possess such a hidden strength. Waiting for him to approach. Realizing the imminent danger, he steeled himself, channeling the Tianbong sword technique to its utmost limit. Merging with his sword, he charged directly into the oncoming energy beam, refusing to flee. In an instant, he was engulfed by the overwhelming force. "Junior brother," Lin Xian cried out, her heart shattered as tears streamed down her face. Struggling to rise from the ground, she summoned her remaining strength and rushed forward. "Even in death, we shall die together." This was the last thought lingering in her heart. However, just as she soared into the air, she noticed the monstrous serpent tremble. Instantly, brilliant rays of sword light erupted from its massive body. The anguished roars echoed in all directions, a sound of despair. With a thunderous crash, the colossal serpent fell from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, sending clouds of dust swirling. The creature writhed in agony, its body rolling and thrashing on the ground. Rays of sword light continued to pierce through its enormous form, transforming it into a sieve leaking light from every pore. With a final, explosive bang, the serpent's massive body detonated. When the tumult subsided, a lone figure stood amidst the chaos. It was Su Yunfeng. Covered in blood, even his hair was stained a deep crimson, and his garments had been completely corroded by the serpent's potent gastric acid. An unnamed fire raged wildly within him. He soared towards the riverbank, feeling as if he were trapped in a furnace. If he did not cool down soon, he would surely explode. "Junior brother," Lin Xian called out. Swiftly following his lead. With a splash, Su Yunfeng plunged headlong into the river, causing the once tranquil waters to boil as if a searing iron ball had been thrown in. After some time, he resurfaced, but his eyes were no longer black. Instead, they blazed a fierce red, brimming with aggression. His gaze locked onto Lin Xian at the riverbank, and in an instant, he surged towards her the next moment. Lin Xian was met with a wave of intense heat. "Senior sister, I doubt I can't control myself," Su Yunfeng struggled to articulate, his voice hoarse. Lin Xian understood all too well the reason for his transformation. She gently caressed his cheek and softly murmured, "I am yours." 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Yunfeng finally opened his eyes, feeling as if his entire body had been shattered. Every muscle ached as if he had been hollowed out. Clutching his heavy head, he sat up with great effort. "Junior brother, you're awake?" A voice filled with joy called from beside him. Instantly, a fragrant breeze enveloped him as Lin Xian rushed forward and embraced him. "Ugh, senior sister, please let go. I'm suffocating." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian quickly released her hold, concern etched on her face. Junior brother, how do you feel? Not bad, just sore all over. Like I'm falling apart. Su Yunfeng moved his shoulders slightly, eliciting a wave of sharp pain. Lin Xian's cheeks flushed. She understood the reason all too well but felt too bashful to voice it. Junior brother, you should take some healing pills. Finally, Lin Xian produced some healing elixirs and handed them to him. Although Su Yunfeng had higher-grade healing pills in his storage ring, he chose not to retrieve them at that moment. With a playful grin, he gazed at Lin Xian and said, Senior sister, feed me. Lin Xian shot him a flirtatious glare before placing the pills in his mouth. After half a day's rest, Su Yunfeng fully recovered, brimming with vitality once more. The two began to search for an exit and eventually discovered an altar with a sword slot. Lin Xian inserted the Wajijian into the slot, and it fit perfectly. With a resounding roar, a brilliant light radiated from the Wajijian, shooting skyward. Then, high above, a deep spatial passage slowly formed, through which glimpses of an ancient, secret realm could be seen. The passage expanded rapidly, nearly complete. However, at that moment, Lin Xian unexpectedly withdrew the Wajijian from the slot. The soaring light vanished instantly, and the passage trembled before collapsing entirely. Su Yunfeng turned to see Lin Xian gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. Hope evident on her face. Stinky junior brother, I want to stay here a little longer. Is that all right? Her voice trembled, as if she had summoned all her courage. Of course, senior sister can leave whenever she wishes. Su Yunfeng gently wiped the tear stains from her cheeks, speaking softly. Here, there were no sects, no younger sisters, no worries, only a world belonging to the two of them. Chapter 61. Those who dare to strike my junior brother deserve no mercy. Ding. Lin Xian's cultivation has risen to Martial King 8th level, with a 50-fold return. The host cultivation has reached Martial Emperor 4th level. 7 days later, the two finally decided to exit, as today marked the opening of the relic's exit. Stinky junior brother, please don't tell the junior sister about our affair, all right? Lin Xian implored, her tone tinged with earnestness. Why not? Su Yunfeng asked, puzzled, as he wished to study the path of cultivation openly. It's just that you can't say a word. If you dare utter even a single syllable, I will ignore you forever, and you will never find me again, Lin Xian warned, her tone carrying a hint of threat. So harsh? Su Yunfeng was left speechless, only able to nod in agreement. All right, I promise, but it's impossible to keep it from her forever. I don't want to be sneaky with you. Who wants to be sneaky with you? Lin Xian retorted, her face flushed, recalling the past few days' experiences that made her feel somewhat embarrassed. It was fine when it was just the two of them. They could act freely without care. But if they returned to the sect, it would feel like sneaking around. This thought. Her heart began to race. Perhaps sneaking around wasn't such a bad idea after all. Stop. A commanding voice rang out ahead, and a group of individuals blocked their path, led by a handsome young man clad in fine garments. The two frowned slightly. They recognized the group as members of Jianyuangu, yet there seemed to be no prior conflict between them. I've heard you acquired a treasured sword. Hand it over if you know what's good for you. The elegantly dressed young man stated coldly, his words dripping with arrogance and disdain. As if success were guaranteed. Get lost? Su Yunfeng's gaze sharpened, and he retorted coldly. The young man's brows shot up, his face darkening ominously, eyes gleaming with malice. Very well. No one has dared to speak to me like this before. You are courting death, the young man snarled, fixing his fierce gaze on Su Yunfeng. Today, I will make you wish you were dead. With a wave of his hand, his companions surged forward, charging at Su Yunfeng. Let us see if your words are tougher than my fists, the young man scoffed, appearing confident of victory. Lin Xian's expression turned icy as she positioned herself in front of Su Yunfeng. Wielding the W, Su Yunfeng grasped her hand and gently pulled her back. Senior sister, these weaklings are no match for you. Leave this to me. In the next instant, he moved like a specter, vanishing into the throng of adversaries. In a heartbeat, anguished cries filled the air as the disciples of Jianyuangu were sent crashing to the ground like falling stars. Seeking death, the young man bellowed, drawing a long sword and charging forward. His aura was immensely powerful, surpassing Wang Ting by a significant margin, reaching the realm of Martial King's 7th level, undoubtedly a strong contender among the younger generation. However, today was not his day. Long rainbow piercing the sun? The young man shouted, his sword slashing down with ferocious speed. A dazzling beam of sword light, fierce enough to pierce the sun and moon, descended upon Su Yunfeng. Faced with such a formidable attack, Su Yunfeng remained utterly composed. He had already reached the realm of Martial Emperor 4th level, while his opponent was merely Martial King 7th level. Their strengths were not on the same tier. In the face of absolute power, all flamboyant displays were futile. Just as he prepared to retaliate, Lin Xian moved first. Brandishing the Wajijian, she stepped through the air, her fiery red gown swirling, long hair flowing, and her exquisite visage cloaked in a frigid aura. "Sword descends, blooming beauty," she cried, swiftly executing a sword technique. A terrifying aura erupted, causing the very fabric of space to tremble, as if the heavens could not withstand such sheer force. The winds howled and blinding sword light cleaved through the air. The young man's ostentatious strike was rendered insignificant in the face of her move, swiftly engulfed without a trace. The relentless sword light swept through, and the young man's body trembled, staring in disbelief at his chest, where a clean gash had appeared, penetrating through his entire torso. Fear gripped him as blood poured from his mouth before he could utter another word. Ultimately, he fell, devoid of all life. "Humph! Those who dare to strike my junior brother deserve no mercy." Lin Xian's icy voice reverberated through the air, chilling all who heard it. Su Yunfeng swiftly approached, grinning. "Senior sister, with your prowess, can I just take it easy now?" Lin Xian cast him a sidelong glance, pursed her lips, and said, "It's not entirely out of the question." However, her tone shifted abruptly as she chuckled mischievously. "Aren't you afraid that when you grow old and lose your charm, I might seek other men? Ha ha ha, then I shall strive diligently in my cultivation, which means I must trouble senior sister." Upon hearing this, Su Yunfeng burst into hearty laughter. He had no interest in the green hat of the grassy plains, nor did he wish to wear it. The impudent junior. Lin Xian's exquisite cheeks flushed slightly, overwhelmed with shyness, as she fully comprehended the implication behind Su Yunfeng's words. His aptitude was lacking, rendering ordinary cultivation ineffective. He could only rely on some other rather unique techniques, such as the formidable Dao certification method of the outer sect. Coincidentally, she was well versed in such a technique. Before long, the exit of the ruins opened, and everyone soared out in unison. "Where is Wang Teng? Has anyone seen him?" Elder Zhao Wanzhong of Lingxiao sect surveyed the returning disciples. There had been 100 entering, yet only 90 emerged, leaving a deficit of TN. It was normal to lose a few disciples during the exploration, but among those missing was precisely Wang Teng. Zhao Wanzhong was quite familiar with Wang Teng's strength, considering him among the top tier of his peers. Logically, he should have faced no life-threatening dangers. However, until the spatial passage of the ruins completely closed, Wang Teng did not reappear. The crowd exchanged glances, all shaking their heads. Zhao Wanzhong sighed softly, concluding that Wang Teng had likely perished within. The sect had lost a promising young talent. Everyone boarded the ship, preparing to return to the sect. With a flourish of his sleeve, Zhao Wanzhong commanded a flying vessel to swiftly ascend into the heavens, rapidly expanding in size. Just as the members of Lingxiao sect prepared to return, an elder from Jianyuangu confronted them, his fury palpable. His piercing gaze immediately fixed upon Su Yunfeng and Lin Xian. "You think you can leave after killing a disciple of Jianyuangu?" Chapter 62. Sect Master Shan Aoshueli Qingfeng. In the ruins, the conflicts among disciples are based on their own abilities. The disciples of your Jianyuangu were slain, which simply reflects their inferiority. Do you, as an elder, wish to meddle in the disputes of the younger generation? Elder Zhao Wanzhong of Lingxiao sect raised an eyebrow, his expression grave. "Zhao Wanzhong, you speak without understanding the gravity of the situation. Do you even know who was killed?" Li Qingfeng of Jianyuangu gritted his teeth. His face darkened with fury and retorted vehemently. "Regardless of who it was, everyone entering the ruins should be aware that once inside, they must fend for themselves. What right do you have to settle scores now?" Zhao Wanzhong stood his ground, his expression solemn. "It is inherently perilous to explore secret realms, where life and death are uncertain. Conflicts between disciples are commonplace, and casualties are not uncommon. Where is the logic in elders pursuing juniors for retribution after they emerge? Would it not lead to an endless cycle of retaliation, with the strong overpowering the weak? If it were so, the entire cultivation world would descend into chaos, leaving no stage for the young." merely allowing the strongest elders to intervene. Humph, I care not for your reasoning. Zhao Wanzhong, we are old acquaintances. I won't make it difficult for you. But these two must come with me. Li Qingfeng pointed ominously at Su Yunfeng and Lin Xian amidst the crowd. That is out of the question, Zhao Wanzhong responded without hesitation. Even if Lin Xian were merely an ordinary outer sect disciple, he would refuse. Did they truly believe Lingxiao sect was easy to bully? Humph, Zhao Wanzhong, do you realize who they have slain? Li Qingfeng seethed with frustration. They killed the beloved youngest son of our sect master. If you hand them over, it may be negotiable, but if you refuse, our sect master will undoubtedly come to demand them personally, and you shall bear the consequences. Su Yunfeng and Lin Xian exchanged glances, astonished to discover that this individual held such a significant identity. Being the young master of Jianyuangu, Zhao Wanzhong's brow furrowed deeply. If it were an ordinary disciple, it could be overlooked, however. To think that the victim was the favored youngest son of the sect master exceeded his authority to manage. Yet, surrendering Lin Xian was utterly out of the question. If they allowed her to be taken, how would he face the sect master upon his return? The sect master would likely obliterate him with a single slap. With this thought, Zhao Wanzhong's tone softened somewhat, yet he remained resolute. This matter, I shall personally report to the sect master for her decision. As for handing over individuals now, it is absolutely impossible. Zhao Wanzhong, are you truly determined to be obstinate? Li Qingfeng's fury surged, having exhausted all reasonable discourse, and faced with the other's unyielding stance, he felt his blood boiled in an instant. A formidable aura radiated from him, indicating his readiness for confrontation should he not receive the individuals. Zhao Wanzhong, I ask you one last time. Will you hand them over or not? Li Qingfeng's face twisted in rage, resolutely determined to take Su Yunfeng and Lin Xian back today. He bore an unshirkable responsibility as the representative of Jianyuangu, and with the young master dead, how could he return without the culprits? Humph! Zhao Wanzhong let out a heavy snort, his powerful aura erupting. He shouted defiantly, Li Qingfeng, do you wish to fight? Do you truly believe that I fear you? At this moment, Li Qingfeng was consumed by rage, and he launched an attack directed at Zhao Wanzhong. Not one to back down, Zhao Wanzhong countered with equal force. Bang! Their palms collided, unleashing a tempest that altered the very air and sent shockwaves radiating outward, causing those below to sway like saplings in a storm, threatened to be uprooted at any moment. After the clash, both retreated 3 paces, indicating their strengths were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. Zhao Wanzhong, you can be ruthless. Prepare to face the wrath of our sect master. Li Qingfeng warned darkly, his face a mask of simmering rage. He had fully grasped that, regardless of the circumstances, Zhao Wanzhong would not yield. Continuing the fight held no purpose. Finally, he shot a venomous glare at Su Yunfeng and Lin Xian, his eyes ablaze with wrath, before turning away with Jianyuangu's disciples in tow. You troublemaker, once we return to the sect, you shall accompany me to meet the sect master and await your fate. Zhao Wanzhong glared at Su Yunfeng, exasperated. This expedition to the ancient ruins not only cost the life of Wang Ting, but also drew the ire of Jianyuangu, truly a calamity upon calamity. Elder Zhao, it was I who killed that individual, Lin Xian stepped forward to declare. Zhao Wanzhong sighed helplessly. I have received word that the sect master has emerged from her seclusion. How this matter will be handled depends on her will. Subsequently, the group boarded the flying vessel, soaring toward Lingxiao's sect. On the vessel, Lin Xian spoke with confidence. Junior brother, do not worry. Master cares for me deeply and will surely not hand us over. Naturally, Su Yunfeng believed her. Yet his thoughts lingered on another matter. Lin Xian's master was also the master of Qiu Hongyue. Could she possibly be that woman? If she indeed were, would he not be soaring to new heights? With the sect master as a powerful ally, he could save himself centuries of arduous struggle. Half a day later, they returned to Lingxiao's sect. Within the grand hall of the sect, a striking woman clad in a purple gown lounged gracefully upon the lofty sect master's throne. She was a vision of unparalleled beauty, captivating enough to make the phrase stunning beauty seem inadequate. Though seated, her perfect, graceful figure remained evident. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded down her back and shoulders like a waterfall, impeccably styled. Her bright, enchanting eyes, delicate nose, and rosy lips were akin to the most exquisite masterpiece, flawless to the point of taking one's breath away. Just a glance could ensnare anyone in an inescapable trance. Report to the sect master. During this expedition to the ancient ruins, we suffered the loss of 10 disciples, including Wang Tang, Elder Zhao Wanzhong stated, bowing his head respectfully from below the dais. Exploring secret realms entails risks of life and death. Shen Aoshua's voice resonated, melodious and enchanting, almost carrying an intoxicating charm. The news of Wang Tang's demise did not prompt reproach from the sect master, allowing Zhao Wanzhong to breathe a slight sigh of relief. He continued, Sect master, there is another pressing matter. Our disciples killed the favored youngest son of the sect master of Jianyuangu, and they demand we surrender the culprits. What do you suggest? He refrained from elaborating further, leaving the resolution of the matter to the discretion of sect master Shen Aoshue. Upon the sect master's throne, Shen Aoshue's lovely brows furrowed slightly. Jianyuangu was a powerful force, equal to Lingxiao sect. Now that a disciple of Lingxiao sect had slain the son of Jianyuangu's sect master, the situation could escalate dramatically. Mishandling this could lead to war between the two sections. Her expression turned serious as she inquired, who was responsible for the killing? Chapter 63. Sect master, men and women should maintain distance. Zhao Wanzhong dared not lift his gaze, forcing himself to respond cautiously. It was Su Yunfeng and Lin Xiyan. Upon hearing Su Yunfeng's name, Shen Aoshue's brows knitted tightly, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise. After returning from Pingwu Mountain, she had given some instructions and then entered seclusion for recuperation, unaware that Su Yunfeng had already joined the sect. At that moment, Zhao Wanzhong summoned Su Yunfeng and Lin Xiyan into the hall, and they entered side by side. From the moment Su Yunfeng entered the grand hall, his gaze was steadfastly fixed upon Shen Aoshue. For that pair of eyes was all too familiar. After all, they had shared an intimate connection for an entire 3 hours, and he could not mistake her. Shen Aoshue was indeed the woman who had lifted her skirt and denied accountability. More importantly, this woman was a golden-fated individual. Su Yunfeng barely managed to restrain his emotions from erupting in joyous exclamation. System, bind her. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded the system in his mind to bind Shen Aoshue. Mere seconds later, the notification of successful binding echoed in his consciousness. Ding! Binding successful. Name, Shen Aoshue. Cultivation, Peak of Martial Emperor 9th level. Physique, Ice Divine Body. Awakening not yet. With the binding complete, Su Yunfeng felt an overwhelming sense of delight. He suddenly realized that golden-fated individuals were not particularly difficult to find. Indeed, they were all gathered here. It's the very instant Su Yunfeng entered the hall. Shen Aoshue's gaze had instantly locked onto him. A flicker of complex emotion flashed deep within her eyes. She had never imagined that Su Yunfeng would truly enter the sect. The moment their gazes met, Shen Aoshue's expression momentarily stiffened, and her piercing gaze compelled Su Yunfeng to lower his head. I have met the sect master. Su Yunfeng bowed his head respectfully and addressed her with deference. Shen Aoshue nodded slightly, then turned to them, her red lips parting as she inquired, Did you kill Li Jinyuan's youngest son? Master, it was I who killed him. It has nothing to do with my junior brother. If there is to be punishment, let it fall solely upon me. Lin Xiyan stepped forward, subtly shielding Su Yunfeng behind her, fearful that the sect master might hand him over. Shen Aoshue's gaze flickered slightly as she swept her eyes over Lin Xiyan. She was taken aback that her usually proud third disciple would show such concern for an outer sect disciple. Even standing up to take responsibility on his behalf. One was her direct disciple, and the other was, even if Li Jinyuan himself came to demand a person, she could not possibly hand him over. She spoke coolly. Li Jinyuan's son was simply outmatched. If he is dead, so be it. Lin Xiyan grinned upon hearing this. Master, you are the best to me. Sect master, Jinyuan Valley will certainly not let this matter rest. What do you think? Should we make some preparations? Zhao Wanzhong expressed his concern. Jinyuan Valley was no small sect. If they truly sought retribution, it could very well lead to a significant conflict between the two sects. It would be prudent to prepare early. There is no need. It was merely the death of his son. It is not a grave matter. Does Li Jinyuan truly intend to incite a sect war? Shen Aoshue waved her hand dismissively, appearing utterly unconcerned. Understood, Zhao Wanzhong replied. Clasping his fists, if the sect master was not anxious, what right did he, as an elder, have to be worried? Enough. You may all withdraw. Su Yunfeng, stay. Shen Aoshue spoke lazily. Junior brother, do not be nervous. The sect master is quite easy to get along with. I shall take my leave now. Lin Xian whispered as she approached Su Yunfeng. Su Yunfeng nodded slightly. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. Once everyone else in the grand hall had departed, an immediate silence enveloped the space. Upon the throne, Shen Aoshue shifted her graceful form slightly, her long legs crossing over one another. Su Yunfeng swallowed hard, his heart racing, as he was uncertain of Shen Aoshue's intentions in keeping him there. If she were to exert force against him again, should he resist? Perhaps not. Given her formidable strength, resistance would be futile, so he might as well endure it. What's the matter? Have you nothing to say upon meeting me? At that moment, Shen Aoshue spoke with a calm demeanor, her gaze looking down at Su Yunfeng at him. Su Yunfeng cleared his throat and then raised his head to gaze unwaveringly at the stunningly flawless Shen Aoshue. Taking a deep breath and summoning his courage, he said, I could come again. Before he could finish his sentence, an overwhelming force instantly suppressed him. Shen Aoshue's beautiful eyes turned frigid, resembling two sharp swords aimed directly at Su Yunfeng's brow. You prompted me to speak, yet now you find my words displeasing? Su Yunfeng was not overly concerned about Shen Aoshue silencing him. After all, she had refrained from doing so even when she was furious earlier. Humph, if you dare to mention that matter again, I shall extinguish you on the spot. Shen Aoshue's words were icy, her demeanor fierce. All right, I shall not mention it, Su Yunfeng conceded, facing the overwhelming power of Shen Aoshue. He then felt the immense pressure surrounding him recede like a tide. Come here, Shen Aoshue called softly after releasing him. Su Yunfeng dared not refuse and hurriedly stepped forward. When he was just 2 meters away from Shen Aoshue, he halted. Observing her beauty from such close proximity was nothing short of breathtaking. In that moment, a swell of pride surged within Su Yunfeng. He wanted to proclaim to the world, do you see? I am the man of Shen Aoshue. Shen Aoshue frowned slightly, her discontent evident as she remarked, why stand so far away? I shall not devour you. Come closer. Su Yunfeng took another step forward, reducing the distance between them to less than a meter. He could even distinctly perceive the unique fragrance that belonged to Shen Aoshue in the air. Closer still, Shen Aoshue's voice reached his ears once more, causing him to widen his eyes in disbelief at the exquisitely beautiful Shen Aoshue so near before him. What? Is it not enough to see? Would you prefer I extract your eyeballs and hang them upon myself so you may gaze at me to your heart's content? Shen Aoshue raised an eyebrow. Speaking languidly, that would be unnecessary. You could simply record a couple of images for me, Su Yunfeng blurted out without a moment's thought. The instant those words escaped his lips, he knew he had crossed a line. Sure enough, Shen Aoshue swiftly extended a hand as delicate as jade, grasping his chin and pulling him closer. The distance between them had now become exceedingly intimate, allowing him to feel the warmth of her breath against his face. Gulped. Su Yunfeng's throat constricted, struggling to swallow, unsure whether it was fear or some other emotion. You are rather handsome. Suddenly, Shen Aoshue's red lips parted to utter such a remark. Su Yunfeng was left dumbfounded. Completely at a loss for Shen Aoshue's intentions, at that moment, he felt like a lamb ensnared by a ravenous wolf, utterly incapable of resistance, experiencing a sense of vulnerability. This was not entirely Shen Aoshue's fault. When she had been poisoned, she had not taken the time to scrutinize him, and later, due to her own frustrations, she had not examined him closely. Now, with an opportunity at hand, she naturally intended to observe him thoroughly. Moments later, she released Su Yunfeng's chin, reclining on her throne as she stretched languidly. Su Yunfeng's eyes widened at the unparalleled beauty before him. I am feeling a bit fatigued. Would you mind giving my shoulders a massage? Shen Aoshue leaned back against the expansive sect master throne, her long legs crossing over one another, resting her chin upon her delicate hand as she spoke with a hint of alluring languor. Su Yunfeng's heart raced uncontrollably at that moment, as if his heartstrings were being deftly plucked by a gentle, exquisite hand. Sect master, that may not be appropriate. There are boundaries between men and women, Su Yunfeng replied cautiously. Is this a test of my willpower? Oh, I am certain there are countless individuals willing to give me a shoulder massage, Shen Aoshue mused, her eyes half closed, her voice slow and languid. Report to the sect master. Actually, I have received professional training. My massage techniques are exceptional and will surely satisfy you. Su Yunfeng cursed inwardly. This woman was indeed threatening him. How infuriating! Yet, he found himself inexplicably drawn to it. What could he do? He steeled himself and approached Shen Aoshue from behind, taking 2 deep breaths to calm himself. Internally, he encouraged himself, what storms have I not weathered? It is merely a shoulder massage. There is no need to be so anxious. His hands trembled as he lifted them, hesitating for a moment before finally placing them gently upon her smooth, delicate shoulders. That instant, Su Yunfeng's heart thudded heavily, as if it were about to leap from his throat. The sensation was cool yet exhilarating, smooth as silk and softer than water. Sensing Su Yunfeng's slightly trembling hands, Shen Aoshue's lips curled into a faint smile. After a while, as his emotions began to stabilize, Su Yunfeng's fingers began to move gently, kneading with tenderness. He was cautious, fearful of damaging Shen Aoshue's fair and delicate skin. Haven't you eaten? Apply a bit of strength, Shen Aoshue remarked, her eyes still closed. Upon hearing this, Su Yunfeng increased his pressure slightly. Each time he pressed down, a faint white imprint would linger on her supple skin, only to vanish silently when he released his fingers. The entire process was a blend of exquisite enjoyment and torment. It was not until 2 full hours had passed that Shen Aoshue finally nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Where did you learn this technique? Nanxiang Technical School. Su Yunfeng fabricated a response offhandedly. What sort of place is that? The name sounds rather peculiar. Shen Aoshue frowned slightly. She was a formidable figure, well versed in many matters, yet she had never heard of such a sect. Master, something is amiss. Just then, an anxious voice echoed from outside the grand hall. Su Yunfeng felt a sudden dizziness, and in the next moment, he found himself on all fours on the ground, having been unceremoniously tossed into the hall by Shen Aoshue. What a treacherous woman! Su Yunfeng quickly rose, brushing off the dust from his attire. Seated upon the throne of the sect, Shen Aoshue had reverted to her usual lofty demeanor, radiating an air of authority, completely shedding the earlier display of emotion. At that moment, Elder Zhao Wanzhong rushed in, visibly flustered, exclaiming, "Master, this is serious." Shen Aoshue furrowed her brow, casting a cold glance at Zhao Wanzhong as she replied, "What a spectacle of disorder! I could hear your voice from afar." Zhao Wanzhong promptly lowered his head, thinking to himself, "I have not provoked you." Yet, being seasoned in navigating such situations, he quickly offered his apologies. "Please, Master, do not be angry." "What is the matter?" Shen Aoshue inquired. Zhao Wanzhong's face reflected urgency as he reported, "Master, the leader of Jianyuan Valley, Li Jianyuan, has personally come to our door." "Humph, what a trivial matter. I shall see what tricks Li Jianyuan has up his sleeve." Rising from her throne, her purple gown swaying gracefully, her flawless figure was unmistakable. "Su Yunfeng, accompany me," Shen Aoshue commanded coldly, devoid of any trace of her earlier demeanor. "Yes, Master." Su Yunfeng responded respectfully. The gates of Lingxiao's sect. Li Jianyuan's expression was as dark as the bottom of a black pot, his eyes ablaze with unbridled fury. His beloved youngest son had been slain by the disciples of Lingxiao's sect in the ancient ruins. Upon receiving this news, he erupted in rage, rallying numerous elders and disciples to march upon Lingxiao sect. Today, if Lingxiao sect does not provide an explanation, he vowed not to relent. Shortly thereafter, Shen Aoshue arrived at the sect's entrance, accompanied by a throng of elders. Upon seeing Shen Aoshue, a flicker of intense heat passed through Li Jianyuan's eyes. Though he quickly concealed it, "Master Shen, are you aware that your disciples have killed my son?" Li Jianyuan demanded, his voice laced with indignation and the scent of gunpowder. "Whether you know or not, your son was killed. He only has himself to blame for his lack of skill. Today, you come to Lingxiao's sect with such fanfare. What are your intentions?" Shen Aoshue's tone was as frigid as ice. Exuding an undeniable air of authority, Li Jianyuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a sharp response from Shen Aoshue. "Hand over the murderer of my son, and I, Li Jianyuan, shall let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious." His eyes glinted with malice as he spoke, his immense fury seeking an outlet. Li Jianyuan, it seems you have misunderstood the situation. This is Lingxiao sect, my domain. Do you truly believe you can act so brazenly in my presence without consequence?" Shen Aoshue retorted icily, her words striking with unrelenting severity, showing no favor even for the leader of Jianyuan Valley. Li Jianyuan felt as if he had been slapped across the face. "You are the master of Lingxiao sect, and I am the leader of Jianyuan Valley. Our strengths are comparable. How dare you disregard me? His face twisted with rage, his eyes nearly spewing fire. Shin Aoshue, do you really intend to make an enemy of Jinyuan Valley over two ordinary disciples? Shin Aoshue suppressed a laugh inwardly. Are they truly ordinary disciples? Even if they were, from her perspective, surrendering them was out of the question, let alone Su Yunfeng and Lin Shiyan, who were far from ordinary. To demand their surrender was sheer folly. If it comes to a fight, is Lingxiao's sect afraid of you? Though Shin Aoshue's voice was melodious, at this moment it was as cold as the most ancient glacier. An aura of biting chill emanated from her, causing the elders behind her to stiffen involuntarily. Those who understood her knew that Shin Aoshue was dead serious and would yield not an inch. This was the burden of being a sect leader. If she could not protect her disciples, she was unfit for the role. Very well. Li Jinyuan's face darkened, and he growled ominously. I have long wished to witness the prowess of Master Shun. As he spoke, he sprang into action. Clang! A resounding sword cry reverberated through the air. Above him, a crimson long sword materialized, and with a swift motion of his hand, it expanded to an impressive 40 zhang in length. A sword to cleave the heavens. Li Jinyuan bellowed, raising his arms above his head and bringing them down forcefully. The immense crimson sword descended upon Shin Aoshue with deadly intent. Chapter 65. Master, the sky has darkened. It is time to rest. The blazing red sword light illuminated the entire sky, more dazzling than the sun itself. The boundless and grand sword aura radiated outward, causing the air to tremble violently, as if it were about to be cleaved asunder. This strike was undoubtedly powerful, in the face of such overwhelming force. Shin Aoshue's exquisite visage exhibited no sign of panic. She stepped forward, and in the blink of an eye, her graceful figure appeared high in the sky. Her countenance was as frigid as ice. Her purple garments billowing, her hair dancing in the wind, and an unmatched aura emanated from her. Soaring to the heavens, in that moment, Shin Aoshue resembled an unparalleled goddess of war. Confident and domineering, clang, the sword was drawn. A translucent long sword floated silently beside Shin Aoshue. Su Yunfeng's gaze sharpened. This was indeed an ice sword. That instant, as the ice sword emerged, the temperature around them plummeted, as if they had been transported to a snow-capped mountain. The elders had long been prepared, erecting protective barriers to shield themselves from the biting chill. Only Su Yunfeng shivered uncontrollably, unable to suppress his trembling eye in the sky. Shin Aoshue calmly extended her delicate hand to grasp the hilt of the ice sword. Boom! Upon contact, a tremendous wave of energy surged forth from her, transforming her presence into one of immense sharpness and strength. She slightly raised the ice sword, slicing toward the descending crimson sword light. In an instant, a massive icy sword aura shot through the sky to meet it. Boom! The clash of red and white sword auras erupted with a deafening roar. This time, Su Yunfeng had learned his lesson and had already sealed his hearing, thus avoiding the pain from the thunderous sound. After their initial exchange, both Shin Aoshue and Li Jinyuan sprang into action simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. Their movements were so swift that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Only the sounds of impact and brilliant flashes of light could be heard. Su Yunfeng watched in awe, his heart racing with admiration. This was the true essence of strength. Boom. In midair, the two struck a powerful palm against one another. Li Jinyuan was forcefully pushed back 10 zhang, while Shin Aoshue remained steadfast in the air, unyielding. Pfft. Li Jinyuan's complexion flushed, and he could no longer contain himself, spitting out a mouthful of crimson blood. Ultimately, Shin Aoshue's strength surpassed his. Li Jinyuan was inwardly astonished. It was said that Shin Aoshue's cultivation had stagnated for many years and even showed signs of regression. This was why he had the audacity to confront her. In earlier years, their strengths had been on par, and after his years of effort, he had made a slight advancement. However, after their clash, he realized he had gravely miscalculated. Shin Aoshue's cultivation had not regressed. She had clearly surpassed him, and he was no match for her. Li Jinyuan's heart seethed with suppressed rage. He had come seeking justice but had instead been soundly defeated. The feeling of willingly walking into a beating was truly unpleasant. Do we continue? I shall accompany you until the end. Shin Aoshue's ice sword glided lightly through the air, her gaze cold and unyielding as she regarded Li Jinyuan. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Li Jinyuan glared fiercely. Shin Aoshue, do not be so smug. Today I concede. But come the Nine-Sect War, I will repay this debt. Afraid of you, Shen Aoshue replied haughtily, exuding an air that suggested she was more than willing to engage in further conflict. Li Jianyuan shot a venomous glare at Su Yunfeng, his eyes emanating palpable murderous intent. At that moment, Shen Aoshue swiftly moved to stand before Su Yunfeng, perfectly blocking Li Jianyuan's line of sight. I grant you 3 breaths of time to depart. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. She pointed the ice sword at Li Jianyuan, her expression encased in a thick layer of frost. Very well. We shall take our leave. Li Jianyuan wasted no time in retreating, leading his entourage away in disgrace. His grand display had turned into a hasty exit, a perfect embodiment of the concept of bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Had Shen Aoshue been weaker today, he would have surely looked down upon her. Everyone disperse. Su Yunfeng, follow me. Shen Aoshue waved her sleeves, whisking Su Yunfeng away toward the back mountain. The back mountain of Lingxiao sect. There lay an expansive courtyard, the place where Shen Aoshue typically resided and cultivated in seclusion. With a casual kick, Shen Aoshue flung the door open and languidly collapsed onto the soft couch, her body completely relaxed as she let out a contented sigh. Su Yunfeng stood at the threshold, caught in a quandary of indecision, unable to enter or retreat. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and come in, Shen Aoshue beckoned, lying face down, her delicate waist and flawless back on full display. Stirring Su Yunfeng's blood with fervor, he inwardly scorned himself. Despite being experienced, how could his resolve wane so easily? Taking a deep breath, he averted his gaze from the enticing sight, striving to maintain his composure. Gradually, his racing heart began to settle. That I'm tired. Give me a massage, she commanded. Just as Su Yunfeng managed to suppress his distracting thoughts, Shen Aoshue's sultry voice once again pulled him into the abyss. Master, why don't you turn over? Shen Aoshue turned slightly, her icy gaze locking onto Su Yunfeng, emitting a prolonged sound of inquiry from her throat. He jolted, immediately snapping back to reality, wishing he could slap himself for losing control in her presence. Damn it, I'm going to get myself into trouble with this mouth. I'll massage you right away, he stammered, taking a seat at the edge of the couch. He placed his hand gently on her shoulder, fingers working in unison to massage slowly downward. Of course, he remained respectful, only attending to her shoulders and back, not daring to overstep boundaries, lest he face her wrath. Perhaps truly fatigued, Shen Aoshue unknowingly drifted into slumber. Su Yunfeng fetched a light blanket and delicately draped it over her. The room fell silent, only the sound of her steady, deep breaths breaking the stillness. Su Yunfeng sat quietly beside her, admiring her enchanting visage, a proud smile creeping onto his face. To have such a woman by his side was worth any sacrifice. 3 hours later, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Shen Aoshue finally awakened. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with a pair of fervent gazes. Am I beautiful? She inquired. Absolutely, Su Yunfeng replied without hesitation. Have you seen enough? She asked again. He couldn't bear to blink, shaking his head resolutely. Not at all. I could gaze upon you for a lifetime and more. Smooth talker. Shen Aoshue huffed, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she sat up, stretching her body and giving Su Yunfeng an ample view. He almost stood up to salute her. Master, it's dark. We should sleep. Su Yunfeng's eyes glimmered as he spoke. Shen Aoshue raised a delicate brow, casting a scrutinizing glance at Su Yunfeng. Oh no. I've inadvertently revealed my true thoughts. Su Yunfeng was taken aback, his heart racing as he quickly clarified. Master, don't misunderstand. I meant to say I should return to my quarters to rest. In a concise manner. Shen Aoshue narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him until his heart raced with unease. Su Yunfeng cleared his throat awkwardly, a bashful demeanor overtaking him. But of course, if you need someone to share warmth with, I would be more than willing. Thud. Before he could finish, he was forcefully ejected from the room. Landing in a heap, Shen Aoshue crossed her smooth, fair arms over her chest, her enchanting figure leaning against the doorframe, chuckling softly. You certainly have a bold spirit. Su Yunfeng scrambled to his feet, brushing off the dust with a grin. There's a saying where I come from. Would you care to hear it? Shen Aoshue chuckled lightly, curiosity piqued. What saying? The saying goes, as long as you have the courage, master can take a break. Su Yunfeng proclaimed exuberantly. Shen Aoshue's exquisite face flushed once more as she scoffed. Are you capable? Am I capable? Surely, Master knows the answer to that, he replied with a knowing smile. However, in the next moment, he was sent flying by a surge of energy. Master, why do you keep hitting me? Su Yunfeng lamented, disheartened. This woman was prone to violence. Once he cultivated his strength, he would ensure she faced the consequences. Because your laughter is rather disconcerting, Shen Aoshue giggled playfully. Su Yunfeng fell silent. Very well, her power surpassed his. He had no ground to refute her. Subsequently, Shen Aoshue escorted him back to the disciple area, warning him sternly that if he dared to let slip even a word, he would face dire consequences. Su Yunfeng promptly assured her with a thump on his chest that he would keep his lips sealed. Who would be foolish enough to speak half a word? Upon returning to his quarters, night had fully enveloped the surroundings. As he opened the door, a familiar figure rushed towards him, accompanied by a waft of a familiar fragrance. Senior brother, Su Yunfeng exclaimed, swiftly catching Lin Xian's petite frame. Junior brother, I've come to supervise your training. This was intolerable. The next day, Su Yunfeng awoke feeling refreshed and stretched luxuriously. The experience of cultivating while reclining was indeed delightful. At that moment, a graceful figure in white descended into the courtyard. It was the long-awaited Qiu Hongyue. Junior brother, are you all right? Qiu Hongyue asked, concern etched on her face. Having learned of the troubles caused by Jian Yuangu, she had been anxious until she confirmed Su Yunfeng's safety after their departure. Originally, she had intended to speak with him but was whisked away by their master. Now, her worries resurfaced, fearing her master might reprimand Su Yunfeng. She had waited here for a long time, only leaving when it grew dark. Returning that morning, she chanced upon Su Yunfeng opening his door. I'm fine. Sorry to have worried you, Su Yunfeng replied with a smile, a warm feeling washing over him. With his reassurance, Qiu Hongyue finally felt at ease. Meanwhile, in the room, Lin Xian's heart raced, and she tightly cocooned herself in the blankets, afraid to make a sound. It was all junior brother's fault for suddenly skyrocketing in combat prowess. Previously 3 hours. He had now managed 4. She dreaded the thought of Qiu Hongyue entering and discovering the nature of her relationship with Su Yunfeng. At the entrance, Su Yunfeng smiled. Senior sister, let us walk and talk. Qiu Hongyue's eyes sparkled with delight, eager to converse with him after several days apart. The two strolled side by side, aimlessly wandering, or perhaps not so aimlessly, as Su Yunfeng led them into secluded groves. Sensing their departure, Lin Xian finally sighed in relief, quickly dressing and fleeing as if escaping a potential ambush, at the same time. In the designated disciple area, outside a secluded cave, Chen Gang and Wang Lingshan stood respectfully, awaiting the emergence of a prominent figure. Before long, the cave door opened automatically, a powerful aura surging forth, causing Chen Gang and Wang Lingshan to sway like saplings in a tempest. Moments later, the aura dissipated, allowing them to regain their footing and breathe a sigh of relief. Soon, a tall and imposing figure emerged from the cave. With sharp brows and striking features, he embodied the archetype of a handsome, wealthy protagonist. Congratulations, senior brother Shen, on breaking through to the martial emperor realm, Wang Lingshan exclaimed, rushing forward, her face aglow with joy. The higher Shan Yixing's cultivation, the closer she drew to her revenge. Chen Gang quickly followed suit, praising, congratulations, senior brother, on your remarkable advancement. At that moment, Chen Gang's expression was one of servile flattery, akin to a devoted dog eager to please its master. Where are Wang Tang and Wang Ba? Shen Yixing's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure. Such a significant event, and his subordinates had failed to appear. They would be punished. Wang Ba and my brother have been killed, Wang Lingshan said, her head bowed, tears glistening in her eyes. Sorrow enveloping her. Who dares to do this? To kill my people? They must be courting death. Shen Yixing's eyes glinted with a cold, sharp light, and a chilling intent radiated from him. Everyone in the sect knew who Shan Yixing was. Who would dare to lay hands on his people? It was utterly audacious. It was the outer disciple, Su Yunfeng. Wang Lingshan spat, her eyes filled with venomous rage. The outer disciple, Su Yunfeng? Shen Yixing frowned slightly. Unfamiliar with the name, moreover, he was merely an outer disciple. While Wang Ba's strength was negligible, Wang Tang was a formidable opponent at the 5th level of martial sovereign, a notable figure among the younger generation in the sect. How could he have been slain by an outer disciple? What exactly happened? Shen Yixing refrained from rushing into revenge, opting instead to clarify the situation surrounding this Su Yunfeng. He would not engage in an unprepared battle. Knowing oneself and one's enemy was the key to victory. Shen Yixing was no fool, charging in recklessly. Su Yunfeng is a newly admitted outer disciple. Chen Gang, well informed, began recounting Su Yunfeng's exploits, sharing everything he knew, embellishing certain details as he went along. Shen Yixing's sword-like eyebrows suddenly stood upright as he spoke with an air of dominance. How dare a mere inner sect elder act with such impunity? Today, I shall teach him a lesson in humility. Where does he reside? Lead me there at once. I wish to see what extraordinary powers he possesses to be so audacious. Senior brother, please follow me. Chen Gang said, having long since discerned Su Yunfeng's residence, eagerly awaiting Shen Yixing's emergence to confront him. Chapter 67. Taking the senior sister through the grove, Chen Gang led the way, with Shen Yichen and Wang Lingshan closely following behind. Before long, the trio arrived at Su Yunfeng's dwelling. Su Yunfeng, come out and face your demise. Chen Gang resumed his former arrogant demeanor, calling out loudly from the air into the courtyard. However, the courtyard remained eerily silent. Chen Gang immediately descended, forcefully kicking open the door of the room and peering inside. Senior brother, that scoundrel is not here, Chen Gang reported upon exiting, fists clasped in respect. His heart brimmed with disappointment. He had intended to assertively suppress Su Yunfeng, only to discover that the fellow was absent, causing their plans to collapse in an instant. Wang Lingshan's expression mirrored her discontent. They had come seeking vengeance, yet found themselves at a loss, akin to striking a pillow with their fists. Senior brother, that little rascal will surely return soon. Let us lie in wait here for him to stumble into our trap. Wang Lingshan proposed with a spark of inspiration. Indeed, Shen Yixing nodded in agreement, then descended into the courtyard and took a seat upon a stone bench. Meanwhile, Su Yunfeng remained blissfully unaware that trouble had come knocking at his door. At that moment, he was entangled in playful banter with Qiu Hongyue in a small grove. Do not misunderstand. It's not mere trifling, but rather a deep exploration. Senior sister, this line represents your lifeline. This one your career path, and this here your love line. Su Yunfeng diligently explained each intricate line on her palm, employing the scant knowledge he retained from his past life. He gently took Qiu Hongyue's hand with his left while tracing the lines in her palm with his right. Her ears flushed a vibrant red, yet she did not withdraw her hand in shyness. Instead, she allowed him to admire and toy with it. Senior sister, observe how long and profound your love line is. Based on my years of experience, you shall soon encounter your destined Prince Charming. As he reveled in the silk-like smoothness of her skin, he rambled on nonsensical. Is that so? Qiu Hongyue asked softly. Her gaze flickering with delight, it was evident that she was genuinely happy in Su Yunfeng's company. Naturally. When have I ever deceived you? Not to mention, based on my recent predictions, senior sister, you are about to face a romantic entanglement. He directly translated the old beggar's words into his own speculations, fabricating tales solely to amuse Qiu Hongyue. Oh? Junior brother, can you discern where this person is? Su Yunfeng was taken aback by her unexpected question. Glancing at Qiu Hongyue in surprised eye in his recollection, she was not one to pose such inquiries. Had she suddenly grown bold today? Meeting his gaze, Qiu Hongyue hastily lowered her head, unable to maintain eye contact. Senior sister, that person is within the sect. Do you believe me? He softly said, observing her flushed cheeks. At that moment, he felt a strong urge to unveil her hidden truths. Qiu Hongyue nodded, whispering, I believe you. Then, senior sister, I say that person is. Just as Su Yunfeng was about to express his feelings, a male disciple's voice emerged from the nearby woods, followed by the sound of a female disciple's voice. Junior brother, you are so naughty, bringing me to such a place, the girl teased. Ha ha ha, rest assured, senior sister, this place is perfectly safe. Hardly anyone comes here. The male disciple laughed heartily. The ensuing chatter became inaudible, utterly lost to their ears. Qiu Hongyue's head nearly buried itself in her chest. Su Yunfeng inwardly cursed his luck. How infuriating that even this secluded spot was marred by interruptions during such an intimate moment. Senior sister. We must leave. We cannot remain here any longer, he declared, taking her hand as they set off. Yet, after only a few steps, he paused, turning to shout toward the woods, "The sect leader is coming." His voice resonated with authority, leaving the two figures in the woods momentarily stunned into silence. Having shouted, Su Yunfeng seized Zhou Hongyue's hand and dashed away. "Ha ha ha, let us see how you disturb me and my senior sister again." A wave of exhilaration washed over Su Yunfeng. "Flaunting before me? You shall pay dearly." Emerging from the grove, the two ran a fair distance before halting. "Junior brother, you are quite mischievous," Zhou Hongyue said, her cheeks flushed, a smile dancing on her lips. However, the moment she spoke, she realized something was amiss. The girl in the grove had uttered the same words not long ago. "Rest assured, this place is perfectly safe. Hardly anyone comes here." Su Yunfeng chuckled inwardly, seamlessly delivering the next line. In a flash, Zhou Hongyue's ears turned crimson, her eyes filled with panic as she stammered, "Junior brother, I have matters to attend to. I must return." With that, she fled, not daring to cast another glance at him. As he watched her retreating figure, Su Yunfeng's lips curled into a smile. Senior sister's skin is still too thin, with nothing pressing on his mind. He decided to visit the Alchemy Hall. It had been several days since he last saw Li Yifeng, and he felt it was time to reassert his presence. "Junior brother, you have come." The beautiful alchemist's sister greeted him from afar as she approached. "Ha ha, it has been a few days, sister. You are even more radiant than before," Su Yunfeng replied with a hearty laugh. "Hee, junior brother knows how to flatter," the alchemist's sister giggled. "Elder Li has specifically instructed that you may come to the Alchemy Hall as if returning to your own home, with no restrictions," the alchemist's sister added, having understood from the moment Elder Li conveyed those words that this outer sect disciple was exceptional. Thus, her attitude had grown even more respectful. Su Yunfeng nodded in acknowledgement. Having a benefactor like an adoptive father was indeed advantageous. Not only did he have support, but other aspects of his life had also become much smoother. This was the undeniable benefit of having connections. "Very well, sister, you may continue with your duties. I shall find Elder Li." He nearly let slip, quickly catching himself. His connection with Li Yifeng was not something he should disclose. It was more appropriate for Li Yifeng to reveal it himself. Flaunting such a relationship could leave a poor impression, making him seem frivolous and boastful. Sometimes, in matters of social conduct, the truth must remain unspoken. "Please, junior brother," the alchemist's sister smiled. Once Su Yunfeng departed, the alchemist's sister clutched her chest, her heart racing. Although he had corrected himself in time, a moment's thought allowed her to discern the truth. So that was the nature of their relationship. No wonder. She mused to herself, vowing to show Su Yunfeng even greater respect in the future. For he might just be the key to a prosperous alliance. Chapter 68. Within the sect, Su Yunfeng can walk with authority. Greetings, adoptive father. In the inner courtyard of the Alchemy Hall, Su Yunfeng encountered Li Yifeng. Bowing deeply in respect. "Look who is finally deemed to visit me." Li Yifeng's face broke into a warm smile, though his tone remained teasingly frosty. Su Yunfeng exclaimed in mock indignation, "What an injustice! I only just emerged from the ancient ruins yesterday. You must be aware of the events that followed." "The sect leader did not trouble you, did he?" Li Yifeng inquired, though he was merely jesting. He still felt a twinge of concern from the previous day when the sect leader had taken Su Yunfeng away. "No, the sect leader treated me kindly, encouraging me to work hard and strive for promotion to an inner sect disciple," Su Yunfeng replied, conveniently omitting the details of his massage for the sect leader. "Well, as long as he did not trouble you," Li Yifeng nodded, then asked, "What did you gain from your trip to the ancient ruins?" At Li Yifeng's question, Su Yunfeng suddenly slapped his forehead. "I indeed made quite a significant gain." He swiftly retrieved the corpse of the demon serpent, having already given the demon core to Lin Xiyan, and received 100-fold return from the system, obtaining a true dragon demon core. He intended to keep the existence of the true dragon demon core a secret, for its origins were murky. After the demon serpent had swallowed him, he was fortunate that his body had been tempered by the essence of true dragon blood, rendering him exceptionally resilient. Otherwise, he would have been dissolved by the serpent's potent gastric acid within moments. During those days spent with Lin Xiyan in that space, they collected the serpent's remains together. Crimson Lizard Demon Serpent, Li Yifeng suddenly sprang from his chair, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. Serpents are formidable beings, second only to dragons. Their blood and flesh are exceptional materials for alchemical concoctions. To acquire even a fragment of such flesh is remarkable, yet Su Yunfeng had obtained an entire serpent. Stretching 100 feet long, Li Yifeng swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with fervor. A fine lad indeed. You have brought me something extraordinary, Li Yifeng, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together, his face nearly splitting with joy. I must report to the sect leader, urging her to bestow upon you great merit. With such an abundance of demon dragon blood and flesh, we can concoct numerous elixirs to enhance our cultivation. The strength of our Lingxiao sect is bound to see a remarkable increase. Upon hearing this, Su Yunfeng's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. It was not merely the thought of gaining credit from Shan Aoxue that thrilled him, but rather the prospect of acquiring elixirs that could elevate his cultivation, a necessity he desperately craved. Adoptive father, when the elixirs are refined, I must have a fair share, he insisted, feeling no shame in his request. After all, the demon dragon was his contribution, and Li Yifeng was his adoptive father, making it entirely reasonable to ask for more. You little rascal, already thinking about the rewards before we've even begun the refining. Li Yifeng retorted with a playful glare, before breaking into a smile. Rest assured, you are my adopted son. Who else would I prioritize? Thank you, adoptive father, Su Yunfeng chuckled. Having a capable and influential adoptive father certainly made things easier. He secured a considerable amount of elixirs from Li Yifeng and did not depart from the alchemy hall until dusk, reveling in his good fortune. How splendid it is to have an adoptive father. I am indeed the favorite child of the sect leader. Su Yunfeng felt elated, knowing that with the elder's backing and the sect leader's favor, he had formidable support, enough to command respect throughout the sect. In stark contrast, Shen Yixing's mood was a world apart. He was seething with rage. Waiting from morning until noon, then from noon until afternoon, and now, as the sun dipped below the horizon, not a trace of Su Yunfeng had emerged, not even a ghostly shadow. Originally intent on confronting him, he found himself enduring a day of torment. His patience had reached its breaking point. Shen Yixing, once clear-headed, was now consumed by fury, fixated solely on teaching Su Yunfeng a harsh lesson. With a loud crash, he crushed the teacup in his hand, his pent-up anger reaching a boiling point, ready to erupt. Qin Gang and Wang Lingshan stood trembling behind him, neither daring to utter a word. Just then, a figure appeared slowly from the distance, drawing the attention of all three like wolves stalking a lone lamb, their eyes glinting with hunger. Su Yunfeng, noticing the trio in the courtyard, narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning icy. While he did not recognize Shen Yixing, he was all too familiar with Qin Gang and Wang Lingshan. Their presence alone signaled trouble. Seeing as I'm in a good mood today, I suggest you leave quickly, he said coolly, casting a disinterested glance at the three. The sect forbade the killing of fellow disciples. At most, it would be a mere test of strength, ultimately meaningless, if not for that rule. Qin Gang and Wang Lingshan would have long since met their end. They remained silent, their eyes filled with malice and mockery as they glared at Su Yunfeng. With Shen Yixing present, they felt emboldened. Envisioning the satisfying scene of Su Yunfeng being subdued. You are Su Yunfeng? Shen Yixing spoke coldly, his eyes ablaze with impatience and fury. Kneel and kowtow 100 times. Huh? Su Yunfeng was taken aback. Now scrutinizing Shen Yixing closely, he was quite a handsome fellow, yet utterly lacking in intellect. With his current backing, he had no reason to fear such a minor figure. With a disdainful scoff, he retorted. Are you a fool? Perhaps you should engage your brain before speaking. Impudent. Shen Yixing, already seething with anger, felt his rage flare even higher at Su Yunfeng's taunt. Without further ado, he extended a massive hand, aiming to crush Su Yunfeng beneath it. How could a mere outer sect disciple escape his grasp? A formidable aura erupted, whipping up fierce winds that rustled his garments. Though infuriated, Shen Yixing did not underestimate his opponent. He unleashed his full power. With his cultivation at the first level of martial emperor, he intended to demonstrate his might to this arrogant outer sect brat, ensuring Su Yunfeng understood the severity of his missteps. The most delighted spectators were Qin Gang and Wang Lingshan, their faces twisted with cruel smiles, reveling in the unfolding drama. Su Yunfeng, you think you're invincible? We may not be your match, but with our backing, you are as good as defeated. Brother, did you see? Sister is avenging you. Wang Lingshan thought gleefully, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks at the prospect of retribution. As the confrontation escalated, the overwhelming pressure of the first level of martial emperor bore down upon Su Yunfeng, enveloping him entirely. How dare a mere outer sect disciple kill someone close to me and act so brazenly before me? You shall pay dearly. Shen Yixing's voice dripped with fury as he brought his hand down, intent on obliterating Su Yunfeng on the spot. To hell with this. Even a clay figurine has its breaking point, and Su Yunfeng, who had never been one to back down, shouted in anger in an instant. He sprang forward, appearing before Shen Yixing, raising his hand high before delivering a powerful slap across Shen Yixing's handsome face. The turnaround was so swift that no one anticipated that Su Yunfeng would not only avoid being subdued but would instead take the offensive. With a resounding crack, Shen Yixing was sent flying, his mouth crooked and his body twisted as he crashed into a stone table. The impact shattered the table into pieces, a testament to the force behind that slap. Shen Yixing was left dazed. By the time he regained his senses, he was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, particularly on the left side of his face. He spat out a mouthful of blood, revealing several shattered teeth within. Ah, ah! Shen Yixing's screams echoed, the pain rendering his complexion pallid. As the sect leader's nephew, he had never endured such a brutal beating. You dare strike me? Do you even know who I am? Shen Yixing's eyes were filled with venom and rage as he turned to Su Yunfeng, his voice a hoarse shout. Shut up, Su Yunfeng retorted, seizing a shard of stone from the ground and lunging at Shen Yixing, mounting him and using the shard like a brick to pound down on his face. This is for your arrogance, for your insolence. Each strike of the stone elicited a wail of agony from Shen Yixing. His face was rendered unrecognizable, his nose broken and flattened, all his teeth gone, swallowed in his own blood. Stop, Su Yunfeng, stop. Qin Gang and Wang Lingshan finally reacted, their expectations turned upside down. The scene they had envisioned, where Su Yunfeng would be effortlessly subdued, was now a chaotic reversal, with him viciously overpowering Shen Yixing. Qin Gang shouted, but Wang Lingshan quickly restrained him, shaking her head with a glimmer of determination in her eyes. In an instant, Qin Gang comprehended her intent, a clever ploy to use Shen Yixing against Su Yunfeng. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Wang Lingshan was indeed a formidable adversary, eager to exploit Shen Yixing to exact revenge on Su Yunfeng. She wished for nothing more than for Shen Yixing to be defeated, knowing it would invoke the wrath of the sect leader and lead to Su Yunfeng's demise. Yet, Qin Gang hesitated. Shen Yixing was his protector, allowing him to assert his influence within the outer sect. If Shen Yixing fell, so too would his privileged existence. Just help me this time, and I shall be yours, Wang Lingshan declared through gritted teeth. Willing to do anything for revenge, even to sell her own body, as an inner sect disciple with beauty that captivated many, including Qin Gang, the opportunity to gain her favor was too tempting to resist. Qin Gang's eyes widened in disbelief and excitement as he swallowed hard, contemplating the extraordinary turn of events. Then, with a sharp slap, Wang Lingshan was sent flying. Damn it, that fool, that wretched woman dares to frame me. Although Qin Gang is wicked, he is not foolish. Sacrificing a powerful backer for a woman is hardly wise. With his status in the outer sect, he could choose any female disciple he desired. To forsake an entire forest for a single tree? Only a fool would act so. Wang Lingshan, dazed and reeling from the impact, could not comprehend why Qin Gang had suddenly struck her, especially after she had humbled herself. In that moment, her heart brimmed with an overwhelming sense of injustice and resentment. Stop it, Su Yunfeng. Senior brother Shen is the sect master's nephew. If anything happens to him, the sect master will not spare you. Qin Gang, too intimidated to approach, shouted at the top of his lungs. Hearing this, Su Yunfeng indeed ceased his relentless assault on Shen Yixing. The sect master's nephew? His expression turned bizarre. The sect master's nephew? Wasn't that his own nephew? How could his nephew dare to attack him, his own uncle? Is there no law? Is there no justice? If he did not beat you to a pulp today, Su Yunfeng would turn the world upside down. Just when they thought Su Yunfeng would hesitate, he surprisingly increased his attack speed. The stones in his hands fell like rain upon Shen Yixing. Ah, ah, ah. Shen Yixing could no longer form words, only howling like a wounded dog. Qin Gang was stunned. Su Yunfeng had truly lost his mind. Knowing Shen Yixing's identity, He showed no signs of stopping and instead became even more ferocious. This was clearly a desperate attempt to drag Shen Yixing down with him as he faced certain death. Realizing this, panic engulfed him. He could neither fight back nor call for help. He was utterly helpless. Meanwhile, Wang Lingshan was equally bewildered, but she soon burst into laughter, a joyous and liberating laughter. It appeared that Su Yunfeng had become ruthless, determined to take Shen Yixing down with him. Once Shen Yixing was dead, Su Yunfeng would surely meet the same fate in the end. Her brother's vengeance would be fulfilled. Brother, rest in peace. That little scoundrel Su Yunfeng will soon be dead. Tears of joy streamed from the corners of Wang Lingshan's eyes. Finally, the heavens net, though vast, would not let him escape. Su Yunfeng was destined to face death. Senior sister, does what you said earlier still hold true? Qin Gang, at a loss for solutions, hurried to Wang Lingshan's side and spoke cautiously. Chapter 70 Humph. It's all that wretched junior brother's fault for leading me astray. Senior sister, does what you said earlier still hold true? Qin Gang, at a loss for solutions, hurried to Wang Lingshan's side and spoke cautiously. Wang Lingshan gave a cold huff, her gaze instantly turning icy, and suddenly delivered a kick to Qin Gang's most vulnerable area. Ah, ah, ah. Another agonized scream echoed in the arena. Compared to Shen Yixing's cries, Qin Gang's wails were even more tragic, evoking images of a brother being cruelly harmed. Wretched man. Wang Lingshan hissed coldly, delivering several more heavy kicks. Qin Gang writhed in pain, his eyes rolling back. He was utterly ruined, completely incapacitated. Forget about the forest. He had lost everything. Of course, Su Yunfeng, upon realizing that Shen Yixing was Shen Aoshue's nephew, also moderated his blows. What seemed like a ferocious beating only resulted in superficial injuries. A dose of healing pills and some rest would suffice for recovery. Junior brother? At that moment, a voice filled with astonishment rang out, followed by the arrival of Lin Xiyan, clad in crimson, descending into the courtyard. She wore a puzzled expression. In the courtyard, two groups were engaged in conflict, one wielding stone bricks to pummel their opponent, while the other, Wang Lingshan, was mercilessly stomping on someone. The contrasting cries of anguish could be heard from afar, one like a dog, the other like a pig. Senior sister, you've arrived. Su Yunfeng leaped off Shen Yixing's body, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Beating someone is truly exhausting. It's only been a short while, and I'm drenched. Junior brother, who is he? Lin Xiyan asked curiously, glancing at the now unrecognizable Shen Yixing. Oh, I don't know him. But I heard them say he seems to be the sect master's nephew. Su Yunfeng replied nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. The sect master's nephew? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiyan was taken aback. She never expected that her junior brother had turned the sect master's nephew into a pig's head. What would they do now? The sect master was notoriously protective. Her junior brother was in deep trouble. Junior brother, while the sect master is still unaware, you should quickly leave the mountain and hide for a while. Come back once the sect master's anger has subsided. Lin Xiyan urged, her face filled with concern, pushing Su Yunfeng toward the exit of the courtyard. The sect master's wrath could have dire consequences. With a single slap, he could obliterate her junior brother, and that would be catastrophic. She had finally managed to be with him, even if it was under somewhat clandestine circumstances. How could she bear to watch him be punished by the sect master? Senior sister, are you worried about me? Su Yunfeng looked at her, teasingly raising an eyebrow and laughing heartily. Lin Xiyan shot him an exasperated glare and said urgently, What time is it, and you still have the mood to joke? Senior sister, there's no need to panic. It's just the sect master's nephew. What's the big deal? The sect has its rules. A prince and a commoner are equally guilty. I don't believe the sect master would indiscriminately punish me for his nephew. Hearing Su Yunfeng's words, Lin Xiyan was furious, her teeth grinding. Can it be the same? This is the cultivation world. This is Lingxiao sect. The sect master's overprotective nature doesn't care about right or wrong. Anyone who bullies her kin will surely face dire consequences. I know the sect master's temper very well. You should leave the mountain and hide. As she spoke, Lin Xiyan continued to push Su Yunfeng toward the exit, but he stood his ground. Senior sister, how about we make a bet? Seeing Su Yunfeng's unwavering confidence, Lin Xiyan felt helpless. She secretly thought that at worst, she would just reveal their relationship to the sect master. Given the sect master's fondness for her as a disciple, she probably wouldn't impose a severe punishment on her junior brother. Although it felt a bit unfair to her junior sister, she had made up her mind. "What shall we bet on?" she asked. "Let us wager whether the sect master will punish me," Su Yunfeng whispered in her ear. "If I win, I want to initiate intelligent driving." Lin Xian's face flushed at his words, and she shot him a playful glare. Filled with allure, having followed Su Yunfeng for so long, she was well aware of the little secrets they shared, especially regarding certain technical terms. "And if you lose?" Lin Xian's cheeks reddened further as she bit her luscious lips. After speaking, she immediately covered her flushed face, feeling embarrassed, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. "Humph, it's all that wretched junior brother's fault for leading me astray," she rationalized to herself. After all, it wasn't her fault. It was all that wretched junior brother's doing. "Oh, senior sister, could I possibly lose?" Su Yunfeng declared confidently. "What of the sect master's nephew? Who is he?" "I am the sect master's man. Surely, I have the upper hand in this matter, Su Yunfeng. You're definitely doomed." Just as the two were discussing their wager, Shan Yixing's voice, filled with fury and hatred, rang out from the side. The dignified sect master's nephew had been turned into a pig's head by an outer sect disciple. How could he possibly swallow this humiliation? He vowed to have his aunt kill Su Yunfeng. Su Yunfeng was as good as dead. That was Shan Yixing's decree. Even a divine being could not save him. "Oh, so you still have the strength to talk? It seems I might have gone a bit easy on you," Su Yunfeng mocked, rolling up his sleeves and picking up a stone that resembled a brick, preparing to deliver another round of strikes. "Ah, ah, ah." Shan Yixing's cries of agony reverberated once more, punctuated by the rhythmic sound of slapping. "You pig-headed fool, you are in this sorry state and still making threats? It's only because I'm kind-hearted that I'm not killing you. Go outside and try your luck. I guarantee you'll be finished in no time. Remember this, keep a low profile and don't be so arrogant." Su Yunfeng patted Shan Yixing's swollen face, speaking in a tone akin to a mentor chastising a wayward student. He was merely trying to embrace the role of an elder. Shan Yixing was nearly bursting with rage. "Am I being arrogant? You're more arrogant than I am. You dared to strike the sect master's nephew. Is there anyone more brazen than you?" He clenched his jaw, unwilling to speak further. He had realized that Su Yunfeng was the kind of person who demanded respect. If one did not comply, they would be met with punishment. The wise man does not incur immediate losses. A gentleman can wait 2 hours for revenge. What of it? As long as Su Yunfeng released him, he would immediately seek out his aunt, the sect master, to avenge this humiliation. The sect master was exceptionally protective and would undoubtedly reduce this outer sect disciple to ashes. The subsequent events had already played out in his mind. Endure for now and seek revenge later. "Since Shan Yixing has fallen silent, I am satisfied." Su Yunfeng nodded in approval. He then unabashedly declared, "I know you will definitely go to the sect master for revenge. Instead of going back and forth, why not let me accompany you? It'll save us both some trouble." Chapter 71. Aunt, what is going on? In the back mountain of the sect, Shin Aoshue was preparing to bathe. Suddenly, the delicate arch of her brow flickered slightly, and a sound-transmitting jade slip within her storage ring began to glow. With a gentle motion of her jade-like hand, the jade slip materialized in her palm. Yixing has emerged from seclusion? This sound-transmitting jade slip belonged to her dear nephew, Shan Yixing. A smile of gratification blossomed on Shan Aoshue's face. This child, Yixing, has always been intelligent and gifted. He must have broken through to the martial emperor realm during his retreat. What sort of gift should I prepare for him? As her divine sense lightly swept across the jade slip, its contents instantly manifested in her mind. "Aunt, I've been attacked. You must seek justice for me." The heartrending cry of Shan Yixing echoed within her consciousness. "What?" Shen Aoshue's expression immediately turned frosty, a formidable pressure emanating from her graceful form, chilling the air around her. The temperature in the surrounding space plummeted, and the raindrops outside the window rapidly crystallized into ice. "How dare someone lay a hand on my nephew? This is intolerable." Shin Aoshue's countenance was as cold as frost, her heart brimming with murderous intent. In this world, her two nephews were the closest to her. Anyone who harmed her kin would pay a terrible price. Moreover, this was the Ling Shao sect, her domain. How could the sect leader fail to protect her own family? Impossible! No matter who it is, I shall flay you alive. A glint of chilling malice flashed in Shan Aoshue's icy eyes. Upon hearing Shan Yixing's pitiful voice, a vivid image of him gravely injured formed in her mind. In the next instant, she vanished from the room, reappearing in the grand hall of the sect. Just as she arrived, a staggering figure rushed in. Who else could it be but Shan Yixing? However, he was now unrecognizable, his face swollen beyond semblance, his once large eyes reduced to mere slits. Aunt. Shan Yixing's woeful cry resonated, and the mere utterance of those two words conveyed boundless grievance and humiliation. Yixing? Shen Ao Shui was momentarily taken aback, utterly unable to recognize her nephew in such a pitiful state. How could anyone dare to beat her nephew so severely? They were courting death. Aunt, you must avenge me. Shan Yixing collapsed to the ground, weeping and wailing in a state of distress. Seeing her nephew in such a dire condition filled Shen Ao Shui with a sense of urgency. She swiftly flew to Shan Yixing, grasping his arm to hoist him from the floor. Yixing, do not cry. Your aunt is here. I will surely avenge you. As she examined Shan Yixing's tragic state up close, her heart ached with compassion, yet it was ablaze with unquenchable fury, and no matter who was responsible, they would meet a dreadful fate. Aunt, you must help me kill him. Shan Yixing gritted his teeth, speaking with cold malice. Rest assured, I will seek vengeance for you. Whoever dared to strike my nephew in the Ling Shao sect shall not live. Shen Ao Shui's expression darkened ominously, her voice imbued with an ice-cold authority. Thank you, Aunt. Shan Yixing nodded vigorously, wiping away the tears from his eyes, a fierce glint flashing within their depths. Hu Yunfeng, I shall see what means you possess. How dare a mere outer sect disciple lay hands on me? If I do not end your life today, I shall take your surname, he thought viciously, his mood inexplicably lifting at the prospect of seeing Su Yunfeng crushed to dust. At that moment, two figures entered from outside, none other than Su Yunfeng and Lin Xian. Master! Lin Xian reverently bowed, calling out. Following her, Su Yunfeng clasped his fists and respectfully greeted, disciple pays respects to the sect leader. Shen Ao Shui cast a glance at Lin Xian before her gaze settled on Su Yunfeng. With a slight frown, she inquired, What brings you here? Just as Lin Xian was about to speak in Su Yunfeng's defense, she saw Shan Yixing furiously pointing at Su Yunfeng, exclaiming, Aunt, it was him. Su Yunfeng is the one who did this to me. You must avenge me. Upon hearing this, Shen Ao Shui's mind buzzed with disbelief. Su Yunfeng had struck Shan Yixing. She turned her gaze towards Su Yunfeng, her eyes revealing confusion and inquiry. Su Yunfeng, perceptive to her expression, spoke candidly, Sect leader, what Shen Shixiang said is true. I indeed struck him. Shen Ao Shui took a deep breath, her tone steady as she asked, Why did you strike him? Shan Yixing and Lin Xian exchanged puzzled glances, their minds swirling with questions. Why was the sect leader not immediately taking action? This was peculiar. Master, he is the one who bullied me. Why do you not strike him down? Shan Yixing exclaimed, desperation creeping into his voice. Yixing, do you think your aunt is one to act without discernment? I will ensure you receive justice once I ascertain the truth. Shen Ao Shui replied, her tone softening, her demeanor resembling that of a caring older sister. But, Aunt, Shan Yixing attempted to argue, urging Shen Ao Shui to take decisive action against Su Yunfeng. However, Shen Ao Shui's gaze sharpened as she shot him a cold glare. Are you instructing me on how to handle this? Shan Yixing was left dumbfounded. What had happened to his aunt? He recalled the times when other sects bullied him, and she would unsheath her sword without a second thought, fiercely defending him. Yet now, her reaction was entirely different. He could not comprehend or accept this change. Shen Ao Shui redirected her attention to Su Yunfeng, her eyes narrowing slightly as she regarded him. Her gaze now considerably softened. Tell me, did he bully you, or what transpired? This question left Shan Yixing utterly bewildered. Aunt had lost her mind. I am the victim here. I am the one who was attacked. How could she be acting like this? Su Yunfeng glanced at Shen Yixing with a subtle smile before bowing and stating, Sect leader, it was indeed Shen Shixiang who bullied me. I acted in self-defense. And accidentally, he slipped and fell, allowing me to strike him down. He then recounted the events, slightly altering the narrative to emphasize that he bore no fault, placing all the blame on Shan Yixing. Listening to this, Shan Yixing gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear Su Yunfeng apart on the spot. After Su Yunfeng finished, Shen Ao Shui's expression darkened once more, her gaze icy. Observing her reaction, Shan Yixing felt a surge of relief. His aunt would surely help him regain his honor, and no matter how Su Yunfeng tried to justify his actions, familial bonds would prevail. Su Yunfeng, prepare to meet your end? Yet, to his astonishment, Shin Ao Shui delivered a resounding slap to his face, leaving him utterly bewildered. No? Why are you hitting me? Shouldn't you be punishing Su Yunfeng? Shin Yixing protested, clutching his swollen face. Utterly perplexed by his aunt's behavior. Humph, there is no aunt here. You shall address me as sect leader, Shin Ao Shui retorted coldly, her expression stern as she gazed at Shan Yixing, disappointment etched across her face. Look at you, neglecting your training and causing trouble everywhere, using our relationship to bully your peers. I have tolerated you for far too long. From today onward, you shall remain confined to your courtyard for a month to reflect on your actions. Her words struck Shan Yixing's heart like 1,000 blades. He was on a quest for vengeance, yet he found himself slapped and grounded. Aunt's affection had transformed into something unrecognizable. Noticing Shan Yixing's silence, Shin Ao Shui's voice rose. Did you hear me? Yes, I heard you, Aunt, Shan Yixing replied, his demeanor wooden, his emotions beyond description. In a word, it was utterly disheartening, shattered. Good. Now go back and reflect. Should I find out you continue to cause trouble, I will flay you alive. Shin Ao Shui shot him a warning glance, her tone stern. Understood, Shan Yixing mumbled, dazed and confused as he left. Even upon returning to his courtyard, he could not fathom how his aunt had changed so drastically. As soon as he arrived, Wang Lingshan, who had been waiting eagerly, rushed up to him. Shin Shixiang, has that bastard Su Yunfeng met his demise? In her eyes, there was no way Su Yunfeng could escape. He was doomed. The mere thought of his earlier humiliation ignited Shan Yixing's anger, and he slapped Wang Lingshan across the face, sending her reeling. Get lost. Just get out of my sight. Shan Yixing roared, unleashing all his pent-up frustration. Wang Lingshan, clutching her swollen face, bit her lip, her eyes filled with unbridled resentment. Upon witnessing Shan Yixing's reaction, she had already surmised the outcome. Su Yunfeng was indeed alive. Without pausing, she rose from the ground and silently departed, not hesitating for a moment. To her, it was clear that since Shan Yixing could not deal with Su Yunfeng, he had become of no further use. Remaining here would merely squander her time. She resolved to seek a more formidable ally, determined to eliminate Su Yunfeng at any cost. In the grand hall of Lingxiao's sect, Su Yunfeng deeply bowed, his demeanor imbued with utmost sincerity and respect as he expressed his gratitude to Shan Ao Shui. Thank you, sect master, for upholding justice on behalf of your disciple. Humph, though your actions were in self-defense, the fact remains that you have inflicted such harm upon a fellow disciple. While you may evade the death penalty, a living punishment is inescapable, Shin Ao Shui replied, her tone laced with a hint of coldness, her gaze sharpening compared to earlier. Lin Xian immediately rushed to defend Su Yunfeng. Master, Su Shidi acted in self-defense. He should not be punished. Shin Ao Shui's gaze swiftly fell upon Lin Xian, who had spoken, and she responded with a disinterested hum. This matter does not concern you. You may leave. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's expression changed to one of urgency, and she was about to speak again, but a stern glare from Shan Ao Shui silenced her. Are you disregarding your master's words? I would not dare, Lin Xian replied, feeling helpless. She cast a worried glance at Su Yunfeng before exiting the hall. Once they were alone, Shin Ao Shui's expression returned to normal. With a graceful sweep of her sleeve, she directly led Su Yunfeng to the back mountain. Come here, in a spacious chamber. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air, rich yet not overpowering. Shin Ao Shui shed her violet outer robe, leaving only a light veil, and languidly reclined on the long, soft couch. Calling out lazily, Su Yunfeng promptly approached with eager steps, familiar with his task as he began to massage her shoulders. It must be said that Shan Ao Shui's skin was remarkably smooth. As he gently kneaded her shoulders, he softly inquired, Sect Master, is the pressure to your liking? Shan Ao Shui closed her eyes, a look of enjoyment crossing her features as she responded with a soft hum. 2 hours later, Shin Ao Shui tossed a storage ring to him, saying, Inside are elixirs and spirit stones that will aid in your cultivation. Su Yunfeng was somewhat bewildered. Shouldn't he be the one giving her gifts? Why was it the other way around? Your aptitude is too poor. Only an 8th or even 9th grade marrow cleansing pill can alter your potential. However, Such esteemed alchemists are few and far between on this continent. Given our Lingxiao sect standing, we are not yet in a position to summon such high-caliber individuals. Utilize these elixirs and spirit stones. If your aptitude fails, compensate with these items. There will be some effect. Additionally, there is a token within, imbued with a portion of my attack. Safeguard yourself when you venture outside, as it could prove life-saving in times of peril. Lying on the soft couch, Shen Aoshue supported her head with one hand. Gazing at Su Yunfeng with an expression that conveyed her intent to nurture her man with special care, Su Yunfeng listened, but his mind was clouded at that moment. His thoughts were entirely consumed by her presence. As he swallowed hard, he turned to Shen Aoshue and earnestly declared, "Sect Master, I actually possess a method that can rapidly enhance my cultivation." Upon hearing this, Shen Aoshue raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What method, that one?" Su Yunfeng replied, seemingly hinting at something deeper. Which one?" Shen Aoshue asked, clearly perplexed, failing to grasp his meaning. "That one," he reiterated with a firmer tone. "Which one?" Shen Aoshue remained bewildered, her brow furrowed in confusion. Su Yunfeng contemplated briefly before attempting a different approach. "It's like what we did in the cave. I saw it in the scripture pavilion." Unfortunately, before he could finish, he was unceremoniously dismissed by Shen Aoshue, who finally understood his implications. With a huff, she thought to herself, "You're far too weak. Do not even think about it now." Su Yunfeng, upon hearing this, felt a glimmer of hope. The fact that he was told not to think about it now suggested that perhaps, in the future, he could. He quickly sprang to his feet, brushing off the dirt, and rushed back to his room, impatiently asking, "Sect Master, what realm must I reach to accomplish that?" Chapter 73. I've caught you. Surprised or not, Shen Aoshue shot Su Yunfeng an exasperated glare, muttering something coarse under her breath. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "To earn my recognition, you must at least reach the Martial Emperor realm." Martial Emperor realm? Su Yunfeng chuckled inwardly. Wasn't that a simple task? As long as he helped Qi Hongyue and Lin Xian elevate their cultivation, his own would naturally follow suit. He resolved to request more elixirs for cultivation from his adoptive father, intending to offer them to the two as treats. Determined to savor the fruits of his sect master's affections, he steeled himself with determination. With newfound confidence, he promptly replied, "All right, sect master, wait for me. Whoever reneges will be the little dog." Shen Aoshue let out a melodic laugh, unbothered. I shall wait. Die in her heart. She believed that Su Yunfeng would never attain the Martial Emperor realm. Her words were merely a means to spur him on in his cultivation. As for anything beyond that, it would depend on future developments. If their feelings deepened and blossomed naturally, achieving the Martial Emperor realm might not even be a prerequisite. Emerging from the back mountain and returning to his courtyard, he pushed open the door only to find someone lying on his bed. Without a doubt, it was Lin Xian. His senior sister had come to assist him with his training. Such a wonderful senior sister was hard to come by. He vowed to repay her kindness tenfold. He chuckled to himself, gently closing the door, and stealthily made his way over, ready to give her a grand embrace. As he approached the bedside, he opened his arms wide for an embrace. "Ha! Caught you, surprised or not?" Su Yunfeng laughed heartily, reveling in his triumph. However, in a moment of realization, he became utterly flabbergasted. Something was amiss. Wait, I grabbed the wrong person. His heart raced as he recognized that the person in his arms was not Lin Xian but someone else entirely. In the dim light, it was impossible to discern who it was. If it wasn't Lin Xian, the most likely candidate was Qi Hongyue, as only the two frequently visited this place. Faced with this possibility, he quickly pondered how to proceed. Should he embrace the mistake and initiate a profound conversation about enlightenment, or maintain the image he had in her heart? Damn it, should he act like a beast or be even less than that? In the blink of an eye, the woman in his embrace snapped back to reality and let out a startled scream. Su Yunfeng steeled himself. To hell with it. Today, I shall embrace my inner beast. He tightened his grip, preparing for the next step when suddenly, a melodious voice, tinged with distress, echoed from the courtyard. "Shitty, it's me. Let go. You're hurting me." Hearing Qi Hongyue's voice, filled with trepidation, Su Yunfeng's heart softened instantly. Ultimately, he opted to play the role of a virtuous man rather than a beast. With a sheepish smile, he slowly released his grip, feigning surprise as he exclaimed, "Senior sister, How is it you? I thought I had caught a thief. With that, he hurriedly lit the lamp on the table. Illuminating the room, there, clad in white, Chi Hongyue stood with her arms protectively crossed over her chest, her head lowered in shyness, unable to meet his gaze. Clearing his throat to break the silence, he asked, "Senior sister, what brings you here so late?" Chi Hongyue remained with her head down, obscuring her eyes and expression. Yet, the rosy hue of her ears betrayed her embarrassment. "I heard from senior sister that you had a conflict with Shan Yixing, and master kept you here. I wanted to check on you, but I must have dozed off while waiting." Chi Hongyue's voice was soft and gentle, revealing her concern and worry. Yu Yunfeng silently scolded himself for his earlier thoughts. While his senior sister was worried about his well-being, he had been contemplating mischief. What a beast he had been. Feeling a pang of guilt, he stepped closer and stood before Chi Hongyue, softly saying, "Thank you, senior sister, for your concern. I truly appreciate it. Knowing that you care for me, Su Yunfeng, is worth dying for." Slowly, Chi Hongyue lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with a watery brilliance, filled with tenderness akin to autumn waters. Beneath her veil, her luscious lips parted slightly as she softly called out, "Shidit." Su Yunfeng gazed at her, his own eyes reflecting the same warmth and affection. "Senior sister." He extended his arms gently, yearning to embrace the enchanting figure before him. Chi Hongyue's heart raced uncontrollably, as if it might leap from her chest. Overwhelmed by shyness, she did not resist, merely shutting her eyes slightly. "Shidi, are you back?" Just as Su Yunfeng's hands were about to meet her, a clear voice rang out from the courtyard. Yu Yunfeng inwardly cursed. Chi Hongyue, startled like a frightened rabbit, instantly sprang back, creating distance between them. At that moment, a flash of crimson dashed through the doorway, none other than Lin Xiyan. Su Yunfeng's lips twitched. "Senior sister, your timing is impeccable. I must address your habit of being a timely rain. Junior sister, what brings you here at this hour?" Upon entering the room, Lin Xian's gaze did not immediately fall upon Su Yunfeng, but rather on the bowed figure of Chiu Hongyue. Chiu Hongyue appeared as though she had been caught in a moment of guilt, her nervousness causing her words to stumble. "I came to check on my junior brother. To see if he is all right, I will leave immediately." Having uttered this, she darted away like the wind, not even pausing to bid farewell to Su Yunfeng. "How peculiar," Lin Xian remarked, watching as Chiu Hongyue vanished into the night. Before she could turn around, a sudden warmth enveloped her waist as a pair of strong hands encircled her. At that moment, she heard Su Yunfeng's voice. "Senior sister, you are being punished." The following day dawned bright and clear. Lin Xian stealthily made her escape. Her junior brother was growing increasingly powerful, and she found herself unable to withstand him any longer. Yu Yunfeng mused to himself, "So you are afraid now? Has this impulsive nature of yours finally been tempered?" Meanwhile, in Shan Yixing's residence, a figure approached with a light-hearted stride, easily pushing open the door. "Brother, I heard you have emerged from seclusion, so I came to see you." The visitor was none other than Shan Yixing's younger brother, Shen Yichen. With a cheerful expression, Shen Yichen entered the room, having brought back 2 jars of fine wine that he intended to share with his brother in celebration. However, upon scanning the room and finding no sign of his brother, Shen Yichen proceeded deeper inside. As he crossed the threshold of the inner chamber, he unexpectedly collided with a figure whose face was completely wrapped in bandages, leaving only the eyes visible. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Yichen unleashed a powerful punch directly at the person's forehead. The figure, caught off guard, stumbled and fell to the ground. Shen Yichen sprang up and landed heavily on the person, raising his fists to strike. "You damn assassin, trying to kill my brother? I'll beat you to death." With fists flying in a flurry, Shen Yichen struck mercilessly, showing no restraint. The audacity of this intruder, daring to trespass into his brother's abode while concealing their identity, was unforgivable. The cries of pain echoed, evoking sympathy from any who might hear. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the figure beneath him, sending Shen Yichen flying backward. Frowning, Shen Yichen realized that this person was far stronger than he. Without hesitation, he summoned a token, and in an instant, a formidable energy enveloped the entire room. "Intruder, if you dare resist again, I will send you to your grave," Shen Yichen bellowed. This token, a protective charm given to him by his aunt during his last journey, contained immense power akin to that of a martial emperor. Although his opponent was stronger, such an attack would surely overpower them. "Stop!" the figure shouted, their voice rising in pitch with indignation. "I am your brother." With that, the bandages were hastily removed, revealing a face swollen beyond recognition, with fresh and old bruises marring it. Shin Ichin's eyes widened in disbelief. "Damn it, you are my brother? I might as well be your father. In that state, you dare pretend to be my brother? Prepare to meet your end. Curse it!" Shin Iching exclaimed, quickly retrieving his identification token and other items to prove his identity. Upon seeing some familiar belongings, Shan Ichin froze, his movements halting. "You are really my brother?" Confusion filled his gaze as he struggled to reconcile the sight of his once handsome brother now resembling a grotesque figure. "I remember when you were 7. You wet the bed, and when you were 8, you peeked at the elders bathing." Shin Iching growled through gritted teeth. "Enough, I believe you. You are indeed my brother," Shin Ichin interrupted, now certain of his brother's identity. "Who did this to you? I must avenge you." The sight of his brother in such a disheveled state ignited a fierce desire for retribution within him. "Su Yunfeng." Shin Iching seethed, a glint of cold fury shining in his eyes. Recalling the events of the previous day, his anger flared anew. All night long, he had been unable to fathom why their aunt had not dealt with Su Yunfeng on the spot, even going so far as to impose punishment on him instead. "Su Yunfeng?" Shin Ichin furrowed his brow, swiftly searching his memories for the name. "Is it that Su Yunfeng from the outer sect?" "Yes, it is he," Shin Iching affirmed vehemently. Shin Ichin recalled the time he had visited Qianyuan City and how Su Yunfeng had treated him generously for 3 days. He had heard that Su Yunfeng had successfully passed the trials to become an outer sect disciple, but thereafter, he had not paid him much mind, considering his own status. To his shock, he learned that this very Su Yunfeng had beaten his brother into such a pitiful state. "You are in for it now, Su Yunfeng. You will pay dearly for this," Shin Ichin vowed, determined to avenge his brother. Yet, a moment of doubt crept in. If his brother, who was stronger than he, had been defeated, would he not be walking into a similar fate? His gaze fell upon the token in his hand, and with it, he was emboldened. "And no matter your tricks, you will bow before me." He refrained from asking whether their aunt was aware of this incident, for he understood his brother's pride. As a core disciple of the inner sect, it would be a shameful affair to be bested by an outer sect disciple. Thus, he vowed to confront Su Yunfeng and return to surprise his brother. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he departed, eager to seek vengeance. Upon leaving Shan Iching, Shin Ichin swiftly made his way to the outer sect area, intercepting an outer sect disciple to inquire about Su Yunfeng's residence. "Humph, Su Yunfeng, how dare you strike my brother? Today, I will see you dead, and no one shall save you." Meanwhile, Su Yunfeng, just having risen, sneezed thrice in succession. "Is my senior sister thinking of me?" he mused, rubbing his nose. Last night had been a disappointment. The atmosphere had been ripe for intimacy, only to be interrupted by Lin Xiyan. Fortunately, he had managed to garner some benefits from her, experiencing an advanced intelligent driving system. And his cultivation had progressed significantly, elevating him to the 5th level of the martial emperor realm. What outer sect disciple could claim such a level? He wished to conceal his true strength. Otherwise, explaining it to Shin Ao Shui and others would pose a challenge. Thus, he commanded the system to mask his true cultivation, revealing only that of a 1st-level martial master. Just as he opened the door, a figure descended from the sky, landing in his courtyard. Su Yunfeng frowned slightly. He recognized Shin Ichin, a youth he had entertained during his stay in Qianyuan. However, the intensity of Shan Ichin's expression now caused him concern. "Su Yunfeng!" Shin Ichin roared, filled with malice, and without hesitation, activated the token. Instantly, a powerful aura surged forth, overwhelming Su Yunfeng. "You will die for injuring my brother," Shin Ichin shouted, envisioning Su Yunfeng crushed to dust, a cruel smile playing on his lips. He had not even considered the repercussions of taking a life within the sect. The nephew of the sect leader, who would dare punish him? With reckless abandon, he charged forward. How unscrupulous, attacking without warning. Su Yunfeng cursed, his heart racing. Despite being a martial emperor, he felt utterly dwarfed by Shin Ichin's might. In that critical moment, he recalled the talisman given to him by Shin Ao Shui for emergencies. In a rush, he activated it, and with a thunderous crash, unleashed an attack of equal strength to that of Shan Ichin. The two colossal energies collided, sending shockwaves throughout the area. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, sending dust and debris soaring through the air, reminiscent of a global catastrophe. The courtyard was obliterated as the very structures collapsed in an instant, reduced to mere ruins. Although the two individuals attempted to shield themselves, they were nonetheless thrown back several dozen paces by the overwhelming energy waves, coughing up copious amounts of blood. A flicker of shock crossed Sun Yichen's gaze. He never anticipated that Su Yunfeng possessed such formidable means to contend with him. Despite all calculations, he had never foreseen this trump card held by Su Yunfeng. Meanwhile, without a moment's hesitation, Su Yunfeng disregarded the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes glinting with ferocity. With a powerful push of his legs, he surged towards Sun Yichen like an arrow released from its bow. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, he struck decisively. Just as Sun Yichen steadied himself, a massive fist appeared before his eyes. Rapidly enlarging, with a resounding thud, Su Yunfeng's fist crashed into his face, breaking his nose upon impact. The tremendous force sent Sun Yichen reeling backward, his body uncontrollably toppled. Before he could react, Su Yunfeng was already perched atop him, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes. The air was filled with sharp, resonant slaps accompanied by Sun Yichen's pitiful cries. He could scarcely believe that he had come seeking vengeance, only to find himself in this humiliating predicament. Amidst his anguished screams, he desperately shouted, "I am the nephew of the sect master. You cannot strike me." However, in response to his threats, Su Yunfeng seemed possessed, showing no sign of relenting. With both hands engaged, he swiftly transformed Sun Yichen into a battered visage, a grotesque caricature. This was a lesson for those who wield their status to oppress the weak. Today, they would learn a memorable lesson, of course. Su Yunfeng had no intention of inflicting fatal harm. He refrained from utilizing his powers, relying solely on his physical strength. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to leave Sun Yichen in considerable pain in the rear mountains of Lingxiao sect. Shen Aoshue's beautiful eyes suddenly shot open. With a graceful gesture, her purple gown enveloped her in an instant. The next moment, her figure vanished from the room. Just moments ago, she had sensed the fluctuations of her energy. Few within the sect possessed her energy token. Following the energy wave's direction, she arrived above Su Yunfeng's courtyard in mere breaths. Gazing at the devastation below, Shen Aoshue furrowed her brow in concern. The sounds of distress echoed nearby, and upon investigation, she spotted two figures, one straddling the other, delivering a relentless beating. "Cease this at once." In an instant, she descended beside them. Su Yunfeng's hand froze mid-air as he looked up sheepishly, saying, "I was merely acting in self-defense. Do you believe me, sect master?" Shen Aoshue shot him a sharp glare, remaining silent. Naturally, Su Yunfeng ceased his assault on Sun Yichen, for striking a nephew in front of his aunt would be a grave affront to familial respect. "Aunt, you must stand up for me," Sun Yichen wailed, tears streaming down his face, his voice laden with indignation. Observing Sun Yichen's battered state, Shen Aoshue felt a surge of anger. However, upon realizing that it was Su Yunfeng who had delivered the blows, her ire dissipated. "Aunt, look at what he has done to me. You must help me avenge this, aunt," Sun Yichen cried, his voice thick with grievance and fury. His aunt had always favored him and his brother, never allowing them to suffer any injustice. Now, with Su Yunfeng mercilessly pummeling him, he believed he had caught her in the act. Yet, her response was entirely contrary to his expectations. She displayed little anger. Sun Yichen rubbed his swollen eyes, questioning whether he was seeing clearly. "What is happening?" Shen Aoshue ignored him, directing her gaze towards Su Yunfeng, her tone devoid of any trace of anger. Su Yunfeng shrugged, adopting an innocent expression as he stated, "What else could it be? He likely came seeking revenge and started with a powerful strike. Thankfully, I had my own countermeasures. Otherwise, it could have ended badly." Without needing to be told, Shen Aoshue deduced the likely scenario. After Sun Yixing was attacked yesterday, Sun Yichen sought retribution today, clearly intent on revenge. However, she never imagined that Sun Yichen would wield the very means she had provided for his survival. Fortunately, she had given Su Yunfeng a token containing her energy. Otherwise, as he had mentioned, the consequences could have been fatal. The thought of her nephew nearly causing her beloved companion's demise filled Shen Aoshue with indignation. Unfilial nephew, You nearly rendered me a widow. Grasping Shun Yichen's ear, she hoisted him up, admonishing him with a tone of disappointment. You constantly stir up trouble, even threatening your fellow disciples. Were it not for our blood relation, I would have slapped you into submission. From this day forth, you shall reflect upon your actions in solitude for an entire month. But aunt, I was the one who was attacked. Shun Yichen blinked in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend why his aunt was not avenging him but instead chastising him. This was a complete upheaval of his previous understanding. Slap! Shen Aoshua's hand met his face, jolting him back to reality. I warn you, should you continue your reckless behavior, I shall break your limbs, do you understand? Shen Aoshua's expression was stern, her voice cold and unwavering. Shen Yichen, frightened, nodded repeatedly. I understand. I understand. He could not fathom why his aunt had abandoned him. He had always believed that whenever he was wronged, she would stand by his side. Throughout his life, she had never treated him with such coldness. The warmth of his aunt's affection had transformed. Get lost? Shen Aoshua kicked Shen Yichen, sending him sprawling. He rose, limping away, his mind a muddled mess, unable to comprehend the situation. Unwittingly, he found himself at his brother Shan Yixing's residence. Pushing open the door, he staggered inside. Brother, I have returned. Upon hearing this, Shan Yixing raised an eyebrow, surprised at his brother's swift return. As he wrapped a white bandage around his head, he stepped out from the inner room. Upon seeing Shan Yichen's battered visage, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Finally, he was not the only one wearing the face of a pig. His previously despondent mood lifted significantly. Brother, do you have any sympathy left? I ended up like this while avenging you. And yet you find it amusing. Shen Yichen stormed over, snatching the bandage from his brother's hands to wrap it around his own head. Brother, thank you for standing up for me. You are a good brother. Shan Yixing chuckled, covering his swollen mouth to stifle his laughter. Shan Yichen scowled, yanking the bandage from his brother's face, revealing his own piggish features. Unyielding, Shan Yixing swiftly retaliated by tearing the bandage from Shan Yichen's head. The two pig-headed faces met each other's gaze. Ha ha! They both erupted into laughter. Brother, your face resembles a pig's head. Yours resembles one too. No, you are the pig. Sitting across from each other at the table, both brothers adorned with white bandages concealing their pig-like appearances, Shan Yichen lamented, Brother, aunt has changed. She was never like this before, he pouted, unable to reconcile the situation, as though his mind had rusted into a state of confusion. Despite racking his brain, he could not understand why his aunt treated him this way. Brother, indeed, aunt has changed. We should exercise caution, Shen Yixing replied after a moment of contemplation. He was not one to act thoughtlessly. In the sect, Shen Aoshua had always been their greatest support. Now that their pillar of support had altered its stance, they too needed to adapt. Otherwise, they risked facing her wrath. Damn it, all of this is Su Yunfeng's fault. As thoughts of Su Yunfeng crossed Shen Yichen's mind, he felt a surge of resentment. Back in Qianyang City, he had believed him to be a good person. Now, he realized the truth. What kind of good person hits others? Especially in the face. Shen Yixing, however, pondered even deeper. Reflecting on the events, he noticed something peculiar. When their aunt witnessed Shan Yichen's battered state, he had distinctly felt her anger. Yet upon learning that Su Yunfeng was the perpetrator, her fury had evaporated, only to be directed toward him. Her attitude had undergone a complete reversal. Suddenly, a startling hypothesis emerged in his mind, causing him to recoil in shock. No, it cannot be. He patted his chest, as if recovering from a fright, vigorously shaking his head to dispel the absurd thought. On the other side, after Shan Yichen departed, Su Yunfeng blinked innocently at Shen Aoshua. Sect Master, I have nowhere to sleep tonight. I wish to. After Shan Yichen departed, Su Yunfeng blinked as he gazed at Shen Aoshua. Master, I have nowhere to sleep tonight. I wish to. Shen Aoshua's expression hardened, and she shot a fierce glare at Su Yunfeng. Huffing, are you looking for a beating? Su Yunfeng was instantly rendered speechless. He looked at Shen Aoshua with wide eyes, ready to speak, but she interjected with a snort. What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I'll gouge your eyes out. No, I just wanted it. Su Yunfeng hadn't finished when he was cut off by Shen Aoshua. Even thinking about it is forbidden. Do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. You wish to take this opportunity to have me escort you to my residence, do you not? To fulfill your ulterior motives? Humph, let me assure you that it is utterly impossible. Abandon that thought. Without my approval, you shall never approach me. Su Yunfeng felt utterly dejected. Her words struck a familiar chord, as though he had heard them before. No, master. I merely wanted to inquire if there are any vacant rooms in the outer sect area so that I might relocate. Upon hearing this, Shin Aoshue paused momentarily, a hint of embarrassment flushing her cheeks. She realized she had misinterpreted his intentions. This subtle change did not escape Su Yunfeng's keen observation. It dawned on him that Shin Aoshue had been thinking along a different line. He leaned in closer, an impish grin spreading across his face. Oh ho, master, it seems your thoughts are rather improper. Shin Aoshue's secret was exposed, causing her face to flush with warmth. With a swift motion, she whisked Su Yunfeng away toward the back mountain. Oh my, happiness has come rather abruptly, Su Yunfeng thought, exhilarated. Just moments ago, she had declared he would not be allowed near her, yet now her true nature had been revealed. Perhaps the storm would intensify. However, Su Yunfeng was soon left dumbfounded. Shin Aoshue indeed took action against him, but not in the manner he had anticipated. Rather, she bound him, sealing his cultivation and tying his hands and feet, leaving him dangling like a salted fish from the beam of the room. What is the meaning of this, master? Su Yunfeng squirmed like a worm, attempting to free himself from the ropes. Yet, no matter how he struggled, his efforts were in vain. At that moment, Shin Aoshue emerged from the inner chamber, her body still radiating warmth from a recent bath, her damp hair cascading casually over her shoulders and back. Clad in a delicate purple sheer nightgown, she moved with an elegance that exuded endless charm. Su Yunfeng swallowed hard, his eyes nearly popping out as he beheld such a breathtaking sight. Is it beautiful? Shin Aoshue approached him, gently lifting his chin and inquiring softly. Very beautiful, extraordinarily beautiful. Su Yunfeng nodded vigorously. If this isn't beautiful, then nothing in the world is. Still wish to see more? Shin Aoshue chuckled lightly, subtly sliding down her shoulder strap to reveal a glimmer of pristine skin. Why yes, I want to see. Su Yunfeng's head bobbed like a puppet on a string. Shin Aoshue extended a delicate finger, playfully poking his forehead, her laughter ringing with allure. How about now? Do you still wish to see? With that, she conjured a long whip in her hand and cracked it through the air with a resounding snap. The sharp sound jolting Su Yunfeng back to reality as he hurriedly shook his head. No, no. This beauty before you, and you claim you do not wish to see? Seeking punishment, Shin Aoshue's whip lashed out, striking Su Yunfeng. He yelped, the impact of the whip sending a jolt through him. This was no ordinary whip. The pain was excruciating, and he could only imagine how much worse it would be for an ordinary person. Do you still wish to see? Shin Aoshue inquired, her laughter tinkling like bells. Yes, yes. Su Yunfeng quickly reversed his stance, fearing another whip would come his way. Yet, in the next moment, Shin Aoshue's whip struck him again, and he cried out in pain. You have some nerve, wanting to gaze upon my form, seeking punishment, she chided. Su Yunfeng felt utterly bewildered. Whether he wished to see or not, he was met with punishment either way. Master, please give me a hint. Should I wish to see or not? He lamented. To his surprise, Shin Aoshue's eyes flared with indignation. Dare you call me old? Seeking punishment, with a flurry of strikes, the whip descended upon Su Yunfeng, leaving him with no option but to howl in agony. He could only glare back, thinking, if you strike me with a whip, I shall strike you with my gaze, since we are both destined for suffering. I refuse to lose out, Shin Aoshue, mark my words. One day I shall make you repay this debt 100-fold, and begging for mercy will be futile. The next day, he was unceremoniously cast out, treated like an object to be discarded once used. That ruthless demoness Shin Aoshue had toyed with him for half the night. Thankfully, she had finally grown weary and fallen asleep, or things would have been dire. Nevertheless, he had certainly feasted his eyes. Early in the morning, Shin Aoshue even provided him with healing elixirs to mend his whip wounds. Damn it, that crazy woman, Su Yunfeng cursed inwardly. Within his storage ring, 2 communication jade slips had glowed throughout the night, messages from Qiu Hongyue and Lin Shiyan. After listening to them, his spirits lifted considerably. Why senior sisters care for me, he mused with a soft chuckle. The 2 senior sisters had learned that his courtyard had been reduced to ruins, yet they had been unable to locate him. causing them great concern. He promptly replied to their messages, assuring them of his safety and expressing how much he missed them. Then, he retrieved Su Nian's communication jade slip and sent a message. Elder Su, this is Su Yunfeng. My courtyard has been destroyed, and I require a new one. With his formidable background, even a single mention would overshadow the outer sect elders. The communication jade slip quickly lit up, and Su Nian replied that there were indeed available courtyards and provided him with a location. Following the directions within the jade slip, Su Yunfeng arrived at the designated spot, where outer sect elder Su Nian awaited him. Disciple Su Yunfeng pays respects to Elder Su. He greeted with a slight bow. Su Nian waved his hand with a warm smile. No need for such formality. This is all part of my duties. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. As he spoke, he led Su Yunfeng into the courtyard. This new residence was comparable in size to his previous one, though the layout differed significantly, pleasing Su Yunfeng. Thank you, Elder Su. He expressed his gratitude once more. Not at all. Simply send me a message if you need anything in the future. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Su Nian took his leave. Su Yunfeng tidied up the interior and exterior of the courtyard, arranging every room meticulously. Once finished, he sent another message to his two senior sisters. Before long, two beautiful figures appeared together. Junior brother, are you all right? Upon landing, Qiu Hongyue rushed to his side, inspecting him closely. Lin Xian also cast a concerned glance his way. I'm fine. Thank you both for your concern, Su Yunfeng replied, warmth swelling in his heart. Junior brother, where were you last night? We searched for you everywhere and couldn't find you. Your messages went unanswered, Lin Xian asked, her brow furrowed with worry. The previous night, she and Qiu Hongyue had practically turned the sect upside down in search of him, their anxiety compounded by the silence of his communication. Su Yunfeng dared not confess that he had endured a night of severe punishment at the hands of the sect master. Instead, he sheepishly explained, I was confined by the sect master as punishment and had to spend the whole night reflecting. Hemph, why would the master punish you? Lin Xian pouted, clearly displeased with the sect master's actions. Su Yunfeng scratched his head and recounted the incident involving Shan Xingchen seeking revenge. The two women soon grasped the situation. That moment, a communication jade slip within his storage ring lit up, revealing a message from Shen Oxue. Su Yunfeng frowned. Having just left her presence, what could she want now? What's wrong, junior brother? Qiu Hongyue asked, noticing his change in demeanor. Sisters, please wait here for a moment. The sect master has summoned me. Su Yunfeng replied honestly, though he withheld the specifics. Is something the matter? We should accompany you. Perhaps we can assist, Lin Xian suggested, eager to help. Yes, my sister is right. We will go with you. If the master intends to make things difficult for you, we can intercede on your behalf, they agreed. Qiu Hongyue, this time, did not heed Su Yunfeng's advice and decided to accompany him. Her primary concern was that their master might reprimand her junior brother. Should that indeed happen, they could intervene and plead for leniency. Very well, let us proceed together, Su Yunfeng smiled faintly. From the expressions of his two senior sisters, he could distinctly sense their genuine worry for his safety. Such wonderful senior sisters, how could he bring himself to refuse? Before long, the three arrived at the grand hall of the sect. Upon seeing the three approaching side by side, Shen Aoxue could not help but furrow her delicate brows. When did the two disciples grow so close to Su Yunfeng? She let out a soft huff in her heart, discreetly casting a glare at Su Yunfeng. He naturally caught sight of her glance, a private signal known only to him. The moment he noticed Shen Aoxue glaring at him, his heart raced violently, not out of infatuation with her charm, but from the recollection of his powerlessness the night before. This was precisely why he had hoped to prevent his two senior sisters from following him. He knew Shen Aoxue would surely be angered, and when she was, he would inevitably suffer. Su Yunfeng silently lamented. My fate is indeed cruel. Inside the hall stood two individuals whom Su Yunfeng recognized. One was Yi Chun, and the other was his master, Xiao Yin. The moment he stepped into the hall, he noticed Yi Chun's gaze, which was brazenly scrutinizing Shen Aoxue. What audacity! How dare this crooked-mouthed little dragon glance at my woman? Su Yunfeng coldly snorted inwardly. After they entered, Yi Chun's gaze first swept over Qiu Hongyue before quickly being captivated by Lin Xian. It was his first encounter with Lin Xian, and he was instantly entranced by her beauty. While he dared only to steal glances at Shen Aoxue, Lin Xian was different. She was not the sect master. Hence Yi Chen felt emboldened to admire her openly. Observing his lecherous expression, Su Yunfeng stepped forward to position himself beside Lin Xiyan, blocking Yi Chen's line of sight. Lin Xiyan felt a shiver run down her spine. Uncomfortable under Yi Chen's gaze, Yi Chen's good mood was swiftly shattered, and an intense fury ignited within him, silently vowing to tear Su Yunfeng apart with his own hands. "Greetings, sect master," Su Yunfeng proclaimed with cupped fists. "Greetings, master," both women echoed, bowing respectfully to Shen Aoshue. She nodded, having clearly noticed Su Yunfeng's earlier antics. The corners of her brows twitched slightly, and she added a few mental lashes for Su Yunfeng. Su Yunfeng. "Yi Chen claims you injured him without cause. Is there any truth to that?" At that moment, Shen Aoshue's voice rang out, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if merely inquiring of an ordinary disciple. Su Yunfeng glanced sideways at Yi Chen, then cupped his fists and explained, replying to the sect master, "I did indeed injure Yi Chen, but it was not without reason. He struck first with the intent to kill me." At that, Yi Chen involuntarily shuddered, as if being preyed upon by ferocious beasts, and a chill of fear surged within him. Shen Aoshue inquired with a hint of confusion, her gaze flashing with cold light as she solemnly asked, "What exactly transpired?" She no longer appeared as emotionless as before, but now radiated a hint of anger. Subsequently, Gong Xing recounted the events of the past few days in detail. Qiu Hongyue and Lin Xiyan were somewhat aware of the situation. However, they were not privy to the specifics. Now, as they learned the full details from Su Yunfeng, their expressions shifted, and their gazes toward Yi Chen turned icy. Sitting upon the sect master's throne, Shen Aoshue slightly furrowed her brows, an icy aura rising within her as she shot a cold glare at Yi Chen. "You speak nonsense," Yi Chen interjected, stepping forward to vehemently refute. "The explosion of the alchemy furnace was purely accidental. Yet you insist it was my deliberate act that caused my injury." Su Yunfeng, however, merely chuckled, lowering his gaze slightly to mock, "But I remember, I only kicked you once. As for that part, you broke it yourself. Am I to be blamed for that? If you are truly aggrieved, I suggest you dig up that floor tile and whip it for 3 days." Yi Chen's face flushed crimson, especially with 3 stunningly beautiful women present. Su Yunfeng's words undoubtedly humiliated him. He glared fiercely at Su Yunfeng, his eyes gleaming with malice as he gritted his teeth. "If you hadn't kicked me indiscriminately, would I have ended up like this? You are the root cause." Su Yunfeng's expression turned cold as he scoffed. "The facts are quite clear. Do you still wish to argue?" At that moment, the elder Xiaoyan slowly began to speak. "Young man, though you are not old, your arrogance is quite overwhelming." Su Yunfeng's gaze sharply fell upon Xiaoyan, showing no deference despite his status as the elder. He taunted, "Are you not aware of your own disciple's character? Must you seek to embarrass yourself in public, thinking your old face can withstand the blows? You dare mock me?" Xiaoyan's thick brows furrowed, and a powerful aura suddenly erupted, pressing down upon Su Yunfeng. Chapter 78. Cripple him. Completely upon witnessing his master's fury, Yi Chen felt a wave of satisfaction rise within him. Just moments ago, Su Yunfeng had humiliated him before the 3 beautiful women. Now it was his turn to make Su Yunfeng lose face. "Junior brother? Junior brother?" The 2 women turned pale with fright. The elder's formidable power was unfathomable, and they could do nothing but watch helplessly as Su Yunfeng faced impending doom. In that instant, both felt a deep-seated frustration at their own weakness, unable to protect their junior brother. However, Su Yunfeng remained unfazed. As long as Shen Aoshue was present, even the elder could not harm a hair on his head. From the sect master's throne, Shen Aoshue's gaze instantly turned frigid, a cold snort escaping her lips as she raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap. An overwhelming force surged forth, instantly dissipating Xiaoyan's oppressive aura and sending him staggering back 3 paces. Shen Aoshue's voice, laced with piercing coldness, rang out, "Impudence! This is the grand hall of our sect. How dare you bully the weak in my presence?" Her words caused the temperature in the hall to plummet by several degrees, making everyone feel as though they were standing amidst a frozen landscape. The sudden chill brought Xiaoyan back to his senses, realizing his earlier impulsiveness. "Sect master, I was reckless," he conceded, acknowledging his error. Though he was powerful, he still fell short compared to Shen Aoshue. "Humph! This shall not happen again," Shen Aoshue coldly huffed. and the icy aura that had surged forth began to recede. Xiaoyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the sect master seemed to have grown even stronger than before. The aura she had just displayed left him shaken. Su Yunfeng couldn't help but smirk internally, thinking, that old schemer wishes to bully me with his might. True, I may not be able to match you, but can I not contend with your disciple? His gaze swept over Yi Chen with disdain. He then turned to Shen Aoxue, cupping his fists, and declared indignantly, Sect Master, the Elder is abusing his power. I refuse to submit. What do you wish to do? Shen Aoxue asked, her icy demeanor softening as she regarded him. I wish to challenge his disciple, Yi Chen. Yi Chen, do you dare to battle me at the same level? That suits me perfectly, Yi Chen replied without hesitation. Last time, he had been too careless, allowing Su Yunfeng to seize the opportunity. After a period of cultivation, he had improved significantly, and with preparation, he was confident he would defeat Su Yunfeng and redeem his pride. Moreover, fighting at the same level was even more favorable for him. After all, he was a prodigy capable of battling beyond his rank. Su Yunfeng was nothing more than an outer disciple. Easily, he would suppress him. Slightly furrowing her brows, Shen Aoxue felt concerned that Su Yunfeng might be acting impulsively out of anger. She was well aware of his lack of talent, which could only be described as abysmal. In contrast, Yi Chen was a once-in-a-century genius, and the two were worlds apart in capability. Even in a battle at the same level, Yi Chen's combat prowess was formidable, beyond what an ordinary person could compare. She worried for Su Yunfeng's safety. However, when she caught Su Yunfeng winking at her, she understood and couldn't help but smile inwardly. He surely had something up his sleeve. Very well, I consent, Shen Aoxue said calmly. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he lifted his chin, practically looking down his nose at others. Su Yunfeng, you brought this upon yourself. Today, I will make you regret your actions. The group made their way to the training ground, immediately drawing attention. What has transpired? The sect master has come personally. Those present in the training ground began to speculate, quickly notifying their friends through communication jade slips. Within moments, the crowd gathered, multiplying in number. At this moment, Yi Chen shook his head, intending to flick his flowing hair for a bit of flair, only to be reminded that Su Yunfeng had previously shaved his head bald, and his hair had yet to grow back. Thus, he awkwardly scratched his head instead. This beautiful senior sister, my name is Yi Chen. May I have the honor of knowing your name? Yi Chen's lips curled upward, forming a long, graceful arc that revealed his signature Dragon King smile. In his eyes, no woman could possibly resist such a smile. This senior sister would undoubtedly be entranced by his charm. However, Lin Xian coldly interjected, her demeanor as frigid as an ancient snow mountain, the biting wind cutting through the AI ardent. Yi Chen's Dragon King smile faltered slightly. He could scarcely believe his ears. How could a woman withstand the allure of his most captivating grin? It was utterly unfathomable. A stifled chuckle erupted from nearby. It was the breathtakingly beautiful sect leader, Shen Aoxue. Just the fleeting glimpse of her smile left him utterly spellbound. Yet, upon noticing Yi Chen's gaze, Shen Aoxue instantaneously suppressed all trace of mirth, her expression transforming into one of indifference. Yi Chen's scrutiny irked her deeply, stirring a profound sense of disdain within her. She found the way Su Yunfeng looked at her far more agreeable. With a dismissive huff, she commanded, to the stage. Yi Chen felt an icy chill envelop him, as though thrown atop the peak of a snow-laden mountain, and he snapped back to reality. Yes, disciple obeys. He immediately clasped his fists in respect and swiftly ascended the stage. Yi Chen clenched his fists in resolve, determined to devise a means to conquer the sect leader. She was simply too exquisite. Having navigated the realm of romance for years, he had never encountered a smile as captivating as hers. Shen Aoxue beckoned to Su Yunfeng, who promptly approached. Render him incapacitated, thoroughly. Shen Aoxue's ruby lips parted as she uttered her most disdainful command in a soft tone. Understood, your wisdom is unparalleled. I have always harbored such thoughts. Su Yunfeng replied, revealing a cruel smile. If you don't do it thoroughly, beware of my whip. Shen Aoxue fixed him with a penetrating gaze, her meaning clear. I assure you, the task will be completed. Su Yunfeng vowed, then in a flash, he was on the stage. Today, outer sect disciple Su Yunfeng challenges the personal disciple of the Grand Elder, Yi Chen. Strike only to the point, do not take his life. Shin Aoshue announced, her voice light yet resonating clearly in the ears of all present. It was at this moment that everyone comprehended the unfolding situation. Many were incredulous, an outer sect disciple daring to challenge a personal disciple of the Grand Elder, who granted him such audacity? Few were aware of the matters concerning the Pill Hall, and most were oblivious to the reality in their minds. The power of an outer sect disciple could not possibly compare to that of a personal disciple. They were not even in the same league as for Su Yunfeng. The majority recognized him and acknowledged his exceptional prowess, albeit limited to the outer sect. He would hardly stand a chance against even an ordinary inner sect disciple. In this duel, nearly everyone doubted Su Yunfeng's prospects. If you kneel before me and bow 3 times, admitting defeat, I might spare you. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Yi Chen glared coldly at Su Yunfeng. Growling menacingly, Su Yunfeng smirked derisively. Are you so certain of your victory? Chapter 79. Senior sister, you caught me on camera. Need I say more? Last time, I merely underestimated you, allowing you to seize an opportunity. This time, you are doomed, and I shall show the senior sisters that I, Yi Chen, am the most outstanding man in the entire sect, worthy of standing beside them. Yi Chen declared with an air of arrogance, brimming with immense confidence, completely dismissing Su Yunfeng. Is that so? Don't start crying later, Su Yunfeng retorted, his tone icy. Clearly, Yi Chen had been too accustomed to success. Even after a defeat, he remained oblivious to reality, constantly seeking external justifications rather than introspection. Let the duel commence. At that moment, Shin Aoshue's voice rang out, marking the official beginning of their confrontation. Yi Chen reiterated fiercely, this is your last chance. Shut your mouth. Fool! Su Yunfeng interrupted, refusing to grant Yi Chen the opportunity for verbal sparring. The instant the word begin left Shin Aoshue's lips, he sprang into action. His speed was astonishing, akin to a specter, as he materialized before Yi Chen in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, he unleashed an uppercut that struck Yi Chen's jaw with a resounding impact. The sound of shattering bone echoed audibly. This blow shattered Yi Chen's jaw, rendering him incapable of speech. But that was not the end. Su Yunfeng swiftly grasped Yi Chen's ankle and swung him around. The audience below the stage gasped in disbelief, their jaws dropping in shock. What was happening? Moments ago, they had doubted Su Yunfeng's chances. Yet in the next instant, he was decisively proving them wrong. The once favored Yi Chen was now akin to a ragdoll in Su Yunfeng's grasp, being slammed repeatedly against the ground. This scene was surreal. An outer sect disciple savagely thrashing a personal disciple, and with but a single move, the latter had no opportunity to retaliate. Had outer sect disciples become this formidable? Throughout the ordeal, Yi Chen was utterly bewildered. At that moment, his mind was a muddled mess, akin to that of a pig, devoid of rational thought. All he could do was emit instinctive cries of despair as Su Yunfeng swung him from side to side. The entire assembly was in a state of astonishment, save for 3 individuals. Qiu Hongyue clenched her fists, excitement causing her hands to tremble. As long as Su Yunfeng emerged victorious, she would be overjoyed. Her thoughts refreshingly simple. Everything else was of no concern. Her focus was solely on the one she cared for. Lin Xian slightly parted her lips, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she mused that her guidance had indeed been beneficial for her junior brother, leading to significant progress. She resolved to assist him even more diligently in the future. Shin Aoshue, meanwhile, wore a faint smile, satisfaction evident in her expression. Su Yunfeng's performance had far exceeded her expectations. He, truly deserving of being my little man. He possesses remarkable vigor. What reward should I bestow upon him? Shin Aoshue pondered to herself. In stark contrast to their elation stood the Grand Elder, Xiao Yin, whose face was dark and foreboding, as if he had just consumed 1,000 dead flies. His prized disciple had been ruthlessly defeated by a newly initiated outer sect disciple, leaving him utterly humiliated. Yi Chen, a talent second only to the Holy Sun in potential, how could he be so easily vanquished? Stop! Unable to contain himself, he finally called out. Hearing this, Su Yunfeng coldly smirked, slamming the nearly unconscious Yi Chen to the ground before raising his foot to stomp down. You want me to stop? While I respect your title as Grand Elder, you did not command me to cease my foot's descent, did you? With each step he took, Yi Chen felt as though he was not merely being crushed, but obliterated entirely. Every footfall from Su Yunfeng elicited a piercing scream from him. Shen Aoshue arched an eyebrow, silently approving. Su Yunfeng had indeed incapacitated Yi Chen, and thoroughly at that. Her spirits lifted considerably. She found herself increasingly favoring Su Yunfeng. Perhaps she should reward him with something special? Stop, stop. The Grand Elder's eyes bulged with rage. He could no longer suppress his fury and soared onto the stage to personally intervene in Su Yunfeng's assault. Did you not hear me when I said to stop? Xiao Yin bellowed, a powerful aura radiating from him as he forcefully sent Su Yunfeng flying. Below, Shen Aoshua's expression turned icy. She immediately snorted and vanished. Appearing on the stage in an instant, Elder Xiao, what is your intent? As the Grand Elder, is it not beneath your dignity to intervene in a duel between disciples? Shen Aoshue spoke coldly, her tone imbued with the authority of her position. Xiao Yin, realizing his lapse in decorum, did not believe himself to be in the wrong. Sect leader, you witnessed it. Had I not intervened, Yi Chun would have been killed. Humph, with me present, how could I allow him to perish? Furthermore, Su Yunfeng had no intention of taking his life. Can you not discern that? Shen Aoshua's face remained stern, her words laced with the undeniable majesty of a sect leader. Her retort left Xiao Yin speechless. Su Yunfeng silently applauded Shen Aoshua's defense. Clearly, she cared for him. It was deeply touching. He resolved that the next time he endured her punishment, he would make sure to cry out louder in protest. A silence enveloped the stage. On one side stood the disgruntled Grand Elder, and on the other, the assertive sect leader. Ultimately, it was the Grand Elder who yielded. I concede this matter, and I assure you it will not happen again. He begrudgingly admitted, feeling humiliated before the gathered disciples. Having uttered those words, he wasted no time, whisking the unconscious Yi Chen away toward the pill hall in search of medicinal aid. Su Yunfeng's eyes glinted with determination as he discreetly retrieved a communication jade slip, sending a message to his adoptive father. Upon returning to his quarters, Su Yunfeng found himself besieged by two senior sisters. Junior brother, that uppercut you executed was so impressive. Teach me? Lin Xian clutched Su Yunfeng tightly, refusing to let go, insisting that he teach her the technique. Even the typically shy Qiu Hongyue displayed interest, softly adding, Junior brother, I wish to learn as well. Seeing the two young women so enthusiastic and eager to learn, Su Yunfeng decided to no longer hide his skills. He stood before them, took a couple of steps back, and said, watch closely now. First, get into position, clench your fists, then exert force with your arms. Like this? Bend your arms and wrists simultaneously, hook upwards. It's that simple, do you understand? Su Yunfeng demonstrated the motion in the air, then turned to his two senior sisters for their feedback. Both shook their heads, indicating that they did not comprehend. Junior brother, please demonstrate a few more times. We couldn't see the details clearly earlier. The slower, the better, Lin Xian advised, with Qiuhanju nodding in agreement. Su Yunfeng scratched his head in confusion. After all, wasn't he this merely a basic uppercut? The two senior sisters were exceptionally gifted. It seemed implausible that they could not grasp such a simple technique. Though puzzled, he did not wish to dampen their spirits. So he repeated the demonstration multiple times, deliberately slowing down his movements to align with their preferences. Senior sisters, I feel like you are teasing me. I've practiced it 100 times already. Su Yunfeng complained, glancing at his senior sisters. A flicker of panic crossed Lin Xian and Qiuhanju's eyes. Qiuhanju exclaimed, Junior brother, I've got it. I'll take my leave now, and then fled, avoiding eye contact with Su Yunfeng. How peculiar, Su Yunfeng muttered, frowning as he watched Qiuhanju's swiftly disappearing figure. Fortunately, the key players had not yet left. He hurried to Lin Xian's side and asked, puzzled, Senior sister, are you hiding something from me? Lin Xian's cheeks flushed. Unlike Qiuhanju, she shared a close bond with Su Yunfeng and felt no embarrassment. She extended her hand towards him, revealing a shimmering recording stone resting gently in her delicate palm. Ah? You were secretly recording me? Su Yunfeng was taken aback. Was such a thing even possible? It seemed Qiuhanju had also begun to stray from her innocent ways. With a stern expression, he said, Senior sister, I am not criticizing you, but if you wish to watch or record, you could have just asked me directly. I would be more than willing to cooperate. As he spoke, he took Lin Xian's soft hand and led her inside. Let us go in. I'll demonstrate for you without any obstructions. Lin Xian's face turned crimson. She understood Su Yunfeng's intent all too well, and with a bashful demeanor, she followed him into the room. Chapter 80. In the dead of night, the sect master was en route. "Senior sister, are you recording? Am I striking a handsome pose?" Su Yunfeng inquired, changing his stances in the room. Lin Xian was momentarily stunned. How was this so different from what she had envisioned? She had thought she would be assisting him in practice, yet here he was, posing for her to record. What was more, he was entirely unmasked, enjoying a VVVIP service just for her. Internally vexed, she pouted and huffed. "I'm recording. Himph. He has already planned out his poses. This annoying junior brother knows nothing of a girl's sentiments. He's as dense as a block of wood." Su Yunfeng laughed heartily, blissfully unaware that he had already drawn her ire, lost in the delight of showcasing various complicated poses. "Senior sister, I'll now perform a national fitness routine from my hometown." His enthusiasm grew as he recalled the joyful memories of his past life. What a delightful time it had been. All he wished for now was to dance. Upon hearing Su Yunfeng mention the national exercise, Lin Xian's interest was piqued. "Please, perform it for me. I want to record it." She adjusted the angle of the recording stone, eager to witness her junior brother's exercise. She had never heard of such a routine and believed it must be something extraordinary. Envisioning how splendidly he would perform, Su Yunfeng nodded with a smile. "All right, senior sister, watch closely." He straightened his posture, took a deep breath, and exuded the demeanor of someone about to perform grandly. Lin Xian once again adjusted the recording stone's angle, ensuring that Su Yunfeng was perfectly centered in the frame. She intended to cherish this recording. It was a performance just for her, a unique happiness that belonged solely to her. How delightful it was. In the next moment, Su Yunfeng's expression turned serious, his demeanor dignified. With his legs firmly planted, he straightened his back and gazed forward with poised. A flicker of joy sparkled in Lin Xian's eyes. Her heart racing as if struck by an unseen force. She bit her lip, thinking, "My junior brother looks so handsome when he is serious. I really like it." The 8th set of radio calisthenics begins now. "March in place," Su Yunfeng suddenly proclaimed, counting rhythmically, 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. His feet stepped in place as his arms swung left and right, performing a series of standard mechanical movements. Lin Xian blinked her innocent eyes, utterly bewildered. What kind of exercise was this? It felt so strange and unlike anything she had ever seen. Was she seeing things, or had her junior brother made a mistake? She rubbed her eyes vigorously, hoping to correct her vision. Yet, when she opened them again, the scene remained unchanged. Lin Xian sat there, mouth slightly agape, watching from start to finish. As Su Yunfeng completed the routine, it seemed he had rediscovered a long-lost sense of familiarity. The experience felt authentic. It was as if he had returned to a simpler, more innocent time. "Senior sister, the warm-up is complete." Next, Su Yunfeng winked at Lin Xian mischievously. "Now it's your turn to dance." Lin Xian paused, momentarily surprised. She had thought she would be assisting him in his training, but it appeared he wanted her to dance. Pouting, she reluctantly began to display her graceful movements. However, under Su Yunfeng's chaotic guidance, her dancing grew increasingly uninhibited. Indeed, this pesky junior brother was still the same mischievous boy, ultimately aiming to make her assist in his training. Meanwhile, on the sect's back mountain, Shen Aoshue emerged from her bath, her fair skin slightly flushed and emitting wisps of steam. She delicately beckoned with her finger, and a lightweight purple gauze gown gracefully draped itself over her, as she stepped out from the bathing chamber. Shen Aoshue languidly reclined on a plush couch, then summoned a transmission jade slip with a gentle flick of her finger. She sent a message through the slip, "Little man, what are you up to?" Her voice, soft and delicate, conjured vivid imagery, contrasting sharply with her earlier cold demeanor. By day, she had been formidable and icy. Now, she exuded a lazy charm, radiating warmth. On the other end, Su Yunfeng furrowed his brow slightly. He sensed the jade slip from Shen Aoshue glowing, indicating she had sent him a message. However, he had no time to respond, as he was currently preoccupied. Given his poor aptitude, he needed to focus intently on his training. After waiting for a considerable time without receiving a reply, Shen Aoshue's face betrayed a hint of annoyance, and she muttered softly, "How bold of him to ignore my message." Thus, She took the transmission jade slip and bombarded it with a flurry of meaningless messages. "I'll make you pay for ignoring me." Shin Aoshue raised her chin, exuding an air of arrogance. A smirk graced her lips as she envisioned Su Yunfeng's helpless expression upon seeing her messages. However, another hour passed without a response, and her irritation grew. "Little man, you dare to disregard me? You must be quite brave." Shin Aoshue bit her silver teeth in discontent, muttering to herself. Following this, she unleashed another barrage of messages, determined to elicit a response from him. Once again, an hour passed, and Shin Aoshue was truly angered now. How could Su Yunfeng, that little man, ignore her? Had he grown a spine? She resolved to teach him a lesson immediately, to make him understand the gravity of ignoring her messages. With that, she swiftly changed into an exquisite purple gown and, with a flash, soared towards Su Yunfeng's residence. At the same time, Su Yunfeng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if a formidable beast was approaching, and an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him. "Junior brother, what is wrong?" Lin Xian inquired, noticing his peculiar expression. "Senior sister, don't you feel a chill on your back? As if something dangerous is about to occur." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian furrowed her brows slightly, suppressing her emotions, and began to sense the atmosphere around her. Suddenly, she shivered involuntarily, confirming the strange feeling. Her heart raced, akin to the anxiety of having a secret unveiled, filled with tension and unease. "Junior brother, what is going on?" Lin Xian asked anxiously. Su Yunfeng shook his head slightly. He too was at a loss for the sudden, inexplicable sensation. Chapter 81. Sect Master, hear my defense. No, hear my explanation. Shin Aoshue arrived at Su Yunfeng's residence, fuming. She gazed down from the sky. The courtyard was eerily quiet, devoid of any sound, except for one room that still glowed with light. That was indeed Su Yunfeng's resting chamber. Upon witnessing the illuminated lights, Shin Aoshue's anger intensified. How could this fellow, who clearly had not yet fallen asleep, neglect to respond to her messages for several hours? Infuriating. "Humph, today I shall certainly teach you a lesson." Shin Aoshue descended gracefully, tracing an elegant arc through the night before silently landing in the courtyard. Just as her hand gently rested upon the door, she intended to stealthily enter and discern what Su Yunfeng was up to. Was he engaged in some clandestine, unspeakable activities? But then she reconsidered. No, as the leader of a sect, she ought to embody the dignity of her position. Why should she resort to sneaking around? Moreover, Su Yunfeng was her man. She should feel justified in observing what her man was doing in the dead of night. Why did it feel akin to catching him in the act? The more she pondered, the more sense it made. Thus, she withdrew her delicate hand, and with a swift kick, she struck the door. Bang! The wooden door, unable to withstand her forceful blow, exploded with a resounding crash, splintering into pieces. Shin Aoshue furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly having exerted too much strength. It shattered. Su Yunfeng, startled awake, quickly turned to see a stunning purple figure glaring at him with a fierce expression. Her gaze was as if she intended to devour him whole, sending a shiver down Su Yunfeng's spine. "Sect leader, please let me explain." "No, hear me out. I was merely practicing." Su Yunfeng stammered, attempting to offer a cautious explanation. Shin Aoshue's eyes were icy, her expression frigid as she stepped over the threshold, advancing toward him with measured strides. Gulp. Gulp. Su Yunfeng was overwhelmed by her formidable aura, unable to suppress his nervous gulping. "Ha, what a practice session." Shin Aoshue's gaze flickered downwards, her voice cold as she remarked, "Do you take me for blind?" Su Yunfeng managed a sheepish yet courteous smile, explaining, "Sect leader, this is called a push-up. It's for muscle training." "Humph." Shin Aoshue crossed her arms, surveying Su Yunfeng from above, her tone indifferent as she stated, "I care not for your push-ups. Explain why you are bare." A glimmer of realization sparked in Su Yunfeng's eyes. Her tone seemed less furious than before. He swiftly flipped off the bed and stood tall before Shin Aoshue, puffing out his chest and straightening his back, striking a pose reminiscent of a muscular Adonis. "Sect leader, would you like to test the firmness of my muscles?" Su Yunfeng belonged to that category of men who appeared slim in clothes yet revealed a sculpted physique when undraped. His biceps bulged prominently, his chest was solid, and his eight-pack abs were well-defined, presenting a striking visual impact. Coupled with his looks that eclipsed even the likes of Pan and He was the epitome of a perfect Prince Charming in the hearts of women, and Shen Aoshue was no exception. A hint of blush graced her cheeks as her gaze roamed over Su Yunfeng's figure, igniting an impulse to poke him. Su Yunfeng secretly smiled. He was well aware of Shen Aoshue's expressions, which informed him of her intentions, hence his bold suggestion. Sect leader, feel free. What is mine is yours, and vice versa. Consider it your own body and poke at will. The tension within Su Yunfeng dissipated entirely as he noted the softening of Shen Aoshue's demeanor, suggesting she would not unleash her wrath upon him. Ultimately, curiosity got the better of Shen Aoshue, and she extended her right hand, gingerly prodding Su Yunfeng's muscles. She poked his biceps, then his chest, and continued on, thoroughly satisfying her curiosity. As she engaged further, her earlier fury vanished without a trace. Once Shen Aoshue had her fill of poking, she finally recalled the purpose of her visit to Su Yunfeng. With a finger still on his chest, she interrogated, "Why did you not reply to my messages?" Su Yunfeng hurriedly explained. Disciple was engrossed in cultivation and lost track of time. Shen Aoshue responded with a drawn-out sound, her tone cool as she admonished, "Do not attempt to deceive me with such trivial excuses. I demand the truth." Su Yunfeng's mind raced. She wanted the truth, did she? He steeled himself, as if making a monumental decision, and said, "All right, sect leader, you know I am a straightforward person, and if you wish to hear it, I shall lay it bare." His gaze locked onto Shen Aoshue's eyes, unwavering and resolute as he articulated each word. "Because I wish to entice you through restraint, to create a sense of distance so that you may pay me more heed and care for me more. Because I like you, sect leader." Upon hearing this, Shen Aoshue's cheeks flushed slightly. Could this be considered Su Yunfeng's confession? However, as the leader of a sect, she could not afford to appear swayed by his mere words. She chuckled lightly. "Little man, do you think I am some naive girl, easily beguiled by your declarations? I reiterate, if you wish to truly be my man, prove your strength first." With that, her gaze shifted to the side. Noticing the window ajar, is it not customary to close the window at this late hour? Su Yunfeng chose not to linger on that topic, having never anticipated that Shen Aoshue would acknowledge their relationship due to his words. Such matters required patience. One could not rush the unfolding of feelings, especially with a formidable woman like Shen Aoshue. Responding to her query, he replied calmly, "I prefer to cultivate with the window open for ventilation." Suddenly, he spotted a corner of red satin peeking out from the bed, causing his heart to race uncontrollably, akin to a machine gun firing wildly. Despite its mere visibility, he recognized it as Lin Shiyan's intimate garment. Should Shen Aoshue discover this, it would be impossible to explain, akin to jumping into the Yellow River without a chance of clarity. If Shen Aoshue were to learn of his connection to Lin Shiyan, the consequences would be dire. Given Shen Aoshue's domineering nature, she could never tolerate her man having ties to another woman, especially one of her own disciples. Moreover, Qi Hongyue would inevitably find out, leading to heartbreak and perhaps her departure for the sake of his relationship with her senior sister. This would also jeopardize the relationship between Qi Hongyue and Lin Shiyan. Panic surged within him as Shen Aoshue's gaze began to descend. Su Yunfeng, in a moment of irrationality, flopped onto the bed, using his body to conceal the red garment. "What are you doing?" Shen Aoshue frowned, glancing at Su Yunfeng, finding his behavior rather peculiar. Su Yunfeng, overwhelmed with anxiety, could hardly think clearly. He raised an eyebrow at Shen Aoshue, suggesting, "Sect leader, would you care to sit and rest for a moment?" Chapter 82. Junior brother, who did this? I shall teach him a lesson. Shen Aoshue's gaze sharpened. The memory of that day in the cave flashed in her mind, causing her cheeks to redden with embarrassment and indignation. With a huff, she turned on her heel and stormed out, not forgetting to threaten Su Yunfeng as she exited, "Be careful, or I shall have my way with you. Sect leader, would you truly dare?" Su Yunfeng taunted with a mischievous grin. "Get lost?" Shen Aoshue departed from his courtyard, disappearing into the night, her heart simmering with indignation at Su Yunfeng's audacity. She felt compelled to teach him a lesson. In the room, after Shen Aoshue had been gone for some time, ensuring she would not return, Su Yunfeng finally exhaled in relief. He rose from the bed and promptly stowed Lin Shiyan's intimate garment in his storage ring. It was clear that further cultivation was out of the question for the night. He would have to settle for lying flat and awaiting an upgrade. The following day, Lin Shiyan arrived early. Upon seeing the splintered door, her heart immediately filled with concern. Junior brother, junior brother. Lin Xian called out a couple of times before Su Yunfeng emerged from the adjacent room, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Senior sister, I am here. Lin Xian rushed over, her expression filled with worry as she inquired, Junior brother, are you all right? Su Yunfeng shook his head, I am fine. Hearing this, Lin Xian felt a weight lift from her heart. Yet upon seeing the scattered wooden debris, her anger flared anew. Junior brother, who did this? I shall teach him a lesson. Su Yunfeng couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm. He blinked and asked, Senior sister, are you truly going to confront her? Whoever dares to bully you shall face my wrath. I will avenge you. Lin Xian affirmed, her fists clenched tightly, a fierce determination evident in her demeanor. They would not escape unscathed for daring to bully her junior brother. Yes, sect leader, Su Yunfeng replied with a chuckle. Sect leader? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. Thankfully, junior brother had been alert enough to let her escape through the window last night. Otherwise, being caught by the sect leader would have left her utterly embarrassed. Meanwhile, countless questions flooded her mind. Why would the sect leader come to find junior brother in the dead of night? Could there be some unspeakable secret? Junior brother, do not tease me. Is it truly the sect leader? Lin Xian asked again, seeking confirmation. Sister, why would I deceive you? It is truly the sect master. She is the one who kicked the door down, Su Yunfeng shrugged and affirmed. Sister, do you still intend to go and confront her to vent my frustrations? A mischievous smile graced Su Yunfeng's face as he leaned closer and asked playfully. Lin Xian pushed him away with a pout, her annoyance evident as she retorted, How could I possibly confront our master? I cannot overpower her at that moment. Su Yunfeng gently took her soft hand and spoke softly, Sister, I am content with your concern. Humph, who is concerned about you? Lin Xian huffed with a hint of pride, turning her head to reveal a stunning profile while still not withdrawing her hand. Su Yunfeng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He understood Lin Xian's character well, tough on the outside but soft-hearted. With a touch of arrogance, her demeanor and tone required an inverse interpretation. Captivated by her exquisite visage, he leaned in closer. Just then, the sect master's communication stone lit up again. Su Yunfeng quickly tapped it lightly and retrieved the sect master's communication jade. In the grand hall, a faint voice from Shan Aoshue echoed, consisting of merely 2 words. Su Yunfeng realized that Shan Aoshue was undoubtedly still upset with him. Unwilling to spare more words, however, he paid it little mind. For someone like Shan Aoshue, a formidable woman of high standing, inciting her anger could leave a deeper impression than making her happy. Sister, the sect master has summoned me to the grand hall. Would you like to accompany me? Su Yunfeng replied promptly that he would be there shortly and turned to Lin Xian. I want to go. I just came to check if you were all right. Now that I see you are fine, I can rest easy. I shall return to my cultivation. Lin Xian departed. Having narrowly escaped being caught by the master last night, she felt it strange to meet her now. It was better to return and focus on her practice, ensuring she could protect her junior brother and avoid being oppressed by the elder again, as had occurred the previous day. Shortly after, Su Yunfeng quickly freshened up and hurried to the grand hall. Inside, Shan Aoshue leaned against the sect master's throne, her delicate profile supported by one hand, her gaze wandering as if lost in thought. Several elders were whispering among themselves, seemingly in awe of something. Disciple pays respects to the sect master and greets the esteemed elders. Upon entering the grand hall, Su Yunfeng first adhered to the customary greetings for the higher-ups. He also spotted his adoptive father, Li Yifeng, who winked at him. Su Yunfeng found it curious. His adoptive father's expression seemed peculiar, as if conveying a signal, suggesting, do not worry, everything is under my control. What could this mean? Was someone plotting against him again? Hearing Su Yunfeng's voice, Shan Aoshue snapped back to attention, her brow quickly sharpening in focus as her gaze settled upon him. Outer sect disciple Su Yunfeng. Elder Li has reported that you brought back the corpse of a crimson serpent. Is this true? Su Yunfeng clasped his hands in respect and replied, in response to the sect master, it is indeed true. I have delivered the serpent's body to Elder Li. No sooner had he finished speaking than Li Yifeng stepped forward, with a grand gesture revealing a massive serpent's head before the assembly. Sect master, this is the serpent's body that Su Yunfeng brought back. I have already used part of it to concoct medicinal pills. The elders' gazes fell upon the enormous serpent's head. Even Shan Aoshue slightly narrowed her eyes. The flesh and blood of the serpent, combined with certain herbs, could be refined into various elixirs to enhance cultivation, undoubtedly a tremendous boon for the sect. Capable of significantly elevating its overall power, Sect Master, Outer Sect Disciple Su Yunfeng has rendered great service by bringing the serpent's flesh. I implore the Sect Master to elevate him to core disciple status. Li Yifeng spoke once more. With this statement, Su Yunfeng realized that his adoptive father's earlier wink was indeed about this matter, seeking to bypass the selection mechanism and promote him directly to core disciple status. This was a significant leap, Su Yunfeng mused inwardly, feeling fortunate to have a well-connected adoptive father paving the way for him. Shen Aoshue raised her brows slightly. Su Yunfeng's contributions were indeed substantial. However, advancing from outer sect disciple directly to core disciple was quite the stretch. Yet, considering he was her little man, her allegiance naturally lay with him. However, to become a core disciple, one must either have the sect master or an elder as a mentor. Her gaze swept over the elders, and she spoke coolly. Esteemed elders, is there anyone willing to accept Su Yunfeng as a personal disciple? The elders' gazes fell uniformly upon Su Yunfeng, and after a moment, disappointment was evident on their faces. These old-timers had keen eyes and readily discerned Su Yunfeng's rather poor talents. Indeed, even below that of a typical outer sect disciple. At this juncture, one elder inquired, Su Yunfeng, how did you slay this serpent? Given Su Yunfeng's inadequate aptitude and seemingly superficial cultivation at only the first level of martial sovereign, his true cultivation concealed by the system. They were genuinely curious about how he had achieved this feat. In truth, Su Yunfeng had already prepared his explanation since returning from the ruins, so he felt no anxiety. He replied calmly, without concealing anything from the elder. When I encountered this serpent, it was already on the brink of death. I then utilized some explosive pills and poison pills to bring it down. Indeed, Li Yifeng nodded. I did find traces of explosion and toxins in the serpent's flesh. With Li Yifeng's confirmation, the suspicions of others dissipated. After all, Li Yifeng was the sect's only 6th-grade alchemist, and his word carried weight. The grand hall fell into a profound silence, with the elders remaining taciturn. Su Yunfeng was aware that his poor aptitude meant he would not garner their favor. However, he felt no embarrassment. After all, he was not relying on his aptitude to advance. Shen Aoshue's expression bore a hint of frosty authority as she asked again, which of you is willing to accept Su Yunfeng as a disciple? As the others remained silent, Li Yifeng stepped forward once more, clasping his hands in suggestion, Sect Master, since the esteemed elders are finding it difficult to decide, I propose that you take Su Yunfeng as your personal disciple. This suggestion prompted nods of agreement from several elders. Yes, it would be most fitting for the Sect Master to take him as a personal disciple. Shen Aoshue furrowed her brows. To accept her little man as a disciple posed complications. What would happen if their relationship became public? Would it not disrupt the established order? After a moment's contemplation, a stirring sensation arose within her. She discreetly licked her smooth, lustrous lips. Perhaps that accepting him as a personal disciple might not be entirely out of the question. A peculiar thrill surged through her. Su Yunfeng stood dumbfounded. He finally grasped Li Yifeng's true intent, to have the sect master accept him as a personal disciple. It dawned on him that while he was on the 1st level, Li Yifeng was already on the 3rd level. Indeed, wisdom comes with age. Scheming and astute, Li Yifeng had already reached the stratosphere. Becoming Shen Aoshue's personal disciple would allow him to interact with her more frequently. Perhaps he wouldn't need to wait until he reached the martial emperor realm to pursue what he desired. Adoptive father, I bow in gratitude. Su Yunfeng silently appreciated his adoptive father, Li Yifeng. Very well, I shall accept Su Yunfeng as my personal disciple today. Shen Aoshue decisively announced, Su Yunfeng, from this day forth, you shall be my 5th disciple. Su Yunfeng immediately clasped his hands in a bow, respectfully exclaiming, disciple pays respects to the master. Congratulations, sect master, on acquiring a beloved disciple. The elders in the grand hall extended their congratulations in unison. Accepting a disciple of such poor caliber would only tarnish their reputations. How could they possibly take him on? Now, however, with the sect master accepting this so-called waste, any ensuing disgrace would fall upon her, absolving them of any blame. After the elders departed, Shen Aoshue rose from her throne and coolly stated, Su Yunfeng, follow me. I will take you to confirm your residence as a disciple. Yes, master. At that moment, Li Yifeng quietly approached. Yunfeng, how did you find my assistance? You must strive to win over Qiu Hongyuan, and Lin Xian is quite lovely as well if you manage to win both of them over. I shall reward you with 2 generous red envelopes. Do not worry about whether your body can handle it. I have potent tonics here. With that, he stealthily slipped a vial into Su Yunfeng's hand. Su Yunfeng was taken aback. He had assumed Li Yifeng's aim was merely to facilitate his ascension as the sect master's personal disciple. Yet, the true objective was to have him win over the master's disciples. Moments ago, he had been pondering his position on the first level while Li Yifeng was on the third, but it seemed Li Yifeng had long since reached the upper echelons to go for it. My adoptive father believes in you. Li Yifeng offered an encouraging thumbs up. As for the core disciple area, Su Yunfeng had indeed visited a few times, though he had only stayed in the courtyards of Qiu Hongyue and Lin Xian. Never exploring further, following Shen Aoxue, they arrived at the core disciples' living quarters. You shall reside here. Shen Aoxue led him to a courtyard not far from those of Qiu Hongyue and Lin Xian. Easily visible, this residence was significantly larger than his previous one in the outer sect, furnished with all necessities, including a large bathing pool. Yes, master. Now, I shall take you to meet your 3rd and 4th senior sisters. Shen Aoxue turned and walked towards the courtyards of Lin Xian and Qiu Hongyue. Although she was aware that Su Yunfeng was acquainted with them, given the current circumstances, their statuses had changed, and it was still necessary to meet. Hongyue, Xian, Shen Aoxue called out. Moments later, 2 figures soared out from their respective courtyards. Greetings, master. Did you summon us for some matter? Inquired the 3rd senior sister, Lin Xian. Her gaze briefly flickered towards Su Yunfeng before swiftly averting, fearing her master might detect any hint of embarrassment. She bore an expression akin to that of a thief caught in the act. Upon seeing Su Yunfeng, Qiu Hongyue nodded, the corners of her eyes lifting slightly, clearly pleased. Had the master not been present, she might have already dashed over to converse with her junior brother. Shen Aoxue turned to the 2 disciples and said, You 2 have known Su Yunfeng for quite some time. So I shall not elaborate further. I have formally accepted him as my direct disciple. From this moment forth, he will be your junior brother. Ah? The 2 women were taken aback, entirely unprepared for the revelation that Su Yunfeng had become their junior brother. The title of junior brother was not merely a formality. It signified a profound transformation in Su Yunfeng's standing within the sect, a change beneficial to him in every regard. More importantly, it would grant them greater opportunities for interaction in the future. Su Yunfeng, wearing a smile, called out, 3rd senior sister, 4th senior sister. These 2 were indeed his dear senior sisters. From now on, you must care for one another, support each other, and assist in nurturing your junior brother, whose talents are somewhat lacking. Please invest more time in guiding him. Shen Aoxue's voice rang like wind chimes, crisp and melodious. At that moment, she shed the imposing aura of the sect leader, exuding a warmth reminiscent of a kind older sister guiding her younger siblings. Lin Xian and Qiu Hongyue nodded eagerly in agreement. Even without their master's urging, they would have devoted themselves to aiding Su Yunfeng in his cultivation, particularly the 3rd senior sister, who had long since dedicated herself to this cause. Chapter 84. The Teasing Master. I have met 3rd senior sister and 4th senior sister. What of the senior sisters 1 and 2? As your junior brother, it is only fitting that I pay them a visit. Su Yunfeng stated earnestly. Having been in the sect for some time, he had yet to meet the 1st and 2nd senior sisters, and curiosity compelled him to inquire. Initially, he had learned from an elder outer sect brother that the master had a total of 4 direct disciples, each possessing unparalleled beauty. Now that he was also a disciple of the master, it was only natural that he wished to meet the 2 senior sisters. Your 1st and 2nd senior sisters are not currently in the sect. You shall meet them upon their return, Shen Aoxue replied. Let us dine together today to celebrate. Shen Aoxue smiled gently, her expression blooming like a peach blossom, radiant and captivating, akin to a summer breeze caressing the heart. At that moment, Su Yunfeng felt as though his mind could focus on nothing but that enchanting smile. Unlike Lin Xian's youthful innocence, Shen Aoxue exuded the allure of a ripened peach, radiating an irresistible hue and fragrance that tempted one to draw closer. What are you staring at? Keep looking and I shall crush your eyes. Just then, a chilling voice echoed in his mind. Realizing he had been startled awake by the voice, Su Yunfeng turned to see Qiu Hongyue and Lin Xian cheerfully preparing the ingredients. While Shen Aoxue fixed him with a penetrating gaze, Even if you wish to crush them, you will have to see first. Su Yunfeng did not use telepathy but boldly remarked, fixing his gaze on Shen Aoshua's face. Do you wish to perish? Shen Aoshua's eyes widened in shock as she shot him a fierce glare. Fortunately, Qiu Hongyue and Lin Xiyan had already departed. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to explain. Master, you are truly beautiful, among the most stunning women I have ever encountered, Su Yunfeng declared earnestly before darting into Lin Xiyan's courtyard. Among the most stunning women? Shen Aoshue was momentarily taken aback before quickly recovering. Pressing for more information, who else? However, by that time, Su Yunfeng had already fled. In the courtyard, the three women and one man, sat in a square around the table. Shen Aoshue naturally occupied the position of honor, with Lin Xiyan and Qiu Hongyue on either side, while Su Yunfeng sat opposite her. Junior brother, what is this method of eating? Lin Xiyan inquired curiously, eyeing the double-layered copper pot on the table. Not only had she never encountered such a dining style, but even Shen Aoshue, who was widely experienced, had never seen it before. Of course, once one reached a certain level of cultivation, the act of eating became less significant, as it was primarily about absorbing spiritual energy. Nevertheless, one still indulged in culinary pleasures occasionally. Sister, this is called Yuan Yang hot pot, Su Yunfeng explained. The inner and outer layers can cook clear broth and spicy broth. Essentially, the clear broth lacks chili, while the spicy broth contains it. After his straightforward explanation, the three women grasped the concept. I prefer the spicy broth, Shen Aoshue declared, and with that, she deftly picked up a thin slice of beef and dropped it into the spicy broth. Master, do not let it sit too long. Otherwise, it will be difficult to retrieve and will overcook. Just dip it for 3 breaths, and it will be exquisite. As he spoke, he prepared a piece and offered it to her. Master, give this a try. Shen Aoshue accepted it, rolling it in the seasoning bowl before tasting it. Her eyes lit up instantly. This is truly delicious. She then began to follow Su Yunfeng's instructions, while Qiu Hongyue and Lin Xiyan mimicked her actions, gradually growing comfortable with the process. Suddenly, a delicate foot brushed against him quietly. Initially, he thought little of it, as it was common for slight touches to occur given the table's small size. However, after a few more brushes, one foot settled directly upon his leg, followed by the other. Su Yunfeng was taken aback. Whose foot could this be? Given the direction, the soul faced him directly, leaving only one possibility. It belonged to his master. Shen Aoshue. What the Su Yunfeng's eyelids twitched violently as he looked up to find Shen Aoshue, who maintained a facade of nonchalance while chatting merrily with the 2 senior sisters. Master is playing with fire. Su Yunfeng silently exclaimed within. He never anticipated that Shen Aoshue would engage in such playful antics in the presence of others, completely defying his expectations. Master, your image in my heart has utterly collapsed. Do you realize? As Su Yunfeng observed Shen Aoshue, her gaze met his, and she even arched an eyebrow slightly, a sly smile flitting across her lips. Su Yunfeng's heart raced, akin to an electric shock coursing through him, sending waves of tingling sensations throughout his body. What on earth was Shen Aoshue up to? Was she truly teasing him before the 2 senior sisters? Could he endure it? He allowed his left hand to slip beneath the table. Seizing one of the delicate feet, it was slightly cool, as soft as fresh snow. Shen Aoshue's body trembled imperceptibly, a faint blush flashing across her cheeks as she shot him a warning glance. The fleeting charm in her gaze utterly bewitched Su Yunfeng. Oh, the teasing master. In return, Su Yunfeng was not idle. Master, why is your face so flushed? Lin Xiyan suddenly inquired, noticing the change in Shen Aoshue. She found it peculiar. It was merely a hot pot meal, yet Master S' face was redder than the spicy broth. Shen Aoshue's heart raced, and she quickly explained, it must be the chili's spiciness. Oh, I see. I thought Master was unwell, Lin Xiyan replied. No, I'm perfectly fine. It's just a bit too spicy. Shen Aoshue forced a smile. Just then, Qiu Hongyue accidentally dropped her chopsticks on the floor. She quickly bent down to retrieve them. Shen Aoshue was alarmed. If Qiu Hongyue leaned down, she would undoubtedly see her foot in Su Yunfeng's grasp. This could not happen. She immediately tried to retract her feet. However, Su Yunfeng held on stubbornly, a mischievous smile on his face as he reveled in Shen Aoshue's anxious demeanor. Humph, let us see how you handle this scare. I wonder if you will dare to be mischievous again. Shen Aoshue was in a state of panic as Chiu Hongyue continued to lean down. She was prepared to overturn the table if Su Yunfeng did not release his grip. Observing the cold sweat forming on Shen Aoshue's brow, Su Yunfeng found the situation utterly amusing. Just at that crucial moment, he chose to let go. As Shen Aoshue's feet swiftly returned beneath her, Chiu Hongyue's gaze fell upon them. "Sister, I'll help you wash these," Su Yunfeng said cheerfully, taking the chopsticks from Chiu Hongyue's hand and striding towards the kitchen. "Ahem, I will check if there are any other dishes," Shen Aoshue said as she followed him into the kitchen. Chapter 85. Master, please do not act this way. I am frightened, and I shall call for help. As Su Yunfeng turned after washing the chopsticks, he was startled to find Shen Aoshue standing behind him without him noticing. Hee. Shen Aoshue's expression was cold as she let out a chilling laugh and advanced upon him. Su Yunfeng found himself retreating repeatedly until, in the next moment, Shen Aoshue forcefully pinned him against the wall. Their faces were mere inches apart, nearly touching, and he could see his own reflection in her eyes. Su Yunfeng felt a refreshing breath wash over him, accompanied by a faint, delicate fragrance that made his throat involuntarily swallow. "Master, revered teacher," Su Yunfeng's voice trembled slightly. Shen Aoshue exhaled softly towards him, chuckling lightly. "What are you so nervous about?" "And no, disciple is not nervous," Su Yunfeng instinctively retorted, yet his voice lacked any conviction. Shen Aoshue lifted his chin playfully, laughing. "Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why do you seem so deflated now?" "Master, please don't tease me. I'm scared that I might scream," Su Yunfeng replied timidly. "Heh, do you really think I would believe your nonsense?" Shen Aoshue pinched his chin, her gaze penetrating, as if she could see through Su Yunfeng's thoughts. With a charming smile, she remarked, "You think I don't know. Deep down, you're actually enjoying this, wishing I would come even closer. How could you bear to scream? Damn. Has it been so obvious?" Su Yunfeng's face flushed crimson. Indeed, he felt a mix of tension and excitement, a thrill that was hard to suppress. The kitchen door stood ajar. With the two senior sisters just outside, he and Shen Aoshue were merely a wall apart, able to hear their conversation clearly. The clandestine nature of their interaction made his heart race. "Master, don't just point fingers at me. Aren't you the same?" Su Yunfeng retaliated, equally revealing Shen Aoshue's intentions. Just moments ago, while dining at the same table, she had boldly stretched her leg towards him, which spoke volumes. "Humph, nonsense. I would never." Shen Aoshue's cheeks flushed with a hint of color as she coldly denied it. Su Yunfeng smirked mischievously, unabashedly stating, "Master, stop pretending. We are indeed cut from the same cloth." With that, he suddenly wrapped his arms around Shen Aoshue's slender waist, pulling her towards him with force. The distance between them diminished significantly, separated only by layers of clothing, allowing them to feel each other's warmth. "Master, do you like this?" Su Yunfeng playfully breathed near her ear. Shen Aoshue gasped in surprise. She had never anticipated such boldness from him. While startled, a unique thrill surged within her, akin to a gentle yet intense provocation of her heart. It felt as though her heart might leap from her chest at any moment. This sensation was entirely new to her, leaving her utterly captivated. "Master, what's wrong?" Just then, footsteps echoed from the entrance. The two women had heard her gasp and rushed over. Shen Aoshue's expression changed drastically. Their current position was one she could not let the two disciples witness. Without a moment's hesitation, she struck Su Yunfeng's neck with a swift chop. "Why is it always me who gets hurt?" Su Yunfeng's vision darkened, and he fainted, his body collapsing like a deflated balloon against the wall. At that moment, Qiu Hanju and Lin Xiyin hurriedly entered the room. Upon seeing Su Yunfeng sprawled on the ground, both were taken aback and rushed over. Junior brother. They crouched beside him, gently shaking his body, their faces etched with concern. "Master, what happened to him?" Qiu Hanju looked up at Shen Aoshue, worry evident in her voice. "He seemed fine just a moment ago. How could he suddenly faint?" "Oh, he must have encountered some issues while practicing. His spirit is unstable, causing him to faint," Shen Aoshue replied hastily, fearing she might reveal too much. The two women believed her without question, as she was their master, leaving no room for suspicion. "Master, what should we do?" "When will junior brother wake up?" Qiu Hanju asked, her face filled with worry. She felt guilty. Had she been present in the kitchen, he wouldn't have fainted. "That's simple," Shen Aoshue said, then fetched a ladle of water from a nearby tank. You too, step back. The two women obediently moved aside, and with a splash, Shen Aoshue drenched Su Yunfeng's face with cold water. It's raining! It's raining! Su Yunfeng jolted awake with a shiver, quickly wiping his face and spotting the ladle in Shen Aoshue's hand. Realization dawned on him. "Oh, you, Shen Aoshue. You knocked me out and then splashed me awake. What a wonderful master you are. I ought to thank you properly. Just you wait. One day, I will douse you in water as well." He thought bitterly. "Junior brother, are you all right?" Qiu Hanju rushed to help him up, while Lin Xian quietly retracted her foot, a hint of melancholy surfacing within her. Ultimately, she and Su Yunfeng could only steal moments together. "I'm fine, thank you for your concern, senior sister," Su Yunfeng replied, casting a discreet glance at Lin Xian and giving her a subtle wink. He had clearly noticed her earlier actions and could easily guess her thoughts. Receiving his acknowledgement, Lin Xian's earlier sadness vanished, replaced by a gentle smile. It was enough for her to know that he cared. Cough cough. At that moment, Shen Aoshue cleared her throat and handed Su Yunfeng a jade slip. "This contains a secret technique for cultivating the spirit. Your spiritual power is too weak. Take it and practice diligently, so you won't faint like this again." Su Yunfeng accepted the slip, feigning reverence. "Thank you, master." Internally, he seethed, thinking, "What do you mean my spiritual power is too weak? You were the one who knocked me out. Could you find a better excuse next time? If you didn't want the senior sisters to find out, you didn't have to knock me unconscious. Just separating us would suffice. Do you know how painful this is? Such a clumsy display of affection." He rolled his eyes internally, realizing that under such stimulating circumstances, his master's judgment seemed impaired. He would have to be cautious in the future. Otherwise, he might find himself in a precarious situation. And so, the meal concluded. Shen Aoshue returned to the back mountain, while Su Yunfeng went back to his own quarters. Lying on his bed, he imprinted the technique in his mind. It was a method known as spirit refinement technique, which promised to significantly enhance one's spiritual power. At its pinnacle, one could even wield spiritual intent to eliminate foes unseen. This technique is formidable, perfect for ambushes, Su Yunfeng mused. However, given his own aptitude, he feared he might never reach such height. He wondered if the senior sisters had ever practiced the spirit refinement technique. If they had, he would need to seek another path. If not, then the sky was the limit. In the dead of night, at the witching hour, a shadow silently infiltrated Su Yunfeng's courtyard. Chapter 86. Senior Sister. I wish to reveal my beauty to junior brother. In the stillness of the night, a shadow stealthily entered Su Yunfeng's courtyard. Inside his room, Su Yunfeng suddenly opened his eyes, a sly smile creeping across his lips. His senior sister had come to assist him with his training. Only senior sisters are truly good. Sure enough, moments later, the figure slipped into his room and, with practiced ease, nestled into his bed. "Senior sister. What brings you here?" Su Yunfeng asked, feigning ignorance as he embraced the lovely figure. "You shameless junior brother, pretending not to know. How infuriating," Lin Xian huffed, pressing closer and resting her cheek against his sturdy chest. "Senior sister, today master gave me the spirit refinement technique. Have you practiced it?" "Business is business. It doesn't hinder simultaneous activities," Lin Xian replied, shaking her head slightly. Upon hearing this, Su Yunfeng's heart leaped with joy. "You haven't practiced it? Then let us get started right away, senior sister. I can't comprehend the spirit refinement technique. You take it first, and once you've mastered it, teach me, all right?" "Sure, I'll teach you," she replied shyly. "See, that wasn't so difficult, was it? It's just a simple spirit refinement technique. I can easily handle this." The next day, just as dawn broke, Lin Xian quietly departed. Their quarters were in close proximity, allowing for easy comings and goings. As long as they were swift, they would not easily be discovered. "Senior sister, you're back?" As soon as she opened her door, Qiu Hanju's voice rang out, startling her and causing her to nearly stumble. Just moments ago, she had been confident that she wouldn't be caught, only to find herself caught red-handed. Lin Xian took a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart, and with an attempt at nonchalance, she asked, "Junior sister, what brings you here?" "I couldn't sleep, so I came to find you. When I saw you weren't here, I thought I might as well practice while waiting for your return," Qiu Hanju replied candidly. Lin Xian's heart eased slightly. She had feared her secret was discovered. Thankfully, it was not about her relationship with Su Yunfeng. Is something bothering you, junior sister? Why are you unable to sleep? Now completely calm. Lin Xian approached and took Qiu Hanju's hand, her concern evident. Their sisterly bond had always been strong, and with both their master and second sister absent from the sect, it was natural for her to check on her younger sister. Qiu Hanju lowered her gaze, staring at the floor for a long moment before finally summoning the courage to speak. Senior sister, I wish for junior brother to see my beauty. Lin Xian's heart jolted at these words. She was acutely aware of the significance of that statement. According to Qiu Hongyue's previous vow, when she voluntarily unveiled her face to a man, it signified her unwavering commitment to him, a promise that would remain unchanged for a lifetime. This should have been a moment of joy for her junior sister. After all, she had found her partner. Yet, at that moment, Lin Xian felt an overwhelming bitterness instead of happiness. She knew that Su Yunfeng would undoubtedly accept her junior sister, for she had inquired about his feelings long ago and received a positive response. However, if they were to be together, what would become of her? The prospect of furtive encounters would become exceedingly difficult. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, it felt as though a great hand had tightly grasped her heart, leaving her nearly breathless from the pain. She longed to tell Qiu Hongyue that she and her junior brother were already together. However, doing so would only hurt all three of them. Junior sister, have you truly thought this through? Lin Xian silently took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing all her emotions. I just wish to discuss this matter with my senior sister. Can you help me? As Qiu Hongyue spoke, she lifted her head, her eyes filled with hope. Seeing her like this, Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She wanted to refuse, but the words wouldn't come out. I will help you. Lin Xian sighed deeply and said resolutely. Ding! Lin Xian practiced the soul refining technique, experiencing a significant increase in her soul power, with a 50-fold return, resulting in a substantial enhancement of her soul strength. Ding! Lin Xian practiced the soul refining technique, experiencing a significant increase in her soul power, with a 50-fold return, resulting in a substantial enhancement of her soul strength. Ding! Qiu Hongyue practiced the alchemy technique, gaining a wealth of insights and experience, with a 50-fold return, resulting in a considerable accumulation of knowledge and expertise. In the following days, both women intensified their training, undisturbed by Su Yunfeng. Life became relatively leisurely, with them lying down to cultivate during the day and at night. This fully automated sensation was simply delightful. One day, the communication jade slip of Li Yifeng lit up. After listening to the message, Su Yunfeng sprang up from his bed like a coiled spring. The elixir made from the flesh and blood of the flood dragon had been completed. After a quick wash, he dashed out of the courtyard towards the alchemy hall. Junior brother, you've arrived. As he reached the entrance of the alchemy hall, a beautiful senior sister greeted him. After several interactions, Su Yunfeng had learned her name, Fu Luluo. Senior sister Luluo, you look even more radiant than before. Su Yunfeng complimented with a cheerful smile. Fu Luluo giggled, covering her mouth, for she relished conversing with him. Your words are getting sweeter, junior brother. I wonder which young lady will win your favor in the future. Fu Luluo's enchanting eyes sparkled, as if hinting at something deeper, while she displayed a shyness that had never been seen before. Ha ha ha, senior sister Luluo is jesting, a beauty like you will surely find a worthy partner. Su Yunfeng laughed, though he couldn't help but notice Fu Luluo's unusual behavior. He had no ulterior motives towards her. Their relationship was purely one of camaraderie. Initially, his words seemed innocuous, but upon reflection, Fu Luluo understood that he was subtly rejecting her. A flicker of disappointment washed over her, yet she quickly reconciled with the reality that someone of his stature would naturally overlook a mere alchemy hall gatekeeper like her. She had only approached him to gauge his interest, only to be met with a resolute refusal that shattered her fantasies. Lacking any resentment, she consoled herself that if they couldn't be partners, they could at least be friends. After all, it seemed they had established a friendship worth nurturing as a form of investment. Chapter 87. That was close. I almost got overheard by my master. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Su Yunfeng proceeded to the back hall. Father, I'm here, he called out as he strode boldly into the room. Ah, you are quite speedy, aren't you? I just sent you the message, and you've arrived in the blink of an eye. Li Yifeng chuckled, reproaching him lightly. Don't misunderstand. Father, I'm not here just for the elixir. It's been a few days since I last saw you. And I missed you, Su Yunfeng replied, maintaining a straight face while telling a white lie. You rascal, Speaking falsehood so boldly. Your audacity is remarkable. Li Yifeng laughed heartily. He was not angry about the lie. Instead, he found it endearing. Father, you misunderstand me. I am honest and speak from the heart, even if I don't say much. Su Yunfeng insisted. Enough. If you're honest, then there wouldn't be a single dishonest person in the entire sect. Li Yifeng retorted playfully, tossing a storage ring to Su Yunfeng. Although the flesh and blood of the demon flood dragon is a rare treasure, refining it into elixirs is no easy feat. These are all the ones I've prepared for you over the past few days. Take them as you will. They will surely benefit your cultivation. Su Yunfeng felt a surge of gratitude at his words. Initially, his motives for adopting Li Yifeng as his father were not entirely pure. However, after their interactions, he genuinely felt that Li Yifeng cared for him. The previous scheming that led the sect leader to accept him as a disciple, along with this generous gift of elixirs, demonstrated Li Yifeng's affection. Many might criticize him for seeking an adoptive father, deeming him foolish or mentally unstable. Yet at that time, he lacked connections, resources, and talent. The only asset he had was his ability to procure elixirs for free. What else could he do? Form a brotherly bond with Li Yifeng. He feared he would be met with a swift dismissal. As for being a disciple, he was reluctant. A disciple could never compare to a son. Just like these elixirs, his few direct disciples lacked even the right to glance at them. That was the undeniable advantage of their relationship. In the cultivation world, strength is crucial, but connections and resources are equally significant. They often say that having more friends leads to more opportunities. With multiple adoptive fathers, he had many more paths open to him. Thank you, father. Su Yunfeng spoke sincerely from the heart. Li Yifeng nodded, patting him on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Your talent may be lacking, but it's no matter. Your father will assist you with alchemy and medicines. The effects may be somewhat diminished, yet they will still be beneficial. If one elixir isn't enough, I'll prepare 10 or 100 for you. Moreover, my reasons for encouraging you to pursue Qiu Hongyue and Lin Xiyan are not without merit. Su Yunfeng's eyes glimmered with confusion at this statement. Li Yifeng stroked his short beard, explaining, there are many reasons, such as their close ties to the sect leader and the fact that they possess unique physiques. Upon hearing the words unique physiques, Su Yunfeng's heart skipped a beat. He had never anticipated that Li Yifeng was aware of their peculiarities. Maintaining a facade of ignorance, he curiously inquired, Father, what kind of physiques do they possess, and what special effects do they have? He, you little rascal. We'll discuss it once you've won them over. I've mentioned before that if you succeed, there will be a grand gift in store for you, and then you will understand. Li Yifeng said mysteriously, reminiscent of an enigmatic sage who divulges only half the truth, leaving one in suspense. Father, could you reveal just a hint? Su Yunfeng pressed, considering his own interests, if it would benefit him. He might share his relationship with Lin Xiyan with Li Yifeng. If not, he would keep his lips sealed for the future. Very well, I can share a little. Their unique physiques can be activated and can also enhance yours. Li Yifeng finally relented. Wow, this is incredible, Su Yunfeng exclaimed internally. This was a tremendous boon. His own physique was inconsequential, but Lin Xiyan and Qiu Hongyue were different. Their unique attributes, if activated, would undoubtedly lead to a meteoric rise in their cultivation. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Grasping Li Yifeng's arm, he said earnestly, Father, at this point, I can no longer hide it from you. In truth, I and Lin Xiyan. What do you and Xiyan have to discuss? Just then, a clear and melodious voice echoed from the doorway. Following this, Shun Aoshue, clad in a flowing purple gown, stepped into the room. Su Yunfeng was taken aback, silently cursing his luck. He had narrowly avoided revealing everything to her. Fortunately, the words remained unspoken. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences at her hands. Master, he greeted with a slight bow, maintaining his composure in front of his adoptive father. What were you saying about Xiyan? Shen Aoshue inquired, her gaze fixed on Su Yunfeng, filled with an interrogative intensity. Returning to Master, I was merely expressing that I share a strong bond with senior sister. She often guides my cultivation. And I have greatly benefited from her teachings, Su Yunfeng replied, neither humble nor arrogant. This was indeed the truth. Was his relationship with Lin Xiyan not close? It was undeniable that they shared a bed and a blanket. Senior sister often provided him guidance late at night, even if it was through the principles of yin and yang. The benefits he gained from her were beyond measure, for he had long since grasped the depths of her teachings. In summary, there is no doubt in his words. Upon hearing this, Shen Aoshue slightly nodded, harboring no suspicion. After all, Lin Xian and Su Yunfeng had always shared a close relationship, and now they were even a senior sister and junior brother. It was perfectly normal for a senior to guide her junior in cultivation. Master, what brings you here? Su Yunfeng, fearing that Shen Aoshue would continue to dwell on the matter, swiftly shifted the topic. I have come to see how the elixirs made from the blood and flesh of the demon serpent are progressing, Shen Aoshue replied, directing her gaze toward Li Yifeng. She inquired lightly, elderly, how many elixirs have you refined? Li Yifeng's expression changed slightly. Indeed, he had refined some, but they had all been given to Su Yunfeng. Now that the sect leader was asking, he found it difficult to respond. Su Yunfeng, recognizing Li Yifeng's predicament, decided to drop the act. He produced the storage ring he had just received and said, Master, to be honest, all the elixirs my adoptive father refined were given to me. Adoptive father? Shen Aoshue raised an eyebrow in surprise. Li Yifeng nodded and explained, to the sect leader, I have already taken Su Yunfeng as my adopted son, and these elixirs, Su Yunfeng interjected. All these elixirs were given to me at my request, and it has nothing to do with my adoptive father. If there is to be any punishment from Master, let it fall solely upon me. I accept the consequences. Su Yunfeng took full responsibility upon himself, partly to relieve Li Yifeng's awkward situation, and partly because of his unique relationship with Shen Aoshue. He was confident that she would not punish him. After all, it was merely a matter of elixirs, nothing of great significance. In the worst case, he could always repay her 1,000-fold in the future. Upon hearing Su Yunfeng's words, Shen Aoshue's expression remained unchanged, though her brows furrowed slightly. She remarked coolly, Am I such an unreasonable person? If you wish to take those elixirs, then take them. It is of no great consequence. Thank you, Master. Su Yunfeng promptly expressed his gratitude. Very well, you may wait for me outside. I have some matters to discuss with elderly. Shen Aoshue stated indifferently, casting a brief glare at Su Yunfeng as she did so. He understood. Surely, it was about the incident in the kitchen that would be revisited. Chapter 88. Feeding Master Tea with his own hands, Su Yunfeng was aware that the matter from the kitchen would be brought up again. However, why should he be held accountable? It was she who had chased him in, and it was she who had him cornered against the wall. Now, she was blaming him. What kind of nonsense was this? Su Yunfeng lamented inwardly, hoping that Shen Aoshue would go easy on him and not ruin him completely. Yes, Master, he replied, and without lingering, obediently took his leave. Once he had departed, Shen Aoshue slowly revealed her purpose. Elderly, the Grand Elder Xiao Yin has reported to me that his disciple Yi Chun has not fully recovered from his injuries after consuming your elixirs. What is going on? Previously, Yi Chun had been beaten to a pulp by Su Yunfeng, leaving him in a state of disarray. Xiao Yin had rushed to the elixir hall seeking treatment, and while it could not be said that the elixirs were ineffective, the broken limbs had healed. Yet the remaining issues persisted and even worsened. In the past, Li Yifeng might have put on a facade, but now that Su Yunfeng was the sect leader's direct disciple, he saw no need for pretense. He spoke plainly, Sect leader, you must understand, Su Yunfeng is my adopted son. Why Yi Chun attempted to use despicable means to kill Yunfeng. I cannot simply sit by and do nothing. The fact that I did not take Yi Chun's life on the spot is already a concession to Xiao Yin. If he continues to whine, I would not hesitate to employ more underhanded tactics to eliminate him. Li Yifeng's tone was quite domineering. As an elder, it was somewhat inappropriate to deal with a disciple in such a manner, especially through such means. Nevertheless, Li Yifeng felt no misgivings. Simply put, if Yi Chun wished for Su Yunfeng's demise, he should not expect to fare any better himself. Enough, I understand. Ensure that the elixirs made from the demon serpent's blood and flesh are expedited. Shen Aoshue concluded before departing. After her exit, Li Yifeng chuckled darkly. Do you all think Yi Chun's injuries are merely a matter of recovery? Humph, my slow-acting poison is undetectable. Its toxicity will gradually destroy Yi Chun's body and affect his spirit. Young man, dare to harm my adopted son, and you are destined to perish. This had been a plan devised in consultation with Su Yunfeng. Should Yi Chun leave the sect, Su Yunfeng would pursue him and eliminate him at the first opportunity. If Yi Chun did not leave the sect, it mattered not. The slow-acting poison would still claim his life. Li Yifeng was a 6th-grade alchemist, and the slow-acting poison he had concocted was unlikely to be identified by anyone within the sect. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, Yi Chun was fated to become a corpse. "Master," Su Yunfeng called out as he stood outside the elixir hall. "Come with me," Shen Aoshue instructed before soaring into the air. Clearly heading toward the back mountain. Su Yunfeng sighed inwardly. He could not escape this beating. Sect, back mountain, residence of sect leader Shan Aoshue. Outside the courtyard lay an open space the size of a soccer field, with a gently flowing stream nearby. The environment here was perfect for reclining on a chair, fishing, and basking in the sun. Shen Aoshue languidly lay on a recliner, her eyes closed, soaking in the warmth of the sun. "Master, your tea," Su Yunfeng offered, holding a cup of hot tea with both hands. "I do not wish to move right now." "You may serve me," Shen Aoshue replied, her voice laced with languor and a hint of seduction, causing Su Yunfeng's hands to tremble as he nearly spilled the tea on her. "Master, that seems rather inappropriate," he stammered awkwardly. "What is inappropriate about it?" Shen Aoshue did not even lift her eyelids, merely parting her crimson lips to say, "I am your master, and you are my disciple. What is wrong with a disciple serving tea to his master? Just do as I say, and stop with the unnecessary chatter." "Are you looking to be punished again?" Shen Aoshue's words made Su Yunfeng's heart skip a beat. Just moments ago, he had been thoroughly beaten by her. Shen Aoshue had claimed it was to test his progress in cultivation, but in truth, it had been nothing less than a one-sided thrashing. Due to the incident in the kitchen a few days prior, Su Yunfeng was well aware of the implications. His body was covered in bruises. "A pitiful sight indeed, I dare not. I shall serve Master Tea immediately," he said, feeling powerless against her domineering demeanor. As he spoke, he tilted his head back and downed the entire cup of tea in one go. Then, he slowly leaned in, gently pressing his lips against hers. "Mm. Shen Aoshue's eyes flew open in shock and disbelief. "How dare he? I did not grant him permission. How could he approach me? This little man has quite the audacity." Without hesitation, she struck out with a palm, sending Su Yunfeng hurtling away. With a splash, he crashed into the water. Emerging from the river, Su Yunfeng grinned. Although he had been beaten, this was a fair trade. He smacked his lips, savoring the lingering fragrance of the tea. "Delicious, tender, smooth. Come here this instant," Shen Aoshue shouted, hands on her hips, standing at the riverbank, furious. She had never suffered such a loss. Her first kiss had been stolen away. How infuriating. Wait, was it not true that the first kiss came later than the first time? "Master, please do not be angry. I shall come over at once," Su Yunfeng replied, feigning innocence as he swam back to shore. A sly grin flashing in his eyes. Just as he neared the bank, he suddenly struck back. Having been poised for action, he erupted forth, causing the previously tranquil waters to explode, splashing Shen Aoshue and drenching her completely. "Ah!" she cried in surprise. She had not expected Su Yunfeng to be so audacious as to launch a sneak attack against her. Although she retreated swiftly, she was still soaked from head to toe. Her hair and clothes drenched. Su Yunfeng's eyes nearly bulged out. The water's adherence caused the thin fabric on Shen Aoshue to cling tightly to her skin, revealing her figure in a way that had certain intentions fulfilled. Providing him with quite a feast for the eyes, Shen Aoshue quickly realized this and, with a flicker of her spiritual energy, evaporated all the water from her body in an instant. "Is it pleasing to the eye?" she asked with a flirtatious smile as she approached the bank, gazing at Su Yunfeng, who was barely keeping his head above water. "Very pleasing," he nodded eagerly. "Then I shall let you gaze to your heart's content." Shen Aoshue's tone shifted dramatically, and with a wave of her hand, she ensnared Su Yunfeng, pulling him from the water. In the next moment, she produced a rope and bound his hands and feet, dragging him into the house. Once again, he found himself suspended from the rafters, though this time, he was upside down. "Master, I was wrong. I realize my mistake," Su Yunfeng pleaded repeatedly. Shen Aoshue, wielding a long whip, chuckled softly. "You do not truly understand your mistake. You only realize you are about to be punished." The next instant, the room was filled with Shen Aoshue's melodic laughter and Su Yunfeng's cries. Chapter 89. Women only hinder my sword draw speed. As evening fell, Su Yunfeng, clutching his aching waist and hunched over, limped out from the mountainside. Making his way back to his residence, he now resembled a hollow shell of his former self. Damn it, that madwoman Shen Aoshue truly has no qualms, not even fearing the consequences of her actions. With each step he took, pain shot through him, causing him to grimace. Fortunately, he had desperately protected his vital areas, allowing him to escape relatively unscathed. Otherwise, he would likely be heading to the palace to become a mere pawn. Su Yunfeng, halt! Just as he seethed with indignation, a sharp, thunderous voice suddenly pierced through the air. Turning his gaze, Su Yunfeng squinted slightly. The figure before him appeared somewhat familiar, albeit vaguely. The individual had a pale complexion, devoid of facial hair, exuding an effeminate aura with no trace of masculinity. Moving with an awkward gait, he approached with a peculiar sway. After a moment of contemplation, the person finally coalesced with a shadow in Su Yunfeng's mind. It was none other than the once high-spirited Gao Xiong. Now reduced to this sorry state, how had he become such an unappealing sight? A wave of nausea washed over Su Yunfeng. Get away from me. Just the sight of you makes me want to vomit. He snapped coldly. Gao Xiong's expression shifted, his gaze turning exceedingly soft and sinister, and he slowly drew a long sword from behind his back. Do you take me for a fool? Last time, I shattered your pride. This time, I shall crush your head. Having endured a torrent of frustrations from Xian Aoshue earlier, he found a perfect outlet for his pent-up anger in this unexpected confrontation. No longer nursing his aching back, he stood tall and shouted defiantly at Gao Xiong, "Don't you dare draw that sword. Come at me if you have the guts." His thunderous declaration drew the attention of passers-by, who paused to witness the unfolding drama. "Isn't that Gao Xiong, the new disciple of Elder Qin?" murmured one onlooker. "Dio, they have a grudge?" Some recognized Gao Xiong's identity, expressing their astonishment. Just days ago, Elder Qin of the inner sect had discovered Gao Xiong's remarkable talent and promptly took him under his wing. "You all might not know this, but let me enlighten you," someone began, as the crowd leaned in with anticipation, eager to hear the latest gossip. Realizing that Gao Xiong's former bravado had vanished, the spectators collectively inhaled sharply. The feud between brothers was a matter of life and death. Who would emerge victorious? Speculations began to circulate. "It's obvious that Su Yunfeng will win," declared one person confidently. "What makes you so sure?" questioned another, still unfamiliar with Su Yunfeng's prowess. "Let me put it this way. You all know Yi Chun, the favored disciple of the Grand Elder, right?" Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in recognition. Why, Yi Chun was well known, and his reputation had spread throughout the inner sect in no time. Well, despite his incredible talent and status, he was still reduced to a mere pig's head by Su Yunfeng. "Who do you think will win? Is Gao Xiong really stronger than Yi Chen?" The crowd murmured in agreement, realizing there was no comparison. They silently acknowledged Gao Xiong for his courage, even though he had lost his former bravado. "Moreover," continued the disciple, an air of mystery enveloping his words, "I heard from my master that the sect leader has accepted Su Yunfeng as his personal disciple, so everyone should be cautious and avoid provoking someone they cannot afford to." "What you say is indeed valid. We appreciate the warning." The disciples around him nodded in unison. In the entire sect, few would dare to cross paths with Su Yunfeng. Meanwhile, the situation in the center of the commotion had drastically changed. Gao Xiong, sword in hand, charged towards Su Yunfeng with remarkable speed. Su Yunfeng sneered. How dare such a weakling challenge him? He waited for Gao Xiong to close the distance before delivering a devastating blow to send him packing. In the blink of an eye, Gao Xiong was upon him, swiftly redirecting his sword. With a resounding clang, the blade struck the ground, and then a loud thud echoed as Gao Xiong abruptly knelt before Su Yunfeng. "Great benefactor, I owe you my gratitude," he exclaimed, his voice unnaturally shrill. "What?" Su Yunfeng blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend Gao Xiong's sudden change of heart. He had braced himself to deliver a punishing blow, only for his opponent to yield. This was perplexing. The crowd, too, leaned in, eager to decipher the unfolding drama. Gao Xiong was clearly acting strangely. Had he truly lost his mind? Kneeling, he looked up at Su Yunfeng with sincerity in his eyes. "Great benefactor, you have made me realize that women only slow me down in drawing my sword." Su Yunfeng's mind swirled with questions, 3 enormous question marks floating above his head. Had this fellow truly gone mad? "Great benefactor, after you completely eliminated my previous self, I harbored an intense hatred for you. Plotting revenge daily," Gao Xiong continued. Su Yunfeng nodded inwardly. This was the rational thought process of a normal person. Gao Xiong's voice rang out again. "I sought refuge in the scripture pavilion, searching for powerful techniques, and at the brink of despair, I stumbled upon the evil repelling sword technique. As he spoke, his excitement grew. This technique is perfectly suited for someone like me, who has lost his former self. I practiced day and night, and within a month, my swordsmanship reached an extraordinary level, allowing me to break through from martial spirit to martial sovereign. Elder Chun recognized my potential and took me in as a disciple of the inner sect. All of this is thanks to you, great benefactor. From this day forth, you shall be my elder brother, Gao Xiong declared with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing this, Su Yunfeng finally understood. This fellow had fortuitously acquired a technique suited for eunuchs, resulting in a meteoric rise in strength, leading to his acceptance as a disciple of the elder. He had thought Gao Xiong was there to seek revenge, but instead, he was offering himself as a subordinate. However, this was a subordinate without any real status. Please, rise, Su Yunfeng commanded. Given his current status within the sect, he had no need for a subordinate. If something arose, he could rely on his senior sister. If she was unavailable, he could turn to his master. Nonetheless, since this fellow had come to him, he figured he might as well take advantage of the situation. After all, it was a free investment. Yes, elder brother. Gao Xiong complied eagerly, rising to his feet and drawing his sword, surveying the crowd with a fierce glint in his eye. From this day forth, anyone who dares to lay a finger on my elder brother will face my wrath. Su Yunfeng was taken aback. This fellow was clearly unhinged. Was this how one acted as a subordinate? With that single statement, he had inadvertently cast himself as a villain. Enough. Here, take my communication jade slip. Return to your training and only come to me if summoned. Otherwise, do not seek me out. He tossed a piece of the jade slip to Gao Xiong, urging him to leave. Understood, elder brother. I shall strive to enhance my cultivation and ensure your strength and prestige grow. Gao Xiong declared enthusiastically, I thank you. Su Yunfeng thought to himself, I'm neither a gang leader nor a loan shark. What do I need with growing power? He kicked Gao Xiong away if he let him continue. His reputation as a righteous figure would be tarnished. Gao Xiong is practicing the evil repelling sword technique, right? We should check it out too. Many began to gather in groups, heading towards the scripture pavilion, eager to uncover the secrets behind the evil repelling sword technique. Su Yunfeng felt a wave of dread wash over him, sensing that things were about to take a turn for the absurd. Upon returning to his quarters, he spotted Qiu Hongyue approaching. Sister, are you looking for me? Su Yunfeng inquired. I hadn't seen you all day, and I was a bit worried, so I came to check on you, Qiu Hongyue replied, her shyness evident as a faint blush crept across her cheeks. I'm fine. I apologize for making you worry, Su Yunfeng said softly, a surge of tenderness swelling within him. Come inside. I could use your assistance with something. He opened the door to his courtyard, inviting Qiu Hongyue in. However, neither of them noticed a pair of eyes lurking in the shadows, watching their every move. As she spoke, her voice trembled with a slight quaver, as if she were on the verge of tears. Her fingers gently grazed the wound, as if it were inflicted upon her own body. This injury was a result of my master's training. The master did this? Qiu Hongyue could hardly believe it. How could the master be so ruthless as to beat a junior disciple to such a state? Sister, do not be disheartened, nor blame the master. She does this for my own good, Su Yunfeng said, speaking with a heavy heart. The master understands my mediocre talent and wishes for me to diligently cultivate my physical body. This can be seen as a form of tempering. He did not want Qiu Hongyue to harbor resentment towards Shen Aoxue. After all, Shen Aoxue was her master. More importantly, Shen Aoxue was his woman, and Qiu Hongyue was destined to be his as well. He did not wish for chaos in his own household. Sometimes, a benevolent lie could effortlessly avert such complications. Sister, do you have any medicine? Please apply some for me, Su Yunfeng requested. Yes, I will help you, Qiu Hongyue replied, retrieving the finest wound-healing ointment from her storage ring. She poured some into her palm, set the bottle down, and then dipped her index and middle fingers into the powder, delicately applying it to Su Yunfeng's injury. Her movements were gentle and tender, as if fearing to cause him pain. Does it hurt? Qiu Hongyue inquired softly. Not at all. Your touch is very gentle. Sister, Su Yunfeng responded, shaking his head. The room fell into a tranquil silence, and they exchanged no further words. Everything was conveyed in unspoken understanding. Junior brother, I have finished applying the ointment on your back. Qiu Hongyue signaled for him to turn around as Su Yunfeng complied, shifting his body to face her. That moment, They were positioned directly opposite one another. Chiu Hongyue's fingers moved gracefully, applying the powder with a focused and earnest expression. Her long eyelashes fluttered like delicate fans, each blink softly striking Su Yunfeng's heart. He even fantasized about how wonderful it would be if time could stand still. When one is immersed in beauty, time invariably slips away too swiftly. Soon, the wound on his back was treated as well. Junior brother, your trousers. Beneath her veil, Chiu Hongyue bit her lip delicately. Saying this softly, Su Yunfeng hurriedly interrupted. Sister, I can manage the rest myself. Thank you. Chiu Hongyue nodded slightly, handing him the bottle of medicine. This is the ointment given to me by the master. It is extremely effective for healing, and it will not leave scars once the injury has healed. Receiving the bottle, Su Yunfeng expressed his gratitude. Junior brother, please rest well. I shall return tomorrow to check on you. The ensuing scene was not suitable for Chiu Hongyue to remain, and she took the initiative to leave, thus avoiding any awkwardness. Let me see you out, sister, Su Yunfeng said, attempting to rise from the bed, but was stopped by Chiu Hongyue. Junior brother, you are injured and should not move. I can leave on my own, she said, waving her hand as she exited the room, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Once Chiu Hongyue departed, Su Yunfeng let out a soft sigh. He had genuinely considered revealing Chiu Hongyue's veil. But ultimately, reason prevailed, and he refrained from taking such reckless action. In his view, if Chiu Hongyue truly wished for him to see her, she would have willingly unveiled herself rather than forced the matter. Though she appeared delicate, Chiu Hongyue possessed a resilient spirit and held her own boundaries. Should those boundaries be crossed, it could provoke an unforeseen backlash. To be prudent, he decided to exercise restraint. He was not solely driven by base desires. Some matters required a gradual approach and could not be rushed. For instance, could he force himself upon Xiaoxue? That would likely result in a swift and brutal rebuttal. He stood up and removed his trousers. Just then, the door creaked open gently from the outside. Su Yunfeng was startled and quickly covered himself, fearing an unwelcome intrusion. Junior brother, it is I. Upon looking up, he was relieved to find it was none other than Lin Xiyan. Since his return and the entrance of Chiu Hongyue, she had been quietly observing from the shadows, even eavesdropping from outside the window just moments ago. It was only after Chiu Hongyue left that she chose to reveal herself. Seeing Lin Xiyan, Su Yunfeng finally relaxed and lowered his hand. They were like an old married couple, well acquainted with one another, and there was nothing to hide. The master was too harsh, Lin Xiyan said indignantly upon seeing Su Yunfeng's numerous bruises. Her heart swelling with discontent. Sister, do not blame the master. She acts out of concern for me. I understand, Lin Xiyan replied, closing the door and locking it for safety. Sister, I need your help to apply the medicine now, Su Yunfeng said with a mischievous grin. Humph, why didn't you let your junior sister assist you earlier? Lin Xiyan remarked, her voice laced with a hint of teasing, as she swiftly took the medicine from his hands, pouring the powder and carefully applying it to his wounds. Does it hurt? Lin Xiyan asked, her voice filled with concern. This question had also been posed by Chiu Hongyue, and Su Yunfeng naturally refrained from giving the same answer. Instead, he gently replied, it was quite painful, but now that I see you, it no longer hurts. Here, he specifically referred to her as the third senior sister to preemptively counter any potential inquiries she might have about which sister he meant. You mischievous junior brother, could you possibly tone it down while I am applying the medicine? Lin Xiyan said, her cheeks flushing slightly. To him, Su Yunfeng replied awkwardly, Sister, I cannot help it. You are simply too enchanting. Enough of that. You are in such a state and still wish to be frivolous, Lin Xiyan retorted, playfully smacking him. Su Yunfeng grimaced, responding, Sister, please do not be angry. I promise I shall not do so again. Lin Xiyan paid no heed to his antics and diligently applied the medicine to all his wounds. All done, you troublesome junior brother. Rest well tonight. I must take my leave, she said, placing the medicine bottle on the nearby table and turning to depart.